This audiobook contains 2 censored sentences and 180 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. What is OCD? Is that a tribe? A clan of dwarves, you know? Sorgund. No, it's never mind. Forget it. Just obsessive. Like they collect shiny crap and never stop. Icilia tilted her head, unimpressed. That is not obsession. That is wisdom. They cultivate crystal crops, Icilia pointed out. Gemstones that grow like corn, storing solar energy for centuries. They are hoarders, Sol. They value silence, solidity, and accumulation. They believe that if you wait long enough, everything eventually turns to stone. Sol muttered under his breath. Yeah, sounds like my grandma's attic. Except with more glowing rocks. Icilia narrowed her eyes. Your grandmother keeps solar gemstones in her attic? Sol threw his hands up. No, it's an analogy. Forget it. You wouldn't get it. Icilia smirked, clearly enjoying his frustration. You speak nonsense, Bug. Strange words, strange comparisons. Yet somehow you think it makes you clever. Sol jabbed a finger at the illusion. I am clever. Look at this place. Underground hoarders farming crystals like potatoes. That's not wisdom. That's Minecraft with better graphics. Icilia's brow furrowed. Mine, Raft. You mortals craft mines now? Sorgund. Dragging his hands down his face again. Oh my god. I give up. Forget it. Just keep talking before I lose my mind. Icilia chuckled, her solar eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. You already lost it, Bug. That's why you keep spitting out these strange words no one understands. You really are a poor soul. May the goddess bless you. Wait, she tapped her chest with mock solemnity. I'm the goddess. Ahem. Well, I want to waste blessings on a mortal like you. You're better off lost. Sol groaned, muttering under his breath. Yeah, thanks for the pep talk. Really motivational. Ignoring him, Icilia raised her hand again. The illusion shifted, the chaotic swirl of fire and water dissolving into a calmer, airy expanse. Finally, she pointed to the sky, where islands floated in a sea of clouds. Vast land masses drifted lazily, tethered to nothing, their edges glowing faintly with lightning. Bridges of storm thread connected some of them, while others spun freely, like colossal dice thrown across the heavens. In the wind realm, she declared, her voice carrying a faint echo, as though the air itself bent to her words. A world of floating islands in perpetual flight. Avian humanoids, sylphs, and other wind elementalists live in cities woven from cloud silk and solidified lightning. They never touch the ground because there is no ground. If you fall forever until you starve or hit a wind shear that tears you apart. Sol squinted at the illusion. So, basically, sky islands. Great. Looks like someone ripped off a video game level. Icilia frowned. Video game? You keep saying these things. What is a game? Sorgund. It's never mind. Just imagine mortals pretending to fight monsters for fun. Icilia tilted her head, unimpressed. Mortals already fight monsters for survival. Why would they pretend? Because it's fun. Solsnaped. Unlike falling forever until you starve or get shredded by wind shear. Jesus, this place is like a nightmare designed by a sadistic sky engineer. Icilia smirked. Sadistic? No. Efficient. The wind realm weeds out the weak. Only those who master the currents survive. Sol jabbed a finger at the drifting islands. Efficient, my ass. That's not efficiency, that's cosmic trolling. Oops, you tripped. Now enjoy falling for eternity. What do they even do up there? Build cloud houses? Host Birdman tea parties? Icilia's solar eyes gleamed with amusement. They weave palaces from storm threads and lightning. They ride the winds like chariots. They sing songs that can split the sky. And yes, they drink tea, but it is brewed from thunderclouds. Solblankt. Tunderklo. That sounds like something a hipster would sell for $50 a cup. Icilia narrowed her eyes. Hipsta. Another of your nonsense tribes? Sol threw his hands up. Forget it. Just keep talking before I lose the last 2 brain cells I have left. Cilia chuckled. her voice sharp as a blade. You already lost them, Bug. That's why you keep babbling about tribes that don't exist. But fine. The Wind Realm is a place of freedom, danger, and endless sky. And you? You would be a splatter mark on the first island you missed. Soul glared at her, muttering one day, I'm going to survive one of these damn realms just to shut you up. Icilia smirked, folding her arms. And when you fall screaming into the abyss, I'll laugh so hard the winds themselves will carry the sound forever. The illusion warped violently, the neat quadrants of fire, water, earth, and wind collapsing into a blinding storm of colors. Soul winced, throwing his arm over his eyes as the kaleidoscope stabbed at his vision. He peeked through his fingers, squinting at the changing scene again. So, it's not just chaos, he murmured, his brain scrambling to impose order on the madness. It's organized chaos. It's a resource map. Precisely, Icilia said, her tone sharp but faintly approving, as if she were surprised he managed to keep up. And it is populated by all kinds of elemental spirits born from pure elements. Not biological life, but sentient energy. She gestured, and the storm parted to reveal tiny, glowing specks drifting like fireflies. Elemental wisps, she said, pure energy life forms. They're the bottom of the food chain, used as messengers or resources. Disposable, but necessary. The illusion shifted again, showing colossal shapes lumbering through the void, walking storms, living waves, mountains of flame and tide. And above them, she continued, the massive elementals. Barely sentient, but powerful. Their forces given shape, storms that walk, waves that think. She looked at him, her solar eyes suddenly serious. Status here is determined by one thing. Purity. How pure is your elemental blood? A fire spirit with a trace of smoke in its soul is a servant, a lower caste worker. A fire spirit made of white-hot plasma is a king. A water spirit made of muddy river water is a peasant. One made of glacial purity is a queen. Soul nodded, his cultured brain processing this. So, it's a caste system based on chemical composition. Great. Racist elements. Love it. Now I can be fully racist without being judged. Icilia's solar eyes narrowed, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Racist? You mortals invent strange words for things that are simply truth. Purity is power. Impurity is weakness. That is the law here. Sodsnochted. Yeah, sure. Sounds like every shitty aristocracy I've ever read about. Oh, your plasma isn't hot enough. Guess you're stuck scrubbing lava toilets. Real progressive system. Icilia tilted her head, clearly not understanding the analogy. Lava toilets? You mortals defecate in fire? Soul groaned, dragging his hands down his face. No, it's a joke. Forget it. You wouldn't get it. Icilia smirked, enjoying his frustration. You are right. I do not get it. But I do get this. In the elemental realm, impurity means servitude. And purity means dominion. That is the way of things. The illusion pulsed, the swirling biomes collapsing into a blinding storm of colors. Soul winced again, shielding his eyes. Jesus Christ, my retinas. He shouted. What now? Did someone shove a rainbow into a blender and hit max power? Icilia's voice dropped to a hiss, heavy with disdain. It is not a rainbow, Bug. It is the faction you must avoid at all costs. A faction that hates all others. The Prismatic Kings, she whispered. Soul saw them. They weren't humanoid. They were geometric shapes of pure, shifting light, tetrahedrons of neon blue, spheres of burning gold, fractals of violent violet. They moved with jerky, glitch-like motions, beings of pure color and light. Icilia explained, a trace of genuine disgust in her voice. They view flesh as a disease. They believe biological life is a mistake, a wet, sticky corruption of pure energy. To them, blood is filth. Bones are dust. She looked Soul up and down. They are very hostile to flesh-living beings like you. If a prismatic king sees you, he wants to talk to you. He wants to trade with you. He will unravel your atomic structure just to clean the stain you leave on the air. Soul stumbled back, swearing. Oh, fantastic. Rainbow fascists. Cosmic janitors with genocidal tendencies. Perfect. Can't wait to get atom vacuumed by a glowing Rubik-S cube. Icilia smirked. They would not vacuum you. They would unravel you, piece by piece, until nothing remained. Fuck that. Fuck rainbows, Soul spat, waving his arms at the kaleidoscope storm as if he could shoo it away. I always knew rainbows were cursed, but damn, this is a whole new level. Anyways, flesh is good. I like my flesh. So, fuck rainbow people. Wise, Icilia noted dryly, her solar eyes gleaming with amusement. Soul, trying to claw his way back to something useful, cleared his throat. So, hypothetically, if I were to visit one of the safer realms, like the Earth realm, could I bring back those crystal crops? You know, shiny rocks that grow like corn. Sounds profitable. Icilia smirked, her lips curling into that cruel little smile she wore whenever she smelled greed. Greedy bug. Yes, you could. But remember, the realms are at war. The fire realm hates the water realm. The earth realm ignores the wind realm. If you carry the scent of one, the others will hunt you. You be marked the moment you cross borders. She waved her hand, dismissing the elements. The storm of fire and ice vanished, leaving them back in the obsidian silence of the Void Temple. And that, she sighed, rubbing her neck, is the elemental realm. A bomb waiting to go off. Full of riches, full of death, and full of people who hate you because you have skin. She looked at him, her expression bored. Any questions before I move on? Or has your little brain melted? One question. Why is every realm you show me just another creative way to kill me? Fire cultists, drowning politicians, OCD rock hoarders, sky engineer sadists, and now rainbow death squads. Is there any realm where I don't immediately implode? Icilia chuckled, her voice sharp as a blade. No, that is the fun part. Soul glared at her. Fun for you. For me, it's just a cosmic slideshow of creative death. You're basically running a travel agency for nightmares. Come visit the realms, guaranteed to kill you in 5 seconds or less. Icilia chuckled, her voice sharp as a blade. And yet you keep asking for more. Greedy bug. You want riches, power, glory, but you whine when I show you the cost. You mortals are hilarious. Soul jabbed a finger at her. I don't whine, I complain. Their essay difference. Whining is pathetic. Complaining is survival commentary. Icilia tilted her head, smirking. Survival commentary? You 1T survive long enough to write one. Soul groaned, dragging his hands down his face. God, you're insufferable. Fine. What is next? What is the next realm in your little death tour? Let me guess. The flesh realm, where everything is made of meat and the floor is tongues. Icilia's lips curled into a cruel smile. Not tongue, but we do have a close one. Chapter 163. A Nexus of Dimensions, Chapter 163. Chapter 163. A Nexus of Dimensions. She waved her hand again, dismissing the chaotic storm of the elemental realm. The fire, water, and lightning. She seemed to be getting bored with the lecture, her gestures becoming faster, less detailed. Then she said, summoning a new illusion that bathed the dark temple in a warm, honey-colored light. You have the verdant realm of the elves. Soul looked around. The void had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of forests and meadows bathed in eternal golden hour sunlight. It was a world that looked like it had been painted with liquid gold and chlorophyll. The sun never sets here, Icilia explained, shielding her eyes mockingly. It casts an eternal glow over trees that are older than your continents. And the inhabitants, well, they are annoying perfectionists. She pointed to a figure walking through the phantom grass. Primordial elves, the so-called apex humanoids, which they like to call themselves. They stand tall, with skin that shimmers in golden or silver tones, and eyes that glow with the light of the first sun. They are incredibly strong, faster than the wind, and possess life sense, the ability to see the flow of vitality in everything. She zoomed in on the elf's eyes. They were kaleidoscope patterns of green and gold, and rarely, like very rarely, They can have eyes that can see into the future, she added, which makes them terrible friends. Anyways, as dramatic as they are, they don't build houses and sing to the trees to make them grow into palaces, Isilia continued, gesturing to a city in the distance. It was breathtaking. Massive, living trees had been coaxed into the shapes of spires, bridges, and halls. Their cities were suspended thousands of feet in the air, nestled in branches wider than a city street. And occasionally, they trade in different concentrated nectars that seem to have some very interesting special abilities. But most important of all is the breath of life. A potion said to grant eternal youth and life, though it is debatable if it really does that, because it is super rare. As for their life, it is a meritocracy based on harmony. Those who can manipulate the most complex life forms are the nobility. But, generally, she looked at Sol with a side eye. Females hold most of the power there. The primordial elven queen is said to be the most beautiful creature in existence. Next to me, of course. Sol nodded, his eyes lit with anticipation. I mean, which otaku hasn't he dreamed of having an elf beauty? At least he did. So he noted it in his special mental notebook as a must-visit place. Isilia waved her hand. The forest dissolved into a sea of clouds. Then there is the draconic realm, she said. Floating islands drifted aimlessly in a pure azure sky. Even the air seemed to ripple with visible power currents. A realm where the air is so rich in mana that simply breathing it makes you feel like you can fly. And the locals, a massive shadow fell over the illusion. A dragon descended. Not a beast, it was a massive, terrifying beast, but this one was strangely a regal, terrifyingly intelligent creature with scales like literal gems. The primordial dragons, Isilia said. They are indeed just fire-breathing lizards like the ones in your Mudworld stories. They are also polymaths and very accomplished scholars, and can take humanoid form too, so better be careful. Who knows, the weak scholar you are bullying is a terrifying dragon, which can obliterate your whole settlement with a causal stomp. Sol blanc, just like. Wait. So you're telling me the nerd in the corner might actually be a mighty death lizard in disguise? That's cheating. How am I supposed to win an argument if the guy can just turn into Godzilla and stomp me flat? The illusion shifted. The massive dragon shrank, folding in on itself until it became a tall, imposing man with horns and vertical pupils, sitting at a table made of some cloud stuff. Sol pointed at the figure, incredulous. See? That's exactly what I mean. How the hell am I supposed to know who is secretly a dragon? Do they wear name tags? Hello, my name is Murder Lizard. In their cities, Isilia continued, ignoring him, built into the sides of wind canyons. You might see a 40-foot dragon drinking spirit drinks and debating philosophy with a primordial elf, Isilia said, sounding amused. They value hoards, but not just of gold. They hoard history. A dragoness hoard is usually a library of every event that has ever happened in the world. They are the librarians of the apocalypse. Sol groaned, rubbing his temples. Of course they are. Because why not? Giant death lizards who breathe fire, smash cities, and also run the world's biggest library. Great. Isilia swiped left, and the scene turned chaotic and blurry. As for the dream realm, she whispered, her voice echoing. Don't go there. You'll go mad. Every thought can become reality there, both positive and negative. Unless you want your childhood nightmares to eat you while you're awake, avoid it. She sped up, flashing images rapidly. The realm of sound, literally just noise. The insectoid realm, disgusting, hives everywhere, sticky. The totem realm. She paused on an image of an endless, golden savanna that stretched to infinity. The grass was taller than mountains. The trees were world-sized. This is where your primitive little shamans pull their power from. This is where the gods of the animals live. Every species in the main world has a platonic ideal here, a perfect, immortal version of itself. The great bear, the first wolf, the eternal eagle, etc. all live there. If you can get their blessing, you are set for life. the realm of blood and vitality. She paused again. A strange look crossed her face. She glanced at Sol, her eyes narrowing as she sniffed him again, detecting the lingering scent of Evra's essence on him. In the frost realm, she added quickly, skipping the blood realm. Which is cold, obviously. She leaned forward, her expression shifting from bored lecturer to something more insinuating. A sly, knowing smile curled her lips. But there is one realm, she purred, the illusion around them shifting into a deep, velvety violet. A realm which I suspect you would absolutely love, given your degenerate proclivities. The air in the temple suddenly smelled sweet. Sickeningly sweet. It smelled of musk, iron, and fermented fruit. The pleasure realm, Icilia whispered. The void filled with images of sprawling palaces made of flesh and silk. The sky was a bruised purple, and the rivers ran thick and red wine or blood. It was hard to tell. The architecture was organic, curving and soft, pulsating gently. It is a realm fueled by emotion, lust, and blood, Icilia explained, her voice taking on a warning edge that didn't quite mask the allure. It is beautiful, but, according to most, it is a parasitic one. Heck, even the air contains aphrodisiacs that can melt the mind of a saint. Sol leaned forward, his interest piqued despite the warning. There live extremely gorgeous beings, Icilia continued, gesturing to silhouettes dancing in the purple fog. Succubi, incubi, sirens, fleshcrafters, beings who feed on vitality through intimacy. They don't eat meat, they eat desire. They drain the soul through the touch of skin. Sol's heart hammered against his ribs. Vitality through intimacy. It sounded exactly like what he was doing. It sounded like the path of the body he had discovered. Wait, Sol interrupted, his voice tight. Is it possible for a human to channel that power? To feed like them? Icilia looked at him, her solar eyes gleaming with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Anything is possible if you are broken enough. She let the image of the pleasure realm linger for a moment. Literal fantasy revelry, endless feasts, eyes that promise sweet oblivion and, of course, sweet death, before slashing her hand through the air, dispelling it violently. And then, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper that seemed to suck the warmth out of the room. The shadow realm. The void turned pitch black. Not the absence of light, but a living, hungry darkness. A world of permanent night, Icilia recited, lit only by a massive, shattered moon that bleeds silver dust into the sky. Sol watched as shadowy figures moved through the gloom, tall, elegant, and terrifying. They moved without sound, blending into the darkness as if they were made of it. Home to the primordial shadow elves and the vampiric progenitors, Icilia said. Shadow walkers, night stalkers, moon sprites. It is a realm of stealth, of assassination, of secrets. The gravity there is lighter, the sound is muffled. It is where things go to hide and where things go to hunt. She was about to continue, to explain other realms, but she suddenly stopped. She slumped back onto the dais, letting out a massive, unladylike groan. Arg! She rubbed her temples, looking genuinely exhausted. Maintaining the illusions and the lecture without her full divine battery seemed to have drained her tiny avatar. And blah blah blah. She waved her hands, the illusions dissipating into mist. There are hells, heavens, abysses, and purgatories. The abyss is messy, the heavens are bureaucratic, and there are countless other dimensions. Anyway, I'm tired now. She looked at him with half-closed eyes. It's enough for a human mortal like you, she grumbled. It's not good to know too much. You already know more than any other human on your dirtball planet. Knowledge is heavy. If you carry too much, you'll sink and become crazy. Titans, elementals, pleasure demons, shadow elves. He had thought he was just in a primitive survival world, a place of prehistoric monsters and tribes. But Icilia had just ripped the curtain back. The world outside the tribe wasn't just a jungle. It was a crossroads, a nexus of dimensions overlapping and bleeding into one another. Chapter 164. A meeting with a goddess? And she agreed. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. A meeting with a goddess? And she agreed. Soul sat there, his mind reeling from the cosmology lesson. The universe was an onion of infinite complexity, filled with titans, dragons, and nightmare insects. Knowing the map was great. It gave him perspective. But perspective didn't stop a spear. Perspective didn't kill a titan. He needed a car. He needed weapons. He needed something tangible. That's great, Soul said, standing up and brushing the ancient dust from his shimmering celestial tunic. Titans, elves, dragons. Very cool and all, truly fascinating. But knowing about a dragon-esque library doesn't help me kill one. And knowing about the elemental realms doesn't stop a spear. He stepped closer to the dais, looking down at the chibi goddess. What about divine skills? He asked, his eyes gleaming with greed. You're a primordial goddess, the weaver of nebulae. Teach me a spell that can flatten a mountain with a word, or a technique to stop time. Don't worry, I'm a fast learner. I have a high comprehension stat, probably. Isilia cracked one eye open. She looked at him, blinked once, and then let out a sharp, derisive laugh that echoed like breaking glass. Divine skills? She giggled, holding her stomach as if she had heard the funniest joke in an eon. You? A mudborn? Why not? Soul crossed his arms. You mortals can't practice divine skills, she said, shaking her head, her tone shifting to one of pitying explanation, like a physicist explaining quantum mechanics to a golden retriever. First of all, you can't even read the script. It will literally burn your eyes. You can't understand the concepts. They will melt your tiny brains. But let us suppose, in some fever dream, that you could learn the movements. She poked him in the chest. They require divine power. If you tried to channel a divine skill, your body would turn to ash and your soul would evaporate before you even finished the first syllable. She looked at his drooping face and smirked. It's like trying to pour the ocean through a tip of a needle, little bug. You don't have the hardware. You would literally explode. Sodfroned. Okay, fine. No god-tier nukes. I like my soul where it is. Then what about mortal skills? You've been around since the beginning of time. You must have watched civilizations rise and fall. You must know some legendary sword styles, or ancient breathing techniques, or, I don't know, the nine-step void walk. Isilia yawned, picking a speck of lint from her shimmering dress with exaggerated boredom. I don't know. You don't know? Soul asked, incredulous. It has been so long, she sighed, waving a hand vaguely. I forgot. Do you remember how many times you blinked yesterday? Do you remember the specific crawling pattern of the ants you stepped on? Mortal techniques are beneath notice. They are fleeting scratches in the dirt. Why would I memorize the flailing of insects? Soul stared at her. She was useless. She was a library with all the pages glued together. She was a supercomputer that only played solitaire. So, Soul said slowly, his voice dripping with skepticism, you can't give me divine skills because I'll explode. You can't give me mortal skills because you have amnesia. He crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow, his patience wearing thin. Then what about some special power? Don't tell me you are so useless that you don't even have some special power you can share. Are you a goddess or just a very tall, very sleepy glow stick? The air in the temple dropped 10 degrees. Frost began to creep across the obsidian floor. Isilia's eyes snapped open. The solar flares in her irises spun violently, turning from warm orange to a blinding, angry white. She stood up, all 5 feet 5 inches of her, and radiated an aura that seemed to make the stone beneath Soul's feet crack. Useless, she shrieked, her voice echoing with the distortion of true power, shaking the dust from the pillars. You dare call me useless? I am Isilia. I spun the currency of the stars. I negotiated the truce between light and dark. She pointed a finger at him, trembling with indignation. Of course I have special power. I have a law. I am the goddess of exchange, the arbiter of value, the merchant of fate. Exchange? Soul asked, unimpressed, leaning back slightly to avoid her finger. What does that mean? You're good at math? It means Isilia hissed, floating down from the dais, to hover right in front of his face, her hair drifting around her like a halo of anger, that I can weigh the value of anything in existence. And I can trade it. I can take the strength of a mountain and trade it for the speed of a wind. I can take the luck of a king and trade it for the life of a beggar. Equivalent exchange is the fundamental law of the universe, and I am its banker. She circled him, her eyes glowing, her voice filled with the pride of her station. I can refine energy. I can rewrite attributes. I can trade your weakness for strength. Great, Sol said, extending his hand. Do it. Give me strength. Icilia paused. She landed back on the dais, her aura dimming slightly. She looked away, biting her lip. But that power is my unique authority, she muttered. It's not something I can share easily. And even if I wanted to, my hands are tied. This realm suppresses me. My body is drained of divine power. I can't activate the law without a source. She looked at him, a glint of cunning entering her eyes. If you open the door of this realm, she whispered seductively, if you free me, once I am outside, I will regain my connection to the cosmos. Then, I will give you the power you desire. I promise. Sol stared at her. He let the silence stretch for a long, uncomfortable moment. Humph. Snoted. Do you really think I'm a 5-year-old child? I know for a fact that the moment I free you, you'll turn me into mincemeat and fly away. You already tried to kill me once today. I don't give second chances to assassins. Icilia stomped her foot. I am a goddess. My word is bond. It may be, but I don't believe you, even a tiny bit. Sol collected. And most importantly, I can't afford the risk. He walked over to the throne and sat down on the bottom step, looking comfortable. He looked at the vast, empty void. But, Sol said, a dark idea forming in his mind. Since you have been so generous, telling me all that cosmology stuff, I'll be generous too. I'm willing to negotiate. Icilia perked up. Negotiate? What do you want? Gold? Artifacts? I know where buried kingdoms lie. Sol looked her up and down. He took in the ethereal beauty of her face, the perfect symmetry of her features, the curves that even the celestial peplos couldn't hide. She was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen, and likely would ever see. How about one dance? Sol asked, his voice casual. I have always wanted to share a moment with a goddess. Silence. Absolute, like really absolute, vacuum silence filled the temple. Icilia stared at him. Her brain seemed to short-circuit. She blinked once. Twice. What? She finally uttered. You heard me, Sol said, leaning back on his elbows, looking at her with lecherous, unhidden hunger. A night together. You and me. One time. That's the prize for opening the door. Absolutely not. Icilia screamed, her face turning a violent shade of crimson. I am a goddess. A primordial. I want to do filthy things like that with a bug. It is blasphemy. It is insanity. Okay then, Sol shrugged. No problem. He lay back on the stairs, closing his eyes and folding his hands behind his head. You are welcome to continue staying here for eternity. I have plenty of time. I'll just explore what this artifact really is, maybe figure out how to redecorate. You can watch me sleep. It'll be fun. You, Icilia exploded. I have told you so much. I healed you. This is how you repay me? With extortion? With perversion? Sol opened one eye. I have already been generous, Icilia. I settled on one session. If I were truly cruel, I could have demanded you serve me for years. Or centuries. He sat up, his expression hardening. And honestly, is it that big of a deal? You said it yourself. You live for eternity. What are a few minutes or a few hours of physical friction in exchange for your freedom? It's a transaction. Equivalent exchange, right? Your body for your liberty. Icilia gaped at him. She was exasperated. She was furious. She was confused. Logically, he was right. To an eternal being, a physical act with a mortal should be meaningless. A blink of an eye, a speck of dust. But, becoming intimate with a mortal? It was something simply unheard of since the beginning of time. Let alone forming any close bond. It's already a miracle for a mortal to get a glimpse of a god without going blind or insane. Gods had a natural attraction. Every law of creation was inscribed within their essence, within their presence. The principles of existence were woven together in such harmony that mortals instinctively bowed in awe. It was a grandeur so vast, a beauty so absolute, that the human mind could only glimpse its edges without ever truly grasping it. Mortals worshipped them. They built temples. They sacrificed. They did not ask to bed them. Daring to have filthy thoughts towards a god was a blasphemy of a blasphemy. It was like a worm looking at the sun and thinking, I want to eat that. But this tiny human, this anomaly, instead of prostrating in front of her, was looking at her legs. He was negotiating with her virtue. This is ridiculous, Icilia hissed, pacing the dais. You are ridiculous. I will vaporize you. Can't, Sol reminded her. I should curse your bloodline. Don't have one yet. Working on it. Of course, if you want, we can create our own bloodline. He kindly suggested. You filthy thing. Icilia stopped pacing. She looked at the exit, the swirling darkness that Sol controlled. She looked at the eternal emptiness of her prison. She had been here for thousands of years. Alone. Silent. Then she looked at Sol. He was handsome in a rugged, mortal way. His soul was strange, resilient. He had survived the touch of the artifact. She bit her lip and finally spoke. Just one time, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Sol's heart drummed violently against his ribs. He couldn't believe it was working. He was just taking his chance. But he really didn't expect it to work. Honestly, he had expected her to resist until her death, and he would take some other power benefit and let her. But she had actually agreed. One time, he confirmed, you hold up your end of the bargain, and I open the door. You walk out free. Icilia closed her eyes. She took a deep breath. She weighed the humiliation against the freedom. She weighed the blasphemy against the silence of the void. Equivalent exchange. She opened her eyes. They were cold, burning with a mix of shame and resolve. Fine, she spat the word out. One time, but if you tell anyone, if you ever speak of this to a living soul, I will find a way to unmake you, restrictions or not. Sol grinned. It was the grin of a man who had just pulled off the heist of the millennium. No, it was more like a heist of an eternity. My lips are sealed, he hurriedly promised, trying to maintain his calm, then standing up and walking toward her. Unless I'm using them on you. Icilia shuddered, whether from disgust or other emotions. Even she didn't know. She stood her ground as he approached, the mighty primordial goddess waiting for the mortal to claim his price. Chapter 165. Taste of a Goddess. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. Taste of a Goddess. The silence in the void temple was a heavy, velvet vacuum that swallowed sound and rough breaths alike. But between the two figures standing on the obsidian dais, the air was literally screaming. Sol stood before the throne, his heart hammering a frantic, violent rhythm against his ribs. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. A mortal drumbeat in a timeless room. He looked down at Icilia. She stood on the edge of the stone step, her small, perfect feet gripping the black rock as if trying to root herself against a coming storm. Her chin tilted up in a gesture of supreme defiance. Her solar eyes, swirling with hot pink and burning orange, glared at him with the intensity of a laser. Even then, she couldn't help trembling. Obviously not from the non-existent cold of the void, but from a cocktail of indignation, shame, and a terrified, buried tiny bit of anticipation that she couldn't quite squash. As even though she was a primordial goddess, this was going to be unlike anything she had ever known. She was a primordial goddess, a being who had woven nebulae from dust and bartered with the fates of galaxies. And now she was standing before a mud-born human, about to be taken as a common spoil of war. Her chest heaved beneath the shimmering fabric of the celestial peplos, the material fluttering with the rapid tempo of her breathing. Her solar eyes were wide, fixed on him with a mixture of defiance and entrapment. She spat, her voice dripping with venom, trying to summon the thunder that usually accompanied her commands, but finding only a breathless whisper. Are you going to stand there gawking like a brain-damaged ape? Or are you going to collect your price? She crossed her arms over her chest, the celestial peplos shimmering defensively. Get it over with, bug. I have eons of sleep to catch up on. Sol smirked. Her resistance was expected. In fact, it was the best part. Sol didn't answer immediately. He took a slow step forward, entering her personal space. The air around her wasn't just air. It was a field of static charge. It kind of smelled of a weird, mature, but fresh scent, mixed with an extremely passionate bodily scent. It was the scent of power contained in a vessel too small to hold it. Don't be in such a hurry, Goddess, Sol whispered, his voice rough. I'm savoring the view. You're the one who taught me about value. You don't rush a high-value transaction. He reached out. Isilia flinched. It was a microscopic movement, a reflexive recoil, but Sol saw it. He didn't stop. He didn't grab her. He didn't rush. He raised his hand slowly, giving her every chance to retreat, to blast him, to run. She didn't move. He placed his hand on her cheek, his thumb brushing her jawline. Her skin was incredibly soft, softer than the finest silk, softer than water flowing over stone. But it was also hot. A dry, radiant heat emanated from her pores, warming his hand instantly. It felt like touching a living sunbeam that had been solidified into flesh. Don't touch me, she hissed, jerking her head away from his hand. He didn't answer. Instead, he spoke. You're burning, his fingers tracing the delicate bone structure of her chin, tilting her face up. I'm a goddess, Isilia snapped, though her eyelids fluttered shut at the contact, betraying her. I always burn. Do not think your touch is special. Sol smiled, a dark, possessive curve of his lips that he knew she could feel even with her eyes closed. Then, let us see how hot you can get. He moved his hand from her jaw to the nape of her neck. His fingers tangled in the thick, pearl-white mane of her hair. It felt weightless, like holding a cloud, and tiny sparks of white light danced against his skin, stinging pleasantly. He applied a gentle pressure, her body going rigid as he stepped closer, his chest brushing against hers. Even though her face was a picture of utter disgust, she didn't resist. She simply swayed forward. So leaned down. Even though he wanted to capture those juicy red lips and devour them instantly, he remembered his mantra to enjoy slowly. Past experiences helped him somehow control his eager body. So, he didn't kiss her lips yet. He slowly buried his face in the crook of her neck, right where the pulse beat a frantic, heavy rhythm against her skin. He inhaled deeply. The scent was overpowering. It wasn't just perfume. It was an atmosphere. It smelled of ancient dust, of blooming night flowers, of things that had no name in the mortal tongue. It was intoxicating, a drug designed to make lesser beings fall to their knees. Sodgrund, the sound vibrating against her throat. Isilia made a noise in her throat, a sound of sheer revulsion. Get off. You're breathing on me. You are polluting my personal atmosphere. Sol ignorit had complaints. He opened his mouth and licked a long, wet stripe up the sensitive column of her neck. Isilia gasped, her hands coming up to push against his chest. Her palms were small but hot. She shoved him, but without her divine power, it was like a kitten pushing a boulder. Stop that, she cried, her voice cracking. What are you? Tasting a goddess. Sol murmured against her skin. He tasted salt. Even a goddess sweated when she was nervous. But it was sweet salt, like ocean water mixed with nectar. He nipped at her throat, finding the pulse point. He sucked gently, feeling the blood, or ichor, or whatever liquid light ran through her veins, rushing to the surface. You feel that? So we spelled. His lips brushing her earlobe. That pounding? You aren't stone, Isilia. You're flesh. You're trembling. I am. Tolerating you, she lied, her voice breathless and high. This is merely a transaction. Hurry up and be done. Well, then I'm merely inspecting my goods, so don't mind me being slow, Sol chuckled. He moved his hands down her arms, tracing the smooth, golden skin from her shoulders to her wrists. He felt every goosebump rise under his touch. He gripped her wrists and guided her hand around his waist. Hold on, he commanded. He pulled back to look at her face. She was flushed, a deep, cosmic purple dusting her golden cheeks. Her eyes were open now, the solar flares spinning wildly, the pink and orange swirling into a chaotic nebula of anger and confusion. She looked like she wanted to vaporize him on the spot. Kisme, sol que mandith. Isilia stared at him, her lip curling. I would rather lick the underside of a Titan S boot. It's part of the deal, Sol reminded her, his voice hardening. Satisfy me, or stay here forever. Isilia grit her teeth so hard Sol heard them click. She glared at him with hate pure enough to burn holes in steel. Then, with the air of a queen stepping onto the scaffold, she tilted her head back and closed her eyes tight, scrunching her face up as if taking bad medicine. Fine, she seethed. Do it. Sol leaned in. He didn't T-force it immediately. He let his lips hover over hers, feeling the radiant heat of her breath. Then, he pressed his mouth to hers. As their lips met, a shockwave of energy blasted through Sol's system. He tasted light. He tasted fire. Her mouth was incredibly hot, her lips soft and yielding. He wanted to go further and devour her, but her lips were clamped shut, tight and unyielding. She stood stiff as a board in his arms, refusing to participate, refusing to soften. It was like kissing a statue made of hot marble. Sol didn't mind. He grabbed her waist, pulling her hard against him, and used his tongue to trace the seam of her lips. Open, he ordered against her mouth. MMPH. She protested, shaking her head. Sol's hand reached her perfectly round and perk hips. He savored them for a moment before pinched them. Hard. Her mouth opened in a gasp of indignation. Sol took the opening. He invaded her mouth, his tongue sweeping inside, tasting the strange, electric flavor of her. Her tongue met his with a clumsy, inexperienced edge. For all her age, for all her power, she kissed like a virgin, overwhelmed, repulsive, and utterly lost in the sensation. She tasted like nectar and sweet wine, which honestly was absolutely addicting, and he just wanted to just keep sucking and devour all of her saliva. It was tea like kissing Nia or Evra. It wasn't tea raw, earthy, or messy. Isilia gasped, opening her mouth to scream a command or perhaps to bite him. But Sol was faster. He seized the opportunity, driving his tongue past her parted lips and invading the warm, wet cavern of her mouth. Her tongue met his, not in welcome, but in battle. She tried to push him out, her tongue wrestling with his, a muscle of divine perfection fighting against his raw, predatory hunger. But Sol was relentless. He met her resistance with overwhelming force, hooking his tongue around hers, capturing it, and sucking hard. Isilia let out a muffled, shocked noise against his mouth as he began to sweep her oral cavity. He explored her with a starving intensity. He ran the tip of his tongue along the ridges of her roof. He studied the line of her perfect teeth and pressed close. He tasted like liquid sunlight and nectar, sweet, burning, and addictive. I will adjust release schedule according to the value of gifts. Our ranking took a big dip in the past few days and went below 100, so gotta earn that loss. BTW, how long do you want this scene? Do tell me in comments or Discord server. Chapter 166. The Taste of a Goddess. 2. Chapter 166. Chapter 166. The Taste of a Goddess. 2. MMPH. She pounded on his chest, but the sensation of his tongue swirling against hers was short-circuiting her divine wrath. Sol didn't stop. He tilted his head, deepening the angle, sealing their mouths together so tightly that no air could escape. He kissed her deeply, his mouth moving against hers with urgent hunger, and pressed closer, letting the kiss say everything he couldn't. The sound of their wet, clashing tongues filled the silence, slick, lewd noises of saliva being exchanged, of lips smacking together. He pulled back just a fraction of an inch, a string of silver saliva connecting their lips, glistening in the light of her glowing eyes. You really taste, Sol rasped, his eyes dark with obsession, staring at her wet, swollen lips like fire. Before she could form a retort, before she could summon her power to push him away, he dove back in. He sucked on her lower lip, biting it gently, then plunged his tongue back in her mouth, intent on drowning her in his taste until she forgot she was a goddess and remembered she was a woman. Isilia made a muffled sound of pure fury against his mouth, her hands clawing at his shoulders, her nails digging into the muscle. She tried to summon her light, to burn him where he stood, but the sheer, overwhelming biological shock of his tongue swirling against her scattered her concentration like dust in a gale. She tried to bite him. Her sharp teeth clamped down on his invading lower lip, hard enough to break the skin. The taste of copper bloomed in their mouths, mixing with the sweet, nectar-like taste of her saliva. But instead of recoiling, Soul groaned in her mouth, a low, guttural vibration that shook her very core. The pain didn't deter him. It fueled him. It was a catalyst. Yes, he growled against her lips, smearing the drop of blood across her cheek as he twisted his head to deepen the angle. Fight me. Bite me. He used one hand to grip her jaw, his fingers digging in her cheeks to force her mouth open wider. He didn't just want access. He wanted total surrender. He surged forward again. He leaned in close, his breath warm against her skin, and she felt a flutter of anticipation. He pressed his lips gently against hers, stealing a moment that made her heart race. The air between them crackled with quiet intensity. The moment was charged and electric in the small space between them. It was the sound of raw need overcoming restraint. Isilia's knees buckled. The sensation of his mouth against hers sent a jolt straight down her spine, bypassing her rational mind and striking her at her core. Her struggles weakened, her hands slipping from pushing him away to gripping his tunic for support. Soul sensed the shift. He capitalized on it instantly. He withdrew his tongue, leaving her gasping for air, her mouth wet and red, her chest heaving. A thick string of mixed saliva and a drop of blood connected their lips. Isilia stared at him, her solar eyes wide, pupils dilated, her expression a mix of horror and arousal. You beast. Well, I won't deny that. Seeing you like this, I doubt any man can stay sane. So we spelled. He didn't give her time to recover. He leaned in and licked the bridge of saliva connecting them, catching it on his tongue before smashing his lips back onto hers. This time, he flooded her. He gathered the saliva in his mouth and pushed it into hers, a warm, slick invasion that forced her to swallow. He swept the inside of her cheeks, licked her gums, and tangled his tongue with hers in a messy, wet dance. He was devouring her, eating her gasps, drinking her protests. He pulled back just enough to look at her, their faces inches apart, sharing the same hot, humid breath. Her lips were swollen, slick with his spit, bruised from his teeth. Look at you, Soul murmured, his thumb brushing her wet lower lip, dragging it down to expose her teeth. Look what I've done to you. Isilia trembled, her golden eyes burning with a confusing mix of hatred and a dark, rising heat. She wanted to incinerate him. She wanted him to never stop. I will kill you for this, she breathed, but she leaned forward. Soul smirked, dark and predatory. Then I gotta make this chance count. He leaned in and captured her lips. After a long, sensual minute laden with struggle, he felt a change. Obviously, not a surrender. There was no way she was going to surrender so soon, but a reaction. A small, involuntary shiver ran through her frame. Her breath caught. Her body, betraying her divine mind, reacted to the stimulation. She moaned involuntarily into his mouth, her arms tightened around his waist, and her nails digging into his back. She was trying to push him away, but he, instead of backing down, pushed further into her impossibly soft body. She shuddered. The sheer novelty of physical intimacy, of heat, of friction, of being held by something other than gravity, was overloading her senses. Soul broke the kiss, gasping for air. A string of saliva connected them, glowing faintly with golden light before it broke. He looked at her. Her lips were swollen, bitten red. Her face was flushed a deep, cosmic purple. And almost immediately, her clouded eyes regained clarity and a horrified look appeared on her divine face. She frantically wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Violator! She wheezed, her eyes watering. You stole my breath. How dare you put your filthy tongue in my mouth? You're blushing, Sol pointed out, grinning. I'm overheating from rage. She yelled, though the flush on her chest said otherwise. Ja, Sol grinned. He moved his hands down her back, tracing the curve of her spine through the thin fabric. He held her close, savoring the warmth between them. You! She shrieked, thrashing around. What are you doing? I'm just checking the merchandise, Sol whispered. You said you were the arbiter of value. I say this is high value. He lifted her. For him, she weighed almost nothing. She was lighter than a feather. So, he lifted her easily. Put me down. Isilia kicked her legs, her feet thumping harmlessly against his thighs. Put me down this instant, you barbarian. Sol ignored her. He walked to the throne and placed her on the edge of the obsidian throne. The stone was cool, a stark contrast to the heat of her skin. He stepped between her legs, forcing her knees apart with his thighs. Isilia tried to clamp her legs shut, but Sol was stronger. He pushed her knees wide, exposing the expanse of the celestial peplos stretched across her lap, gathering at the top of her thighs, revealing the smooth, golden skin of her legs. He admired the soft, elastic touch of her firm thighs, and seeing her wince, he couldn't help murmuring, "Look at you," looking down at her spread legs. The great goddess, cornered and so helpless. I'm not helpless. Isilia spat, grabbing the hem of her dress and trying to pull it down to cover her knees. I am merely inconvenienced by lack of my divine powers. Otherwise, I would have already blasted you, bug, ow, a dash. He pounced forward and caught her soft mouth again. Isilia stiffened, her solar eyes blazing with outrage. She shoved against his chest, her voice muffled by the sudden closeness. He honestly couldn't help himself. It wasn't just her divine beauty. He simply loved her angry look. It was the way she looked at him when furious. That angry glare, that divine indignation, that screamed she was above him, above everything. That look didn't make him want to bow. It made him want to drag her down into the mud with him. It made him just want to devour her whole. He ignored her hands pushing against his ribs. He tightened his grip on her perfect thin waist, pulling her flush against his hard body, and crushed his mouth down onto hers. He kissed her harder than before, as if to suck her breath whole. Isilia made a muffled sound of outrage, but seeing it not working, she tried to bite his filthy lips, but Sol caught her lower lip between his teeth and chewed them hunger, enjoying the otherworldly softness. She froze, her hands bunching into fists against his chest. She hit him weakly, struggling against him. Sol pulled her closer, deepening the kiss as his mouth moved over hers with urgent pressure. He tilted her head back, adjusting the angle so he could explore further, holding her firmly despite her resistance and capturing her breath, her disgusted moans and anger. He honestly couldn't get enough of her and just wanted to melt her body with his own. He pulled her closer, crushing her soft body against his chest, even through the layers of the celestial peplos and his own tunic. He could feel the incredible softness of her breasts flattening against him as he drew her close. Chapter 167. Milking a Goddess. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Milking a Goddess. The contact sent a jolt through her. But it wasn't submission that flooded her veins. It was pure, unadulterated revulsion mixed with shock. Isilia froze, her eyes widening behind closed lids as the reality of his unwanted closeness pressed unmistakably against her. It was overwhelming, heated, and relentlessly demanding, a profane weapon seeking entrance to her sacred temple. But the freeze lasted only a second. Then, the mighty goddess returned. Remove that thing from my person immediately, Isilia hissed, her voice vibrating with supreme disgust. She didn't melt. She stiffened like a statue of diamond. She tried to scramble backward on the obsidian seat, her hands clawing at his chest, trying to pry his heavy body off hers. You rub against me like a lowly beast in heat. Have you no shame? No concept of the sacrilege you are committing? Sol leaned in instead of backing away, his smirk widening. The words brushed past him like a summer breeze, more entertaining than wounding. Sacrilege? He mused, leaning his weight forward so she was pinned between his chest and the hard stone of the throne. I call it worship. He held her gaze, slow and deliberate, his smirk deepening as he let the silence stretch between them. The heated press of his body against the soft dip of her belly, the tension between them palpable even through the layers of fabric. The closeness was molten hot. The heat of her skin scorched him, searing through his restraint. You dare call this filth worship? Icilia spat, her face twisted in a sneer of absolute contempt. She looked down at where their bodies met with the same expression one would use when stepping in sewage. You are smearing your base, mortal desires all over my divinity. It is repulsive. You are. Ugh. She cut herself off with a gasp as he buried his face in the crook of her neck. He inhaled deeply, smelling the scent of a goddess, before opening his mouth and biting down on the sensitive cord of muscle where her neck met her shoulder. Icilia stiffened, her whole body going rigid. She didn't T-moan. She made a sound of sheer, incredulous outrage. Beast, she screamed, yanking on his hair, trying to pull his head back. You act as if you're eating a beast. You mark me? You dare mark the surface of the divine with your saliva? It is unclean. You are unclean. I'm marking what's mine. Sol mumbled against her skin, sucking hard on the spot, determined to leave a bruise on her perfect, glowing skin, a mark of her inevitable corruption. I am not yours. Icilia panted, her chest heaving against his hands. I belong to the cosmos. I belong to the eternal order. I do not belong to a sweat-drenched savage who thinks with his. Sol silenced her by pressing forward again, harder this time, and tightened his hold on her. He pulled her in. Of course, he didn't do it gently, nor did it have any reverence. He kneaded the divine flesh deeply, his rough, calloused fingers digging into the incredible, impossible softness that she had tried to keep hidden beneath her celestial robes. It was a tactile shock that nearly broke his mind. They weren't just soft, they were fluid, like holding handfuls of warm light and heavy cream. They possessed a supernatural weight to them, substantial, dense, and yielding all at once. As he squeezed, the flesh spilled over his fingers, molding perfectly to his grip as if her body had been created solely for his hands. Get your hands off! Icilia shrieked, batting at his forearms, her nails scratching uselessly against his skin. Her solar eyes blazed with the fury of a dying star. Do not mold me like common clay. I am Icilia. I am a son. I'm not some random wench for you to grope. You feel better than a wench, Sol growled, his voice thick with obsession. He ignored her blows, gripping the fabric of her peplos roughly under his thumbs. Honestly, you feel unreal. A goddess is really different from a mortal. He pressed harder this time, testing how far he could push her. He dragged his thumbs inward, pressing them deep into the giving flesh until he felt the hard, frantic thumping of her heart beneath the muscle. Stop it. It is deforming. Icilia raged, her chest heaving violently against his palms. I am a goddess. My form is absolute. You are polluting my body with your clumsy, mortal grasping. Your body is soft, soul-mocked, stepping closer with a dark grin. And it seemed to like my attention. It does not, she yelled, her face flushing a deep, furious gold. It is recoiling. My very essence is screaming in horror at your touch. Is it? Sol smirkte darkly. He shifted his grip, his fingers bunching the thin fabric. He located the centers of her composure, the hidden tension that was betraying her calm. He pressed his thumbs down firmly. Icilia's protest died in her throat, replaced by a strangled, high-pitched whimper that sounded humiliatingly human. It's not a good habit to lie so much, Sol whispered, pressing his thumbs gently over the spots. A strange tension sparked through him, threatening to overwhelm him whole. If you hate it, why are you looking at me? Why are they reacting like that, dear goddess? It is a reflex. Icilia stammered, her arrogance faltering for a split second as pleasure stabbed through her chest. She tried to arch her back to escape his hands, but that only thrust her breasts deeper into his grip. My body is hardening to resist your assault. It is armoring itself against your filth. But to me, it feels like they're aching for attention, Soul corrected cruelly. He squeezed with a punishing rhythm now, kneading like dough, claiming the weight of her, forcing her to feel the reality of his possession. Every squeeze sent a fresh wave of sensation crashing into her resolve. "You are delusional," she cried, tears of frustration and overstimulation pricking her eyes. She looked at him with profound hatred, but her hands had stopped hitting him. They were now gripping his biceps, her fingers curling into the muscle as if to anchor herself against the storm of sensation. "I am a goddess. I do not beg. I demand you cease this, ah." She broke off again as Soul pinched both nipples simultaneously through the cloth, twisting them slightly. "You demand nothing," Soul said, leaning in until his nose brushed hers, his eyes burning with a terrifying mix of lust and dominance. "Right now, you're just soft flesh in my hands, and I'm going to see just how much of this armor I can melt." "Melt my armor?" Isilia scoffed, though her voice was an octave higher than usual, trembling as his hands continued their firm pressure against her. "You could not melt a snowflake. Let alone, is that so?" He didn't let her finish leaning back slightly, admiring the view. The celestial peplos, a fabric woven from starlight and divinity, was stretched taut across her chest due to his rough handling. It acted like a second skin, outlining the heavy, perfect curve of her breasts in high definition. And right at the center of each globe, a distinct, diamond-hard nub pressed against the silk, straining the delicate weave. "It looks better this way," Soul murmured, tracing the outline of her areola with his index finger. "Like a gift waiting to be unwrapped. But I think I like the wrapping paper too much." Saying this, he leaned forward and pressed his face against her stomach, blowing warm air through the fabric. Then he smiled against the material and slowly moved up, resting his chin near her shoulder as the dress shifted around him. Isilia let out a strangled noise, a whine that she tried to turn into a growl. She yanked her wrists against his grip. "Get off," she cried, her voice wavering. "You are slobbering on celestial silk. Do you know how hard this is to weave?" Soul ignored her. He pressed his mouth against the wet cloth at her chest, and she gasped. He pulled back slightly, and she cried out, her head falling back against the stone. That stings. You dare bite a goddess." "I'm going to do worse," Soul promised, stepping back. Then he moved closer again. Honestly, the sensation was really divine. Even though there was a piece of clothing between them, the silk added a layer of friction, a texture that brushed against her skin with every movement. He pressed his mouth against the fabric, holding it close in a tender, intimate gesture. Isilia's head slammed back against the obsidian. She struggled against her restraints, demanding that he stop, but he ignored her and continued. Isilia shifted restlessly against him, her breath quickening. He mumbled without pulling away, "You talk too much," and bit down gently through the cloth. The fabric cushioned his teeth, allowing him to bite harder than he would on bare skin. He tugged, pulling the nipple away from her body, stretching the breast tissue. Isilia let out a sharp cry, her toes curling. The pain was sharp, biting, and immediate. It cut straight through her defenses and hit her like a sledgehammer. "I am not being overwhelmed," she sobbed, her composure cracking under the intense sensation. "I am enduring an assault." Soul released her, and the fabric clung to her skin, her dress visibly dampened at the front, clinging to her skin, outlining every curve. She looked ravaged. Her face was a mask of conflict, furious eyes, flushed cheeks, parted lips. Soul stood up. He released her wrists. Isilia immediately crossed her arms over her chest, covering herself, glaring at him with watery eyes. "Are we done?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Have you defiled me enough?" "Not even close," Soul said. "Lift your arms," Soul commanded, his voice a low rumble. Chapter 168. Armpits of a Goddess. Chapter 168. Chapter 168. Armpits of a Goddess. Soul pulled back from her wet, silk-covered breast. A faint, rhythmic sound echoed through the stillness of the throne room. He lingered for a moment, watching the way the damp, translucent fabric clung to her shoulders, rising and falling with her rapid, shallow breaths. Icilia was breathing hard, her head thrown back against the obsidian throne. Her face flushed a deep, molten gold. Her hair, usually a halo of perfect solar rays, was fanned out in a chaotic disarray. She looked ravaged. She looked messy. She looked incredibly, tangibly real. "You are," Icilia wheezed, trying to find her breath, her chest heaving against his chest, a glutton, an unthinking glutton. "You have stained my clothes. You have bruised the flesh. Isn't enough? Aren't you satisfied yet?" "Satisfied?" Soul rasped, his voice rough with a hunger that seemed to have no bottom. "I'm just getting started." He shifted his grip. Instead of reaching for her breasts again, he slid his large, calloused hands up her arms, tracing the smooth, glowing muscles of her biceps until he reached her wrists. He wrapped his fingers around the delicate, glowing bones. "Lift your arms," Soul commanded, his voice a low rumble that vibrated against the cold stone of the throne. Icilia glared at him, her chest heaving beneath the damp silk. She wanted to refuse. She wanted to summon a star and incinerate him where he stood. But the laws of the void were absolute, and Soul held the key. She was trapped, powerless, and pinned by a mortal who looked at her not with reverence, but with a terrifying, consuming hunger that she was finding harder and harder to resist. "Why?" she hissed, her hands clenching into fists against his chest. "Because you're hiding," Soul said, "and I want to see everything." Icilia blinked, her solar eyes narrowing in confusion and defiance. "I will not. I'm not a marionette for you to pose. I am the... Then I'll do it for you." With effortless strength, Soul forced her arms up over her head. He pressed her wrists flat against the high back of the obsidian throne, pinning them there with one large hand. The movement stretched her entire torso, lifting her breasts higher, tightening her core, and exposing the pale, vulnerable hollows of her underarms to the cool air of the sanctum. Icilia squirmed, trying to bring her elbows down, but she was locked in place. "Release me. This posture is undignified. I look like a prisoner of war." "You're a prisoner," Soul reminded her, leaning in close until his nose brushed the sensitive skin of her shoulder. "My prisoner." He buried his face in her left armpit. Icilia gasped, her body going rigid. "So, what? No. That is a crevice. It is not for." She resisted for a moment, her muscles locking, but as he leaned in, his heavy body pressing against hers, her strength evaporated. She let him pin her. He moved his face close to the hollow of her underarm, a vulnerable, intimate spot usually hidden by the folds of her celestial robes. He inhaled deeply. He expected the sharp tang of sweat. He expected the ozone smell of her power or the cold scent of starlight. Instead, he was hit by a scent that was heavy, sweet, primal, and overwhelmingly thick, laced with raw pheromones that triggered a primitive, violent need in his hindbrain. It wasn't tea sweat. It was nectar. It smelled of wild, sun-warmed honey, rich as liquid amber and heady as a blooming night garden. It was the scent of a goddess's biology reacting to the presence of a mate. "You smell," Soul murmured, his breath ghosting over the sensitive skin, making her shiver violently. "Intoxicating." He opened his eyes, looking at the smooth, concave hollow. She turned her head away, squeezing her eyes shut, her voice tight with discomfort. "Do not behave like a beast," she said quietly. "It is undignified. How do you expect me to hold my tongue?" He replied, "I don't know," she whispered. "Juste donc." He didn't just smell it. He leaned in closer, wanting to appreciate it fully. He nuzzled against the length of her inner arm, resting in the soft hollow of her armpit. "Ah!" Icilia shrieked, a high, startled sound that echoed in the temple. Her body jerked, her hips bucking off the throne in pure shock. The sensation was something she had never experienced in her eons of experience. It tickled, it burned, and it sent a direct line of nerve stimulation straight to the sides of her breasts. That is bold, she cried, her face burning. Why would you oh? He ignored her protest. He pressed his face into the hollow of her throat and kissed the sensitive skin, his breath warm against her pulse. It was a place she hadn't expected him to reach. Overloaded with nerve endings that had never been touched before. The sensation was confusing, too intense, too animalistic. It sent a jolt of heat racing down her side, settling deep in her body. He pressed his lips to her skin, tasting the warmth there. "Stop it," she whimpered, her head lolling to the side. Her resistance melting into a puddle of confusion. Her fingers curled, scratching weakly at the stone of the throne. "You are dirtying me. You never been touched here?" Soul murmured against her skin, feeling the frantic pulse beating beneath the surface. "Have you? Eons of existence. And no one has ever touched you. Because it is forbidden." Icilia gritted, tears of frustration leaking from her eyes. No one dares to have any thoughts like this regarding a goddess. "Well, I guess it's going to be my honor to be first," he murmured, not pulling away. He shifted his approach. He stopped and pressed soft kisses into the hollow, his touch gentle at first and then more insistent. Icilia gasped, her back arching. The sharp pinch amid the warmth made her catch her breath. A sharp sound tore itself from her throat, unbidden and raw. Soul moved to the other side. He held her in place with one hand, using his free hand to press along her side, his thumb digging into her ribs while his mouth worked near her shoulder. He was thorough, treating it with careful attention. He explored the shape of the muscle, the texture of the skin. He nuzzled her, rubbing his cheek against the dampness, coating himself in her scent. He wanted to smell like her. He wanted to mark her. "You're mine to enjoy," he whispered into the hollow. "Every part of you, even the parts you hide." Icilia's resistance was crumbling into incoherent whimpers. She hung from his grip, her body limp, her mind unable to process the intensity of the moment. The closeness, the warmth, the raw vulnerability of the encounter left her overwhelmed. It was breaking her composure. "I am a primordial," she babbled, her voice trembling. "I am the weaver. You cannot, oh, void. You are a woman," Soul corrected, licking a drop of moisture that ran down her side. "A woman for me to enjoy today, nothing more, nothing less." Soul pulled back to look at her face. She looked wrecked. She was a mess. Her face was flushed, her chest heaving, her lips parted, swollen and bitten red. Her neck was marked with a bruise. Her arms were pinned above her head in surrender. She looked less like a primordial goddess and more like a woman thoroughly conquered. Soul's gaze dropped to the ruined, wet peplos clinging to her body. The fabric, once a majestic garment, was now a translucent wet with his saliva, wrinkled, clinging to her damp skin like a shroud that obscured the view he desperately wanted. "This," Soul muttered, tugging at the damp silk with his free hand. "This is in the way. It's time to unwrap the gift." His eyes darkened as they swept over her form. Icilia's eyes widened, realizing his intent. Panic blazed in the solar swirls of her irises. "Soul, no," she warned, her voice trembling. "You cannot. This raiment is a manifestation of my station. It is woven from the concept of modest." Soul didn't listen. He let go of her wrists, allowing her arms to fall, and grabbed the neckline of the dress with both hands. Ryop, the celestial silk, tough enough to withstand the vacuum of space, surrendered instantly to Soul's brute force. He tore the bodice down the middle, the fabric shrieking as it gave way. Chapter 169. Tearing Clothes Away. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. Tearing Clothes Away. Bonus chapter thanks to Timothy Kent 5336 Froish Frosefi. He ripped it past her waist, past her hips, shredding the skirt all the way to the floor. The fabric dissolved into motes of light as it left her skin, vanishing into the void. Silence descended on the whole dimension. Icilius sat there, stark naked on the black obsidian throne. Sol took a step back, the breath leaving his lungs in a rush. His hands fell to his sides as he simply stared. He had expected beauty. He had expected perfection. But he wasn't prepared for the sheer impact of seeing a primordial goddess unveiled. She was glorious. She was magnificent. She was absolutely divine. Her proportions were truly a masterpiece of divine geometry. Without the fabric to diffuse her light, her skin glowed with a soft, internal golden light that illuminated the dark temple, casting long shadows behind the pillars. She was perfection made manifest. There were no tan lines, no blemishes, no scars, no imperfections. She was the template from which all desire was drafted. Her breasts were proud and heavy, tipped with the crushed, rose-colored nipples he had just ravaged. Her stomach was a soft, undulating plain of muscle that dipped into a navel deep enough to drink from. Her waist was impossibly snatched, flaring out into hips that were wide, soft, and built for bearing universes. Her legs were long, smooth columns of light, bent at the knee, trembling slightly. Her form was a flawless construct, a vision of absolute perfection any onlooker could ever hope for. A V-shape of pale skin that hid a narrow fold of soft tissue. A sight to die for. And she sat there, frozen, her arms still raised slightly where he had pinned them, her face burning with a mixture of mortification and rage. She realized she was exposed. With a gasp, she scrambled to cover herself. Her hands flew to her chest and her lap, curling into a ball of shame, her knees pressing together. "Don't look at me," she shrieked, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes. "Turn around. You vandal. You are not worthy." "No," Sol whispered, ignoring her commands, his voice shaking with genuine, terrifying awe and lust. "You are magnificent." He stepped closer, his gaze tracing every line of her body, drinking in the sight of her golden skin against the black stone. "There is no blemish," he noted, his voice sounding dazed. "No mole. No hair. You look like a statue carved from light, but you're so soft." "I am efficient." Isilia sobbed into her hands, her ears burning gold. "It is divine efficiency. Flaws are for mortals. Now stop looking at me. To see me like this, unadorned, it is a violation of the natural order." "Then let us break the order," Sol said, his voice rough. He reached for the hem of his tunic. Isilia froze. She peeked through her fingers, watching him with wide, horrified eyes. "What?" Sol reached for the hem of his tunic. "It's only fair. You showed me yours. I did not show you," Isilia argued hysterically. "You ripped it off. That is not showing. That is looting. It's all the same." He smirked and pulled the knot. His upper peplos fell to the floor in a heap. He stood before her, completely bare, revealing his broad, newly scarred chest and the rippling muscles of his abdomen. His skin was tanned, marked by the sun and the jungle, a map of violence and survival that contrasted sharply with her pristine glow. Isilia stared. She had seen mortals before, from a distance, from the heavens. But she had never been this close to one. She had never been eye level with the reality of biological life in such a raw state. She looked at his chest, scarred and defined by hard labor. She looked at his arms, corded with new muscle. He looked hard, like a weapon forged from clay and iron. Then, Sol untied his lower peplos. It dropped to the floor with a soft swish. Isilia's solar eyes widened until they were perfect circles. Her breath hitched in her throat. Her hands fell away from her face completely, though she kept them pressed over her chest. She stared at him in stunned silence. She couldn't help it. She was an ancient being, full of knowledge, but her understanding of biology was entirely theoretical. It was her first time seeing something like this. It was fully engorged, thick with blood, veined and angry. It jutted out from a thicket of dark hair, bobbing slightly as he moved. The head was a deep purple, glistening with a single drop of clear fluid. "That," Isilia whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of academic horror and morbid biological fascination. She pointed a shaking finger at it. "That is monstrous." She lowered her hands, forgetting to cover herself in her bewilderment. Sol stopped, looking down at himself, then at her. Monstrous? It is so threatening, Isilia stammered, her eyes fixed on the strange protrusion, her mind trying to rationalize the danger. And so, vascular. That is a monstrous biological inefficiency. Why is it so swollen? It looks inflamed. It is gorged with blood to a dangerous degree. Is it dying? Is it going to explode? It feels like it might, Sol growled, stepping toward her. But it's not dying, Isilia. It's hungry. It's eager. And it's for you. Isilia flinched, trying to scoot back, but the throne held her in place. He stepped between her clamped knees. He reached down, grabbed her waist, and effortlessly hauled her to her feet. Stand, he ordered. Isilia, too shocked by the sight of his nakedness to resist, let him pull her up. She stood on the raised dais of the throne, which put her eyes level with his. Sol stepped in close. No, wait. Isilia tried to put her hands up, but it was too late. Sol ignored it, had protests. He moved in, closing the final distance. He wrapped his massive arms around her naked back. He pulled her flush against him. He didn't take things further yet. He just hugged her. He leaned forward and pressed his hard, muscular frame against her soft, yielding curves. The sensation was absolutely overwhelming. The shock of it made them both gasp. For Sol, it was like hugging a star. She was incredibly hot, her skin vibrating with energy that seeped into his pores. Her soft, cool, glowing breasts were crushed against his hard chest. Her smooth stomach pressed against his rigid abs. And lower, oh, lower was the worst. His hips pressed firmly against her, the heat of his body burning through the space between them like a rod of iron. For Isilia, it was utterly incomprehensible. She knew she should feel disgusted, protest, and try to break free, but strangely she didn't. His body was heavy, solid, and undeniably real. The friction of his rough skin against her smooth perfection sent sparks dancing across her nervous system. She felt small, fragile against the breadth of him, yet utterly safe. His warmth pressed around her like a cloak, sealing her from the cold edges of time. She felt fully enveloped, as though the universe itself had folded in to cradle her. It was a feeling she had not known in eons. An intimacy so ancient it stirred memories buried beneath centuries of solitude. Her breath caught, trembling with the shock of it. The rhythm of his heartbeat thundered against her ear, steady and unyielding, a reminder that she was not alone. "You're so hot," Sol murmured into her hair, his arms wrapping around her back, his hands sliding down to cup her bare buttocks, pulling her tighter against him. His presence was overwhelming, solid as the mountains, yet gentle as the tide. "You are so solid," Isilia whispered, her hands hovering over his back before slowly, hesitantly, settling on his skin. Her fingers dug in. Isilia, the primordial goddess, had not been held in eons, not because she was unloved, but because none dared. Now, against her will, she was being enveloped. She could not comprehend all of this. Her voice trembled, caught between awe and vulnerability. For the first time in countless ages, she was reminded of what it meant to be touched, not worshipped. Sol's breath came fast, almost ragged, as though he had stumbled upon a treasure too immense to comprehend. His arms clung to her with a hunger that was not gentle, but consuming, the way a drowning man clings to driftwood. He had never seen, never touched anything like her. His eyes burned with a feverish light, tracing the impossible lines of her form, the aura that shimmered around her like starlight barely contained. "You're mine, even if just for today you're mine," he whispered, half mad with awe, half drunk on desire. Every heartbeat against her was a victory. Every breath she took within his cage a proof that he had seized something forbidden. His obsession wrapped around him tighter than his arms around her. A mortal daring to bind the infinite, not out of reverence, but out of desperate, reckless need. Chapter 170. Devotion. Chapter 170. Chapter 170. Devotion. "You're mine," he whispered again, the words vibrating against her lips, heavy with defiance and desire. Before she could retort, He closed the distance even further by tightening his arms around her, but he didn't attack her mouth with the violence he had shown before. Instead, he framed her face with his large, calloused hands. His thumbs brushed over her cheekbones, high, sharp, and glowing with inner light, with a tenderness so fierce it was almost frightening. He kissed her forehead, then her eyelids, then the tip of her nose. His lips traced constellations across her skin, as though mapping a universe that only he could see. Isilia froze. She had braced herself for another assault, for pain, for humiliation. She had prepared her mind to endure the ravings of a beast. But this was confusing, something she had not expected. He kissed her cheeks, peppering them with soft, desperate presses of his lips. He kissed her jawline, tracing the bone, lingering at her chin. Each kiss was soft, almost reverent, as though he were afraid she might vanish if he did not hold her close enough. "You," she breathed, her voice trembling, unsure of what to do with her hands, which hovered uselessly over his shoulders. What are you doing?" "Worshipping," Soul murmured against her skin. He looked at her then, pulling back just an inch. His eyes were dark, dilated, and burning with a feverish light. It was just lust. It was something far more dangerous. It was devotion. It was a look of absolute, consuming obsession. It was the look a fanatic gives to their idol right before they sacrifice themselves or the world for it. It was frantic. It was pure. It was terrifyingly sincere. Isilia's solar eyes flickered, uncertain. She wanted to laugh, to spit, to remind him that she was a goddess and he was nothing but dust. Yet the sincerity in his voice made her falter. Her lips parted, but no words came. The void temple seemed to hum with their struggle, shadows stretching long across the floor as if the ancient stones themselves bore witness. It was not love, not yet. It was defiance, hunger, and a dangerous thrill of a mortal daring to eclipse the sun. Isilia, the arbiter of value, who had judged civilizations and weighed the souls of stars, felt a strange, cold crack form in the diamond of her heart, a fissure in the perfect geometry of her being, something she had never known could exist. She had endured the screams of dying empires, the collapse of suns, the silence of gods forgotten, and none of it had touched her. Yet here, in the stillness of the void temple, a mortal's defiance had struck deeper than cosmic ruin. The crack whispered of weakness, of vulnerability, of something she had sworn she did not possess. It spread like frost across her chest, delicate and merciless, threatening to shatter the flawless jewel she had always believed herself to be. For gods, high and above in their celestial palaces, existence was transactional. Offerings were made for blessings. Prayers were exchanged for miracles. Love was a concept they wove into the universe for mortals, but rarely experienced themselves in such a raw, unrefined state. She realized, with a jolt that shook her foundation, that she might be the first divinity in existence to be touched like this. Not with ceremonial reverence from afar, but with intimate, sweaty, desperate adoration up close. Her diamond-cold heart seemed to soften, if only slightly. The world was a strange place. You could conquer galaxies, weigh the souls of stars, and bend civilizations to your will. And still, none of it would be enough to stir the heart of your beloved. Yet sometimes, it was not the grand victories that left a mark, but the smallest, most trivial moments. A touch, a word, a fleeting act of devotion. Such things carried a weight that could fracture even the hardest soul, striking deeper than cosmic triumphs ever could. And at this moment, against all logic, she felt her heart flutter. A tiny, treacherous beat of humanity. Unaware of the metaphysical crisis he was causing, Soul continued his slow descent of appreciation. He wasn't rushing anymore. He was savoring every moment. He kissed her dazed lips deeply, tender and unhurried, sharing in her quiet sighs. He held her close, letting the warmth and closeness speak for itself. It was a promise of violence and pleasure, a hard ridge of reality pressing against her divine softness. Then, he slowly began his descent. He broke the kiss, leaving her gasping, her lips swollen and slick. He didn't stop. He trailed wet, open-mouthed kisses down the column of her throat, lingering on the pulse point just below her jaw. He didn't just touch it. He pressed his mouth against it, closing his eyes to feel the rhythm. It was the dull thud-thud of mortal blood. It was a high-frequency vibration, a hum like a distant star engine. He felt the life force thrumming beneath the golden skin. Infinite, ancient, and currently racing because of him. He moved her shoulders, kissing and feeling every single distinct muscle. He used his tongue to paint wet, hot stripes along the trapezius muscles, soothing the stiffness. He traced the delicate architecture of her collarbones with the tip of his tongue, humming with satisfaction as he felt the bone structure beneath the glowing flesh. He treated the hollows of her clavicles like reservoirs, dipping his tongue in to taste the salt and starlight that gathered there. He reached the inside of her elbow, a spot of supreme vulnerability. The skin there was so thin, so pale, he could almost see the liquid gold flowing in her veins. He buried his face in the crook of her arm, inhaling the scent of her skin, blowing hot air onto it until goosebumps rose like tiny stars. Then he took her hand, the hand of the weaver, hands that could spin reality, the hand that could crush mountains. Now they lay limp in his callous grip. Soul raised her left hand to his lips. He didn't just kiss the knuckles. He turned her hand over and kissed the center of her palm. He traced the lines of her fate, lines that spanned eons, with his tongue. He took her index finger into his mouth, sucking on it gently, swirling his tongue around the tips, worshipping the instrument of her creation. Isilia let out a soft, broken sound, watching him through half-lidded eyes. To have her divine hands, the very instruments that once weighed the worth of stars, lifted and kissed with such reverence was absolutely bewildering. Her will was being stripped not by chains, but by adoration. Each press of his lips against her fingers dismantled her defenses faster than any pain could. She was no longer resisting. She was slowly yielding, her eyes fluttering shut, feeling his utter devotion. The hatred she tried to summon was melting under the heat of his adoration. Soul, she breathed, her head falling back, unable to support its own weight. He released her hand and moved back to her chest. He showed enough love and devotion to each breast to make a mortal woman weep. This time, there was no silk to barricade him. There was no barrier between his hunger and her perfection, but this time, he didn't bite or squeeze. He cradled them. He rubbed his cheek against the softness, closing his eyes as if resting on a pillow of clouds. He kissed the divine slopes with reverence. He whispered tender words against her skin, thanking her for simply being in his life. "Oh," Isilia gasped, her fingers resting gently on his shoulders. The moment felt warm and intimate. He gently brushed his lips over the rose-pink nipple, teasing it lightly before drawing away. He cradled the breast in his hand, his rough palm sliding effortlessly over the pearlescent skin. He held it carefully, possessed by the texture. She was softer than clouds, heavier than gold, and sweeter than sin itself. He moved down, ignoring her weak protests. He kissed the underside of her breast, the curve of her ribs, the dip of her waist. He kissed the soft, flat plane of her stomach. He paused at her navel, a perfect. He noticed the deep indentation in her golden stomach. You are, Isilia said, looking down at the top of his head. You are a. She cut herself off as he dropped to his knees. He was now kneeling on the dais of the throne, his face level with her hips, but he didn't stop here. Instead, he moved to her legs. He kissed his way down the long, smooth columns of light. He kissed her knees, forcing them to relax and fall wider apart. He kissed her shins. Finally, he reached her feet. Chapter 171. Feasting on a Goddess. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. Feasting on a goddess, they were small, arched, and utterly flawless. They were the feet of a being who defied gravity, who floated above the muck of the world. They had never touched dirt. They were pristine. Even though he was an absolute degenerate, he didn't have a foot fetish. He had never paid much attention to feet in his life. But noticing the golden glow of her toes, the perfect curve of her heel, he found himself quietly impressed. He took her left foot in his hands, cradling it like a fragile bird. "So?" Isilia asked, her voice high and panicked. "What? Why there?" He didn't answer. He bowed his head and pressed a reverent kiss to the top of her foot. He held it gently in his hands, turning it with care as though it were something precious. A faint shiver ran through Isilia at the unexpected tenderness. She drew in a quiet breath, her toes curling slightly. He cradled her foot a moment longer before lowering it back to the ground, looking up at her from the floor. His eyes were dark pools of devotion. He took her foot gently in his hands, lowering his head in a gesture of reverence. Isilia watched him from above, her mouth slightly open, her chest rising and falling. To see this hateful man kneeling at her feet should have filled her with immense pride, but seeing him treating them like holy relics, it broke something inside her. It stripped away her arrogance and left her feeling exposed, not just physically, but spiritually. "Soul," she whispered, her voice barely audible, "you are mad. You are utterly mad. Mad for you." Soul mumbled against her skin. He kissed her ankles, pressing devoted worship into every inch he could reach. Then, slowly, agonizingly, he began to move back up, trailing his hand along her legs as he rose. His breath was hot against her skin as he leaned close. Isilia froze. "Soul, please." Her voice was weak, trembling with genuine fear she couldn't suppress. Her body tensed, instinct screaming at her to pull away. But Soul's broad shoulders were a wall she couldn't move. "Open," he commanded, pressing toward her. "No," Isilia shrieked, panic flaring in her chest. "Do not. That is the gateway. It is not for mortal eyes. It is too private." Soul ignored her. He forced his way forward, exposing her completely to the sanctum's air and his ravenous gaze. He stared. He had expected perfection, but this defied description. Because she was a goddess, a being of pure energy and concept made manifest, she lacked the base biological functions of a mortal. There was no waste here. There was no scent of excretion or decay. It was a construct of absolute purity. Her form was a seamless seal of divinity, a smooth, golden figure that looked like it had been sculpted by the cosmos itself and glowed with a faint, pulsing pink light from within. It didn't smell like a woman. It smelled like ambrosia. It smelled like peaches soaked in wine and divinity. It was clean, ethereal, and terrifyingly inviting. "It's perfect," Soul whispered, his breath soft against her skin. It was smooth as polished marble. "Stop staring," Isilia sobbed, trying to shield herself, but Soul caught her wrists and pinned them against her sides. "It was never meant for this. Do not look at it." "I'm going to do more than look," Soul warned. He leaned forward. "No, so I forbid." He drew her close, holding her gently. Even though he badly wanted to, he didn't pull her to him like a starving beast. Instead, he pressed a soft, tender kiss to her lower abdomen, his lips brushing against her smooth, golden skin. Then another to the gentle curve of her hip. Then, with agonizing slowness, he reached out with his thumbs and gently parted her delicate folds. He didn't hesitate and pressed his mouth against her most sensitive spot. He dragged the flat of it slowly from the base up to the top. "Scree!" Isilia shrieked. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated shock. "Stop it! Stop it!" she cried, struggling fiercely against his grip. She pushed against him with all her strength, desperate to break free. Soul held on, refusing to let go. He was hungry and intent on what he was doing. The experience was overwhelming for him, and highly addicting. It tasted like liquid starlight. As he held her close, he felt energy crackling between them, thrilling his senses with pure pleasure. Their connection deepened, and every touch sent waves of warmth through them both. Side to side, up and down, Isilia trembled. A bolt of fierce energy shot up her spine, overwhelming her divine mind. Deep, resonant tones filled the sacred hall. Sol, Sol. Icilia was losing herself. She kicked her feet, her heels tapping against his back. But he was immovable. He intensified the encounter. He held her close with his large hands, drawing her nearer as he pressed his face against her. He breathed in deeply, savoring her scent, and overwhelmed her senses with a steady, deliberate rhythm. Quiche, touch, embrace, continue. Icilia's protests turned into broken, nonsensical babble. Her divine mind, capable of processing the movements of stars, was short-circuiting. She couldn't calculate this. She couldn't rationalize the overwhelming sensation overwhelming her senses. She couldn't take any more of the overwhelming sensation. Please, she whimpered, her head thrashing from side to side on the throne, her hair whipping around. I surrender. Stop. It's too much. It's overwhelming. Soul hummed softly against her, the vibration sending her over the edge. She wrapped her legs around him, holding him close, her earlier resistance fading as she pressed against him. Soul felt the shift in her posture. He pulled back, gasping for air. Icilia lay slumped on the throne, looking exhausted and overwhelmed. She seemed dazed, her eyes unfocused as she caught her breath. You, she whispered, her voice a broken croak. Soul wiped his face, his eyes dark with a predator's satisfaction. He stood up, towering over her. He looked down, his body tense with a restless, consuming urgency. He clenched his jaw, every muscle drawn tight, the weight of his need almost unbearable. It was demanding its turn. He looked at Icilia's face. Her mouth was open, panting. Her lips were swollen and red. A possessive thought crossed his mind. He wanted to grab her head. He wanted to force that arrogant, divine mouth to submit to him. He wanted to see her struggle, to hear her surrender to his will, to debase her completely before he claimed her. He stepped closer, reaching for her jaw. Open, he commanded, his voice rough. Icilia flinched, her eyes snapping into focus. They weren't submissive. They were blazing with a cornered, feral fury. She bared her teeth, perfect, white, and most importantly sharp. Come closer, she hissed, reading his intent instantly. Her voice was a ragged growl. Come closer if you dare, mortal. See what happens. I will bite it off and spit it into the void. Soul paused, his hand hovering inches from her face. He looked into her eyes. She really meant it. Even though she was humiliated, aroused, on the brink of madness, and somehow let him do whatever he wanted. But her pride was still sharp enough to draw blood. If he pushed her now, she wouldn't yield. She would maim him. The risk of being bested by a furious goddess was not a scenario he wanted to explore. Feisty, Soul muttered, stepping back slightly. You'd like that, wouldn't you? To disarm me. I would chew it to paste, Icilia promised, though her breath hitched as she looked at him. Fine, Soul said, his voice low. No mouth today. I have a better idea. He reached down and grabbed her ankles. He lifted her legs high, pushing her knees up toward her chest as she lay back against the obsidian seat. The position shifted her weight forward, and Soul leaned in close, murmuring something low against her ear. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. Ravaging a goddess, he didn't hesitate. The time for words had passed. The air between them was filled with a tension that demanded release, that could only be found in violence or union. It was an event horizon. Soul moved his hands to her hips, his calloused palms gripping the smooth, glowing curve of her waist. The contrast was stark and beautiful. He was a creature of the mud, scarred, rough, tanned by the savage sun, driven by a singular, pounding rhythm of blood and bone. She was starlight and divinity, a being of infinite complexity woven into a form of deceptive softness. He looked down at the union they were about to make. His dark, vein-ridged form hovered against her pristine, golden sanctuary. He drew closer to her. Icilia's breath hitched, her eyes widening as she felt the pressure of him. Hot, searing hot, hard, and impossibly substantial. pressing against the edge of her resolve. "Look at me," Soul commanded, his voice strained with the effort of holding back the surge of intensity rushing through him. She locked eyes with him. Her solar irises swirled with a mixture of ancient, primal fear and a terrible, rising anticipation. She was the weaver of fate, but right now, she had no idea what her future held. He pushed forward, but it didn't work. Instead of yielding, he met a wall of resistance, so tight it felt like pressing against solid rubber, or perhaps a barrier of some sort. She wasn't just guarded. She was shielded by a barrier of divine energy that tried to reject his mortal form. "No," Isilia panicked, the reality of the challenge crashing down on her. Her hands flew down to push against him, her palms slipping on his sweat. "It is not fit." "Soul, stop. Our bodies are incompatible. You're going to tear my body." "It fits," Soul grunted, sweat beading on his forehead as he pushed, his biceps trembling with the exertion. "You just need to take it." He didn't jab forward mindlessly. The strain was evident due to the intensity of the moment. He pressed forward with slow, relentless pressure. After a long, tense moment, the tight barrier finally gave way. Isilia cried out, her head slamming back against the stone. Her fingernails dug into his hips, breaking the skin, drawing droplets of red blood that looked stark against her glowing hands. You broke the seal," she gasped, tears springing to her eyes. Soul ignored the sting of her nails. He was fighting his own battle. She was impossibly, excruciatingly guarded. It felt like pushing into a stronghold sealed with stubborn, unyielding resistance. Every millimeter was a struggle against opposition, and he was determined to persist. He gritted his teeth, the veins in his neck bulging as he fought against the barrier. He stepped back slightly. He gathered more of her slick arousal, using her own wetness to ease the way. Then he pressed forward again, just a little at a time. "So, it's too much. I can't," Isilia cried, shaking her head. Her body tensed around him, trembling violently. "Relax, Sol murmure," removing one hand from her ankle to grab her hip, anchoring her to the throne. "Don't fight it. Let me in." He pressed forward with intensity. Isilia's eyes went wide, her mouth forming a silent circle of shock as she felt an overwhelming wave of sensation unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was intense, more intense than she thought possible. She cried out loudly. "Ah!" Isilia screamed. It was a sound of pure shock, a high, vibrating note that shattered the silence of the void temple. Her back arched off the throne, her solar eyes flying wide open, the flares within them spinning so fast they became blinding discs of white light. It was truly a collision of worlds. Her body, eternally perfect and untouched, shaped by the arrival of his mortal form. It was a sensation of such profound depth that it felt as though he were becoming part of her very being. She wasn't just being touched, she was being understood. The space inside her, the endless, cold expanse of her divinity, was being occupied by searing, solid heat. Soul groaned, a low, animalistic sound rumbling in his chest, waiting to spill out at once. Because the sensation was absolutely blinding. But he gritted his teeth hard and slid forward, gaining momentum now. He pushed himself against her. Isilia froze. She stopped thrashing. She stopped breathing. Her eyes were blown wide, staring at the ceiling. She looked paralyzed by the sheer sensation. She felt overwhelmed, brimming with heat, with him. Soul gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging, holding himself still for a moment. The sensation was indescribable. He wasn't just with someone, to him. It felt like being enveloped by the searing sun. The heat was intense, wrapping around him, threatening to overwhelm him, but the charcoal energy in his chest surged to meet it, absorbing it greedily. Her presence was overwhelming, her grip around him fierce enough to nearly break him. Yet she was also impossibly soft, yielding beneath him with a terrifying warmth. He didn't move immediately. He collapsed forward, wrapping his arms around her trembling body in a crushing hug, pressing his chest against her. He held her there, pinned between his weight and the obsidian stone. letting her adjust to the reality of him. "Breathe," he rasped in her ear, his own breath coming in ragged gasps. "Just breathe, Isilia. Let in." Isilia literally sobbed, her head falling onto his shoulder. She was shaking violently, her body in shock from the overwhelming intensity of the moment. "It hurts," she whimpered, her voice small and broken. He leaned close, kissing the sweat from her neck and murmuring softly. He stayed still until her trembling eased, letting her settle. Then he began to move slowly. He pulled back slowly, dragging himself through the bright, wavering light, feeling every inch of resistance. Then he moved forward again. Step. Thud. Isilia gasped, her body jerking instinctively. "No. Stop. It is too much." Sol ignored her. At first, the rhythm was slow, a testing of limits, letting her feel the motion, letting the intensity build beneath the pain. Isilia strained, her head thrown back, her hair fanning out like a solar flare against the dark stone. Every movement sent power surging through her, a contact that sparked literal motes of light where their bodies met. She felt as though he were rearranging her internal organs, touching parts of her soul that had been dormant since the birth of the stars. But the primitive need that drove Sol could not be contained by gentleness. He moved with a slow, deliberate intensity that left a trail of heat and surrender in his wake. The sensation was overwhelming. Her internal structure defied mortal logic. She was impossibly close, gripping him with a strength that should have been crushing, yet she was also impossibly soft. It felt as though he were enveloped by a cloud of compressed nebula, warm and shifting around him with every movement. He stepped forward with sudden force. Thud! A heavy impact rang through the silent throne room, a low, resonant sound that bounced off the cold stone. "Ah!" Isilia cried out, her toes curling so hard they cramped, her arms gripping around his waist as she braced herself against the blow, hitting a note within her that resonated like a tuning fork. Her entire body vibrated, a golden light flaring beneath her skin with the impact. He moved with the relentless force of a tide, claiming her, marking her, grounding the ethereal goddess into the physical plane. The gentleness evaporated. Sol's control snapped under the sheer, overwhelming sensory overload of her perfection. She was made to be loved. Her body responded to him with a terrifying enthusiasm, her hips moving against his imperfect rhythm, her warmth enveloping him completely. He struck her. The impact echoed through the temple like applause. He pressed against her defenses, overwhelming her on two fronts. Isilia's resistance crumbled. Her divine mind, unable to process the raw, overwhelming feedback, shut down. She surrendered to the sensation. She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his neck to muffle her cries. He moved against her with an intensity that left her breathless. With every moment, he stripped away another layer of her composure. He wasn't just overwhelming her. He was dismantling her defenses. He pressed close, forcing her to feel the weight of him, the heat of him, the sheer, undeniable reality of his presence against her. "Look at you," Sol growled, leaning down to bite the curve of her neck, tasting the salt and ozone. The arbiter of value, surrendering to a mortal like it's the only thing that matters. He panted, straining harder. "You're really trying to break me, goddess." "I'm not," she cried, her head rolling from side to side, her eyes squeezed shut to block out the sight of his face hovering over her, twisted in fierce determination. "My resolve is. It is spasming. It is a reflex, a rejection, but it feels like a welcome to me," Sol whispered. He pulled her legs wider, hooking them over his arms, drawing her close against him as their bodies moved together in a slow, rhythmic heat. The touch broke her argument. Isilia's head fell back, her mouth opening in a silent cry. Her body swayed, overwhelmed. Her hips shifted as she tried to steady herself, matching his intensity with her own desperate energy. Sol watched her face. He was obsessed. He watched the way her brow furrowed, the way her lips parted, the way drool pooled at the corner of her mouth. He saw the struggle in her expression, the war between the ancient, arrogant goddess and the woman who was currently overwhelmed. Chapter 173. Redacted Chapter 173. Chapter 173. Overwhelmed by a goddess, say it. Soul demanded, slowing the pace for an agonizing second, drawing closer against her. Tell me how it feels. It feels. Icilia choked, her eyes flying open. They were wild, dilated, the solar swirls spinning frantically. It feels overwhelming. Too much. I am stretching. I am burning. Do you hate it? Soul asked, driving back in with a sudden, fierce intensity. Yes, she cried, her nails digging into his shoulders. I hate it. I hate you. Do it again. Soul grinned, a dark, feral expression. As you command. He let out a low, rumbling sound of approval. He leaned down. He moved closer, holding her tightly. The contact made her shiver with sudden, overwhelming sensation. He pressed his lips to hers in a deep, urgent kiss, quieting her cry as the intensity of the moment continued to build. Icilia was overwhelmed. The world had narrowed down to this. There was no cosmos. There was no void. There was only the obsidian throne beneath her and the heavy, relentless presence pressing against her. Her whole being was surrendering. The sensation was no longer pain or pressure. It was pure, blinding white light. Every time he hit that deep spot, a pulse of energy shot through her nervous system, rewriting her understanding of existence. She felt dirty. She felt debased. She felt glorious. Soul. She began to chant his name, a breathless litany. You are breaking me. You are ruining the vessel. I'm fixing it. Soul murmured against her lips, holding her close as their bodies pressed together. I'm here with you, he whispered, his breath warm against her skin. The moment felt tender and intimate, their connection deepening in the quiet warmth between them. In his past life, Soul had been a scholar of the cultured arts. He remembered reading about this, about the remarkable sensitivity unique to that part of human anatomy. He remembered reading that it served no other purpose than to bring delight. If she has a body, Soul thought, his eyes darkening with obsession. He wanted to test that theory. He wanted to see if a goddess, a being who had watched stars die and galaxies form, could be broken by intense pressure. He wanted to give her the pleasure of eons in a single moment. He wanted to wipe the arithmetic of the cosmos from her mind and replace it with white noise. He wanted her to forget her name, her title, and her pride. He wanted her to forget she was Icilia and remember only that she was his. He pressed his thumb down. It wasn't just force. It was a demand for total submission. He applied a relentless, measured pressure, circling and pressing, using the knowledge of a world that had turned combat into an art against a being who had only known the cold silence of the void. Icilia twisted so violently she nearly headbutted him, a high-pitched keen tearing from her throat that sounded like a violin string snapping. No, too much. Sensory overload. She screamed, her body seizing up, her muscles locking in a spasm of pure, blinding intensity. Her solar eyes rolled back, the flares spinning into a blur. Something is coming. Stop. Take it, Soul roared, driving forward with fierce intensity. Take everything I have. She clung to him as the moment built and broke, and he was losing himself completely. The closeness was unlike anything he had ever felt. It wasn't just touch. It was like holding pure energy wrapped in velvet. It enveloped him, warm and impossibly intense. He felt the vitality radiating from her. It wasn't the slow trickle he had gotten from the widow Evera. This was an overwhelming surge. With every moment, he absorbed eons of power. His fatigue was gone. His muscles felt like they were forged of titanium. His senses were expanding, encompassing the entire room, feeling the dust motes dancing in the air. But the pleasure was stronger than the power. The tension was building to a critical mass. It was a physical ache, a heavy, dragging weight that demanded release. He needed to claim her. He needed to give himself to this perfection completely, to leave a mark that eternity couldn't wipe away. The friction built, a rising heat that seemed to transcend the physical. For Isilia, the world narrowed down to the heavy weight of his body pressed against hers, an intensity that seemed to be shaking the foundations of her existence. The tension coiled tight in her belly, a golden knot of emotion that grew tighter and tighter with every passing moment. She felt herself letting go. The weaver, who held the strings of fate, was losing the thread. So, I am really breaking, she gasped, her body arching off the throne, straining against him. Her skin began to glow brighter, the solar energy within her reacting to the biological overload. Let go, he rasped against her ear. And she did. Her body tensed, waves of pure, liquid light coursing through her veins and transferring directly into his skin. She cried out, a long, keen sound that seemed to make the very air shimmer and distort around the throne. Waves of golden energy rolled off her, washing over Soul, bathing him in her power and overstimulating every nerve ending he possessed. Soul tried. He really, truly tried to hold back. He wanted to stretch this moment longer, to make it last for an eternity. He wanted to savor the feeling of a goddess unraveling in his arms, to memorize the way her golden skin flushed with mortal heat. But alas, her body was too perfect. Every movement pulled him deeper into an enchanted rhythm he could no longer resist. The sensation was a white-hot wire pulling tight through his core. His vision blurred, the intensity spiking into something bordering on agony. He was burning up from the inside out. Close, Soul grunted, his rhythm becoming erratic, desperate. He stopped moving forward, driving his momentum and holding it there, trying to ride out the wave without breaking, but the pressure was immense, too immense. Soul grabbed her hips, his fingers pressing into the soft skin. He pulled her close, holding her there against him, the tension mounting between them until it finally broke. He took a deep, shuddering breath as something powerful and overwhelming surged through him. He cupped her face gently with both hands, his fingers pressing into her soft cheeks, tilting her head up. Isilia, look at me, he said, his voice low and rough. Immue us, completely. I'm gonna put it all inside. Isilia forced her eyes open. They were swimming with tears and golden light, but they locked onto his. She saw the madness in his eyes. She saw the vein throbbing in his forehead, the sweat dripping from his nose. She saw the beast, the raw, biological hunger of a man who was lying with a deity and was about to give himself to her fully. And for the first time in her existence, she didn't know why she didn't want to banish the beast. She didn't want to purify it or reason with it. She instead wanted to feed it. The emptiness of the void, the eons of silence, the cold perfection of her existence. She wanted it all displaced by his heat. She wanted the unholy stain. She wanted the evidence of her defilement. Because no matter what, goddess are also living beings, and normally divine power may have fulfilled that void, but now, without an ounce of divine power. She deeply felt that void, that emptiness. Do it, she whispered, the words slipping out before she could stop them, trembling on her lips. Take me, break me, make it stop, Soul. That permission was the final straw. The last thread of Soul's restraint snapped. He locked his eyes with Isilia. Her face was a mask of overwhelming emotion, tears of pure light streaming down her cheeks, her lips swollen and red. Seeing the defeated expression of that arrogant high and mighty goddess, Soul roared, his head thrown back, his entire body going rigid as the powerful surge finally hit him like a freight train. He pulled back one last time, almost leaving her before slamming his hips forward with every ounce of strength in his enhanced body, into her, pushing as deep as he could, and pressed even deeper right at the deepest point. And then he released. The release was cataclysmic. He poured everything into her hot. He held her close as an overwhelming release swept through him, drawn from the deepest part of his being. At the same moment, Isilia's body trembled with an intense, shuddering wave of emotion. A brilliant surge of energy coursed between them as their power intertwined. Flash! A blinding explosion of golden light engulfed the throne. The physical world fell away. There was no temple, no throne, no body. Just two souls fused in a moment of absolute, blinding perfection. Soul cried out. His vision went white. He was drained, empty. The overwhelming feedback of the vitality rushing into him filled the charcoal cavity to the brim. He collapsed forward, his forehead resting against hers, his chest heaving as he fought for breath. For a long time, there was only the sound of their ragged breathing and the soft, fading hum of the energy that still crackled between them. Isilia lay limp against the throne, her body glowing with a soft, satisfied flush, her eyes fluttering closed. She was no longer just a primordial. She had been touched by the mortal, and for the first time in eons, she felt heavy, grounded, and gloriously alive. Soul lay there, his mind drifting in quiet stillness. He was exhausted, not a physical exhaustion, but a deep, spiritual fatigue. The sheer intensity of mating with a goddess, of processing the divine feedback, had drained his mental focus completely. His grip on the reality of the void slipped. The image of the lock, the mental construct he used to keep the dimension sealed, wavered in his mind. He relaxed too much. He let go. Crack! A sound like a breaking glacier tore through the temple. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. Attention to the universe for a long time. There was only the sound of their ragged breathing and the soft, fading hum of the energy that still crackled between them. Isilia lay limp against the throne, her body glowing with a soft, contented warmth, her eyes fluttering closed. She was no longer just primordial. She had been touched by the mortal, and for the first time in eons, she felt heavy, grounded, and gloriously alive. Soul lay there, his mind drifting quietly. He was exhausted, not the physical exhaustion of exertion, but a deep, spiritual fatigue. The sheer intensity of mating with a goddess, of processing the divine feedback, had drained his mental focus completely. He thought everything was over, but suddenly, body shuddered. It wasn't a shiver of cold or pleasure. It was a seismic event that seems to start in the very marrow of his bones. An incredible amount of something flooded his system. But unlike the warm, golden vitality he had siphoned earlier, this was different. It was cold, heavy, and ancient. Soul's eyes flew open, but he saw nothing but blinding white light. His entire body began to glow. It wasn't the reflection of Isilia's light. It was coming from inside him. Beams of radiance shot from his pores, turning his skin translucent and luminous. Slowly, inexorably, he began to rise. He lifted off Isilia's body, floating upward into the air above the obsidian throne. His limbs hung loose, his head tipped back, his arms spread wide. The entire realm shuddered. The void trembled. An absolute, crushing pressure descended upon the temple. It was the weight of attention, as if the universe itself was watching. Om. A sound filled the air. It wasn't the wind or anything like that. Listening carefully, it seemed to be a chant. A liturgy sung by the fabric of reality itself. Millions of voices, overlapping and harmonizing, spoke in a language that predated speech. It was a song of recognition, a hymn by the universe itself. The shockwave didn't stop at the walls of the pocket dimension. It punched through the dimensional membrane like a fist through wet paper. In the dense, prehistoric jungle outside the cave, the world went silent. The wind stopped blowing. The rivers stopped flowing. The ambient hum of a million insects, the constant, deafening static of the jungle, was silenced in a single heartbeat. Every living thing froze. In the ravine below, the sovereign of the gorge was in a frenzy. The mountain-sized serpent was thrashing, its massive tail pulverizing the rock walls, furious that its prey had vanished into thin air. It roared, a sound that shook the leaves off the trees for miles. Then the pressure hit. The roar died in the sovereign's throat. The massive snake, a creature that feared nothing, suddenly went rigid. Its vertical pupils dilated until they were black voids. It felt a vibration in its marrow, a command to kneel. The sovereign collapsed. It slammed its chin into the mud, curling its massive body into a ball of submission, shivering violently. It didn't know what was happening, only that something higher had arrived. A mile away, a tyrant lizard, the apex predator of the region, was mid-stride, stalking a herd of grazers. As the pressure hit, the massive beast's pupils dilated to pinpricks. It didn't roar. It didn't run. It collapsed. The king of the jungle fell to its belly, pressing its massive snout into the dirt, trembling violently. It was an instinct older than hunger, submission. In the canopy, thousands of birds fell from their perches, raining down like stones, too terrified to spread their wings. In the mud huts of the surrounding tribes, chaos erupted and then was instantly quelled. Warriors who had faced death without blinking dropped their spears. Shamans, sensitive to the flow of mana, screamed as their minds were flooded with a blinding white noise. They fell to their knees, forehead to the ground, vomiting from the sheer spiritual vertigo. The Osari, tribe miles away, in the village square, the air turned heavy as lead. Chief Tharoon was mid-speech, planning the next expansion. He stopped, clutching his chest, his knees buckling as he fell flat down, including other elders. With extreme difficulty, he looked up at the sky, his warrior instincts screaming that something eternal and absolute was watching. The sky. Tharoon wheezed, it weighs so much. In her secluded cave, Shaman Zula screamed. She fell to the floor, her white eyes rolling back in her head, foam gathering at her mouth. She didn't feel pain. She felt awe. Something has opened, she babbled, clawing at the dirt. Someone has knocked on the door. And in the humble hut on the edge of the village, Lyra, Aurelia, Vera, and Leora all froze and fell down. It wasn't a monster. It felt like the sky was falling. The shockwave rippled outward, crossing the boundaries of the realms. In the verdant realm, where the sun never sets, the high elven court was in session. The primordial elven queen, a being of breathtaking beauty and arrogance, sat upon her throne of woven living wood, bored by the petty disputes of her nobility. Suddenly, the eternal sunlight flickered. The queen stood up so fast her chalice of nectar shattered on the floor. Her golden skin turned pale. Her life sense, eyes that could see the flow of vitality across dimensions, burned. She looked down, not physically down, but dimensionally down, toward the muddy, primitive material plane she usually ignored. "Your Majesty?" A noble asked, trembling. "What is happening?" "The great tree, it is shivering." Silence. The queen hissed, her eyes wide, staring at something only she could see. The Titan realm. The world forged in a world where gravity could crush a star. The hammers stopped. In the world forge, a city-sized volcano, the primordial titans paused their eternal labor. Giants made of living magma and obsidian looked up from their anvils. "Do you feel it?" A titan rumbled, his voice like grinding tectonic plates. "The balance of weight has shifted." A disturbance, another answered, sparks dripping from his beard. "Something heavy has been placed on the scales." But where? They struck their anvils in unison. Clang. A warning system dedicated for the most extreme disturbance. The totem realm. The golden savanna in the endless golden fields where the platonic ideals of all beasts roamed. The great wolf stopped its sprint. The eternal eagle ceased its flight, drifting on the wind. The animal gods turned their heads toward the rift in dimensions. They sniffed the air. They smelled a scent that hadn't existed for an eon. They howled. A chorus of 1,000,000,000 beasts singing rippled through the entire realm. The dream realm. The mirror of madness in a world where physics was a suggestion and thoughts were solid matter. The chaos froze. The shifting, surreal landscapes of the dream realm solidified for a single heartbeat. A ripple of lucidity washed over the madness. From the center of a cloud made of eyes, an unknown voice spoke. It wasn't loud, but it echoed in the minds of every dreamer in the multiverse. The dream begins. The Frost Realm, the citadel of silence in a world of eternal ice, where entropy reigned. The Ice Queen opened her eyes. She sat on a throne of frozen tears, her skin blue, her heart a diamond of absolute zero. She felt a spike of heat. It was faint, distant, but in her world of cold, it was a blinding beacon. Warmth, she whispered, her breath turning to snow. Someone is burning. A crack appeared in her icy expression. It was curiosity, malice, and a desperate hunger for the heat she could never possess. In the Draconic realm, atop the highest floating island, where the air was thin and choked with mana, the Ancient One slept. He was a dragon the size of a world, his scales encrusted with the geological history of worlds. He had slept for tens of thousand years, or maybe hundreds or millions. One massive, slit-pupiled eye snapped open. It was an ocean of chaos. A low growl started deep in his chest, a sound that caused avalanches on the neighboring peaks. He raised his massive head, sniffing the dimensional wind. A shard. His voice was a tectonic rumble that shook the clouds. Interesting. The Ancient One shifted, his massive wings unfurling, casting a shadow over a city of lesser dragons. The ants are evolving. Finally, something worth hunting. In the eternal darkness of the Shadow Realm, the vampiric progenitor sat in his pool of blood, sipping from a goblet made of a god's skull. He was elegant, pale, and infinitely cruel. When the pressure hit, the pool of blood boiled. The progenitor dropped his goblet. He clutched his chest, feeling a sudden, sharp pain in his dead heart. It was a phantom pain, a memory of fear. The shadows in the room recoiled, shrinking away from an invisible light that pierced through the dimensional veil. Light? The progenitor hissed, covering his eyes. No, not light. Will. He looked toward the tear in the fabric of the worlds. He sensed the direction. It was coming from a primitive world. His lips curled into a sneer that didn't quite hide his trepidation. A new sun is trying to rise? In my night? He licked his lips. I wonder how sweet his blood must taste. The Elemental Realm. The eye of the storm, the war stopped. In the Fire Realm, the Efreet lowered their hammers. The seas of lava calmed to a mirror finish. In the Water Realm, the current stilled. The Mare Lords looked up from their pearl citadels. In the Wind Realm, the floating islands stopped drifting. For a single moment, the chaos of the elements aligned. The Elemental Lords, massive, sentient storms of pure mana, turned their faceless heads in unison. They felt the command. It wasn't a request. It was a frequency that overrode their chaotic nature. It was the frequency of order. The Pleasure Realm. The palace of flesh, the sky was a bruised purple. The rivers ran with wine. The air was thick with aphrodisiacs. In the highest tower of the palace of flesh, the succubus queen lounged on a divan made of unknown red divine stones. She was a literal perfection incarnate. Horns of polished onyx, skin like cream, curves that could start divine wars. At this moment, she was incredibly bored. She, as a succubus queen, should have tasted every pleasure, broken every king, drained every hero, but the fact was she hadn't tea. Why? Because unlike other succubus, she had been blessed since birth, without even needing the essence of other men. She had already risen and became the succubus queen. And she had weird, in the eyes of others, pride that she wouldn't choose a man weaker than her, but her being the strongest succubus in existence didn't really help much in this regard, as just by getting a single glimpse, as every opponent would kneel and become her slave. So, now nothing really excites her. Just then, the shockwave hit. She sat up, the motion fluid and predatory. Her tail twitched. Her eyes, pools of liquid violet, widened. She licked her lips, tasting the air. As she felt something, she tasted a raw, masculine vitality, so potent it made her dizzy from across the dimensions. Oh, she purred a slow, dangerous smile spreading across her face. What a delicious flavor. Seems like someone worthy has really appeared. She stood up, her wings unfurling. The boredom vanished, replaced by a starving, predatory lust. "I wonder who he is," she whispered, "and I wonder if he breaks." Chapter 175. The Shackled Calamity. Chapter 175. Chapter 175. The Shackled Calamity. While the celestial realms trembled and the elemental planes fell silent, the shockwave of Soul's ascension did not only touch the high and mighty. It burrowed deep into the cracks of the world, into places forgotten by light and reason. Somewhere not near, yet not entirely far, hidden within the jagged scar of a canyon, a place where the sun was choked by perpetual gray clouds, lay the Grotto of Lament. It was a literal cathedral of death, a hollowed-out mountain belly that eternally smelled of copper, stale air, and millennia-s of rot. The floor was not made of stone. It was a macabre mosaic, meticulously paved with the yellowed remains of humanity. There were the broad, cracked skulls of warriors, the fragile, paper-thin skulls of the elderly, and most chilling of all, the tiny fist-sized skulls of infants, piled in pyramidal mounds that reached toward the dripping ceiling. In the center of this ossuary, atop a dais constructed from the ribcages of behemoths, sat a throne, and on that throne sat a statue of darkness. He was a humanoid figure of towering stature, his skin the color of bruised obsidian, covered in ancient, jagged scars that pulsed with a faint, necrotic green light. For hundreds of years he had not moved, not a twitch of a finger, not a breath. He was the sleeping calamity, a legend whispered to frightened children, a myth that neighboring tribes had long dismissed as the ravings of savages. But then, the pressure arrived. It bypassed the rock, the bone, and the air. It struck his dormant consciousness like a thunderbolt. The figure's eyes snapped open. There were no whites, no pupils, only swirling pools of crimson, absolute malice, burning with an intense, agonizing desperation. Gah! A sound tore from his throat, a sound like grinding tectonic plates, drying and used for centuries. Dust fell from his shoulders. The pile of infant skulls near his feet vibrated and shattered into powder. He felt it. He sensed a threat to his existence, or perhaps the key to his revival. The pressure, his voice rasped, sounding like wind howling through a crypt. Desperation, thick and oily, flooded his veins. He wasn't just evil. He was starving. He was a being who had been trapped for an eternity and didn't had any hope for revival, and suddenly he smelled the scent of the key to his freedom. He didn't know who had caused this pressure, but he knew that the rigid laws of the world were fluctuating. With a roar of pure, frantic need, he tried to stand, his claws digging into the bone armrests of his throne. He had to find the source. He had to consume it. He had to clang. The moment he moved, the darkness of the cave was blinded by searing white brilliance. Thousands of runic chains, previously invisible, materialized from the void. They were thick, forged of solid white light, etched with unknown language. They lashed around his neck, his wrists, his ankles, and pierced through the membrane of his skin. "No, no, no!" he roared, thrashing against the bindings. The light sizzled against his dark skin, burning his flesh, sending plumes of black smoke rising into the stalactites. The pain was so intense and so terrifying that it would have dissolved anyone else, but he fought it. He pulled until his muscles tore, until his black blood splattered onto the white bones below. The desperation in his eyes was terrifying. It was the cornered madness of a starving beast seeing a piece of meat just out of reach. "Break! Break, damn you! Grah!" he roared, thrashing against the bindings. The cave shook. The desperation in his eyes turned into manic fury. He needed to get out. He needed to find the source. But the chains held, pulling him back onto the throne of bone, forcing him back as smoke rose from his scorched flesh. Outside the grotto, a figure lay prostrate, his forehead pressed so hard against the sharp floor that blood trickled down his nose. He was a withered, twisted creature, his skin painted with ash and dried gore, wearing a necklace of severed fingers. He was old, impossibly old for a human. For 80 years, he had knelt here every single day, Before him, his father had knelt, and his father's father, and so on. For centuries, their tribe had guarded this grotto. They had been hunted by the other tribes. Their once flourishing massive tribe was repeatedly attacked by joint forces of countless other tribes until they had been driven into the wasteland. They were called madmen, lunatics who worshipped a corpse. They had suffered disease, starvation, and war, yet they kept their faith. They raided caravans, slaughtered countless tribes, and sacrificed countless men, women, children, pouring rivers of blood into the bone drains, hoping to wake their god. And for centuries, nothing, not a whisper. Vorik had begun to doubt. In the silence of the night, he had wondered if they were truly just crazy, if the god was just a dead stone. But today, he moved. Shaman slowly lifted his head. His cloudy, cataract-filled eyes widened until the skin at the corners tore. He hurried in and saw the smoke rising from the deity's shoulders. He smelled the burning flesh. He heard the echoes of that divine roar ringing in his ears. It wasn't a lie. It was a myth. He is awake, he whispered, his voice trembling. A bubble of bloody spit flew from his lips. His body began to shake, not with fear, but with an overwhelming, orgasmic ecstasy. He is awake. The scream tore from his throat, shattering the silence, and began dancing a jig of absolute lunacy. He threw his arms up, tears of blood streaming down his painted face. The prophets were right. We were right. He looked at the smoking, heaving figure on the throne with pure religious adoration. The movement, to him, it was a command. Hunger. He hungers. The chains weakened. He needs strength to break them. Blood. He needs more blood. Laughing maniacally, a high-pitched cackle that sounded like a hyena choking on glass. He sprinted out of the grotto. He burst into the twilight of the canyon, where the massive encampment of their tribe lay. Thousands of savage busy with their normal lives, and mostly clad in bone armor and ragged furs, looked up. Shaman stood on the high ledge overlooking the camp and screamed. The god has spoken. The silence is broken. Prepare the altars. A hush fell over the tribe. Then a roar erupted. It was a sound of primal, savage vindication. They weren't crazy. Their suffering had meaning. Sacrifice the next month's batches too, Shaman commanded, pointing a crooked finger toward the massive wooden holding pins carved into the cliffside. Not one left alive. Feed him. Feed the calamity. Immediately chaos erupted. The warriors, eyes glazed with fanaticism, charged the pens. It was a massacre in motion. They began to herd the cattle. They dragged the prisoners out, hundreds of them. These were people captured from massacring other tribes, result of their countless expeditions, the ones that made them enemy and feared by tribes far and near. It was a stampede of despair. Please, no, my baby, don't take him. The canyon echoed with wailing. Women clutching infants were whipped forward. Old men were dragged by their hair across the sharp rocks. Children stumbled, crying for mothers who had already been speared. The tribe showed no mercy, their eyes glazed with religious fervor as they pushed the mass of humanity into the dark to be slaughtered. The smell of fear was pungent enough to taste. The prisoners knew where they were going. They had seen the fate of their predecessors. They could feel the malevolence radiating from the cave. But strangely, in the far corner of this screaming, chaotic mass was one figure who did not scream. She was a young girl, perhaps 16 or 17. It was difficult to ascertain, as she was a literal bag of bones. Her appearance was wretched. Her clothes were shredded rags, barely clinging to her frame, revealing skin that was mapped with bruises, grime, and old scars from the whip. Her feet were bare and bleeding. Her hair was a matted mess of mud and dry blood. By all rights, she should have been broken. She should have been wailing like the others, begging for a quick death. But she was silent. As the crowd surged toward the darkness of the cave, she didn't look at the ground. She didn't look at the warriors. She looked up at the ledge, where Shaman was dancing and laughing. The camera of fate seemed to slow down as it focused on her. Underneath the layers of filth Her face possessed a haunting, cold beauty, sharp features that didn't belong in a savage wasteland. But it was her eyes that held the true power. They were striking, unnatural shade of icy red. There was no fear in them or hint of any despair. There was only a hatred so intense, so concentrated, that it felt like it could manifest into reality. It was the eyes of someone who had watched her world burn, who had lost everything, and had decided that if she was going to die, she would become a ghost that would haunt these savages until the end of time. She gripped a small white bone in her hand, something she had been gripping for years. She was planning to escape. There's no way she would escape. She will wait for her chance. A chance to take her revenge. The hatred in her eyes deepened, spiraling into a vortex of cold fury. The view zoomed in, past the dirt on her cheeks, past the tangled hair, into her left eye, closer, closer, until the crimson iris filled the entire world. The intricate patterns of her iris swirled like a burning red storm. The burning crimson dissolved, morphing seamlessly, blending color and texture until it became a brilliant, molten gold. The pupil constricted. The camera zoomed out rapidly. It was no longer the girl's eye. It was the eye of a primordial. We were back in the Void Temple. Icilia stood frozen, her hands covering her mouth, her golden eyes wide with a mixture of terror and absolute awe. She had witnessed the birth of stars. She had seen mountains collide, but she had never seen this. Chapter 176. Divine Law Fragment. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. Divine Law Fragment. The Void Temple back in the epicenter. The pressure was heavy enough to crush diamonds. Soul hung suspended in the eye of the storm. He was no longer conscious in the human sense. His mind was drifting in a white ocean of pure information. The chanting grew louder and louder, a deafening symphony that vibrated even the ancient obsidian pillars. Omem, Aex, Omem, Dominus. More and more divine glow gathered around Soul, swirling like a nebula being born. It coalesced, turning from white to gold, then to a deep, burning charcoal laced with starlight. On the throne, Icilia watched with wide, tear-filled eyes. She recognized the chant. She had heard it only once before, at the dawn of her own creation. Crack. Finally, it seemed to reach the peak, and light solidified. It slammed on his soulless skin. Massive, unknown divine tattoos began to etch themselves across his naked body. They started at his fingertips and toes, racing inward like burning ink. They spiraled up his legs, wrapped around his torso, accentuating every muscle, climbed his neck, interlocking with the veins of starlight and pure divine power. Soulscream de Sidonli. His mouth opened in a rictus of ecstasy and agony as the laws of the universe were inscribed onto his biological form. His mortal shell was being forcibly upgraded to house a divine concept. The tattoos pulsed, moving around like living beings. Finally, they flowed upward, converging on his face. The chanting reached a fever pitch, a single, sustained note that threatened to shatter the dimension. Flash! All the lines met in the center of his forehead. They twisted, knotted, and fused into a single, complex character. Icilia gasped. She knew that character. It was a symbol from a language lost to time, a mark that signified the birth of a divine concept shard. The character shone with a blinding, diamond-hard brilliance for a single heartbeat. It seared itself into his skull, burning through bone and brain, etching itself onto his soul. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. The light died. The tattoos sank beneath his skin, disappearing into his flesh, becoming part of his DNA, waiting to be called upon. The chanting cut off into silence. The pressure evaporated. Soul hung in the air for a second longer, a mortal man who now carried the invisible blueprint of a god. Then gravity remembered him. He fell. Thump! He landed on Icilia, a dead weight of warm, sweating, god-marked flesh. Icilia stared at him, her chest heaving, her mind reeling. She reached out a trembling hand and touched his forehead, right where the mark had been. It was burning hot to the touch. How is this possible? She whispered to the unconscious man. Suddenly, Sol gasped, his lungs inflating with a sudden, violent rush of air. His eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw was not the terrifying expanse of the void, but the stunned, wide-eyed face of Isilia beneath him. He blinked, a wave of disorientation washing over him like a cold tide. The last thing he remembered was burning from the inside out, his soul being shredded by a pressure that shouldn't exist. Now, there was only a hum, a low, vibrating thrum of energy that seemed to originate from the marrow of his bones. He tried to push himself up, and that was when the first anomaly struck. He pushed too hard. With a sensation of weightlessness, his upper body shot upward with explosive force. His hands, pressing against the obsidian floor on either side of Isilia, didn't just support him. They felt like hydraulic presses. Crunch! The ancient stone beneath his palms, stone that had weathered countless eons, groaned and spiderwebbed with deep, jagged cracks. Debris popped into the air like shrapnel. "Whoa," Sol muttered, his voice dropping an octave, losing its boyish rasp and gaining a deep, resonant timbre that could captivate any woman. He looked down at himself. He was larger, his whole body seemed to have a glow-up. His height had stretched, his frame broadening to accommodate muscles that were no longer just lean, but dense and coiled like braided steel cables. His skin, previously rough and light-tanned, now held a faint, healthy luster, almost as if a layer of diamond dust had been mixed into his epidermis. He felt a surge of power coursing through his veins, a torrential river compared to the trickle he was used to. He flexed his hand. The air popped between his fingers. Isilia? Sol looked down at the goddess, confusion warring with the adrenaline in his blood. What happened? I feel quiet, Isilia interrupted, her voice breathless. She wasn't looking at his face. She was staring at his chest, where the last remnants of the complex. Glowing divine tattoos were sinking into his pores, fading like ink soaking into wet paper. She reached up, her cool fingers tracing the line of his pectoral muscle, feeling the supernatural heat radiating from him. "You." She looked up, her golden eyes searching his now faintly crimson ones. "What are you?" "Sodfroned. I was hoping you could tell me. 1 minute I had poured all my energy into you and was exhausted. The next to miss." Isilia sat up, pushing him back slightly so she could look him in the eye. The playful, seductive demeanor she sometimes wore was gone, replaced by the serious, piercing gaze of a primordial. "You have a divine law fragment inside you," she said, the words heavy with disbelief. "You didn't have it before. Not a trace. But now your body is pulsing with it." "Divine law fragment?" Sol repeated the term, testing the weight of it on his tongue. "Is that what those glowing tattoos were?" "Yes," Isilia said, shaking her head as if trying to clear a fog. She looked at him with a mix of frustration and awe. "Listen closely, Sol. The universe is built on rigid laws. Fire, space, time, death, life, everything is governed by a law. Usually, these laws are abstract concepts, invisible threads holding reality together. But sometimes, when the conditions are right, these laws crystallize. They shatter into fragments." She gestured to the chaotic air around them. "If a being acquires enough of these fragments, through a long, agonizing, and arduous process, they can weave them together to form a divinity. That is how one becomes a god." Sol's eyes widened. He looked at his hands again. "So, I just need to collect these things like coins? If only it were that simple." Isilia scoffed, a dry, incredulous laugh escaping her lips. "Anything can become a law, but the chances of finding a physical fragment are 1 in a trillion. Most mortals never even see one. So, most people don't depend on finding them. Instead, they try to comprehend the laws on their own." She leaned in, her eyes intense. "They meditate in caves for centuries. They fight, wage wars, massacre millions. Some crazy ones even starve themselves to clear their minds, hoping to catch a fleeting glimpse of the truth creating artificial law fragments in their minds. It takes eons. She poked him hard in the chest. Her finger met muscle as hard as iron. But you didn't study. You didn't meditate for 1,000 years. You didn't fight or kill, nor did you have a fruitful encounter. Her golden eyes narrowed. You just merged. You connected with me, and somehow your body treated my essence like a buffet. You bypassed eons of comprehension and just absorbed the fundamental truths of the universe directly into your DNA. Sol blinked. A slow, incredulous grin began to spread across his face. So, you're saying I got the cheat codes? I don't know what a cheat code is, but I assume it means cosmic theft. Icilia snapped, though there was no malice in it, only bewilderment. You are an anomaly, Sol. Most mortals cannot even sense divine law fragments. If they try to touch one, their souls burn to ash. Even the strongest human emperors can't absorb them without incredible luck and destiny. But you just took them. It's absurd. It's insulting my eons of knowledge, Sol chuckled, flexing his new muscles again. The power felt intoxicating. Well, it seems I was really at a loss meeting you, was I? In fact, I think I got the better end of the deal. Icilia rolled her eyes, but a flush colored her cheeks. Don't get cocky. Just because you have them doesn't mean you can use them. Sol paused. He tried to flex his soul, trying to call upon that burning white light he had felt earlier. Nothing happened, just the physical strength. How do I use them? He asked, looking up at her with puppy eyes. You don't. Not yet, Icilia explained, standing up and dusting off her robes. Your body is still mortal. You need divine power to even barely feel it, let alone use. For now, they will lay dormant in your cells. They will slowly nourish your body and soul, refining you, making your potential limitless. You need to become strong enough, surpass your mortal limits, and then you will naturally be able to access them. She looked at him, her expression turning solemn. There are others in the vast universe who absorb these fragments. Those with the highest concentration, who can achieve enlightenment and pass the world S test. They become the new gods of that law. Sol absorbed this information. He was just stronger. He had been given a ticket to the top of the food chain. He just had to survive long enough to cash it in. He looked at Icilia, a newfound respect, and perhaps something warmer in his eyes. So, Sol said, standing up and towering over her slightly, it means that the only reason I have a shot at this is because you are super awesome. Icilia froze. She blinked, surprised by the sudden compliment. Then, she tossed her hair back, her golden eyes shimmering with ancient pride and a hint of vanity. Of course, who do you think I am? She declared, lifting her chin. Chapter 177. The Rejection of the World. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. The Rejection of the World. Seeing her smug like he couldn't help roll his eyes, especially because she was stark naked right now. Ignoring her, he focused on his body, still vibrating with the aftershocks of a power he couldn't name. The sensation of the divine law fragments settling into his DNA was a hum of pure potential, a song of steel and starlight singing in his marrow. He looked at Icilia, and thinking about her surprise, his chest swelling with pride. It seems like he still had some main protagonist abilities, as he had done the impossible. As for the reason why it happened, obviously he didn't know. He was just as clueless as her, but something absurd like him transmigrating had happened, so something like this was not something he couldn't accept. But in that moment of triumph, amidst the intoxicating rush of his new strength, Sol made a rookie mistake. He forgot where he was. He was the master of this artifact, yes, but he was an untrained master. The lock, used to keep this pocket dimension sealed off from the ravages of the outside world, required focus. It required a sheer force of will to maintain the barrier between the absolute nothingness of the void and the chaotic pressure of the material plane. Distracted by this sudden surge of power and the lingering heat of their union, Sol's mind had drifted. He relaxed. He let the tension in his mental grip slacken. Just for a fraction of a second. That was all it took. The image of the lock in his mind S.I. wavered, dissolved, and then shattered. Crack! The sound was not like thunder. Thunder was atmospheric, gaseous. This was the sound of reality fracturing. It sounded like a glacier the size of a mountain snapping in half under the weight of a dying sun. The noise tore through the silence of the temple, vibrating the obsidian floor so violently that Sol nearly lost his footing. Sol's eyes flew open, the grin vanishing. He looked up. Above the obsidian throne, the fabric of the dimension was splitting. A fissure appeared in the air, jagged and weeping black smoke. Through the tear, Sol could see the swirling, chaotic winds of the material plane clashing with the stillness of the void. The vacuum of the dimension roared, a sudden depressurization that tried to suck the air right out of Sol's lungs. Isilia's head snapped up. Her golden eyes widened, pupils constricting into vertical slits. She felt it instantly, a shift in the metaphysical axis of the room, a gravity reversal that didn't pull at the body, but tugged at the very essence of the soul. Sol! She screamed, her voice cutting through the roaring wind. She lunged forward, clutching at his forearms with desperate strength. The door. You open the door. Sol blinked. Does it? He tried to reassert control, squeezing his eyes shut to visualize the lock again. Close it. Just close the damn door. But his mind was sluggish, overwhelmed by the sensory overload of his new body. Or perhaps he simply didn't understand the artifact well enough. The rift didn't close. It widened. And then, the laws of physics inverted. Gravity flipped. It didn't affect Sol. He remained planted on the floor, heavy and solid. But for Isilia, the world turned upside down. Isilia gasped, her back arching as a sudden, torrential downpour of light flooded through the crack. It wasn't sunlight. It was raw, unfiltered energy, rushing into the vacuum of the void temple to equalize the pressure. And Isilia, a being of high divinity, acted like a lightning rod. The light slammed into her. Sol shielded his eyes, peering through his fingers. Isilia was shuddering, but it wasn't in pain. It was a violent restoration. The divine glow that had been dim and suppressed gathered around her in a blinding cyclone. Her hair, previously a shawl of whiteness, grew rapidly, turning translucent and shimmering with divine light. It floated around her as if she were underwater. Her skin, already perfect, began to emit a soft, terrifying luminescence, shedding the last vestiges of mortal limitation. She became less flesh and more concept, an ethereal, breathtaking image of a true goddess. Looking at her transforming like a Power Ranger, Sol gulped, as her beauty right now wasn't something that could be described in mortal terms. She was the very definition of beauty, and from the depths of his soul, Sol felt a strange sensation. Just minutes ago, he had held her close in his arms. He had explored every inch of her curves, heard her call out his name, and pushed her to the brink of exhaustion. He had been utterly overwhelmed by her presence. Intimate way a man could know a woman. But now, watching her bathe in that flow of power, Sol couldn't help but feel a deep, trembling sense of awe. The lust was still there, buried deep, but it was overlaid by the crushing instinct to kneel. It was the terrifying beauty of a hurricane or a supernova, something too big to comprehend, let alone touch. Isilia gasped, her voice echoing as if spoken by a legion of women. Finally, the suppression, it is gone. I am free. She looked down at her hands, which were now glowing with starlight. A smile of pure, unadulterated power stretched across her lips. Now, Sol, she declared, her voice booming with regained authority. I shall boom. The sound came from outside the rift, a thunderclap that shook the very foundations of the dimension. The main world, known to its inhabitants as Ossuaria, had barely drawn its first breath of relief. Only moments ago, a crushing, invisible weight, the resonance of Sol's body fusing with the law, had forced every living thing into the dirt. In the dense jungles, hunters were shakily pushing themselves up from the mud, clutching their flint spears. In the cliffside caves, women were soothing crying infants, while elders cast nervous glances at the totem poles, thinking the spirits had been briefly displeased. They thought the ordeal was over. They thought the ancestors were satisfied. But man, they were wrong. Just as the tribesmen stood fully upright, the sky broke. It didn't turn gray with storm clouds. It turned a violent, warning red, the color of fresh arterial blood. The sun seemed to recede, choked out by a sudden, oppressive pressure that descended from the heavens like a crushing blanket, far more terrifying than the physical pressure before in the northern tundras. The great ice wolves, beasts the size of mammoths, had just stopped shivering from the earlier wave. The alpha was shaking the frost from his pelt when the red light bathed the glaciers. Instantly, his ears flattened against his skull. There was no running this time. The instinct to flee was overridden by the instinct to submit. The entire pack collapsed onto their bellies, burying their snouts in the deep snow, whimpering like pups before a master they could not see. In the great valley of the Sun Clan, a place far away from Sol's tribe, Chieftain Zirith, a giant of a man wearing the skull of a cave bear, was gripping the edge of the council stone, trying to stop his hands from trembling. He had just reached for his war axe when the stone beneath his fingers began to hiss. He looked up, and his face, scarred from 100 battles, drained of all blood. The flap of the main tent tore open. The clan elder, a withered man blind in one eye, stumbled out, clutching a necklace of finger bones that was rattling violently. Zirith, face to the ground. The elder shrieked, his voice cracking with a primal terror that stripped away his wisdom. The sky is bleeding. It is not the wind. The heavens have opened their eye. Is it the end? Zirith whispered, the mighty axe falling from his numb fingers. It is judgment. In the clearing of the settlement, there was no panic, for panic requires the hope of escape. Instead, there was mass submission. Thousands of tribesmen, who had just stood up, dropped instantly back to their knees as if their strings had been cut. Mothers pressed their children's faces into the mud, shielding their eyes from the angry heavens. Strong warriors wept openly, foreheads grinding into the dirt, hands clasped above their heads. Mercy! The cry started as a low moan and grew into a wailing chant that echoed through the red-lit valley. The great spirits are angered. We beg for forgiveness. It wasn't just this place. This exact scene was played out throughout the Ossuaria, including Sol's own tribe, as everyone knelt down and begged for mercy, for crimes they didn't even know. In the dark marshes, a crazed shaman, his body covered in mud and bones, looked up at the bleeding sky. While the rest of the world screamed, he began to dance. He threw his head back, laughing hysterically, a sound that grated against the panic of the world. She is here. She is here. He cackled, tearing at his own hair. The great cleansing. The sky bleeds for her return. Burn it all. Burn it all down. The panic was not localized. It was planetary. Birds fell from the sky, their hearts bursting from the sudden shift in atmospheric pressure. Even the apex predators, usually acting all arrogant, ran here and there, trying to escape the radiation of divine power leaking into the world. It was as if the world itself was having an allergic reaction. Back in the dimension inside the artifact, the push of gravity on Icilia strengthened. It was no longer just a tug. It was a violent expulsion. Icilia stopped her proclamation mid-sentence. Her glowing hair whipped upward, drawn toward the crack in the dimension. She looked up, and through the fissure, she saw the sky of Ossuaria turning that apocalyptic red. Her divine arrogance vanished, replaced by a look of genuine horror. New, Icilia yelled. Chapter 178. Rejection of the World 2. Chapter 178. Chapter 178. Rejection of the World 2. Back in the dimension inside the artifact. The connection to the outside world made the situation terrifyingly clear. The push of gravity on Icilia strengthened. It was no longer just a tug. It was a violent expulsion, a cosmic heave as the universe tried to vomit out a foreign body. Icilia stopped her proclamation mid-sentence. Her glowing hair whipped upward, drawn toward the crack in the dimension. She looked up, and through the fissure, she saw the sky of Ossuaria turning that apocalyptic red. Her divine arrogance vanished, replaced by a look of genuine horror. "No!" Isilia yelled, her voice losing its ethereal echo and returning to a panicked shout. "No, not already. I saw my powers back. I haven't even stretched properly yet." Soul, anchored to the floor by his own mysterious weight, looked up in confusion. He saw her feet lifting off the obsidian ground. She was being dragged upward by an invisible hook. Panic, intense panic and confusion pierced through his dazed state. He didn't care about the sky, the shaking dimension, or even the mysterious stuff that just happened to him. He only saw the woman he had just held being dragged away by an invisible hook. Isilia, soulaged. He ignored the roaring wind and the cracking floor, jumping to grab her ankle just as she drifted out of reach. His fingers locked around her calf, his new strength anchoring her for a split second. "I've got you," Soul roared, straining against the invisible tractor beam, his feet sliding on the obsidian. "What is this? What is pulling you?" Isilia looked down at him, her eyes wide with desperation, seeing the genuine fear in his gaze. She exerted her divine power and reached down, her hands grasping his forearms, trying to hold on, but her fingers were slipping against the sweat and the sheer, overwhelming force of the law. "It's the world law, Soul," she screamed, her voice cracking. "Let go. You'll be torn apart. No matter how much of a bastard I still have my own pride. I can't let my woman be dragged somewhere, even if that woman is a literal goddess." Soul gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging as he fought the gravity of a dimension. "Tell me how to stop it." "You can't. This place, it's rejecting me." Tears of frustration welled in her golden eyes, because no matter how this all happened, it was reality that they had just been together, and he was the first man since her existence to have ever been with her. So she had very complicated feelings towards him. "I am too dense for this reality, Soul. You opened the door too soon. I haven't suppressed my aura yet. Now being kicked out." "Kicked out?" Soul yelled back, the wind tearing the words from his mouth. "But you're a goddess. Can't you just stay?" The force redoubled. Soul's grip slipped, inch by inch. Isilia was rising faster now, dragging him onto his toes. She realized she had seconds, only seconds to explain, to make him understand why she was leaving him. "Listen to me," she cried out, speaking rapidly, her face contorted with the effort to stay close to him. "In this primordial world, the islands, the land your tribes live on, are protected by ancient isolation laws. They have barriers to protect the ecology from outsiders. Outsiders like you? Yes. High-tier beings like gods are not allowed to stay in lower-tier areas." Isilia shouted, her fingers trailing over his hands as his grip finally failed. "My existence implies a mass of energy so great that if I stayed here unchecked, my mere presence would warp reality. The gravity would crush your tribes. My breath would start hurricanes. The native beast would go extinct just from being near me." Soul stared at her, his hands empty now, reaching up toward her. The realization made him even more worried. She wasn't leaving because she wanted to. She was leaving because staying would destroy his world. "So the world is spitting you out to save itself?" he shouted, desperation making his voice crackling raw. "Basically," Isilia roared, now 20 feet up and accelerating toward the rift. She fought against the beam of light, twisting her body to keep her gaze locked on his. "Then will you come back?" Soul's voice broke, worry bleeding through every syllable. Isilia's expression wavered, complicated and unreadable, but at his plea her eyes softened. "Mortals don't understand what it costs us," she said, her voice trembling with strain as the light pulled harder. "Gods can forcefully enter, but the price is massive. They have to burn their own divinity to counteract the pressure. It's exhausting. It weakens them. Usually, they stay in their own divine realms. They don't come down here unless something is worth it." Soul's heart hammered against his ribs. He felt small, ignorant and powerless. Gods can descend. If this was true, then no need for him to struggle and get stronger. He could just say goodbye to his dear life. He needed to know the scale of what he was dealing with, needed to know what kind of world she operated in, so he could find his way to it. Valuable like what? He shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth, his eyes locked on hers. What is worth this price? Icilia was near the ceiling now, the crack widening to swallow her whole. She looked down at him, her expression softening, a mix of tragic longing and urgent command. Things that change everything. Valuable like divine law shards. She yelled, her voice growing distant but echoing with fierce importance. Like primordial artifacts, the legacies of dead titans, or the seeds of a new world tree. Only things that can alter the fate of the universe are worth this price. The light intensified, turning the interior of the realm into a blinding white void. Sol shielded his eyes, refusing to look away. Terrified it would be the last time he saw her. So, Icilia called out one last time, her silhouette blurring within the pillar of light. She didn't sound like a goddess then. She sounded like a woman being torn from her lover. Find me. You have my mark. Do not die, you foolish lucky man. Grow strong. Find Zap. With a sound like a wet whip crack, Icilia was gone. The pillar of light retracted instantly, imploding into a single point before vanishing. The crack in the dimension slammed shut, the jagged wound in reality sealing as if it had never existed, leaving only the scorched echo of her voice in the temple. And then, silence crashed back into the realm. It was a peaceful silence. It was a vacuum, a sudden violent absence of sound that made Sol's ears ring. The blinding, searing light had vanished. The wind that had threatened to tear everything off was dead. Sol stood frozen in the center of the vast, obsidian hall, his hand still reaching upward toward the empty ceiling, grasping at air where her ankle had been seconds ago. For a long moment, he didn't move. He couldn't. His body was still vibrating, every nerve ending firing with the residual energy of the event. He lowered his arms slowly, the movement feeling heavy, as if the air had turned to molasses. He looked at his hand, at the calloused fingers that had just touched her. They were trembling slightly, not from fear, but from a sheer overdose of adrenaline. The warmth of her skin still lingered on his fingertips, a phantom heat that refused to fade away. He looked up at the ceiling, where the goddess had just been raptured by the universe's immune system. Well, Sol muttered, his deep voice echoing in the empty throne room. He looked down at his hands, then at the empty space where Icilia had been. What the heck just happened? His legs suddenly felt heavy. The adrenaline began to recede, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion. He turned and sat down heavily on the steps of the throne, the cold stones seeping through his naked body, leaving him with the realization of what had just happened. He leaned back, elbows on the step above him, staring into the dark void above. He was alone. He was mutated. He had just been with a goddess, triggered a planetary alarm system, and been left with a body full of dormant divine law fragments that he had no idea how to use. It was all so absurd, so terrifying. But as he clenched his hand into a fist, feeling the new, dense power coiling in his forearm, the terror faded, replaced by something darker, something possessive. Find her, she said. Sol murmured, a low, gritty chuckle escaping his throat. He ran a hand through his hair, his eyes narrowing as he replayed the look on her face, the way she had looked at him before the light took her. Don't worry, Icilia, he whispered to the empty temple, his voice dropping to a possessive rumble. It's not like I would ever let go of a woman who belongs to me. You're mine now, and I promise to find you. After all, you are the first goddess I have ever loved. He sat up straight, the lethargy vanishing as a new fire lit up in his eyes. The woman was gone, but that didn't mean he should just go into depression and lose it all. No way in heck he was going to be like that in this new life. He looked around the silent temple, the artifact he still barely understood. All right then, Sol said, cracking his neck. He closed his eyes for a second, sensing the faint, warm hum of the golden tattoos beneath his skin. carved into his very DNA. A slow, feral smile spread across his face. Let us see what this artifact is really all about, and what this new body can do. Chapter 179. Assessing Physical Changes. Chapter 179. Chapter 179. Assessing physical changes. Soul stood alone in the silence of the Void Temple, the echo of Isilia's scream still fading into the infinite darkness above. The throne was empty. The goddess was gone. Now that he focused on himself, he felt that something was wrong. No, not wrong. It was more accurate to say different. Everything felt smaller and lighter, but at the same time heavier. It was a weird feeling. Like it was a burden on his shoulders. It was like density in his cells had increased. He took a step forward, intending to walk to the edge of the dais. But his foot slammed into the obsidian with a force he hadn't intended to exert. Crack! A spiderweb of fractures bloomed instantly under his bare heel. The stone groaned, dust puffing up around his ankle. Soul froze, looking down at the damage. He hadn't stomped or exerted weight. He could swear that he had simply walked. Okay, so we spelled. His voice dropped an octave, resonating in his own chest cavity like a cello bow dragged across thick strings. Seems like calibration is needed. He lifted his hand. It looked the same, calloused, tan, perhaps a little broader across the palm. They were trembling, not from fear, but from a terrifying surplus of energy vibrating under his skin. The veins along his forearms were bulging, dark and thick like blue cords, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic thud that sounded like a war drum in his ears. But the feeling was wrong. Or rather, it was too right. He clenched his fist. The air inside his palm popped, a pressurized sound like a whip crack. The skin over his knuckles pulled tight, revealing tendons that looked less like biological tissue and more like braided steel cables. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs. His lung capacity has definitely increased. The air in the Void Temple was thin and smelled of ancient stones, but his body processed it with terrifying efficiency. He could feel the oxygen hitting his blood, burning cleaner, hotter. Diagnostic time, Soul muttered, his scientist's brain waking up to analyze the miracle. He walked, carefully this time, treating the floor like thin ice, over to a polished section of the black wall that acted as a mirror. He looked at himself. The boy who had woken up in the thrashed hut, scrawny, malnourished, dying, was gone. The soul staring back was a predator carved from marble. His muscles hadn't bulked up into the grotesque, swollen mass of a bodybuilder. Instead, they had condensed. He looked lean, but there was a density to him, a compactness that screamed of coiled power. His shoulders were broader, his waist tapered, his posture naturally aligned for violence. But it was the eyes that stopped him. His eyes, once a muddy brown and black, had changed. The irises were now a deep, burning crimson. They weren't glowing like a monster-s, but they caught the low light of the void and reflected it back with a predatory sheen. He leaned closer to the reflection. Night vision? He wondered. He concentrated. He willed his pupils to dilate. The world changed. The deep shadows of the ruin, blocked from light, which had been pitch black moments ago, suddenly resolved into monochromatic crimson shade. He could see the texture of the stone 50 feet away in the corner. He could see the dust motes drifting in the air. He wasn't completely blind in the dark anymore. He seems to have low-light amplification. There. Then, he noticed something else. Drifting in the air, definitely invisible before, were tiny, glittering specks. Dust? No, they were literally glowing. They looked like fireflies made of glass, shimmering in currents he had never seen before. Soul squinted, focusing his crimson gaze on them. Burn. A sharp pain spiked behind his eyes, like a needle being pushed into his brain. He gasped, but the image sharpened. The specks weren't bugs. They were energy. Maybe ambient mana? Ether? Spirit energy, or maybe divine energy. He didn't know the word, but he knew it was real. They pulsed, swirled, flowing like rivers in the air, swirling around the area where Isilia had disappeared. This, he stammered, breath hitching, this seems like magic vision. Is it really something like magic vision? His voice trembled between awe and disbelief. I can see. The energy, Soul whispered, dampening the pain. He tried to focus on a cluster of them drifting nearby. The moment he locked on, the headache spiked to a blinding crescendo. His eyes began to water, capillaries bursting. Soul hissed, squeezing his eyes shut and cutting the flow of energy. But even through the pain, he felt a surge of ecstasy. The motes weren't just light. They were alive, responsive, bending as if they knew he was watching. He opened his eyes again. The crimson fade lingered for a moment before returning to normal vision. But the shining motes also vanished, returning the world to normal. He wiped at his watering eyes, smearing blood from burst capillaries, but he was grinning through the sting. He staggered, clutching his head, half laughing, half groaning. Okay, magic sight is a use with caution feature. Got it. But even as the pain ebbed, exhilaration roared in his chest. His heart hammered, his breath came ragged, but his mind was alight with possibilities. I really have magic vision, he whispered, eyes wide, trembling with wonder. I could track energy. I could see what others can't. He broke off, shuddering, the thrill almost too much to contain. It was a massive cheat. As a senior otaku, he knew there was so much he could do with this. He felt that the world wasn't closed to him. It had cracks, hidden pathways, secrets only he could glimpse. The thought alone sent a shiver down his spine. He had seen the world peel back, had glimpsed currents of power that no mortal eyes should ever touch. And though it hurt, though it nearly blinded him, the ecstasy of discovery was worth every drop of blood. Even though it was already great, he knew that it wasn't the end. He turned away from the mirror. It was time for the real tests. He looked at a chunk of debris lying near the base of a broken pillar. It was a block of obsidian like shiny rock, likely dislodged during the artifact's earlier tantrum. It was roughly the size of a small car. Soul walked over to it. In his past life, or even yesterday, he wouldn't have been able to budge this with a crowbar. Even the elite hunters of the tribe would need 2 men and ropes to move it. He walked up to it, bent his knees, and dug his fingers into the wet earth beneath the stone. He inhaled. He didn't grunt or jerk. He just stood up. GRR rumble. The mud made a sucking sound as the boulder tore free. Soul's eyes widened. His quads bulged, the muscles tearing and knitting instantly under the strain, but his back remained straight. He hoisted the massive rock until it was chest height. He held it there. It was heavy. He could feel the mass of it pulling at his shoulder socket, but it wasn't a struggle. It felt like lifting a heavy suitcase. His internal calculator ran the numbers. Estimate. 800 pounds? Maybe 1,000? I could throw this, he realized with a dark chuckle. I could literally throw a boulder at someone. Damn, it seems like I'm a goddamn walking forklift. He set it down, gently, so as not to crack the floor again. And with this, he reached the conclusion that his strength was at least elite hunter level. He was already stronger than the average hunter, but now he was definitely stronger than, and it was without even training. With training, he would definitely get even stronger. Now, let us check the speed. The dimension was vast, about 50 meters of open stone. He walked to one end, rolling his shoulders, trying to psych himself up. He dug his back foot into the ground, getting into a sprinter-esque stance, channeling strength into his calves. Go! He exploded forward. The acceleration was absolutely violent. The ground behind him literally cracked and burst apart. It felt less like running and more like being shot out of cannon. The wind roared in his ears instantly. The pillars blurred into gray streaks. Oh, this is fast. This is way too fast. He shouted, half laughing, half panicked. He crossed the distance in seconds. The far wall was rushing toward him fast, a bit too fast. Stop! Stop! F. He tried to skid, but his speed was too fast and boom. Crash! He slammed straight into the wall, bouncing off with a grunt and collapsing onto the floor in a heap, just like in a Looney Tunes cartoon. Dust dramatically rained down around him. Groaning, he rolled onto his back, staring up at the ceiling. Okay, note to self. braking system not included. He coughed, then laughed despite himself. He sat up, rubbing his head, eyes wide with lingering exhilaration. But gods, that was insane. If I can control this, I could outrun arrows. I could blitz through armies. I could, he broke off, chuckling breathlessly. I could also break every bone in my body if I don't figure out how to stop. Sol pushed himself to his feet, wobbling but grinning, checking for injuries. His shoulder, which had taken the brunt of the impact, was red but not broken. His heart was still hammering, his body trembling with adrenaline. Triple speed of fastest human in previous life, he calculated, rubbing the spot. Maybe more in short bursts. So, I'm faster than a leopard. He had checked the strength, and he also had the speed. But now the time was for the hard part, because in the jungle, durability was king. He picked up a random long stone piece. It was sharp, the edge ground to a razor point. He looked at his left forearm. The skin was smooth, unblemished, glowing with that faint sheen he had noticed earlier. "Let's see what you're made of," Sol whispered. He pressed the sharp stone against his forearm. He applied pressure. Normal pressure first, enough to slice skin. Nothing. Nothing happened. The stone pressed into his flesh, dimpling it, but the skin refused to part. It felt like pressing a knife against cured leather or a tire. He pressed harder, put his new, monstrous strength behind it. Snap! The stone broke. Sol looked at his arm. A faint white line, like a scratch on plastic, faded within seconds, but no blood. "Tough," Sol muttered. "Really tough. Kind of like biological armor. High-density, dermal layer," Sol cataloged. "Immune to environmental hazards. Thorns and sharp rocks are useless." He picked another sharper one this time and applied just enough pressure to nick the skin. At first, nothing. Then, with a little more force, the edge finally scraped a shallow cut. Sol leaned closer, eyes wide. Within seconds, the mark faded. The skin knitted itself back together, erasing the wound as if it had never been there. "That's insane," he whispered, flexing his arm. "I heal like a lizard tail regrowing. No blood, no scar. Just gone." He laughed nervously, shaking his head. "Okay, so small cuts are useless. I'm basically immune to paper cuts. Not like there is any paper in this world. That's comforting, I guess." But curiosity gnawed at him. If shallow wounds vanished instantly, what about deeper ones? He gritted his teeth. He needed to know the failure point. If he went into battle thinking he was invincible and got gutted by a spear, he'd be a dead fool. He raised the stone once again. "Don't be aborrado, Sol. And sorry, arm." He stabbed down with serious force. Thunk! This time it finally punctured. It broke the skin, sinking about half an inch into the muscle. "Gah!" Sol hissed, gritting his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn, it went too deep. Ouch, ouch. But still, bravado was achieved at approximate 60 strength output. He yanked the stone free. Dark, rich blood welled up, dripping down his arm. He hurriedly clamped his hand tightly over the wound. He pressed harder, trying to stem the flow, heart hammering as he imagined himself bleeding out alone in this vast stone chamber. But then, something strange. Within minutes, the bleeding slowed. The pain shifted, turning into a maddening itch beneath his skin. He peeked under his hand. The blood was already thickening, bubbling, clotting faster than it should. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to wait. An hour passed. The pain dulled, replaced by a steady tugging sensation, like invisible stitches pulling the wound closed. He watched, breath hitching, as granulation tissue formed, knitting together in real time. It was like watching a wound heal in fast forward. Another hour. The cut sealed completely. A scab formed, hardened, then flaked away, leaving only a faint pink line. Even that began to fade as he stared, wide-eyed and trembling. Sol flexed his arm, disbelief choking him. "Hyperregeneration," he whispered. It wasn't instant, not some comic book miracle where wounds vanished in seconds. A spear through the heart, a decapitation, those would still kill him. But flesh wounds? Cuts? Bruises? They were irrelevant. He could fight through damage that would cripple a normal man. He laughed shakily, rubbing the spot where the wound had been, the adrenaline of the self-mutilation mixing with the thrill of discovery. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders. All right, durability, healing, what's next? His eyes drifted to the rubble pile nearby. A new idea sparked. He picked up a handful of loose stones, weighing them in his palm. Reaction time, he said, almost daring himself. He threw them into the air, 5 stones, tossing them high and wide in a chaotic arc, and closed his eyes for a split second, then snapped them open. His dynamic vision kicked in. To his old eyes, they would have been a blur. But now, slow. He watched them descend. He could see the rotation of the individual pebbles. He could see a drop of water clinging to one. He moved and exploded into motion. Snatch, 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 snatch. His hands were a blur. He caught 3 with his right hand, 2 with his left, weaving between the falling trajectories with effortless precision. He stopped, his breathing barely elevated. For a moment, Sol just stood there, staring at his hands. His fingers tingled, his pulse raced. I caught them, he whispered, almost disbelieving. All 5. I saw them spinning. I knew where they'd land. It was like the world slowed down just for me. He flexed his hands, opening and closing them, then laughed, a shaky, incredulous laugh. My reaction speed, it's insane. I'm not just physically faster. My reaction speed is fast too. I can calculate trajectories midair like some kind of living ballistics computer. He crouched, picked up one of the stones again, tossing it lightly and snatching it out of the air with effortless precision. His grin widened. I could pluck arrows out of the sky. I could catch blades before they hit me. Hell, I could juggle knives blindfolded if I wanted to. The thought made him laugh harder, almost giddy. I'm basically cheating at physics. Reaction time like this, it's not human. It's simply divine. Just as he sat down to rest, his breathing steadying as the adrenaline of his physical testing began to ebb. He felt powerful. His muscles hummed with potential energy. His skin was impenetrable to common stone, and his eyes could pierce the darkness. But as he closed his eyes to center himself, he realized the greatest change wasn't in his arms. It was inside. Chapter 180. Attribute Exchange Evolution. Chapter 180. Chapter 180. Attribute Exchange Evolution. Just as he sat down to rest, his breathing steadying as the adrenaline of his physical testing began to ebb. He felt powerful. His muscles hummed with potential energy. His skin was impenetrable to common stone, and his eyes could pierce the darkness. But as he closed his eyes to center himself, he realized the greatest change wasn't in his arms. It was inside. He hurriedly placed a hand over his heart. The hollow cavity in his chest wasn't just full. It had mysteriously transformed. Before the right, the energy had been ash-gray, was a gaseous, mist-like substance that was hard to grasp and easy to exhaust. And most importantly, it was extremely volatile, requiring intense emotional triggers to use. Then, after a few encounters with different beasts and absorbing their soul or soul power, it had condensed into charcoal, denser, grittier version. But now, Sol closed his eyes and looked inward. What he saw made his breath hitch. The cavity was a literal lake. The energy wasn't gaseous anymore. It had transformed into liquid. It swirled with a heavy, viscous grace, looking like molten mercury. Its color has also been upgraded to silver, a bright, metallic hue that sloshed against the walls of his spiritual container with a rhythmic tide. It moved with a slow, deliberate weight that screamed of power. Condensation, Sol whispered, opening his eyes. It didn't just refill. It evolved. It went from gaseous to liquid state. And the volume, it had doubled. No, tripled. Sol whispered, feeling the sheer volume of it. Density has also increased massively. He felt that one drop of this silver liquid is worth a bucket of the ash mist. The encounter with Icilia, the absorption of divine shard, and the biological feedback of mating with a primordial had force-fed it. He was just a novice running on fumes anymore. He now had a fucking reservoir at his disposal. Liquid silver, Soul whispered, feeling the power thrumming through his veins like a second heartbeat. Phase 2. He flexed his will, pushing a droplet of the liquid energy out of the cavity and into his arm. Whoosh. It didn't resist. It rushed up his arm like a tidal wave in a canal. The speed of the energy transfer was instant. No lag, no hesitation. His arm glowed with a faint, silver luminescence. A sphere of liquid silver light formed above his palm, humming with a low vibration. And unlike before, it was stable and obedient. Soul's breath caught. Unlike before, it wasn't wild or chaotic. It was his. He felt like he could punch through the obsidian wall without even feeling it. "Let us see what you can do," Soul murmured, his eyes gleaming. He looked around for a test subject. There were no snakes here, no women. Just the ruins and broken stones. He clenched his fist, the sphere hovering obediently above his palm. Damn, nothing but rubble. He tossed the sphere lightly from one hand to the other, marveling at how it followed his intent like a loyal hound. The hum resonated in his bones, filling him with a strange ecstasy. It's perfect, fast, controlled, like a second nervous system wired directly into my will. He exhaled, forcing the sphere to dissolve back into his arm. The silver glow faded, leaving only the faint thrum of power beneath his skin. "Seems like I can only test it later," he muttered, half frustrated, half thrilled. His grin widened despite himself. "But when I do, God's help whatever on the receiving end. But I doubt even God will help, as even Goddess was his woman now." He focused back inside to thoroughly see the changes. But his soul analyzed the new state of his hollow core. He noticed something else floating in the silver lake. It was a shard. Floating amidst the silver energy was a tiny, fragmented crystal of golden light. It didn't blend in. It sat there, radiating a distinct, familiar aura. Soul murmured, "What is this?" Then he suddenly realized with a jolt what had happened during their climax. He and just drained her vitality. When the circuit had overloaded, when she had poured her essence into him, he had siphoned off a fragment of her divinity. She was the goddess of exchange, after all. So earlier, did I absorb her unique law? It seemed impossible. Laws were cosmic concepts. They weren't some things that one could steal, and she had said that even I did get one, I wouldn't be able to use it. But remembering about his transmigration and weird ability to absorb vitality, his whole existence was an anomaly. Soul looked at the broken piece of a stone pillar near his feet. Next to it was a shard of petrified wood, black and ancient. An idea, wild and impossible, sparked in his mind. He picked up the stone in his left hand and the wood in his right. He didn't use the sovereign-esque gaze, the name he had recently come up with for using free-use power, as it only required just a gaze to control, at least in the eyes of others. He reached for the golden shard floating in his chest. He pushed a stream of silver energy through it, using the shard as a lens. He then pushed the silver liquid into both objects simultaneously. He visualized the properties of the stone, heavy, brittle, cold. He visualized the properties of the wood, fibrous, lighter, flammable. Property, hardness. Property, flexibility. Swap. The air between his hands distorted. A line of silver lightning connected the two objects. ZZZT. He felt a sudden, nauseating lurch in his gut, like he was trying to lift a weight with his stomach muscles. The silver energy drained rapidly, far faster than when he first controlled the snake. But he held on. But the effect was visible. The stone in his left hand changed. It didn't change shape, but the texture shifted. The cold hardness vanished, replaced by a warm, organic feeling. He squeezed it. The stone gave. It had the density and flexibility of wood. He looked at the wood in his right hand. It had turned heavy, cold, and unyielding as a stone. He tapped it against the floor. Clink. It sounded like rock. Odishit solbreted. He had swapped their fundamental properties. He had made stone into wood and wood into stone. He watched closely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Snap! The stone instantly hardened back into brittle rock. And the wood turned back to wood. Well, it turned back into wood. Temporary, Soul noted, wiping sweat from his brow. And weak. I can't turn water into wine yet. But I can turn a sword into a noodle for 3 seconds. I can only swap basic physical properties for a few seconds. Honestly, that in itself was terrifying. In a fight, 3 seconds of an enemy's weapon turning soft or their armor turning brittle was a death sentence. It was a debuff that defied physics. But the implications went far deeper than combat. Soul stared at his hands, his mind racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Attribute exchange, he said, naming the power. It was weak. It was incredibly temporary. It had lasted maybe 3 seconds. And the cost was high. The Silver Lake had dipped noticeably just for that small parlor trick. But the implications were terrifying. This was just a free use command. He had rewritten the fundamental properties of matter. He had told the stone to be wood, and the stone had obeyed. The law of exchange. He looked at his hands, trembling with excitement. If I can absorb vitality from a mortal, he reasoned, pacing the dais, and I can absorb a law fragment from a goddess. What else can I absorb? Soul mused, his eyes gleaming with greed. He dropped back onto the throne, laughter spilling out of him, soft at first, then sharper, edged with disbelief. It was absurd. It was broken. He thought about the path of the body. He had assumed it was just about vitality, about healing, strength, and endurance. But this changed the game. Does that mean I can absorb other things? He muttered, leaning forward, fingers drumming against the armrest. If I sleep with a mage, can I steal her mana capacity? If I sleep with a warrior, can I steal her talent for the blade? What about bloodlines? Elemental affinities? Of course, it's another matter if this world has any mage or warrior, but still, his mind raced, greed igniting like wildfire. What if he sought unions with other races? Soul mused, if I united bloodlines with an elf, do I get their life sense? Their unique magic talent? If I bond with a dragon, in human form, preferably, could I absorb their powerful scales or their breath? He leaned back, eyes narrowing, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. If I bond with a succubus, do I get their charm? The possibilities stretched out before him, endless and intoxicating. He wasn't limited to his own human potential, nor was he just a sponge for health. He was a genetic thief. He was a cosmic parasite that could steal the very essence of what made a species unique. I could build the perfect body, Soul realized, a greedy light igniting in his crimson eyes. The ultimate body. I could take the best traits of every race and beings I conquered and make them mine. He clenched his fist, extinguishing the silver light. Super excited, doesn't he even cover it? He grinned. I'm gonna need a bigger harem. The harem plan wasn't just about influence or pleasure anymore. It was about evolution. Chapter 181. I'm the Industrial Revolution. Chapter 181. Chapter 181. I'm the Industrial Revolution evolution, Soul whispered, the word tasting like wine on his tongue. He stood there for a moment longer, basking in the sheer, gluttonous potential of his future. The idea of becoming a cosmic apex predator by simply enjoying himself was almost too good to be true. It was the kind of plot armor he used to criticize in forums for being too OP. But now that he was wearing it, it fit perfectly. But of course, transformation wasn't just limited to physical, as he had been intimate with a literal goddess, the epitome of existence. Even though she was in a weakened state and without divine power, but a goddess was still a goddess. So, next was the time for mental transformation, and unlike the physical transformation, which had been violent, a cracking of bones and a burning of skin, the mental transformation arrived in silence. He was standing in the center of the dais, staring at the stone he had just transmuted into wood, back to being a stone. He waited for the mental fatigue to set in. He waited for the headache that usually accompanied high-level focus. He waited for the brain fog that had plagued him since his transmigration. The hazy, corrupt files of the original soul-s trauma mixed with the fading, dreamlike recollections of Earth. But now, strangely, the fog didn't come. Before, his mind had been a messy attic, cluttered with the fragmented memories of the original soul and the hazy, fading recollections of his past life on Earth. Trying to remember specific details from his old life had been like trying to grab smoke. He knew the general shape of things, but the edges were blurry. He remembered concepts, feelings, but rarely the fine print. The world inside his head seemed to click like his mind was a room where someone had just switched on 1,000 lights. It was a strange physical sensation, as he felt his neural pathways reconfiguring, snapping into a grid of perfect, crystalline order. It felt like a camera lens snapping into perfect focus after years of being slightly blurry. It felt like a messy room suddenly organizing itself, books flying onto shelves, papers stacking into neat piles, dust vanishing into the ether. He closed his eyes, intending to rest for a moment. Instead, he fell into a library, yes, a literal library with thousands of books. He was shocked and confused at first and jumbled around trying to figure it out. And just then seeing it, he remembered reading about a powerful mnemonic strategy called Memory Palace that uses familiar spatial environments to store and recall information. In this method, by mentally placing items you want to remember along a route or inside a place you know well, you can later retrieve them by walking through that space in your mind. Even though this one seemed a bit different from that one, as it used a familiar place to store memories, but without doubt, the concept was almost the same. He looked around, and really, it wasn't a physical space, but a mental construct that formed instantly. And with it, the fog that usually shrouded his past life cleared with a violent snap. Even though he didn't know why or how it happened, but he knew that it was definitely related to his encounter with a goddess. So he decided to test it. He reached back into the murky depths of his past life, looking for something trivial, something useless, and more importantly, something he should have forgotten years ago. In his past life, Soul had been a degenerate consumer of content. He had spent thousands of hours doom-scrolling, binge-reading trashy web novels, and falling down 3 a.m. YouTube rabbit holes. So, finding something like that wasn't very difficult. He randomly thought about a web novel he had read 3 years ago, as he particularly remembered reading it after seeing thousands of 5-star reviews and everyone recommending it. But man, only after reading it, he realized it was a generic, trash-tier cultivation FIC about a guy with a broken dantian who finds a ring and a dragon grandpa. Even then, he had binge-read 1,500 chapters in a week during a bout of insomnia, and, as usual, promptly forgotten the plot 10 minutes after finishing it. Access. The fog cleared instantly, and he felt like walking across the massive library until he reached an aisle labeled as Trash Fix. A book named Conquer the Nine Heavens got out and expanded. It wasn't a vague recollection. It was a PDF file opening in his brain. He could see the generic cover art, the bad Photoshop of a dragon wrapping around a sword. He could read the first paragraph as if the text were scrolling in front of his eyelids. He could recite the specific, nonsensical mantra the protagonist used in Chapter 42 to refine the 9-sun pill. Gather the key at the Huyin point. Rotate 3 times counterclockwise. Exhale the turbid air through the meridian. Soul muttered aloud, his deep voice echoing in the silent temple. He blinked, stunned. I remember the typos, he whispered, horrified and delighted. I remember the author's note shamelessly begging for power stones and gifts at the bottom of the page, even though he knew he wouldn't receive any gifts. Just like me. But this one wasn't enough. He excitedly moved around different shelves, looking for something else. Something he had enjoyed, but hadn't thought about in months. He accessed a book labeled Urban System in America. The narrative flooded his mind. He didn't just remember the plot. He remembered the mechanics of it. The ruthless climb from a haggard orphan in a neon-lit nightclub to the male god of Los Angeles. He recalled the way he navigated a modern jungle of old-money aristocrats, corrupt professors, and street-level predators, not just with the raw force of a divine physique, but with cold, calculating system management. I remember the rhythm of the schemes. Rex murmured, a dark, melodic appreciation coloring his tone. I remember how he leveraged every daily sign-in and mission reward to monopolize the very flow of the city's resources. That's exactly what I'm doing with the soup, he realized. The tribe isn't so different from the urban jungle in that book. Vurok was just a low-level thug. The elders are the corrupt officials. The soup stall? That is his startup business. He tried something else. He thought about a high school physics textbook he had skimmed during detention a decade ago. Page 142. The Principles of Leverage and Torque. Diagram A. It appeared in his mind's eye with the clarity of a 4K screen. He could see the equations. He could see the coffee stain on the corner of the page. He could see the crude doodle he had drawn in the margin. He was roaming around looking for something useful, but seeing a shelf named Culture Collection, he couldn't help but stop. It was definitely not because it was smut or anything. It was for research, research. He picked a smut novel he had read once, late at night, featuring an elf princess and a very enthusiastic orc. The text appeared. Every adjective, every moan, every description of jade-like skin and other risque imagery. It was a vivid show projected directly onto his cortex. Damn, I could inscribe these divine treasures, be hailed as the master storyteller, captivate these primitives, but alas, they don't even have a proper writing system. So on lonely nights, I'm stuck as the world's first and only scholar of this lost art. Anyways, back to topic, eidetic memory, Soul whispered, a shiver running down his spine. No, it's more like total recall. The encounter with the goddess hadn't just reinforced his muscles. It had optimized his neural pathways. It had defragmented his hard drive and upgraded the RAM. His brain was no longer a biological organ. It was a supercomputer. And that meant, Soul's eyes widened. A slow, greedy grin spread across his face, wider than the one he wore when he looked at Evera. The archives, he breathed, as he had more than just stories in his brain. He was a man of the information age. He was a creature of the internet. He had spent thousands of hours in his past life procrastinating. He had fallen down the 3 a.m. YouTube rabbit holes more times than he could count. He wasn't too picky and watched it all. The primitive technology channels where silent guys built swimming pools in the jungle with a stick and some mud. The survivalists who made concrete from wood ash and seashells. The backyard engineers who built hydraulic presses to crush soda cans. The chemists who made gunpowder from urine and charcoal. The history buffs who explained the mechanics of a Roman aqueduct or the gearing of a windmill. At the time, it was just entertainment. It was background noise while he ate instant noodles or procrastinated on work. It was useless trivia. But here, in the Stone Age, it's a treasure trove, Soul laughed, tapping his temple. That wasted time was the ultimate treasure. It was a grimoire of lost technology. He closed his eyes again, diving deep. He navigated the library of his own mind, pulling books off the shelves of his subconscious. Shelf. Construction. He pulled up a video he had watched once at 4 a.m. How to build a log cabin with interlocking joints. He watched it play in his head. He paused it. He zoomed in on the notch technique. He understood the load-bearing physics instantly. The Osari tribe lived in huts made of mud and woven grass that leaked when it rained, smelled of rot, and collapsed when the wind blew too hard. They were glorified nests. I can build a fortress, Soul realized. I can build a 2-story house with insulation, a chimney that actually draws smoke out, and a drainage system so we aren't sleeping in damp earth. I can build a kiln to fire real bricks. He saw the blueprints for a mortar mixture, lime, sand, water. He saw the design for a roof truss that could support heavy snow or the weight of a prowling beast. He went further. He accessed the deep lore of his procrastination. The engineering channels. Shelf mechanics. He pulled up a diagram of a water wheel he had watched an animation of once. He saw the gears. He saw the transfer of kinetic energy from lateral motion to vertical force. The tribe cracked nuts and roots by hand, smashing rocks together for hours. It was back-breaking, inefficient labor that fell mostly on the women. I can build a mill, Soul muttered, his fingers twitching as he traced invisible blueprints in the air. I can harness the river. Automatic grinding. Automatic trip hammers for forging. I can build a bellows system that gets a fire hot enough to melt iron, not just copper. He thought about the pulley. A simple concept, unknown to the Osari. With a pulley, he could lift heavy game, move stone blocks, and build walls higher than any ladder could reach. He pulled up a documentary on early industrialization. He saw the schematics of a water wheel. He saw the diagram of a basic blast furnace. I thought I was just strong. Sol laughed, the sound echoing in the ravine. But this is the real cheat. But let us forget gunpowder and shit, not like I remember it. He then remembered a video about the ram pump, a device that uses the force of flowing water to pump water uphill without electricity. Indoor plumbing, sol breted. I can give Lyra running water in the kitchen. I can irrigate the crops. He hurriedly checked the shelves he was most concerned about, as they would be incredibly helpful until he became strong enough. Shelf, weaponry. He remembered his bone dagger. It was sharp, sure, but it was primitive. It relied on brute force and close range. It was a tool for a savage. He accessed a memory of a compound bow, the pulley system, the mechanical advantage that allowed a weaker man to draw a string with the force of a giant. He accessed a video on how to make a repeating crossbow that Chuko knew using bamboo and sinew. He accessed the design for a trebuchet, a ballista. With this, I think I don't even need divine skills, Sol whispered, a terrifying light igniting in his crimson eyes. I have science. I have physics. I have the accumulated knowledge of 5,000 years of human history. The Titans had their world forge. The elves had their sung-wood palaces. The elementals had their raw magic. But humanity? Humanity had leverage. Humanity had gears. Humanity had the ability to take the laws of the universe and bend them until they screamed. Sol stood up and began to pace the dais, his mind racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He felt like a god who had just remembered where he left his thunderbolts. He thought about the trap the tribe used. Before, it was relying on a simple ambush, a rock, a snake, a stab in the dark. It was risky. It was messy. But now, he recalled a video on ancient Vietnamese traps. The figure-4 deadfall, the torsion spring snare, the spiked pit with a counterweight cover that reset itself after the victim fell in, the Malay tiger pit. He could turn the jungle into a machine of death. He wouldn't be hunted by others. He would be engineering their demise. He could create a kill zone where even a massive beast would be dead 3 times over before he even realized he was under attack. And it wasn't just violence. It was comfort. He thought about the girls. Lyra, Aurelia, Vera, Leora. They spent their lives in dirt, cold, and darkness. They bathed in the river because they had no plumbing. They froze in winter because their huts had no insulation and their fires were inefficient. He accessed a video on Roman hypocaust heating systems. Underfloor heating using hot air channeled from a furnace. I can give them hot floors, Sol realized, his heart squeezing with a strange mix of ambition and affection. I can give them a toilet that flushes. I can make soap that smells like lavender instead of pig fat. I can build a loom that weaves 10 times faster. He could be the king of comfort. In a world where comfort was the rarest resource of all, rarer than food, rarer than safety, he would be a god. The women wouldn't just love him for the soup or the sex. They would worship him for the hot water. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about domination. With the attribute exchange, he could alter materials. He had the strength to lift the logs, the speed to gather the resources. With the silver energy, he could enforce his will. And with his memory, he knew exactly what to build. He could advance the tribe by 1,000 years in a single generation. Or he could build his own tribe, a city of stone and iron, lit by oil lamps, protected by ballistae, and ruled by a man who knew the secrets of 2 worlds. He stopped pacing. He looked at his hands, the hands of a killer, now the hands of an architect. I am the Industrial Revolution, Sol said to the empty void. Chapter 182. The Reality Check Ejection, Chapter 182. Chapter 182. The reality check ejection, getting stronger by having sex, the knowledge of a whole civilization, and a literal cheat code. I'm set to become a fucking overlord, Sol muttered, his voice echoing in the vast, empty temple. He clutched his fists, feeling the silver liquid energy sloshing in his chest and the dense muscle of his new body. He felt like he had just been handed the keys to the universe. He could see it already, a stone fortress, an army of loyal warriors, and a harem of diverse, most beautiful women that would make a sultan weep. It was an extremely exciting plan. His ego was inflating by the second, fueled by the rush of power and the god-marked tattoos beneath his skin, like a man who had just seen the blueprint of his own godhood. But just as he was reeling in the fantasy, a single jarring memory cut through the high. He saw the fire from the night the Vorik tribe invaded. He heard the wet, sickening thud of bone clubs hitting his tribesmen's skulls. He heard his mother's muffled scream and his father's final, desperate grunt as the Vorik tribe. The savages who made his own people look like scholars, butcher wantonly. He felt the sheer, soul-crushing terror of the thorn maw, that mountain of muscles and teeth that had treated the Vorik savages like a mild annoyance. Then came the image of the sovereign of the gorge, that mountain-sized serpent that had almost turned him into a snack. And finally, Isilia, the goddess, a being so powerful she had to be vomited out by the world itself, leaving him alone in a silent temple. It was like a bucket of ice-cold water was poured directly onto his brain. The smugness vanished instantly. The heat in his chest cooled into a hollow pit of dread. He came back to his senses and shut down his idiotic daydreams before they could get him killed. Who the fuck am I kidding? He spat, the words bitter in the silence. He wasn't some cosmic mastermind. He was just a degenerate who happened to get transmigrated. He looked at his hands again. They were stronger, yes. They were marked by laws he didn't understand. But they were still just two hands. And the truth was, it definitely wasn't going to be easy. He had the memory palace, sure, but there was a massive, yawning gap between watching a 10-minute video of a silent guy in the woods and actually surviving a prehistoric winter. Basic stuff like making soup or a simple trap was one thing, but for the real advanced shit, that required more than just remembering a diagram. True technology required specific knowledge and advanced materials. Things that had to be carefully manufactured in high-tech laboratories with precision tools and chemical reagents he couldn't even name. You can't just wish a steam engine into existence because you saw a 3D animation of one once. You need high-grade steel. To get steel, you need a blast furnace. To get a blast furnace, you need refractory bricks. To get bricks, you need a specific type of clay and a kiln that hits temperatures as primitive what fires would never touch. It was a chain of production that stretched for miles, and he was currently standing at the very beginning of it, naked and alone in some fucking unknown dimension. And the worst part? He was just a layman. He hadn't watched those 3 a.m. videos to learn how to be a founder of civilization. He watched them because he was a bored, depressed degenerate who stayed up late to distract himself from shitty life. He was a consumer, not a creator. He didn't know the actual chemistry behind the gunpowder he wanted to make. He didn't know the physics of stress testing a bridge. He just knew the cool parts. If he were a scientist, a mechanical engineer, or even a fucking plumber, it would have been a different story. But he wasn't. Back on Earth, he was just a degenerate who survived by writing clickbait online articles for pennies. He was a guy who knew a little bit about everything and a whole lot about nothing. I'm not some deep shit, he whispered, his crimson eyes narrowing as the reality of the world set in. Everything requires a foundation. Soul muttered, his excitement turning into a grim, cold focus. And I'm standing in the dirt. He couldn't just jump to the industrial age. He was in a world where a giant snake could eat a village, where a rival tribe could wipe you out while you slept, and where the gods were real and potentially hostile. In this era, knowledge was a tool, but brute force was the law. If he spent his time trying to invent a light bulb while his enemies were sharpening a spear to put through his eye, he was just an idiot with a bright idea and a short life expectancy. The Overlord plan was a nice dream. But the reality was a muddy jungle where some random savage with a sharp stick or a beast with too many teeth could end his reign before it even started. So, he had to get his shit together. No more fantasies. No more ego trips. No more acting like Head already won the game just because Head been with one woman and got a glow up. He was still a weak brat in the eyes of the real players in this world. The goddess was gone. The sovereign was still out there, and countless other beasts were waiting to tear him apart. Soul stood up, his face hardening into a cold, focused mask. He didn't need a harem of thousands or a city of gold right now. He needed to not die. He needed to turn that layman knowledge into something that could actually draw blood. One step at a time, he growled. First, I survive the night. Then, I'll worry about the rest of the bullshit. But still, Soul muttered, his eyes tracing the ancient, flickering symbols on the temple walls. Even if he didn't know the advanced stuff, even if he couldn't build a combustion engine or a high-voltage power grid, or even if it proved useless against the truly high-tier monsters of this world, the layman knowledge in his head was still a nuke in a knife fight. In this world of sticks and mud, knowing how to rotate crops, sanitize a wound, or build a simple block-and-tackle pulley system was basically playing with cheat codes. He could advance this civilization by countless eons just by introducing basic hygiene and elementary physics. He could still enjoy a life of comfort that these primitives couldn't even dream of. He could be hailed as a genius, a god king, or a sage whose name would be carved into the very foundations of history. But a dead genius is just a corpse, he growled, the reality of the primitive jungle outside snapping back into his mind. First priority is always going to be the same. Get fucking strong. Use their rules. Use their methods. If this world has a ladder to godhood, I'm climbing it until my hands bleed. It was crystal clear now. This world didn't just have beasts. It had power. There were methods to evolve, to become stronger, and to become something that even the gods would have to respect. If he wanted to keep his head on his shoulders and the women in his bed, he had to climb the local ladder of power until he was at the very top. He looked back at the obsidian throne. The artifact was his greatest asset, at least for now. Somehow, he was the owner now, but he had barely scratched the surface of what this place was. He needed to explore the corners, find the hidden functions, and see what other laws he could snatch for his collection. All right, let us see what else you're hiding, Soul said, stepping back toward the center of the dais. But just as he began to focus his will, reaching out to touch the metaphysical heart of the dimension, the world tilted. Rumble. A deep, tectonic groan vibrated through the floor, traveling up through the soles of his feet and rattling his teeth. Soul stumbled, his eyes widening in confusion. An earthquake? It was impossible. This was a pocket dimension, a stable, isolated construct of the artifact. There were no fault lines here, no tectonic plates to shift. But the shaking only intensified. The massive obsidian pillars began to shiver, and the silent, dark sky above the temple started to fracture like a broken mirror. Isilia? He yelled, looking around, but the goddess was long gone. The vibration turned into a violent upheaval. The throne itself began to slide across the floor. Soul tried to plant his feet, using his new, heavy density to anchor himself. But it was like trying to stand on the back of a bucking beast. Then, the ground didn't just shake. It went further and opened. A jagged, glowing fissure tore through the obsidian dais right between his feet. It wasn't a hole into the ground. It was a rift of pure, white-hot energy. What the hell? I'm the owner. I didn't command. Before he could finish the curse, the floor beneath him simply ceased to exist. The gravitational anchor snapped. Soul felt a violent, stomach-churning lurch as the dimension literally rejected him. He felt like wasn't falling, he was being flushed. The dimension was literally vomiting him out. Fucking dash. The scream was cut short as he was plunged into a tunnel of blinding light and roaring static. As the light engulfed him and his consciousness began to fray under the pressure of the dimensional transit, Soul's last thought was a bitter, unfiltered curse. Chapter 183. God-tier Slaughterhouse. Chapter 183. Chapter 183. God-tier Slaughterhouse. The transition was a violent, mind-shredding blur. One moment Soul was cursing the existence of a pocket dimension that didn't have a stable floor, and the next he was being squeezed through a metaphorical straw of white-hot light. his consciousness frayed at the edges, his new, dense body vibrating so hard he thought his teeth would shake out of his skull. Then, the world returned with the subtlety of a freight train hitting a wall. Crash! Soul slammed into something hard, but it wasn't stone. It was soft, yielding, and wet. He tumbled, the world spinning in a kaleidoscope of nauseating colors. His stomach did a slow-motion flip, and for a terrifying second, his internal organs felt like they were floating 2 inches to the left of where they should be. The first thing he registered wasn't the sight, but the sound. Clang. Shriek. Boom. It was a commotion that his brain, still vibrating from the dimensional flush, couldn't handle. There were wet, sickening slaps, the metallic tang of blood so thick he could taste it on his tongue, and screams, human, non-human, and things in between. He tried to open his eyes, but the sunlight was a sharp blade stabbing unceremoniously into his pupils. He groaned, rolling onto his back, his head spinning with a vertigo so violent he felt like he was falling upward into the sun. Suddenly, the world was blocked out, and a shadow fell over him, blocking the blinding sunlight. "Ashi, are you alive? Speak to me." The voice was high, melodic, but frayed at the edges with panic pouring out. In his dazed state, a girl's face swam into view. She was beautiful in a raw, savage way. Her face painted with streaks of dark blood, her hair a tangled mess of chestnut locks, and eyes the color of a stormy sea. She was shaking him, her hands surprisingly strong as they gripped his shoulders. She was saying something, but to Soul's dazed mind, her lips moved in slow motion, and her voice sounded like it was underwater. Who is this? Soul thought, his brain feeling like it had been put through a blender. Beyond her, the background was a blurred mess of chaotic motion. Figures were leaping through the air, shadows were dancing, and the very earth seemed to be jumping in place. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. There was a guttural shout from somewhere behind her. Someone screamed. He saw flashes of red, the arc of something sharp, and a spray of fluid that definitely wasn't water. The girl's eyes widened, and without a word, she lunged forward, slamming her body onto his. Boom! Something massive slammed into the earth inches from his head, showering them both in dirt and splinters. Soul's world went dark again as his breath left him in a wheeze. He was pinned to the blood-soaked dirt, and his dazed brain was suddenly greeted with an unexpected sensation. Because he was lying flat on his back, and she had lunged to shield him, he found himself with a face full of, well, breasts. 2 firm, sweat-slicked mounds of feminine muscle were pressed directly against his nose and mouth. The scent of lavender, raw wild jasmine, and feminine pheromone filling his senses. They were soft, warm, and rising and falling with a terrified, frantic rhythm. It was a hell of a way to be greeted back into the material plane. In any other situation, Soul's inner degenerate would have been doing a victory lap. But right now, the impact of her landing and the sheer weight of the chaos around him acted like a bucket of cold water. His brain started to fire again, but the softness of the moment was instantly shattered by the sounds of the world around them. Now that his ears were clearing, he could hear it all. The unmistakable crunch of bone being pulverized, the wet schlick of blades meeting meat, and curses in a language that should have been gibberish. The girl scrambled up, her face flushed red, though whether from the spray or the heat of battle, he couldn't tell. She grabbed Soul by the front of his celestial tunic, which was now stained with mud, and shook him so hard his teeth rattled. She was shouting something, her lips moving frantically. Her expression was a cocktail of concern, anxiety, and pure, unadulterated rage. At first, it was gibberish, a series of harsh, tonal clicks and grunts that made no sense. But then, something deep in his chest, the golden divine shard he had siphoned from Icilia, gave a soft, warm pulse. Click! It was like a universal translator suddenly snapped into place. The gibberish smoothed out into a language he understood better than his own. Hey, are you brain dead? Why are you just lying there staring at my chest? Where did you even come from? Never mind, it doesn't matter. If you stay here, you're dead meat. Do you hear me? She screamed, her eyes darting frantically to the side. I. Sol tried to open his mouth to answer, to tell her who he was or some other bullshit, but his jaw wouldn't work yet, and his tongue felt like a piece of lead. The girl looked over her shoulder, and her face went pale. A shadow loomed over them. She gritted her teeth, let out a frustrated growl. Forget it, and then did something that completely shattered Sol's remaining ego. Before Sol could protest, she reached down, and with a strength that defied her slender frame, she hauled him up. She didn't just help him stand. She flipped him over her shoulder like a sack of grain. Ugh, you're heavier than you look, she grunted. What the fuck? Sol's eyes bugged out. He was 180 pounds of dense, upgraded muscle, yet she picked him up as if he were made of feathers. She took off, her feet hitting the ground with the force of a stampeding horse. The speed was terrifying. She was moving faster than the current Sol could even dream of, weaving through the chaos with a terrifying, fluid grace. And from his vantage point over her shoulder, giving him a perfect front-row seat to the nightmare behind them. And what he saw made the overlord daydreams he had minutes ago feel like a sick joke. Behind him, it wasn't a minor fight or skirmish. It was like he was dropped into a literal god-tier slaughterhouse. Behind them, the jungle was being torn apart. Huge swathes of ancient trees had been leveled as if by a hurricane. And in the center of this clearing, it was like a theater of gore. He saw human warriors, at least he assumed they were human, doing things that broke the laws of physics. One man leapt 30 feet into the air, his body trailing a faint, translucent glow. He came down with a bone-shattering crunch, his stone axe pulverizing the earth and creating a crater that swallowed 3 attackers. But wasn't he just the strength that made Sol's blood run cold? It was the shining things. As he watched, a warrior nearby let out a primal roar. Suddenly, a phantom image shimmered into existence around him, a massive, translucent wolf head made of flickering silver light. The wolf's jaws snapped in sync with the warrior's axe, tearing through the air and rending flesh before the physical blade even arrived. It was just him. To his left, another woman moved with the slick, unnatural grace of a serpent, a faint green, translucent phantom of a serpent coiling around her torso. Every time she moved, she seemed to slip through the air itself, her body twisting in ways no human skeleton should allow, and her bone daggers striking with a speed that left after images. Avatars! Sol whispered, the word feeling right in his mind, but then Sol saw what they were fighting. And the overlord dream he had earlier didn't just die. It was buried in a shallow grave. There were 2 enemies, both of different species. They were humanoid, but that was where the similarity ended. The first species was a nightmare of raw muscle. They were easily 9 feet tall, with leathery, slate-gray skin that looked like it could block a spear. Their builds were cavernous, their chests so broad they looked like walking boulders. They carried no weapons, and he soon found out why they weren't. Sol watched as one of these gray behemoths grabbed a human warrior by the waist. The human's partial bear phantom flickered and resisted violently, but ultimately died under the pressure. The monster opened its massive mouth, and Sol's stomach turned. If it was a normal beast, he wouldn't have reacted much, as he had already hardened his heart a bit by torturing Vurock. But damn, it opened its mouth. An impossibly wide, hinged maw, revealing the stuff of nightmares. It fucking had a second set of jaws, an inner, pharyngeal set that shot forward like a moray eel's crunch. It snapped its maw shut and literally bit the human's head clean off the shoulders in a spray of hot, arterial crimson. Blood sprayed like a fountain, coating the mauler's gray skin in a crimson mask. And the sound was a sickening pop squelch that Sol felt in his marrow. After biting it, the gray brute shook the body like a rag doll, its leathery skin absorbing a spear thrust from another hunter as if it were a mere mosquito bite. And damn, the second species was even worse. They were tall, lanky, 7 to 8 foot sticks of sickly, yellowish-green flesh. Their skin had a mossy, damp texture, and their builds were unnaturally slender, almost skeletal. They moved with a jerky, twitching speed that made them hard to track. They had elongated, horizontal eyes that pulsed with a dull orange light. Their mouths were wide slits filled with needle-like teeth designed to grip and tear. But their most horrifying feature was their arms. They reached past their knees, ending in four-fingered hands where each finger was twice the length of a human S. They had extra joints that allowed them to wrap around a limb or a neck multiple times like a living garrote. Sol saw one of these yellow-green things drop from a tree onto a female warrior. The woman swung a glowing axe, but the yellow thing tilted its head at an impossible angle, its horizontal eyes tracking her perfectly. It lunged, its long arms wrapping around her neck and torso like coils of snake. The extra joints in its fingers allowed it to wrap around her limbs multiple times, binding her instantly. Sol noticed the tip of each finger featured a hollow, black nail. As the creature tightened its grip, the nails sank deep into her shoulders and thighs. The woman froze. Visible to Sol's enhanced vision, the woman's skin didn't just bruise. It turned a necrotizing, pitch black that spread from the puncture wounds like ink in water. She didn't even have time to scream. Her body went limp, her muscles liquefying under the influence of whatever toxin had been injected into her bloodstream. Her phantom, a faint bird, shimmered and dissolved into smoke. The lanky creature let out a high-pitched, warbling chitter, its horizontal eyes fixing on the girl carrying Sol. Chapter 184. The Weight of a Heart. Chapter 184. Chapter 184. The weight of a heart. Don't look. The girl carrying Sol grunted, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts that sprayed a fine mist of sweat and blood into the air. Just stay still if you want to keep your head. She didn't wait for an answer. Her muscles, slick with sweat and the blood of others, bunched and exploded with a rhythmic, violent power. As she accelerated, her speed was incredible. She was moving faster than Sol's current top speed, even while carrying his heavy body. Her legs were glowing with a faint, feline-like phantom, her footsteps nearly silent as she wove through the carnage. Every time her feet slammed into the churned earth, Sol felt the vibration travel through her shoulder and into his chest. The wind began to scream in his ears, a high-pitched whistling that almost drowned out the noise of the massacre behind them. Sol felt the silver liquid energy in his core finally settling. The nausea and vertigo that had made him a dead weight were receding, replaced by a cold, sharpened clarity, until the blurred chaos of the battlefield resolved into a high-definition nightmare. He could feel the power humming in his fingertips. The attribute exchange shard pulsing with a hungry, golden light. For a split second, his ego flared again. He shouldn't be carried like a sack of grain. He was about to struggle, to demand that she put him down so he could show these leathery freaks what a divine mortal could do. He wanted to test his new muscles, to see if he could crack a gray marauder-esque skull with his bare hands. But then, he saw him, his crimson eyes narrowing as they locked onto a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. A human warrior, easily twice the size of the original Sol, stood like a lighthouse in a sea of gray and yellow madness. This man was a titan in human form, his skin bronzed and mapped with countless battle scars. A brilliant, golden bear phantom, massive, translucent, and roaring with the sound of mountain collapsing, wrapped around his body like living armor. Every swing of his heavy stone mace sent ripples of shock waves through the air, pulverizing the ground and liquefying any lanky stalker that dared to get within 10 feet. With a guttural shout, he swiped a spectral claw that caught one of the 9-foot gray monsters across the neck. The beast's head didn't just fall. It was launched into the brush, its leathery gray skin and dense muscle offering no more resistance than wet paper against the golden light. For a heartbeat, Sol thought, he's winning. He's a god. As this was a man who looked far stronger than the version of Sol that had just stepped out of the void. He was a master of his craft, a veteran of 1,000 battles. Then, 3 gray monsters, clearly much bigger and stronger than the others, cut through the chaos, ignoring everyone around them. They didn't roar or get into any special posture. They just moved with a chilling, hive-mind precision. That made Soul's blood turn to slush as the other gray monsters fought and cleared the way for them. It was clear that they weren't nobodies. The bear warrior let out a defiant scream. His golden phantom roared in unison, swiping a spectral claw that caught the lead monster mid-leap. The force was astronomical. The monster's head was torn clean off its shoulders, spinning into the canopy in a spray of thick, gray ichor. But the other 2 didn't even flinch. They didn't pause to mourn their comrade. They simply used the opening. As the warrior's arm was extended from a strike, one gray monster lunged low, its massive gray arms wrapping around the warrior's waist. The second monster leapt high, its hinged maw opening to reveal that terrifying second set of jaws. The bear phantom swiped again, but the gray monster moved with a dogged, suicidal brutality. They ignored the spectral claws tearing into their leathery hides, focusing entirely on the kill. The first gray monster caught the spectral bear's claw with its own chest, bone-deep gouges appearing in its gray skin. It ignored the pain. It reached out with its massive hands and grabbed the phantom's snout. Then it bit. The second set of jaws, those horrific inner pharyngeal teeth, seemed to be able to bite even the phantom as they shot forward, snapping shut on the spectral bear's throat. The phantom roared in metaphysical agony, its golden light flickering. "No!" The warrior roared, his voice thick with the strain of his fading power. He tried to swing his mace, but the high-leaping monster was already there as it slammed into the warrior's chest, its pharyngeal jaws shooting forward like a hydraulic piston. Crunch! The sound was sickening. Soul heard the bone snap like a dry twig, even over the roar of the wind. The golden bear phantom flickered violently, its roar turning into a distorted glitch as the warrior's concentration shattered. The bear phantom flickered, let out one last, mournful roar, flickered once, twice, and then shattered into thousands of golden sparks. The man was strong, but his resolve seemed even stronger than his strength. Even with his bones crushed and his phantom gone, he didn't stop. His eyes went wide with a frantic, desperate light. Maybe he knew his end was coming. Maybe he knew there was no escape. He disregarded all his defense, dropping his mace and reaching for the monster's throat with his bare hands, his hands glowing with the last of his golden energy. He let out a scream that sounded more like a roar than anything the phantom had produced. In an instant, he began to glow, not with steady power, but with a volatile, exploding brilliance. He was trying to detonate his remaining power, to take at least one more of these bastards into the dark with him. But maybe the monster knew what he was doing. The monster pinned to his chest didn't go for his throat. It didn't even go for his head. With a movement so fast Soul's dynamic vision could barely track it, it punched its massive hand directly into the warrior's chest cavity. Schlick! Soul watched, paralyzed, as the monster's arm disappeared up to the elbow into the man's ribcage. A split second later, the monster ripped its hand back out in one swift, vet motion. Held in its gray, blood-slick fingers was the warrior's heart. It was huge, red, and still beating with a frantic, desperate rhythm, spraying rhythmic jets of life across the monster's face, and slowly squeezed and crushed it. The warrior froze. The golden light in his eyes didn't vanish instantly. It lingered, a tragic dying ember. He mechanically looked down at the gaping, smoking hole in his chest, then at the pulsating muscle in the monster's hand. He couldn't seem to believe what he was seeing. Blood sprayed from his mouth, bubbling over his lips as he let out a ragged, wet wheeze. And then, as if drawn by a magnet, or maybe to look at the world for one last time, his eyes moved. Across the chaos, across the screams, clashes, and the flying gore, his eyes happened to meet Soul's. Time seemed to slow down. Soul felt like his own heart was being squeezed by an invisible, frozen fist. His throat tightened, the air suddenly feeling too thick to breathe. He wanted to look away. He wanted to shut his eyes and pretend this wasn't happening. But he couldn't. His gaze was locked, tethered to the dying man by a thread of pure, unadulterated tragedy. The warrior didn't scream, beg, or even curse. Instead, a slow, heartbreaking smile spread across his blood-stained face. It wasn't a smile of victory, but one of profound, weary acceptance. The smile of a man who had fought his entire life for a world that didn't care and was finally being allowed to leave. He looked at Sol, shimmering white tunic, his crimson eyes. Unique, the aura radiating from his skin, and in that gaze there was a flicker of something: recognition, hope, or maybe just the shared silence of two souls caught in the teeth of a cruel universe. "Run," the man's eyes seemed to say. "Live, you lucky brat." In that look, Sol saw the entire cold, tragic reality of this world. This was a game where the NPCs respawned. This was a place where heroes were eaten by things that didn't know their names. Sol's eyes burned. He felt a primal, irrational urge to struggle out of the girl's grip, to throw himself into that meat grinder and do something. Anything. He felt like his heart was being shredded. He opened his mouth to shout, to scream, to do something, use the law of exchange, throw a silver sphere, anything, but he was already 50 yards away, and the girl's grip was like iron. Then, the final horror began, seeing the man slowly lose his breath. The gray monsters roared in victory. The humans, warriors around, looked with intense sadness. Some wanted to help, but they were already occupied with their own enemies and couldn't get out. Some just looked with a heavy gaze and instantly turned away, channeling their rage into killing the monsters. The monster with the heart didn't even eat it. It just crushed the organ in its fist, letting the lifeblood spray into the dirt. Another gray monster stepped forward and grabbed the man's shoulders. The other grabbed his legs. They braced themselves against the earth, their leathery muscles bulging until they looked like they would burst. "Close your eyes," the girl screamed at Sol, but it was too late. Rip! In a monstrous spray of gore, shattered bone, and twisting entrails, they tore the bear warrior in half like a piece of wet parchment. His guts spilled onto the mud, his blood mixing with the black rot of the jungle floor. The two halves of the man hit the mud with a wet, heavy thud, forgotten before the blood had even settled. Sol went cold. Not the cold of the void, but a deep, spiritual frost. Sol went limp over her shoulder. He squeezed his eyes shut, his forehead pressing against the girl as sweat soaked back. The smell of the warrior's blood was everywhere, metallic, hot, and sickeningly sweet. "I told you not to look," the girl hissed, her voice trembling slightly now. "That was Captain Korg. He just bought us 10 seconds. Don't waste them." Sol didn't respond. He couldn't. She hadn't seen the smile, but she heard the sound. She let out a sob of pure, unadulterated terror, her feet slamming into the ground as she pushed herself past her breaking point. The Overlord plan wasn't just a dream. It was a joke. The daydreams weren't just gone. They were pulverized. The ego, the smugness, the cheat code arrogance, it all dissolved into the iron-scented air. He had thought he was a big deal because he could lift a rock and jump high. He had thought he was a genius because he remembered how to make soap. He had looked at the tribe as savages and primitives he could advance. But he hadn't seen this. He hadn't seen the price of a single inch of ground in this world. And now, in the face of Korg's death, all of it felt like ash. Korg had a phantom. Korg had a clan. Korg was a hero. And Korg was now just 2 piles of meat in a nameless clearing. He realized then that the layman knowledge in his head wasn't a nuke. It was a candle in a hurricane, without the strength to protect it, without the sheer, brutal willpower to stand against things that rip men in half. His civilization would just be a prettier slaughterhouse. "He gone," Sol whispered, his forehead pressing against the girl's sweat-soaked shoulder. His eyes were burning, not from the wind, but from a sudden, sharp grief for a man whose name he would never know. The image of that tragic smile was burned into his retinas, a permanent scar on his soul. This ISNTA story, Soul thought tragically. There are no plot-protected heroes here. There is only the hunter and the meat. Chapter 185. Divine One Escape. Chapter 185. Chapter 185. Divine One Escape. He felt a cold, jagged resolve beginning to form in the pit of his stomach, replacing the hollow dread. If the world was this cruel, if it could tear a man like Korg apart without a second thought, then Overlord wasn't a title to be enjoyed. It was a necessity for survival. He didn't want to be the hero who died with a tragic smile. He wanted to be the one who built a wall so high and a weapon so terrible that no gray monster would ever dare to look at his heart. And even though he wanted to pull back from the girl, he knew that doing so would be more disadvantageous than not, and it would even break her rhythm, shatter her momentum, and endanger them both. Survival, in this moment, meant clinging to her for dear life while the world burned red behind them. He looked at the lanky yellowish-brown monsters chasing them. They were running on all fours, their long arms acting like extra legs, covering ground with a terrifying, twitching speed. He realized that even with his triple human speed, he would be a sitting duck, leaving aside the fact that the girl was much faster than him. He couldn't move like these people. He couldn't jump 30 feet. He didn't have a glowing ghost wolf to protect his back. He was a divine mortal, but in this arena, he was a toddler in a lioness cage. Keep running. A man's voice roared from the flank. A warrior with a glowing bear paw phantom smashed a gray marauder into a tree, the impact echoing like a falling mountain. He glanced at the girl carrying Soul. Get the Divine One to the perimeter. Don't let them touch him. Divine One? Soul thought. Is that what they think I am? The girl didn't answer. She wasn't a normal human either. She just grunted, her muscles corded with a strength that felt like it was humming. As she ran, a faint, translucent pair of feline legs flickered around her own, and every time her feet hit the ground, a small shockwave of dust erupted. Every stride she took covered 10 feet, her feet barely touching the ground. But she was carrying Soul's new, dense weight, and it was slowing her down. She was burning her own energy just to maintain this pace. But the lanky monsters were still gaining on them. There were dozens of them, their lanky bodies twitching through the trees, their long fingers reaching out to snag anything in range. One lunged from a branch above, its yellow skin a blur against the green canopy. Whish! A spear tipped with a glowing blue crystal whistled past Soul's ear, impaling the lanky monster through the throat. The monster screeched, its body dissolving into a pool of acidic yellow bile. Don't stop, Kira! A voice roared from the front. A group of human warriors had formed a wedge, their phantoms clashing against a wall of monsters to create an escape path. Soul watched as they moved through a forest of blood. Every blow on the ground left a crater. Every scream was cut short by the wet sound of tearing flesh. Behind them, the jungle was being torn apart. Trees were being uprooted. The air was thick with the smell of iron and toxic musk, and the screams were constant. The girl, Kira, leaped over a pile of corpses, her breath coming in ragged, desperate hitches. Soul could feel her heart hammering against his side. She was pushing to her absolute limit. The jungle roared with the sound of the pursuit. The human line was breaking. The phantoms were flickering out as the warriors were giving their all to battle the monsters, and the monsters were moving in for the feast. Soul watched a lanky monster leap from a branch. Its fingers extended like whips. It aimed for the girl's head, its black nails glistening with poison. His eyes narrowed. His dynamic vision, enhanced by the crimson shade of his new eyes, saw the trajectory. If that thing hits her, we're both dead. He couldn't use a phantom. He couldn't jump 30 feet. But he wasn't useless. He had the silver liquid. He reached out his hand from over the girl's shoulder. He didn't need to aim. He just needed to will it. He pushed the silver liquid from his core, focusing it into his palm. Unlike before with charcoal mist, the energy didn't just glow. It screamed. He didn't fire a beam, not like he could. He randomly grabbed a thin branch and focused on the monster's long, multi-jointed arm mid-flight. Attribute exchange. Property, hardness. Exchange. For a split second, the monster's arm, flexible and organic, became brittle as a thin branch. The creature's own momentum was its undoing. As it tried to swing its arm to hook the girl's neck, the limb simply snapped. Crack! The lanky monster let out a confused, warbling shriek as its arm shattered into 3 pieces, the momentum sending it tumbling into a thorny thicket instead of its target. The girl didn't see what happened, but she felt the shift in the air. She didn't ask questions. She just pushed her body past its limits, her boots carving deep gouges into the earth as she sprinted toward the rocky ridge that marked the edge of the breach. "Nice save, whatever you did," she panted, her heart thudding against Soul's chest. Soul didn't respond. He looked at his hand, which was trembling. That 1-second exchange had drained a noticeable chunk of his silver reservoir. He realized then that the law of exchange was a tool of precision, not a weapon of mass destruction. He couldn't kill 100 of them, at least not yet. He could only tip the scales. He looked back at the retreating war zone. He saw a man with a full hyena phantom get surrounded by 5 gray monsters. The man was a blur of motion, claws flashing, phantom jaws snapping, his movements wild and desperate. But the monsters pressed in. They didn't care about injuries or dead comrade. Eventually, the sheer numbers of them wore him down. He was buried under a pile of gray muscle, and the sound that followed was something Soul hoped he would forget. Soul didn't close his eyes this time. He watched the horizon, his crimson gaze unblinking, marking every horror he saw. Further across the battlefield, he even saw a human who looked like a commander, a man encased in the radiant avatar of a golden lion. The lion roared, its mane blazing like sunlight, standing his ground against a dozen brutes as he bravely gave orders. He was a beacon of light and defiance in the sea of gray and yellow, each strike shaking the earth. Yet even he was being pushed back. The sheer numbers of the monsters were overwhelming. The humans were overwhelmed, yes, but not broken. Their posture was still firm, their eyes still sharp. They fought with the desperation of men who knew the cost of failure, but also with the conviction that they had not yet reached their end. Soul's gaze shifted between the monsters and the humans with their glowing ghosts. The clash was titanic, primal, and merciless. This is the world, Soul thought, his crimson eyes cold. The jungle back home had been nothing but a nursery, a place for children to stumble and scrape their knees. This battlefield was different. This was the crucible. This was the real game. Soul looked back one last time at the clearing where Korg had fallen. He saw the gray monsters already moving on to their next target, their double jaws dripping with the blood of a man who deserved better. "I'll remember that smile," Soul thought, a dark, silent promise echoing in the hollow of his chest. "And one day, I'm going to find the thing that made you have to wear it, and I'm going to tear its heart out while it watches." Curl cleared the ridge, leaping over a pile of dead lanky monsters, and finally, the sounds of the battle began to dim, replaced by the howling wind of the heights. He wasn't a god yet. He wasn't an overlord, but he was a scavenger in a world of gods. And he was going to eat until he was the biggest monster in the jungle. And for now, he would be a divine one until he figured out how to get his own phantom. Suddenly, Kira launched herself into the air, her feline phantom screaming with effort. Soul held on for dear life as they soared over the abyss, the sounds of the war fading into a dull, bloody roar behind them, a bloody testament to the world Soul had just been vomited into. He closed his eyes for a second. The image of the second set of jaws burned into his mind. Stronger, he reminded himself. I need to get stronger before these things eat my face. She didn't stop until they hit the tree-line of a different, more managed-looking forest. She finally skidded to a halt, her chest heaving, and dumped Soul unceremoniously onto the grass. "We're clear," she wheezed, falling on her knees and coughing up a bit of blood. "You're so heavy." The Kira panted. "What are you made of? Stone? Something like that." Soul whispered as he stood up, his celestial tunic surprisingly unsoiled. He looked at the girl, then back at the horizon where the sky was still a bruised, angry red. "Where are we?" he asked, his voice steady, but laced with an edge of suppressed rage. The girl looked up at him, her stormy eyes narrowing. She wiped the blood from her lip and stood up. Chapter 186. Divine One Sent to Help? Chapter 186. Chapter 186. Divine One Sent to Help? The silence of the forest was a heavy, suffocating thing. After the chaos of shattering bone, the warbling shrieks of the lanky ones, and the guttural roars of the gray monsters, the soft, rhythmic rustle of the silver-leaf trees felt like a mockery. The air here was cooler, filtered through the dense canopy of ancient trees, but it still carried the faint scent of iron and necrotizing poison. The girl, Kira, breathed heavily, her chest rattling like a broken bellows. The translucent feline legs that had allowed her to outrun death had long since dissolved, leaving her own limbs trembling with fatigue that went deeper than muscle and bone. Every breath she took sounded like a struggle against a lung full of glass. It seemed like she had burned through her essence to carry a stranger through a nightmare, and the toll was etched into every ragged breath she took. Blood, some hers, mostly not, dripped from her chin, splattering onto the soil in dark, heavy drops. Suddenly she looked small and frail. Gone was the predatory huntress who had hauled a grown man over her shoulder. In her place was a young girl barely reaching adulthood. Sol stood a few feet away, his bare feet sinking slightly into the rich, loamy soil. He didn't feel tired. The silver liquid in his chest was already circulating, repairing the minor strains in his muscles and cooling the heat in his nerves. He looked down at his hands, pristine, yet marked with the invisible weight of the life he'd just watched expire. Meanwhile, Kira finally spat a thick glob of blood into the dirt, wiped her mouth with the back of a hand scarred by a dozen old battles, and stared up at Sol. Her stormy eyes, still wide with the lingering adrenaline of the flight, traveled from his pristine, glowing white tunic down to his bare, mud-flecked feet, and finally up to his crimson-tinted eyes. She looked like she didn't know what to ask a total stranger. You don't even know where you are? She finally answered his earlier question, wiping her mouth with a blood-stained sleeve and her voice a ragged scrap of its former self. She finally caught enough breath to speak without gagging on her own copper-tasting spit and looked up at him, her stormy eyes filled with a volatile mix of awe, suspicion, and raw, jagged nerves. But you don't seem like you're lying. Well, you're east of the Great Orith Forest. These are the ancestral hunting grounds of the Vaynar tribe. Our borders, our blood, or what's left of them after the attacks from those bastards. She forced herself to her feet, though her knees shook with a violent tremor. She circled around him slowly, her movements predatory even in her exhausted state, as if she were inspecting a mythical being that had just fallen out of the sky, which in a way he had. Sol stood his ground, his crimson gaze following her. He finally had a moment to look at her properly. She seemed to be the same age as him, and was shorter than him, but the way she carried herself, shoulders back, chin high, hand resting habitually near the hilt of that jagged, tooth-edged bone sword, made her feel like a coiled viper. Even drained of energy, she looked like she could kill him in 3 different ways before he could blink. Now, she said, her voice dropping into a low, dangerous register that sent a shiver down his spine. Start talking, Divine One. She spat, the title sounding more like an accusation than a compliment. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? 1 minute we're being overrun by a marauder breach, the line is falling, and the next, there's a flash of white light, and a man in a silk dress is lying in the middle of a war zone looking like he's taking a goddamn nap. Sol looked around, his new eyes taking in the environment with terrifying clarity. The Orith Forest was a far cry from the prehistoric, suffocating jungle of his home near the Osari Ravine. The trees here were massive beyond reason, with trunks as wide as houses, their bark etched with thick, glowing blue moss that thrummed with a faint, rhythmic power. It looked managed, almost like a park designed by a giant who had a taste for bioluminescence and ancient order. He looked back at Kira. He couldn't tell her the truth. The reality was too absurd. He couldn't say, "I'm a transmigrated writer from another world who just spent the afternoon with a goddess in a pocket dimension and got vomited out. My name is Soul," he said, his voice deep and resonant, vibrating in the still air in a way that surprised even him. As for where I came from, I don't really know. I remember a flash of light, a cold void, and then hitting the dirt in front of you. It was a partial truth, the best kind of lie. Kira's eyes narrowed into suspicious slits. She didn't believe him, but she couldn't ignore the evidence. The white tunic he wore didn't have a single tear. His skin was flawless, radiating a faint, terrifying warmth that she could feel even from 5 feet away. She stepped closer, her nose wrinkling as she sniffed the air around him. "You don't smell like a savage. You don't even smell like those disgusting gray brutes or the yellow stalkers." She reached out, her fingers hovering tentatively near the shimmering fabric of his tunic. She didn't touch it at first, as if afraid it might burn her, but then she grazed the hem. Her eyes widened. "And this material, I've never seen anything like it. It's not woven. It's grown, like a phantom, but solid. This is high clan craft, or something older." She looked back up at his face, her stormy eyes searching his crimson ones. "You carry a divine aura, Soul. It's faint, but it's there, like a coal that hasn't gone out yet. Earlier, our shaman has divined that a divine one would be sent to help us. Are you that divine one?" Soul let out a bitter laugh that died in his throat. "I don't know what the shaman may have said, but miracles don't usually fall into the mud, and I think you guys are much stronger than me. So, I doubt she may be talking about me. I'm just a guy who is trying to figure out why everything is trying to eat me." Kira went silent. The mention of eating seemed to snap the fragile cord holding her together. The bravado, the suspicion, the coiled viper energy, it all seemed to drain out of her at once, leaving behind a hollow, trembling girl. She turned away from him, staring back toward the ridge they had just cleared. The sky was still a bruised, angry red, the color of a fresh wound. In his past life, he'd written clickbait articles about 10 ways to comfort a friend, but standing here in the shadow of a massacre, those words were just useless static. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Soul opened his mouth to say something, anything, but no word came out. What do you say to someone who just watched their people get ripped into wet parchment? "Sorry for your loss. Good job on the running?" It all sounded like shit. Finally, Kira's shoulders hitched. A ragged, wet sound escaped her throat. She stayed like that for another minute before she slowly, painfully, forced herself to control her emotions. She wiped her face with a gore-stained sleeve, smearing the dark blood into a gruesome mask. When she looked up at Soul, her stormy eyes were bloodshot and raw. But she was trying, desperately, to shove the grief back into whatever dark hole warriors kept their pain. I apologize," she wheezed, her voice sounding like it had been dragged over broken glass. That was an unsightly display. A warrior of the Vaynar should not show such weakness, especially not in front of a stranger. Soul looked at her, his crimson gaze softening just a fraction. After being intimate with Nia, Evra, and Isilia, he had felt that he was some big shot when it came to emotions. But as he looked at Kira's trembling hands, he felt that there was still so much to learn in this world. "Don't worry about it," Soul said, his deep, resonant voice cutting through the stillness. "You just ran through hell with a 180-pound anchor on your back." Kira gave a weak, hollow huff that might have been a laugh in a different life. "You're heavier than an anchor, I think. Something like that." Soda. He took a step closer, his boots crunching softly. "Thank you, Kira. For the record, you saved my life. I don't care what they call me, Divine One or Lost One. I was a dazed idiot in the dirt, and you didn't leave me there. I couldn't be thankful enough. Without you, I'd be ahead on those monster S-belt right now." Kira didn't look at him. She just shook her head, her voice trembling and her gaze drifting back toward the ridge where the sky still seemed to be bruised, apocalyptic red. "You saved mine too, stranger. That lanky, I felt its shadow. I felt the poison in the air. If you hadn't snapped its arm, I would be a black, liquefied corpse in the mud right now. We're equal. Sol didn't argue, but he knew she was wrong. He just felt a heavy, cold weight in his stomach. He knew he still owed her. Without him slowing her down, she might have been able to help her comrades. She might have been able to pull someone else out. Instead, she had been helping him. His mind flashed back to the clearing. He saw the golden light of the bear phantom. He saw the man who had looked at him and smiled. That tragic, knowing smile that had stripped away Sol's arrogance more effectively than any monster could. The man back there, Sol asked, his voice low. The one with the bear. Who was he? 787. Kia escrive Sol 787. 787. Kia escrive Sol ka espolitit. The name seemed to catch in her throat, something she didn't want to be let out. She tried to swallow, her throat working visibly, but the grief was already clawing its way up. H.E. His name was Korg, she whispered. Her voice trembled. The control she had been fighting so hard to maintain beginning to fray at the edges. He was a pillar of the Vainar, one of the most powerful warriors in the tribe. He was the one who taught me how to track my first feline spirit. He was like a brother to half the tribe. Everyone respected him. She stopped, her eyes unfocusing as memories flooded her. She probably saw him laughing by a communal fire, or showing her the proper way to sharpen a bone dagger, or standing tall against a previous breach. Sol's memory palace, that new, crystalline library in his head, replayed the scene with brutal clarity. That was the con of having a good memory, wanting to forget, but could not. He saw the golden light of the bear being shredded. He saw the heart being ripped from the chest. He saw that tragic, knowing smile. He shouldn't have died. She choked out, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush. At least not like that. He was Korg. There's no way he would ever die. She looked at him with a forced smile. Don't worry. He'll definitely come back with his annoying, silly smile. He likes to play jokes. It must be one of his pranks, too. I mean, he is Korg. There's no way he would die. She tried to take a deep breath, to be the stoic warrior her tribe demanded, but her eyes began to flood. She tried to blink the tears away, her hand flying her face to wipe them, but it was like trying to stop a dam with a handful of sand. A single tear tracked a clean line through the blood on her cheek, followed by another, and then a flood. She squeezed her eyes shut, her face contorting in an agony that was purely human. She let out a small, broken sob, followed by a torrent. She doubled over, her hands clutching her stomach as if she'd been stabbed. She tried so hard to be the warrior, to be the stone-hearted, but the sadness was a tide that didn't care about rank or pride. Seeing this, Sol felt a pang of genuine, human pain. In his past life, he was someone who lived through screens. He watched tragedy for entertainment and always dismissed them as being overly dramatic. But standing here in the cold Orith forest, the smell of blood still on his skin, he felt the emotions that no tragedy has ever been able to create. He stepped forward, crossing the remaining distance in 2 silent strides. Before Kira could pull away or apologize again, Sol reached down and pulled her up into his arms. He didn't do it with the smooth grace of a seducer or with some degenerate reason. It was simply a clumsy, heavy motion. Let it out, Sol said, his voice a low rumble against the top of her head. He wrapped his arms around her, shielding her from the cold wind of the ridge. Cry. It's okay to cry. There's no one here to see you but me. No one will know. No one will say a damn thing. She stiffened instantly. Her warrior instinct screamed at her to push him away, to draw her blade, to maintain the distance. But Sol didn't let go. He held her with a strength that was unyielding, his chest a solid wall of warmth against her trembling frame. She weakly tried resisting, but the warmth radiating from Sol's body was intoxicating. And more importantly, he felt safe. In a world of double jaws and poison nails, he was the only solid thing she had left. The resistance lasted for all of 3 seconds. Kira collapsed against him, her hands clutching the shimmering white fabric of his tunic, her fingers digging into the dense muscle of his back. She buried her face in his chest and let out a scream that wasn't a scream. It was a heartbreaking, primal wail of pure loss. It was the sound of a girl who had watched her hero be torn to pieces, a girl who was tired of being strong in a world that only wanted to kill her. She cried for Korg. She cried for the brothers she had watched be torn apart. She cried for the terror of the breach and the cold reality that her home was no longer safe. Sol just held her. He didn't offer platitudes. He didn't tell her it was all for the best, nor did he tell her it would be okay, because he knew it wouldn't be. He just stood there, an unyielding anchor in the middle of a silver forest, letting her tears soak into his celestial clothes. As he stood there, his crimson eyes looking out over the silent, glowing forest, Sol felt his resolve harden into something cold and sharp. I see now, he thought, his jaw tightening. The Overlord dream. It's not just about the harem or the stone palace. It's about having the power to make sure this doesn't happen. He thought of the gray brutes and their double jaws. He thought of the yellow stalkers and their poison nails. If I'm going to be a divine one, Sol vowed silently, his grip on Kira tightening just a fraction, then I'm going to be the kind of god who burns the monsters out of the jungle. I'm going to build a world where girls like her don't have to sob into a stranger's chest because their heroes were treated like meat. He looked at the shimmering fabric of his tunic, a gift from a goddess who had been banished who knows where. I've got you, Sol whispered into Kira's hair. She didn't answer, her body racking with the final, exhausted tremors of her breakdown. But she didn't pull away. In the dark, glowing Orith forest, surrounded by the ghosts of 100 warriors, Sol felt like the only solid thing she had left. Eventually, the sobs turned into ragged gasps. Kira didn't move for a long time, her face still buried in his chest. The silence returned to the forest. After what felt like an eternity, Kira finally pulled back, her face a mess of tears and dirt, but the frantic edge in her eyes had been replaced by a weary, hollow calm. She looked at Sol's tunic now ruined by blood, dirt, and her own grief. I ruined your clothes, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Sol looked down at the shimmering white fabric and shrugged. It's just a dress, Kira. I can always get another one. He reached out and wiped a smudge of dirt from her cheek. His touch surprisingly gentle for a man who was being so hardcore with Nia, Evra, and Isilia. Can you walk? Kira took a shaky breath and nodded. She reached for her bone sword, ensuring it was secure. The warrior energy slowly returning to her posture, though it was tempered now by a heavy, somber weight. She didn't take his hand, instead pushing herself up with her own strength. Yeah, I can walk. My tribe isn't far. We need to reach the perimeter before the stalkers catch our scent. She looked at him, her stormy eyes searching his crimson ones. There was something different in the way she looked at him now. The suspicion was still there, but it was buried under a layer of profound, silent debt. Thank you, Sol, for everything. She looked back toward the ridge and face paled again. She thought of the warriors left behind, the hundreds of brothers and sisters being ripped apart to keep the breach from spreading. We need to move, Kira said, sheathing her hand but keeping her guard up. The attack is being pushed back by the brave warriors of our tribe, but the forest is still crawling with stragglers. If a pack of stalkers catches us out here without my legs fully charged, we're done. Where are we going? Sol asked. To my tribe, she said, pointing toward a cluster of massive trees in the distance. The elders must want to see the man who fell from the sky. And trust me, you want to see them too. And you want to survive a single night in Orith without a clan as protection. But listen to me, Sol, if that's even your name. The Vaynar don't welcome strangers. If elders think you're a threat to the tribe, be prepared for the worst. Sol chuckled, a dark, melodic sound. I'd be disappointed if they really welcomed a complete stranger. She turned and began to trot through the silverleaf forest, her movements still possessing that feline grace, though she was clearly tired. Sol followed her, his mind already working, even though he didn't know how or why was he here. But looking at the trees and peoples, it was clear that he definitely not anywhere near the Osari tribe. It was a place with powers like phantoms, other races, and his monologue paused as he could sense a strange power in the environment, especially concentrated on phantom around Kira's legs. I need to learn how they summon those phantoms, Soul thought, an ambition beginning to simmer in his mind. They began to move through the strange fantasy forest, the glowing moss lighting their way. As they walked, the trees began to thicken, revealing a sight that made Soul stop in his tracks. Chapter 188. Mystical Orith Forest, a Decision. Chapter 188. Chapter 188. Mystical Orith Forest, a Decision. The transition from the blood-soaked Ur the Breach to the depths of the Orith Forest was like stepping from a nightmare into a high-budget fantasy flick. Soul followed a few paces behind Kira, his bare feet sinking into a carpet of strange silver moss that felt more like velvet than vegetation. Every time his heel hit the ground, a faint ripple of sapphire light spread out from the point of impact, as if the forest itself was alive or something that Kira explained was the forest welcoming a guest. And despite being in a forest, he wasn't limping or stumbling anymore. He strangely felt light, yet dangerously dense, like a coil of spring steel waiting for an excuse to snap. It was a strange experience. As they walked, a soft, melodic murmuring filled the air. It sounded like 1,000 distant conversations happening at once. "Don't be alarmed, Soul," Kira said without looking back. "That's just the singing moss. It captures the echoes of the wind and replays them. In the deep Orith, the voices can drive you mad, but here, our priestesses have tuned them to play the songs of our ancestors." Soul listened carefully, and indeed, they had a rhythm to them, and the voices were haunting but peaceful, a background hum that made the essence in Soul's blood feel warm rather than volatile. As for the trees, they weren't just big, they were simply massive. I mean, the One Year's tribes were massive too, but these seemed a different story. These were the ones he'd seen from afar before, their trunks easily 60 feet wide, rising into the canopy like the pillars of an ancient castle. The leaves were translucent, acting like organic prisms. Instead of shadows, the forest floor was dappled with dancing patterns of cobalt, emerald, and soft gold. Heck, even their bark was a deep, iridescent charcoal, but it was almost entirely covered by the lumen moss, thick, pulsating mats of bioluminescent flora. "Don't stray from the path," Kira said, her voice still raspy but regaining its sharp, authoritative edge. She didn't look back at him, her eyes constantly scanning the vibrant greenery. "The forest looks peaceful, but the wards only hold if you stay within the vines of the ancestors. It's south the only place where the forest doesn't try to eat you the moment you stop looking." Soul looked at the path. It was a dirt trail. It was a literal network of massive, petrified roots that had been grown into a smooth, level walkway. It wound through the gargantuan trunks, elevated a few feet above the forest floor. "You guys really managed the hell out of this place," Soul muttered, his crimson eyes narrowed as he indexed the sights. In his past life, he'd seen CGI forests in movies that try to look magical, but they lacked the texture, the beauty, the whole vibe. He could smell the scents now, not the rot and copper of the battlefield, but the smell of rain-drenched jasmine, crushed mint, something sweet and heavy like fermenting peaches, and intoxicating scents he didn't recognize. "The Vaynard don't manage the forest," Kira countered, her hand resting on the hilt of her bone sword. "We harmonize with it. The great Orith is a living being. We clear the blight, we prune the rot, and in exchange, the forest hides our tracks and warns us of intruders." As if to prove her point, a choir of voices rose from the canopy. It wasn't human speech, but it wasn't just wind either. The leaves of the oak's broad, silver-colored plates that looked like hammered metal clattered against each other in the breeze. The sound was melodic, like thousands of tiny silver bells ringing in a complex, shifting harmony. To Soul's enhanced ears, it almost sounded like whispering. "Who is he?" The bells seemed to chime. So does she vowed. "Are the trees talking?" "They're remembering," Kira said softly. "They feel the resonance of your energy and remember your presence. That's how forests inform us whether you are an enemy or a friend. But don't worry since you came with me. It is acknowledging you as a friend. You can easily come next time without worry. Sol was speechless. He thought the forest near his tribe was mystical enough. But it seems like only now he had really stepped into a fantasy forest. Suddenly hearing a strange cry, Sol looked up. A flock of small, iridescent birds with long, ribbon-like tails were darting between the branches above them. Their feathers were translucent, shifting from violet to emerald as they caught the light of the lumen moss. They didn't seem afraid. They seemed curious, chirping in a frantic, rhythmic pattern that synchronized with the thrumming of the trees. Star wings, Kira noted. It's strange seeing them here. They usually only come out for the high priests. You've got them all riled up. They passed a grove of giant, bell-shaped flowers that stood as tall as Sol's waist. As they walked by, the flowers pulsed with a soft amber light and exhaled a cloud of shimmering pollen that tasted like honey on Sol's tongue. A small animal, looking like a cross between a red panda and a lemur, scampered across a high branch. Its fur was tipped with glowing white frost, and it paused to stare at Sol with large, intelligent gold eyes before letting out a playful whistle and disappearing into a hollow in the bark. This is a far cry from what the forest I was imagining, Sol said, glancing back toward the ridge. This area is cleaned, Kira explained, her pace steady. Our warriors patrol these woods every sunrise. They hunt down any stray marauders that try to slip through, and the shaman's circle maintains the wardstones. That's why the air feels calm here. Otherwise, every little thing would have tried to eat you by now. Sol's gaze drifted forward just as a group of large, white deer or deer-like creatures with antlers that looked like flowering cherry branches crossed the path ahead of them. Seeing them, they didn't bolt. They simply paused, acknowledged the duo with a slow blink, and continued their leisurely stroll into the glowing brush. All in all, it was breathtaking. It was a paradise designed by a god with an unlimited budget. The colors shimmered, the silence was serene, and for a moment, Sol almost believed in the illusion of peace. Yet beneath that beauty, his mind couldn't stop thinking about the bear warrior, Korg. He couldn't stop thinking about the double jaws and the necrotizing poison. This paradise is built on a pile of corpses, Sol thought, his crimson eyes glowing a bit brighter. He looked at his hands. He thought about the memory palace in his head. He saw the blueprints for a water filtration system. He saw the design for a repeating crossbow, blueprints of various weapons, knowledge from another world, another life, tools that could change everything. But as the designs shimmered in his thoughts, doubt gnawed at him. If I brought those things here, would I be helping this garden thrive? Or would I become the blight Kira warned about? No one knew the right answer. But Sol did know one thing. He couldn't simply scatter his knowledge across this land without first weighing its impact, because he already knew the answer from his past life. He had seen forests stripped bare for progress, rivers poisoned in the name of convenience, skies choked with smoke that no prayer could cleanse. Technology had always promised salvation, but more often it had carved scars into the earth that never healed. He looked around at the jungle. It was alive in ways his old world had forgotten, its canopy glowing with strange power, its roots humming with unseen life. To introduce steel, fire, and industry into this place might not be a gift. It might be a desecration. And more importantly, he would not allow this world to become like the one he had left behind. Pollution-choking rivers, plastic lodged in human flesh, even the air itself poisoned with invisible toxins. To hell with advancement, he thought bitterly. If the cost is the destruction of this beauty, then it's better to let those technologies rot inside my mind. The truth was, this world already had its own foundation. Magic-like power coursed through its veins, shaping beasts, forests, and even the phantoms that walked beside warriors. They did not need to lean on steel and smoke the way his old world had. Here, survival and progress could be written in mana, not machinery. Sol's crimson eyes narrowed as he exhaled, the jungle's breath mingling with his own. For now, restraint was wisdom. He would watch, he would learn, and only when the balance was clear would he decide whether to plant seeds of knowledge. or keep them buried in the vault of his memory palace. As they moved deeper into the Orith, the voices of the forest grew louder. It wasn't just the leaves anymore. The air itself seemed to hum, layered with sounds that felt less like noise and more like a chorus. He could hear the water, a distant, roaring waterfall that sounded like a choir of bass singers. The fauna became even more exotic. He saw a spirit hare, a creature that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, leaving behind a trail of glowing footprints. A lumen spider hung between two branches, weaving a web of pure, solidified light. The strands glowed with a steady brilliance, bright enough that Sol thought he could sit beneath it and read. "If I had a camera," Sol muttered under his breath, the words slipping out like a sigh. "A what?" "Nothing. Just an old memory." Chapter 189. Vaynar Tribe Chapter 189. Chapter 189. Vaynar Tribe. The silver path beneath Sol's feet finally broadened into a wide, obsidian-paved causeway that stretched toward the horizon. Here, the singing moss grew silent, replaced by the sound of a civilization breathing, of runes burning through the night, of peoples that had carved its existence into the very forest. "Welcome," Kira said, gesturing toward the horizon. Her voice was still thick with the residue of her grief, but her back was straight, her warrior-esque pride reasserting itself as she looked upon her home. "To the Vaynar tribe." Sol stopped. His crimson eyes, now fully adjusted to the bioluminescent spectrum of this new realm, widened. He had prepared himself for mud huts and primitive palisades, a stone wall if he was lucky, or perhaps a slightly more organized version of his old village. What greeted him was a testament to a civilization that had mastered the art of living with the world rather than against it. Massive walls of petrified wood, harder than iron and etched with glowing, sapphire-colored runes, rose 60 feet into the air. These weren't just walls. They were living barriers, their roots burrowing deep into the mountain to anchor the city against the enemies with massive obsidian gates. As they drew closer, Sol realized the material wasn't obsidian at all. Instead, it was obsidian-colored timber that looked like solidified shadow. Sapphire runes, as thick as a man's arm, traced intricate, flowing patterns across the gates. To Sol's enhanced vision, the runes didn't just glow, they bled energy, creating a shimmering curtain of blue light that rippled across the entrance. Sol could see the phantoms, huge, translucent shapes of bears, wolves, raptors, and many others patrolling the ramparts. Sol looked at his hands, feeling the silver liquid pulse in a frantic, greedy rhythm within his chest. The power scale here was terrifyingly higher than anything he had encountered in this world. The game just got a lot bigger. He whispered, the sound lost in the wind. Kira didn't hear him. She was already moving toward the gate, her hand resting habitually on the hilt of her jagged bone sword. Her heart was set on the city of her people, seeking the cold comfort of her kin after the slaughter she had witnessed. As they reached the shadow of the massive gates, Sol felt a sudden, sharp pressure in the air. He looked up, perched on the edge of the battlements, staring down with eyes like burning coals, was a guard. Didn't he look like the mud-smeared hunters Sol knew? He wore armor made of overlapping chitin plates, polished to a high sheen, but the most striking part was the creature on his shoulder. A translucent hawk phantom, its wingspan reaching at least 10 feet, was draped over the guard's back. Its feathers were made of sapphire flame, and as it shrieked, the sound vibrated through Sol's chest like a physical blow. "Kira!" the guard roared, his voice amplified by the hawk's power. "We saw the retreat signal from the breach. Where are the others? Wasn't Kor with you? And who is this thing you bring to our gates?" Kira stopped, her head bowing low. Her shoulders shook for a moment before she regained her composure. The hawk leaned forward, its beak opening to reveal a throat of pure white energy. Sol didn't flinch, but his crimson eyes locked onto the guardess. He felt the silver liquid in his heart coil, ready to be unleashed. "They are still behind," she said, her voice hollow. Korg is no more. The Marauders, they had help from Zirith with them. They suddenly attacked, and there were many casualties, but suddenly seeing the Divine One appear, I had no choice but to bring him to the tribe first, to avoid him getting hurt and inviting the wrath of a god. The guards went silent. The air seemed to grow 10 degrees colder. Korg was clearly a man of significance, a pillar of their defense, and his loss was a physical blow to the tribe's morale. The guard with the hawk finally shifted his gaze to Sol. The hawk phantom shrieked, its wings fluttering in agitation. "And who is this? Is he the Divine One?" the guard asked, his hand dropping to the hilt of a stone-headed mace. Kira shouted back, her voice ringing with an authority that surprised Sol. "Open the gates." "Yes, he is Archon," Kira shouted back, her voice ringing with an authority that surprised Sol, stepping slightly in front of Sol, though whether to protect him or the guards was unclear. "I found him at the center of the breach. He has no clan, no weapon, but he survived." The guard narrowed his eyes. "Survived? In the center of a Marauder attack? Without a totem?" The guard, Archon, narrowed his eyes. He looked at Sol, really looked at him. He saw the shimmering, unsoiled white tunic that glowed with a celestial light. He saw the crimson eyes that didn't hold the fear of a savage. In the legends of the Vaynar, only the Divine Ones, the messengers of gods, wore garments that looked like woven starlight. "The cloth," the guard whispered, his aggressive stance wavering. "Is he truly one of them? Open the gates." The guard finally commanded, though his eyes never left Sol. "Take him directly to the chief. And, Kira, if he tries to do something, kill him, even if he is a Divine One. We can't get any worse than now." Kira nodded solemnly. Sol smiled, his crimson eyes reflecting the glowing blue runes of the gate. "Fair enough," Sol whispered. The gates began to groan, the massive wooden slabs sliding apart with a sound like grinding tectonic plates. As they stepped through, the atmosphere changed instantly. It was a sight that made Sol's mouth open wide. If the forest was a fantasy flick, the city was a masterpiece of architectural sorcery. It was a city of verticality and a maze of bridges and stone spires. Homes were carved into the massive, petrified tree trunks, connected by suspension bridges made of woven vine and bone. Lanterns filled with glowing bioluminescent moss hung from every corner, casting a soft, emerald light over the bustling streets. The air was filled with a heavy, somber tension. It was the first time they had faced a Marauder attack, but the Red Sky event had left the populace numb. Everywhere, people were moving with a numb, frantic energy. Sol saw people moving with a mechanical focus, women weaving bandages of spider silk, old men sharpening bone pikes, children carrying baskets of medicinal moss. And more than that, everywhere he looked, he saw phantoms. A weaponsmith hammered at a wooden log, his arms encased in the glowing, translucent forelimbs of a great ape. A woman carrying water moved with the fluid, floating gait of a deer phantom. Toddlers played in the dirt, their eyes occasionally glowing as they practiced summoning tiny, flickering wisps of light, the seeds of their future totems. This was a civilization built on the integration of soul and beast. "They use the phantoms for everything," Sol murmured, his eyes scanning the weaponsmith. "It's our lifeblood," Kira replied, her voice low. "Without the totem, we're just meat for the Marauders. The totem gives us the strength of the ancestors and the cunning of the wild. Is the only reason we survive the Great Orth." Sol watched as they passed a training square. A group of young initiates were sparring, their movements accompanied by the translucent flickers of various predators. Wolves, cats, raptors. He felt the silver liquid in his chest churn. It felt hungry. If I can exchange the properties of stone and wood, Sol thought, watching a boy with a leopard phantom, could I exchange the link between a human and their totem? Could I sever the connection? Or better yet, could I take the phantom for myself? The thought was chilling, even to him. It was a level of theft that would make him the most hated man in history. And that thought made him smile. Every head turned as Sol passed. The whispers started immediately, rippling through the crowd like a forest fire. Is he a divine one? Someone recognized his clothes and whispered, "Look at his clothes. They don't have a single tear. Did he come because of the red sky?" They looked at Sol, his shimmering white tunic, his bare feet, and his crimson eyes, with a mixture of awe and resentment. "Ignore them," Kira whispered, her face ashen as she looked at the funeral pyres being stacked in the lower square. "They see the divine cloth, and they think a god has come to save them. Only the divine are supposed to wear clothes like that. I've only heard about it in the shaman-esque scrolls. I didn't believe it until I touched the fabric myself." Sol looked at the shimmering tunic Isilia had casually conjured for him. "I told you, Kira, I'm not a god. I got these from someone powerful, but I'm just as fleshy as you." "I believe you," Kira said, a flicker of pain crossing her face as she remembered the slaughter at the ridge. "If you were a god, Korg wouldn't be in pieces. Divine beings don't let their friends die." She led him past the crowd toward the center of the city, where the largest tree of all, the great heartwood, stood. Finally, they reached the base of the heartwood, where a massive circular building made of white bone and black stone stood majestically. Two guards with full bear phantoms, identical to the one Korg had possessed, stood at the entrance, their presence like a physical wall. "Kia," one guard rumbled. "The chief expects your report. But the stranger, he stays." "No way," Kira snapped, her voice regaining its fierce, tribal pride. "He is the guest, and most importantly a divine one. Move, or I'll tell my mother you are the reason the report was delayed." The guards winced. Clearly, Kira's mother was a force to be feared. They stepped aside, their bare phantoms letting out a low, huffing growl as Sol walked past. Chapter 190. Meeting the Vaynar Chief Shaman. Chapter 190. Chapter 190. Meeting the Vaynar Chief Shaman. This was the center of the tribe's power, and as they entered, Sol felt the weight of hundreds of years of tradition. Inside the massive circular building, the atmosphere changed from the humid, wood-scented air of the city to something sacred, cold, and heavy with the scent of ancient incense. The walls were rib-like arches of polished white bone, the remains of some mountain-sized behemoth from an era long forgotten, fused seamlessly into the obsidian-colored wood. Sol walked a few paces behind Kira, his crimson eyes narrowing as he activated his sovereign-esque gaze. The room was pulsing, like literally, to his enhanced vision. The entire hall was a web of sapphire-colored energy. Every bone arch, every stone tile, and even the air itself was saturated with power. It was like walking into the core of a nuclear reactor, only the radiation was alive and humming a low, melodic tune. "Fuck," Sol thought, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. "The scale is off the charts. Back home, the shaman was just a pretty mysterious woman. Here, the building itself could probably vaporize me if I breathed wrong." At the end of the hall, seated on a throne of petrified oak, was a woman who made Sol's heart pause. She was the mirror of Kira, but aged into a majestic, terrifying perfection. She was a woman who defined the word majestic. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with the same stormy sea eyes as Kira, but hers were tempered by the cold steel of leadership. Her skin was the color of dark honey, her hair a waterfall of dark obsidian that reached her waist, held back by a crown of obsidian thorns. She wore armor of shimmering white scales, and draped across her shoulders was the living pelt of a great white tigress, a phantom so dense it looked like it could pounce any second. The tigress's translucent claws rested on the armrests of the throne, its golden eyes locked on his soul with a hunger that made the silver liquid in his chest churn. And beside her was the High Shaman. She wasn't the withered crone's soul had expected. High Shaman Zephyra was ethereal. Her hair was a liquid silver that seemed to float in the air, unburdened by gravity. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and she wore robes of deep violet color that moved like smoke. In her hand was a long, slender pipe made of blue bone. Zephyr took a long pull from the pipe and exhaled. A cloud of thick, glowing silver smoke curled around her face, swirling in patterns that looked like tiny, dancing spirits. "Mother," Kira said, her voice cracking as she knelt on the cold stone floor. Sol was shocked by her sudden address. Damn. So her mother was the chief. That explains why the warriors protected them so much on the battlefield. Sol didn't kneel. He stood in the center of the hall, the silver liquid in his chest settling into a calm, predatory pool. He felt the war chief's pressure. It was like a massive weight on his shoulders, but thanks to his weird body and silver liquid, he simply breathed through it. Valara, the war chief, didn't look at her daughter. Her eyes were fixed on Sol, specifically on the shimmering white tunic that glowed with its own internal light. "Stand up, Kira," Valara said. Her voice was like a velvet hammer, soft but capable of crushing bone. "And explain why you have brought a divine one into the heart of our sanctuary, while others are at war with marauders." Kira rose, her legs trembling slightly. "Korg is dead, Mother. The western hunting ground has fallen. That's why I took the risk and brought him straight to the tribe." Probing his ears, his nose, and the faint mark on his forehead like a dozen invisible fingers. "A divine one?" Zephyra whispered, her voice like wind whistling through a crypt. "The mark of ambrosia still clings to his skin. But strangely, there is no totem or divine power in his body." She looked at Valara, a thin, mysterious smile playing on her lips. "He is not a divine envoy, war chief, but he's been overcome by one. Completely. Brutally. Brutally is one way to put it," Sol thought, keeping his face a mask of stoic indifference. Valara stood up. The tigress phantom on her shoulders let out a low, guttural roar that made the lanterns in the hall flicker. She walked down the steps of the dais, her chitin armor clinking softly. She stopped inches from Sol, her height surpassing him a bit. "You speak our tongue, stranger," Valara said, her stormy eyes searching his crimson ones. "You wear the divine cloth, a material that hasn't been seen in this forest since ages. Who are you?" Sol met her gaze, unblinking. Despite the massive pressure weighing on his body, he didn't bow or flinch. The silver liquid in his heart sloshed, providing a cold, steady anchor of resolve. "My name is Sol," he said, his voice dropping into that deep, melodic timbre. "I'm just a mortal. As for the clothes, they were a gift from a lady who owed me a favor. I didn't ask for the divine title, and I don't care about your legends." For a second, there was only silence in the room. Kira nudged at him discreetly, while Zephyra looked at him with amusement. Because no one spoke to the war chief with such blunt, unfiltered arrogance. Valara was not just a leader. She was the most powerful and respected figure in the tribe. Valara stared at him for a long heartbeat before a thin, dangerous smile touched her lips. "Arrogance. At least you carry that like a divine envoy." "Mother, he saved me," Kira interjected, stepping forward, her voice trembling with urgency. He snapped the arm of his Zerith with a single touch. He didn't use a totem. He just did it. Zephyra's silver eyes widened. She took her spirit smoke thickening until it pooled at his feet, obscuring them from view. She reached out a long, slender finger and touched the shimmering fabric of his tunic. The moment her skin met the material, a spark of... As she turned to look at Valara, she fixed her gaze on Sol. "Very well, Sol," she said, her tone carrying both warning and recognition. "You are a guest of the Vaynar. For now." Sol maintained the same stoic face. Inside, though, his thoughts churned. A guest. For now. It was both an invitation and a threat, a reminder that his place here was fragile. Conditional. Valara looked at the shaman. "Zephyra, what say you?" "The great Orith has welcomed him," the shaman rasped. "The singing moss plays for him. We cannot cast him out, but let him prove his survival." "The rite of the first soul is in 3 days," Zephyra suggested, her voice regaining its melodic lilt. She blew a smoke ring that hovered in the air like a halo. "If the forest has truly welcomed him, it will provide. Let him attempt the awakening. If he survives the forest's judgment, he is one of us, and the forest will grant him a phantom. If he is a fraud, the forest will simply keep his bones." Kira's breath hitched. "The first soul? But he hasn't even trained." Chapter 191. Karash Chapter 191. Chapter 191. Karash the first soul? But he hasn't even trained. Soul, as heart thudded at the words. Awakening. Phantom. Judgment. He had no idea what the rite entailed, but the way they spoke of it made his stomach coil with unease. Still, it seemed like it could be his chance to get the phantom, totem, or whatever it was. So, was he really that worried? Not like anywhere is truly safe in this world. If he is what you say he is, he won't need one, Valara said, waving her hand in dismissal. Take him to the guest quarters in the feline spire. Let him see the city. Feed him. Clothe him in something less conspicuous. She turned back to her daughter, her expression softening for a fraction of a second. I'm glad you are alive, my daughter. But the mourning will have to wait. The marauders are at the gates, and the Juruan tribe is sending envoys. Kira flinched at the mention of the Juruan tribe, but she bowed again. Yes, mother. Sol didn't say a word as Kira led him out of the hall. He felt Zephyr's gaze and her spirit smoke, lingering on his back until the obsidian wood doors slammed shut. Sol let out a breath of relief. The pressure of the war chief and the shaman was really too much. We have to move fast, Kira whispered, her face pale. The rite of the first soul is a death sentence for. She stopped. The scent of wood smoke and ancient incense was suddenly drowned out by the copper tang of fresh blood and the bitter, herbal stench of crushed poultices. The village square had transformed into a scene from a nightmare. A ragged line of warriors was limping through the inner gates. The great bone arches of the city, which had looked majestic moments ago, now felt like the ribcage of a dying beast. Men and women were being carried on stretchers of woven vine. Others leaned heavily on notched spears, their leather armor shredded as if by giant claws. Healers in ash-stained robes darted between the fallen, pressing clumps of glowing green moss into jagged wounds to stem the flow of crimson. Kira's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes darting between the wounded. They're back. Sol scanned the crowd with his sovereign-esque gaze. He saw the flickering, tattered phantoms of the returning soldiers. A mangled wolf here, a wingless hawk there, spirits broken alongside their hosts. Sol's eyes narrowed. This wasn't just a skirmish. This was a slaughter. Kia, you're back. Praise the ancestors. You're alive. The shout cut through the groans of the wounded. A group of younger warriors, barely older than Kira, pushed through the chaos. Led by a man as the phantom of a great boar encased his torso, its spectral tusks shimmering with a dull, sickly light. He looked the part of a survivor. His leather armor was caked in gray dust, and he breathed with a heavy weariness. His eyes, however, weren't on the wounded. They were locked onto Kira, with a possessive intensity that Sol noticed instantly, tracing the line of her jaw with a hunger he quickly masked as relief. Karash, Kira nodded. Her voice was distant, a sharp contrast to his feigned warmth. She didn't miss the state of his gear and hurriedly asked, Why are you back? What happened? And why didn't I see you during the battle? We held, Karash grunted, his boar eyes flickering, his voice dropping to a gravelly pitch. Just as you left, the second team had seen the signal for help and helped us fend them off. But the marauders are regrouping. They've joined with the Zeriths. A coordinated attack. It's never happened before. In the sky, it's like the world is trying to tell us we're already dead. Then his gaze shifted. The boar phantom let out a low, territorial snort as he finally acknowledged Sol. His eyes narrowed, taking in the shimmering white tunic and Sol's calm, unbothered expression. And who is this? Karash asked, his tone dropping into a sneer. Why is he dressed? We're like this. Be respectful. He is our guest, Kira snapped, stepping slightly in front of Sol. A move that made Karash's jaw tighten with a flash of hidden rage. Korg. Korg died to ensure he was brought back. I don't think I need to tell you more. The name Korg acted like a physical blow to the group. The warriors behind Karash flinched, but Karash himself recoiled, his boar phantom flickering as his breath hitched. Korg is gone? Karash whispered, not knowing whether from shock of Korg's death or another reason. He stayed back, Kira whispered, her eyes filling with fresh tears that she quickly wiped away. He looked at the wounded being carried past, then back at Sol, his grief quickly curdling into a sharp suspicion. He died for this? A boy with no weapon and a fancy rag? Guessed or not, he'd better be worth Korgast's soul. He stepped closer, tried to use the bulk of his phantom to tower over Sol, a subtle display of dominance meant to remind Kira who the strong man was. Sol didn't flinch. He met Baran's gaze, his crimson eyes reflecting the glowing blue runes of the great tree with an unnerving stillness. Through his sovereign-esque gaze, he could see the man's energy. It was frantic, jagged, and lacked the steady core of a true warrior. I didn't ask him to die, but since he did, I don't intend to waste a life he gave me. If you're so worried about his soul, maybe you should have been there to help him carry the burden. And as for being a burden, Sol leaned in just an inch, his voice a cold whisper only Karash could hear. I've seen cowards before, Karash. They usually talk the loudest when the blood starts flowing elsewhere. The surrounding warriors went silent. Karash's face turned a mottled purple, his phantom boar baring its teeth, while his hand flew to the hilt of the bone knife at his belt. You little. Enough. Kira stepped between them, her hand on the hilt of her blade. He going to the feline spire. By order of the war chief. Move, Karash. Karash's bravado vanished at the mention of the war chief. He stepped back, his eyes lingering on Sol with a new-found, hidden venom, before he stepped aside with a mock bow. Of course, the feline spire. Let us hope our guest enjoys the view while he can. The forest has a way of weeding out those who don't belong. As Kira led Sol away through the crowded plaza, Sol felt Karash's gaze burning into his back, a look that had nothing to do with the tribe's safety and everything to do with the girl walking beside him. Chapter 192. Beast Soul Power System. Chapter 192. Chapter 192. Beast Soul Power System. Kira didn't stop. She walked forward briskly, her shoes clicking rhythmically against the petrified wood. Sol followed, his eyes darting toward the wounded being moved around. He was a guest who was essentially a prisoner. And in 3 days, he was supposed to face some kind of judgment in a forest that apparently ate people. Kira, Sol called out. She spun around. What? We need to get you to the spire before Karash decides to grow a pair and come back for more. Forget the boar thug. Why is this happening? Sol asked, crossing his arms. The marauders, the Zeriths. You said it's a coordinated attack, and this Zhuruan tribe your mother mentioned. Why are they suddenly so bold? There must be some reason behind it, right? Kira gritted her teeth, her stormy eyes flashing. Because we're isolated. The Zhuruan are bastards. They're a human tribe to the north. Civilized if you count being expansionist pricks as civilization. They have been looking for an excuse to swallow us for a decade. Their village chief, he's a bastard who thinks he can claim my mother as a trophy wife. But that's just his lustful fantasy. As for the reason why, they are suddenly so bold, it's because they recently had a warrior emerge who became an Earthblood king. Sol blinked, the term echoing in his mind. Wait, what the hell is an Earthblood king? Kira stared at him like he just asked what a tree was. She let out a frustrated huff, looking at his shimmering tunic and then his face. You really are a lost one, aren't you? Fine. Listen, the path we follow is the path of the totem soul. Everything in this world, our strength, the phantoms, the very air we breathe, is fueled by primal essence. And what is essence? Sol asked. It's the life force the whole world runs on, she explained, her voice dropping into a sharp, instructional tone. It's stored in the marrow, the blood, and the soul of every living thing. It is simply the weight of a being's existence. It roams freely in the world, and all living beings, us the beasts, even the trees, use it to temper their bodies. It makes us faster, harder, and stronger. But unlike we humans can only truly use it after we awaken our sun core. Sun core? Sol asked, his confusion mounting. Kira stopped and stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she scanned his torso. Wait, now that I mention it, you don't seem to have one. You really are strange. She reached out, and pressed her fingers firmly into the center of his chest, right between his stomach and his lungs. The spot was warm, and Soul felt a jolt of liquid silver react to her touch. "It's located here," she said. "We call it the hidden sun within the body. It's a fragment of the primordial sky fire trapped inside the flesh at birth. It acts as a cradle. We absorb essence from the world, condense it into the sun core, and that S what fuels our transformations and spirit techniques. It nourishes the bound spirits, keeping them alive. Without a core, a phantom would just eat your soul from the inside out. Simply put, without a sun core, you are just an empty shell." Soul listened attentively, his memory palace already creating a new wing for metaphysical anatomy. "So, they have a core at the solar plexus. He didn't have a sun core, but he did have a void filled with silver liquid. He didn't know if there was any connection between them. But of course, he didn't tell her. So, everyone has one? Yeah, almost everyone can awaken it. We sense the essence and awaken the core around 16, Kira continued. Beginning to walk again. You get guidance from the elders, and you awaken it before the first soul rite. Once you have the core, there's a growth system. It's divided into 9 layers, with a major threshold after every 3. You don't need to know so much, so just these will do." She began to tick them off on her fingers. Threshold I, the awakening. Layer 1 is the crimson spark. Layer 2 is the roaring heart. Layer 3 is the ravaging storm. She looked back at him over her shoulder. "Most of our warriors are at the roaring heart," she said. "Commanders and people like Korg, they reached the ravaging storm. That's where you can manifest those massive, stable phantoms you saw." "And what about you?" Soul asked. "Which layer are you?" Kira straightened her shoulders, a spark of pride cutting through her exhaustion. "Even though it hasn't been long since I awakened, I'm at layer 2, the roaring heart." Soul didn't know the metrics of this world, but the way she held her head suggested this was an achievement. He offered a quick, "Wow, so you're actually powerful," which made her pride swell visibly, her stormy eyes softening just a fraction. "I work hard," she said, her tone a little more cheerful, because no matter who tough, she seemed she was in the end the same age as him. "But then, what about the war chief?" he asked. Kira's pride instantly vanished, replaced by a look of somber reverence and dread. "My mother, she crossed the first major threshold long ago. She is layer 4, an Earth Blood King. In this entire region, for the last 20 years, only our tribe and the Druin had a layer 4. She stopped at a high junction where the wind whistled through the bone arches. Initially, we were balanced, but recently, another Druin warrior advanced to layer 4. Now they have 2. That's why they become so arrogant. They already annexed 2 smaller human tribes, and now they set their sights on us." She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with rage. "They sent a marriage proposal for my mother as a threat. They want to use it as an excuse to merge the tribes, which just means we become their servants. It's an impossible demand. There's no way anyone in the tribe would ever agree to it, especially my mother. I'm certain the Marauder attack today was also orchestrated by them. That they want to bleed us dry until we have no choice but to beg for their protection. Those bastards have no morals." Soul fell into a deep, internal silence. "Great. Just fucking great. Just what I expend from my shitty luck." He roared internally, his stoic face barely hiding the panic. "I get dropped into this godforsaken place, escape a giant snake, finally find a city with actual architecture, and it's about to be annexed by a bunch of expansionist pricks with 2 Earth Blood Kings. God, do you have a beef with me? Did I steal your wife or something?" He forced himself to stay calm, trying to get as much information as possible to get a better picture. He asked, steering the conversation toward the mechanics of the spirits. "How do you actually get them?" Kira stopped at a high junction and turned to look at him deeply. For a second, Soul felt flustered by the intensity of her gaze. It was as if she were trying to see the liquid silver swirling beneath his skin. But thankfully, she then turned and explained. "Taming, or subjugation, call whatever you want," she said. "To bind a spirit, You must kill the beast or defeat its spirit in a mental battle. For the first rite, the tribe usually provides refined soul stones, basic spirits that are safe to bind. But of course, no one wants their first spirit to be weaker. So most warriors venture into the forest to find their own, because the stored ones are pitifully weak. But of course, isn't so easy to kill and tame a spirit, especially for those who had just awakened their sun core. Beasts also have their own levels. But even the weakest beast is much stronger than a just awakened human. So you can imagine the risk. And of course, even if they do kill a beast, there's another bigger hurdle, which is how to subjugate it and place it into your sun core, as even though they are dead, their spirit still contains their consciousness. And no one wants to be trapped in a goddamn place, so they resist fiercely. She continued, looking at him with grim expression. The binding ritual is a battle of will. The human must draw the beast's essence into the sun core, compressing it into the inner sun. If the beast's will is stronger, the sun core cracks, spilling essence and shattering the warrior's path. If the human prevails, the beast's spirit becomes an anchor, feeding on essence and in turn nourishing the sun core. This is where aptitude comes in, as most ordinary people, those with cold cores, struggle. Oh, did I mention? Sun core also has different grades. She asked. Soul mechanically shook his head. Well, you don't need to know too much at once. Just remember that those with cold core, their inner space is small, their absorption slow, their recovery sluggish. A single beast spirit can overwhelm them. But those born with better flame cores, or rarer still, the legendary sun core, have vast inner chambers. Essence floods in like rivers, recovery is swift, and spirits find themselves nourished instead of suffocated. The difference is night and day. A cold core cultivator may take days to recover essence after a single binding attempt. A flame core cultivator recovers in just a day, their spirits thriving. A sun core cultivator recovers in hours, their spirits evolving rapidly, sometimes even reshaping themselves into higher forms. Thus, the path of the totem soul is not only about courage in the hunt, but about the strength of the inner sun. Without it, the beast devours you from within. With it, you devour the beast, and your sun core grows brighter. Chapter 193. The Soul's Subjugation. Chapter 193. Chapter 193. The Soul's Subjugation. The wind whistled through the gaps in the bone arches of the feline spire, a mournful sound that seemed to carry the faint echoes of the singing moss from the forest below. Soul walked in silence, his mind racing as he processed the sheer complexity of the system Kira was describing. This wasn't just about hunting, it was more about spiritual warfare. Kira stopped at a landing that looked out over the sprawling city, her silhouette framed by the bioluminescent emerald glow of the great tree. She turned to face him, her expression hardening as she dove back into the explanation. You have to understand, Soul, she began, her voice steadying. A wild spirit isn't just a lump of energy you pick up off the ground. It has a will, a fierce, predatory will that was forged in the survival of the great Orith. When you kill a beast and try to take its soul, you are inviting that will into your own body. If you simply shove a living, thrashing wolf soul into an empty sun core, it won't just sit there. It will trash the place. It will claw at the walls of your core, causing internal bleeding, spiritual fractures, or an agonizing death before you can even utilize it. Soul leaned against a pillar of petrified wood, his crimson eyes narrowing. So it's a hostage situation. You are taking a prisoner that wants to kill the warden. Exactly, Kira nodded. That's why most people use the common method. We use soul stones. They are rare minerals found in the deep earth that can act as a temporary cage. When a hunter kills a beast, they trap the soul in the stone. They don't bind it immediately. They carry that stone for weeks, sometimes months, using their own essence to slowly drain the beast's will. They starve it. They isolate it. They wait until the spirit is dormant, comatose. Only when the beast is a broken shadow of itself, do they move it into their sun core. It's safe. It's reliable. But of course it's slow. That SY tribe has dormant spirits, which you can bind easily, but you do know most don't do that. What is the other method? He asked. She looked at his hands, then back at his face. That is the legendary method. The direct capture. It's the stuff of our epics. It's for the warriors whose wills are so overpowering that they don't need stones. They grab a fresh, thrashing soul the moment the beast dies and shove it directly into their core. They crush its resistance in a matter of seconds through sheer mental dominance. It's a terrifying display of power, but it's incredibly rare. And most who try it end up as cautionary tales. So, don't even think about it. Just obediently get one from the tribe, or even if you do want to get one yourself, just capture that in a soul stone provided by the tribe and slowly refine it. Soul nodded, his memory palace filing the distinction between the safe and legendary paths. He already knew which one he'd eventually have to take. But even with unlimited courage, Kira continued, her voice growing grave, there is a fundamental limit you cannot ignore. There is something called essence resonance. It is the law of balance. She stepped closer, her eyes locking onto his. Think of your sun core as a cup and the beast's essence as a river. If a Layer 1 warrior, a crimson spark, tries to tame a Layer 3 beast like a ravaging storm predator, the resonance is mismatched. The beast's essence is too heavy, too vast. It will backflow. Instead of you pulling the spirit into your core, the spirit's energy floods back into your heart, overwhelming your own life force. Soul felt a chill. What happens then? Feralization. Kira whispered, the word sounding like a curse. You lose control of your mind. Your human consciousness is drowned out by the beast's instincts. You don't just act like an animal. You become one. Your eyes change. Fur or scales might burst through your skin, and you become a human-beast hybrid, a mindless killing machine. If that happens, we have to kill you immediately. There is no cure. You are gone. She paused, the wind tugging at her hair. In the best-case scenario of a failed resonance, you only suffer soul bleeding. The essence doesn't turn you into a beast, but it shreds your memories. You wake up with a hole in your head where your life used to be. You forget your name, your family, your skills. You become a hollow one, wandering the city until you wither away. Soul fell into a deep, internal silence. Backflow. Feralization. Soul bleeding. The stakes of the rite were becoming clear. It wasn't just a test of strength. It was a gamble with his very existence. Soul thought bitterly. I'm dressed in a divine dress that draws every eye in the city, and now I'm told that if I try to get the power, I need to survive. I might end up as a mindless werewolf or a lobotomized amnesiac. Did I really kick a puppy in my past life? Did I forget to tip a celestial waiter? But as always, his external face remained a mask of stoic, unbothered calm. He couldn't let Kira see the turmoil. In her eyes, he was a divine one, even though a fake one, a being of mystery. So, that means, Soul asked, his voice steady despite the internal chaos. Can you tame an unlimited number of them? Kira blinked, surprised by the direction of his interest. In theory, yes. The sun core is a fragment of the primordial sun. It has no set limit on space, of course, only at the highest level, which is just a legend. But every time you level up, the sun core expands, and the number of spirits you can house doubles. Of course, in practice, you are limited by your own survival. She began to pace the narrow landing, her shadow dancing in the emerald light. It's a choice of paths. One can choose to dedicate their entire life to upgrading a single spirit, feeding it all their essence, forcing it to evolve into a higher form. You grow stronger by making your one partner peerless. Or you can get more than one. But, she said, holding up a warning finger, the difficulty increases exponentially. Essence is a finite resource. If you have 4 spirits, your sun core has to divide its energy 4 ways. This slows down their evolution to a crawl. If you don't have a high-grade core, like a flame or sun core, housing multiple spirits, is like trying to feed a pack of wolves with a single bowl of scraps. They will get hungry. They will start to resent you. And eventually, they might try to consume each other inside your own soul. Sol no dead. So it's specialization versus hybridization. Exactly, Kira said. And if you choose the path of many, you have to consider compatibility. Like if the warriors who want to be juggernauts of pure strength will bind multiple spirits of the same species or element. Binding 4 different types of bears, for example. Because they are the same nature, there is less resistance. They huddle together in the sun core like a family. It makes housing them easier, and their combined strength bonus is massive. But, she continued, her eyes flashing with a bit of excitement, the most dangerous warriors are the ones who use a balance system. They choose varied species for different abilities. One spirit for raw strength, one for extreme speed, and one for ironclad defense. Some even go further and bind different elements like a fire lizard for attack and a water serpent for healing. It makes you a versatile weapon, but the internal conflict is terrifying. If the spirits hate each other, they will cause internal essence shocks during battle. You could be mid-swing and suddenly start coughing up blood because your fire and water spirits decided to have a spat. Sol processed this instantly. His memory palace was already mapping out a build. Strength, speed, defense. As a veteran, he knew that more spirits, more opportunity, and protagonists always chose the balanced route. Those with a single specialization always end up as stepping stones. So, the goal is to find a beast that matches your resonance, Sol said, steering the conversation back to safety. For most, yes, Kira said. You find a beast that is slightly weaker or equal to you. Once tamed, the spirit is anchored into your sun core. From there, it becomes a part of you. It grants you 2 types of power. She held up 2 fingers. First is the passive manifestation. It is the permanent sensory and physical upgrade. If you bind an eagle, your vision sharpens forever. If you bind a bat, you gain sonar. If you bind a rhino, your skin becomes naturally denser. You don't have to think about it. It's just who you are now. She then clenched her fist. Second is the active manifestation. This is the cloaking. By burning the essence stored in your sun core, you project the spirit outward. A ghostly, translucent outline of the beast appears around you, mimicking your every move. It adds the beast's raw power, its claws, its speed, and its specific spirit techniques to your own. That is how we fight the marauders. That is how we survive. Of course, all of it depends on which layer you are at. Layer 1, you only get a bit of boost. Real change starts at layer 2, and so on. In the middle of the conversation, they finally reached a towering structure carved from the white heartwood of the spire. It was the guest house, its balconies draped covered by different flowering plants and lit by soft, emerald moss lamps. Kira stopped at the door, her stormy eyes searching his crimson ones for a moment. She looked like she wanted to say more, perhaps to ask again where he truly came from, or why he carried such a strange, heavy aura. But she held back. You'll know more about the specific techniques later, she said, her voice weary. For now, stay here. Rest. Don't go wandering. The city is on high alert, and the guards are jumpy. Just be careful, Sol. Without even waiting for him to reply, she turned and began to walk away, her figure disappearing into the shadows of the suspension bridge. Sol pushed open the doors to the guest house. The room was lavish, filled with the scent of wild jasmine and the soft, rhythmic music of leaves rustling. He walked to the balcony, looking out at the silver-leafed forest stretching toward the horizon. Chapter 194, Orphos. The Primordial Artifact, Chapter 194. Chapter 194, Orphos. The primordial artifact, the evening in Vanar, didn't bring the peaceful silence Sol had expected from a city built into a forest of giant trees. Instead, the air was heavy with the thrum of the great Heartwood's pulse in the distant. Rhythmic chanting of the shamanic circle, trying to stabilize the city's defense wards. Sol stood on the balcony of the feline spire, his bare feet resting on the cool, mossy wood. The guest house was a masterpiece of primitive luxury, furs of beasts that looked like they could eat a man whole, bioluminescent lanterns that cast a soft, emerald glow, and a view that stretched across the silver leaf canopy of the Orth forest. From there, he could only see the vast jungle, a living ocean of silver, green, and various other colors mixed together, its canopy shifting like waves under the wind. It shimmered in pale light, beautiful yet subdued, as if the forest itself mourned. The cries of distant beasts echoed faintly, softened by the trees until they became part of the forest's rhythm. Beneath the branches, the tribe moved in quiet patterns. The usual bustle of the tribe was muted, voices hushed, drums stilled, the noise of daily life softened by the trees. Occasionally there would be gut-wrenching wails of cry breaking this quiet rhythm. Even the fires burned low in the courtyards, their smoke drifting upward in thin, sorrowful trails. The warriors had returned, some limping, others carried, and the tribe moved with the weight of loss. Yet the jungle remained vast and indifferent, its silver leaves whispering in the wind, a reminder that life continued even as grief settled over the people. It was a world both radiant and somber, a place where beauty and sorrow lived side by side, and where the forest seemed to watch, silent and eternal. The environment outside was too heavy, so Sol closed the window and returned inside, falling carelessly on the makeshift but soft bed. His eyes opened wide, as the silence finally creeped in, breaking his emotional defense. His eyes watering, and a lump seemed to be stuck in his throat. He tried hard to control his emotions, but they being emotions weren't something that could be controlled so easily. He was reminded harshly again how fragile life was in this savage world. He didn't know it touched him so deeply. Even though he wasn't exactly innocent, he had taken one such life with his own hands. But maybe it was the sacrifice of Cord, that tragic smile, or maybe just the somber atmosphere. He closed his eyes and laid there for quite some time. After an unknown amount of time, he finally sat up, breathing deeply. Inhale. Exhale. He looked around this strange, unfamiliar room, and couldn't help missing Lyra and the girls. No matter what, since he had woken up in this world, they had always been by his side, not letting him feel loneliness in this strange new world. Without them, he didn't know how he'd have survived this dangerous world. He was extremely grateful for their love and care and couldn't wait to return to them. He didn't know what they were doing, but they were extremely worried for sure. Remembering the reason for ending up in this strange place, he closed his eyes, withdrawing his consciousness from the physical sensations, and tried to find Orphos, that strange artifact again, because that's one that brought him here and the only thing that can remotely help him get out of here. As for getting out of here himself and searching for his tribe, well, he did think that too. But just from this weird power called essence in the air, he knew for sure that he wasn't anywhere near the tribe, and he did discreetly ask Kira, who told him that this place is literally teeming with other races, and almost everyone has some kind of weird power. So, it was clear that he definitely wasn't anywhere near the tribe, as he hadn't heard about people there having strange powers. He searched around and didn't find it in the hollow cavity in his chest or any other place in physical body. So he changed the tactic. He plunged deeper, centering his awareness on the vast, silent expanse of his mental world, and boom, he really found it in the center of that inner void. It hung in the darkness, shining with a soft, rhythmic pulse that made it seem less like an object and more like a living, breathing entity. He didn't reach out to touch it immediately. Instead, he hovered in the silence of his mind, looking at it with a mix of awe and intoxicating curiosity, as it was his first time truly seeing the artifact. The soul-bound form of Orphos was a staggering contradiction of primordial perfection and violent fracture. It appeared as a relic that was not merely forged, but rather a captured moment of creation's first breath, suspended in the amber of his soul. The material itself defied any logic. It was composed of a substance resembling translucent liquid obsidian, a darkness deeper than the most moonless night, yet teeming with swirling, microscopic galaxies that shifted and pulsed in perfect synchronization with the beating of his own heart. Its surface possessed the impossible smoothness of molten glass, and as Soul watched, he realized the reflections dancing across its face weren't of his mind, but of stars' paths, and endless doors existing within the artifact's own internal space. In its settled shape, Orphos was a four-pointed compass, its needles representing the fundamental directions of existence. The points were elongated and needle-sharp, radiating a soft, ethereal light that commanded his absolute attention. Despite the jagged nature of its broken appearance, the geometry was so impossibly perfect that it carried a divine symmetry, making Soul feel a fleeting sense of insignificance before its majesty. Floating just beneath the obsidian surface like embers in a dark fire was the artifact's ancient aura. Flickering symbols, fragments of the jagged fong, the hollow ring, the broken crown, and the spiral pillar it had transitioned through, pulsed with a ghostly light. They were not carved into the material, but seemed to exist as drifting remnants of the laws the artifact commanded. Yet, the most striking and terrifying feature was undoubtedly the fissure, a distinct crack running down the center that split the compass nearly in two. Far from a sign of weakness, the crack served as a window into the infinite. From its depths, a constant stream of light and shadow poured out, manifesting as a thin, white-violet smoke that clung to the edges of the needles. Soul found himself drawn to that central fissure. To look directly into the crack was to feel the raw branding of the soul, an overwhelming sensation that he was staring directly into the very edge of reality. It was beautiful, majestic, and fundamentally broken. After an unknown amount of time, he finally got out of its trance and remembered why he was here. He reached out within the silence of his mind, his consciousness finally making contact with the fissure at the center of the majestic, cracked compass. The moment his mental touch brushed the surface, the world seemed to scream with the weight of eons. Chapter 195. Reason for Teleportation, How to Go Back Home. Chapter 195. Chapter 195. Reason for Teleportation, How to Go Back Home. The moment his mental touch brushed the surface, the world seemed to scream with the weight of eons. Soul's mental projection buckled, his knees hitting the metaphorical floor of his mind. A violent surge of information flooded his psyche, a torrential downpour of data that would have crushed anything man. Images of stars collapsing, empires rising from dust, and the very fabric of reality being stitched together flashed behind his eyelids. Through the chaos, a name echoed, vibrating in his marrow: Orphos. Other than the obvious confirmation of its name, Orphos, Soul finally understood the truth of his predicament and why he'd been cast into this war-torn jungle. As the artifact's history unraveled in his thoughts, he learned that Orphos had been adrift in the void since the beginning of time, a vagabond of the cosmos searching for a host that could bear its weight. He saw glimpses of legendary kings and even entities that radiated the blinding light of gods. All had attempted to claim it, and without exception, all had been rejected. The artifact didn't budge against their existence. Oh, there was one exception: Isilia. Unlike the others, she had the weird power which made the artifact angry. In her divine arrogance, she had tried to unmake it. The memory within the artifact pulsed with a sense of grim irony. In her attempt to destroy it, she had instead become its permanent resident, snared and trapped within its internal dimension for an eternity. If she hadn't met him, she really would have remained trapped in that space for literal eternity. As the divine power which gods are so proud of doesn't work in there. So that's why she's so bitter, Soul thought, a grimace forming on his face. I'd be pissed too if I got caught in the trap I tried to break. But it was indeed her fault, so she should really be grateful. I'd definitely get the gratitude out of her once I met her again. Since then, Orphos had been randomly appearing and disappearing across the realms, continuing its search until it finally found its fated host. Soul. Him. But the revelation deepened, turning from history to a terrifying warning. Orphos hadn't just bonded with him. It had fused with his soul, becoming an inextricable part of his very being. It was a part of him now, like a limb or a lung. However, his mortal soul was a frail vessel for such primordial power. To prevent him from instantly detonating into cosmic dust, the artifact had slammed shut its own gates, sealing away the vast majority of its power. This sealed state was the reason for his current exile. There was a strict limit on how long he could remain within the artifact's internal dimension while it was in this weakened, sealed state, because he had been too distracted. Preoccupied with the fun he was having with the goddess Icilia, the limit had been reached unnoticed. Once the internal timer hit its peak, Orphos had simply performed a system purge. It had flushed him out like excess weight, discarding him into the nearest compatible reality, which happened to be this battle-scarred wasteland. "You've got to be kidding me," Soul groaned, his voice echoing in the chamber of his mind. "I'm in this place because I was busy having fun?" He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at the reason, because in the end, it was entirely his own fault. But still, now that he knew the reason, he tried to order it to get him back, but it didn't budge. He lunged forward, trying to grip the compass needles, willing the artifact to reactivate and tear a hole back to the Osari tribe. "Take me back to Lyra. Take me back to the girls." But the needles remained cold, dead. After wrestling for a while, he was tired, so he searched his mind for the reason, and really found it. It needed energy to tear a hole and get him back. It wouldn't have been much of an issue if it was in its peak form. But unfortunately, now, in its current state, Orphos was like a massive furnace trying to restart with a single match. Its energy absorption was severely limited. It was like trying to fill a vast ocean through a pinhole. The only good news was that it was recovering. The stars swirling within the liquid obsidian were beginning to pulse again, but it was a slow, agonizing rhythm. Months. The realization settled in his gut like a brutal punch. He could feel that it would take at least a few months for the artifact to gather enough essence to bridge the gap between where he was and where he belonged. Until then, he was trapped in this war-torn, mystical place. With a violent jolt, Soul's consciousness was snapped back into his physical body. His eyes popped open in the dimness of the hut. He lay there motionless for a while, absorbing the newfound information. The silence of the room, which had felt heavy before, now felt even more unbearable after the cosmic scale of the vision he had just witnessed. "Months," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "I'm stuck here for months." The weight of the distance, not just in miles but in power and mystery, pressed down on him. He thought of Lyra's smile, Nia's obedient smile, the passion of Evera, and of course, the way the girls laughed, realizing that they wouldn't have to worry about food again. They would think he was dead. Or worse, they would wait for a return that wasn't coming anytime soon. He exhaled a breath that was even heavier and more weary than the one he had drawn before. The world outside was still mourning, still screaming in its own way, but Soul finally understood the scale of the climb ahead. If he wanted to return, he'd have to somehow survive in this war-torn tribe. And if he wanted to survive in this place filled with monsters and other races, he'd have to learn to utilize the power of phantoms. Chapter 196. Morning Rites. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Morning Rites. The moonlight over Vanar was not the pale, distant glow Soul remembered from Earth. Here, the great heartwood's canopy acted as a secondary sky, filtering the celestial light through silver leaves and iridescent moss until the entire world was bathed in a haunting, underwater emerald. But tonight, that beauty was destined to be stained. Soul sat on the edge of the soft, mossy bed in the feline spire, his hands buried in his hair, listening to the silence of the room. It was a silence that felt heavy, almost suffocating, pressing against his eardrums until he could hear the frantic rhythm of his own pulse. The weight of the vision he had just experienced, the staggering history of Orphos, the bitter irony of Icilia's imprisonment. and the cold reality of his own months-long exile clung to him like a damp shroud. Months, he whispered again. The word felt like a sentence. On Earth, a few months was a summer break or a project deadline. Here, in a world where 9-foot gray giants bit heads off and lanky monsters injected necrotizing venom with their fingernails, months felt like an eternity. He thought of Lyra's warmth, the way Evra looked at him with that fierce, possessive hunger, and the simple, domestic laughter of the girls over a pot of soup. To them, he had simply vanished into a hole in the ground. They would be searching. They would be grieving. He stood up, the movement abrupt as he tried to shake off the encroaching despair. He couldn't afford to be a lost one in spirit as well as name. He stood up and looked at the white tunic he was wearing. It was still pristine, still glowing with that faint, ethereal light that screamed divine. It was a beacon that screamed outsider to everyone in Vaynar. He looked around the room and found a set of clothes laid out on a low, petrified wood table. They were clearly meant for him, a silent offering from Kira or the war chief's attendants. He stripped off the starlight fabric, feeling a strange chill as the material left his skin, and pulled on the local attire. It was a rugged yet fine assembly, breeches made of dark, supple leather from some forest beast, and a vest of woven silverbark fiber that felt as tough as Kevlar but as light as linen. There were arm guards of polished chitin and a simple dark cloak. He looked less like a divine mortal and more like a high-tier scout. The crimson in his eyes seemed sharper against the dark earth tones of the Vaynar clothing. Suddenly a low, rhythmic thumping began to vibrate through the floor, the soles of his feet catching the vibration before his ears heard the sound. It wasn't the steady heartbeat of the great tree he had felt earlier. The distant chanting had grown louder, joined by the slow, rhythmic thud-thud-thud of a drum. This was different. It was the deliberate, mournful beat of a drum. Sol pushed open the door and stepped onto the suspension bridge. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, leaving the world in a deep, violet twilight. But Vaynar was not dark. The city was ablaze, not the destructive orange of a raid, but the somber, flickering amber of torches. Thousands of orange torches and braziers had been lit across the suspension bridges and spiral walkways, their flickering light competing with the steady emerald glow of the bioluminescent moss. The drums were coming from below, from a central square at the base of the great heartwood. Sol left the guest house, navigating the bridges with a newfound caution. He followed the sound, descending the spiraling paths that clung to the gargantuan trunk. As he reached the lower levels, the smell hit him, a cloying mixture of wood smoke, sweet resin, and the unmistakable metallic tang of cold blood. As he moved, he passed other tribe members. They were all moving in the same direction, their faces carved with a numbness that spoke of a grief too frequent to be fresh, yet too heavy to be ignored. They didn't look at him. In the orange glow of the funeral fires, everyone was just a shadow. When he reached the square, he stopped, his breath stuck in his throat. The central square was a vast circle of flattened obsidian wood, dominated by the massive, gnarled roots of the great heartwood. In the center of the space, a dozen bundles lay on the ground. They were wrapped in ceremonial cloth, but the purity of the fabric was ruined by dark stains. Some bundles were long, the shape of a man clearly visible beneath the fabric. Others were tragically small or jagged, remnants of warriors who had been torn apart by the double jaws of the marauders, containing only what could be recovered from the meat grinder at the ridge. The air was thick with the scent of spirit ash, a pungent, sweet-smelling incense that burned in large stone bowls around the perimeter. The rhythmic drumming continued, a slow, heart-stopping cadence that seemed to demand the attention of the forest itself. Sol scanned the crowd and found Kira standing near the front, close to the roots of the great tree. She looked different. Her warrior's armor was gone, replaced by a simple white wrap that left her scarred arms bare. She looked smaller, more fragile, her stormy eyes reflecting the dancing flames of the pyres. He moved toward her, his footsteps silent on the moss. He didn't say anything as he came to a stop beside her. Sol moved through the crowd. No one stopped him. The Vainar were in a trance of collective sorrow, a numb, rhythmic grief that transcended tribal politics. He reached Kira's side and stood in silence for a moment, watching the smoke rise toward the stars. Kira didn't look up, but she knew he was there. Her hand, scarred and calloused, was trembling. "We are doing the morning rites," she whispered, her voice so thin it was almost lost to the wind. "To honor the fallen, to ensure the great Orith remembers their names." Chapter 197. Honoring the Fallen. Chapter 197. Chapter 197. Honoring the fallen, we bury them in the roots, she continued, her eyes fixed on the bundles of cloth. The forest gave them strength at birth. Now, their strength returns to the forest. In exchange, the great heartwood grows stronger. Its wards thicken. It protects us because we are made of the same blood. Sol looked at the bundles. At the very front, the largest bundle lay in a place of honor. It was the only one with a spear laid across it. "Corgue, seul murmure." Kira nodded, a single tear escaping and tracking a path through the ash on her cheek. He was a pillar. To lose a master like him, it's like losing a limb. The forest feels colder already. Suddenly, the drums stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the crackle of the torches. Sol looked around curiously and found that almost the whole tribe seemed to have gathered here, as he even saw the leadership of the Vainar. War Chief Valara stood at the head of the roots. Her white tigress phantom manifest, but silent, its translucent head bowed. Beside her were the elders, their faces like cracked stone in the firelight. And then there was High Shaman Zephyra. As the drums stopped, High Shaman Zephyra stepped into the center of the square. Sol blinked, barely recognizing the woman from the bone hall. The casual, carefree etherealness was gone. She was no longer the pipe-smoking woman who spoke in smoke rings. She stood tall, her silver hair flowing like a river of liquid mercury down her back, floating around her head as if she were underwater. Her robes of deep violet were replaced by a gown of shimmering gossamer that seemed to be woven from the moonlight itself, and her eyes, usually sharp and amused, were now wide, vacant, and filled with a terrifying, milky radiance. She held a staff of white bone, and as she began to chant, the air around her began to ripple. Zephyra's chant shifted, rising in pitch until it became a haunting, melodic wail. She raised her bone staff, and from the tip, her phantom manifested. It wasn't a great beast like the others. It was a cloud, thousands of tiny, mystical glowing butterflies, their wings a pale, translucent blue. The butterflies swirled into the air, a living river of sapphire light that swirled around the plaza. They weren't just for show. As they descended upon the bundles, they fluttered over the corpses, their wings brushing against the burial cloth. To Sol's sovereign-esque gaze, it was a terrifyingly beautiful sight. Each butterfly was a tiny conduit of essence, drawing the lingering, stagnant energy from the dead and soothing the fractured spirits, guiding the lingering remnants of the warriors' souls back into the world. Zephyra began to chant. It was a language Sol didn't recognize, even with his divine shard. A series of low, guttural hums and high, whistling chirps that mimicked the sounds of the forest. Is she really talking to them? Sol whispered. She is singing them to sleep, Kira replied. When a warrior dies, their phantom often refuses to let go. It stays trapped in the flesh, angry and confused. If the shaman doesn't soothe them, they can turn into ghouls, corrupted spirits that haunt the hunting grounds. Sol watched as the fading, tattered remnants of the warrior's spirits, the ghost of a wolf, the flicker of a hawk, shimmered briefly above the cloth bundles. They looked confused, pained, and terrified. But as Zephyra's butterflies touched them, the spirit remnants grew calm. They dissolved into golden sparks, merging with the butterflies and being carried upward toward the branches of the gray heartwood. Sol watched as the butterfly phantoms settled onto Korg's bundle. The white cloth began to glow with a soft, golden light. A phantom image of a great bear appeared for a fleeting second, magnificent, scarred, and weary. It let out a silent, mournful roar that Sol felt in his soul, then dissolved into golden sparks that sank deep into the massive, gnarled roots of the heartwood. The grief in the square reached the peak. Sol saw mothers clutching children, warriors leaning on each other, their faces masks of stone. Is something like this common? Sol asked, his voice low. He watched a young boy, barely 10 years old, collapse over one of the smaller bundles, his wails piercing the rhythmic thumping of the drums. The boy's mother stood behind him, her face a mask of iron, her hand resting on the boy's head, but her eyes were dead. Kira finally looked at him, her stormy eyes reflecting the orange flames of the braziers. More common than it should be. The marauders grow bolder every season. The Ziriths expand their hives. Every time the sun sets in this forest, we do this. Every time a hunting party goes too deep into the forest, we do this. It is the price of the forest. How do you survive this? Sol asked, gesturing to the wailing boy. How does a tribe continue when the cost is so high? We don't have a choice, Kira said, turning her gaze back to the horizon, where the silver leaves of the orith whispered in the dark. The Vaynar are alone, Sol. The other human tribes, the Juruin, the northern clans, they don't see our blood. They don't see the sacrifice. They only see our land. They only see the heartwood. They think that because we harmonize with the trees, we are weak. They wait for us to bleed out so they can feast on the remains. She looked back at the burial site. Here, survival, isn't a gift. It's a debt you pay every single day with the lives of your brothers. Sol went quiet. He thought of his own overlord daydreams from earlier. How arrogant he had been, thinking he could just waltz in and civilize these people with a few 3 a.m. YouTube videos. He looked at the boy wailing over a bundle that was likely his father. No amount of crop rotation or hygiene tips could fix that hole in the kid's heart. The ritual continued for hours. Kira stepped forward as the ritual reached its climax. The warriors of the tribe stepped forward, lifting the bundles with a reverence that made Sol's throat tight. They didn't carry them to a graveyard. They moved toward the base of the great heartwood, where the massive, ancient roots had naturally formed hollows and chambers. One by one, the fallen were laid into the earth between the roots. There were no coffins, no stones, only the cool, damp embrace of the tree. As Korg's bundle was lowered into the largest hollow, War Chief Velara stepped forward. She didn't speak a long eulogy. She simply placed her hand on the white cloth, her eyes closed. Return to the sap, she whispered, her voice carrying through the square with the weight of a mountain. Guard the roots as you guarded the gates. The shaman Zephyra slammed her staff against the obsidian floor. A wave of silver light erupted, and the roots of the great tree seemed to respond. The earth shifted, the massive, vine-like roots slowly coiling over the bundles, drawing them deep into the heart of the mountain, sealing them away in a living tomb. Just then, Zephyr collapsed. The butterflies vanished, and the silver light died out of her hair. Chapter 198. Cheerful Lumi. Chapter 198. Chapter 198. Cheerful Lumi. Just then, Zephyr collapsed. The butterflies vanished, and the silver light died out of her hair. 2 priestesses rushed forward to catch her, leading her away. She looked drained, her face pale and aged. Sol was worried looking at her being carried away, but Kira told him it was going to be okay. Afterwards, instead of a lingering sadness, the atmosphere in the square shifted. The drums grew faster, more energetic. The mourning was over. The wishing well had begun. The warriors began to stomp their feet in time with the drums, their phantoms flickering with a fierce, defiant light. Soon, the whole tribe, kids, women, elders, and even the injured ones joined the rhythm, doing whatever they could. It was a primitive, visceral survival mechanism. They couldn't afford to mourn for long. Tomorrow, the sun would rise, and the marauders would still be hungry. Kira turned to Sol, her expression unreadable in the dying light of the funeral fires. The raw grief from the ridge had been filed away, replaced by the cold, sharp resolve of a survivor. "The strength of the ancestors is in the wood now," she said. "The city is safe." She reached out and gripped Sol's arm, her fingers digging into his skin through the silver bark vest. "Rest," Kira said, letting go of his arm. "Tomorrow, at first light, someone will come to the guest house to fetch you. You will be taken to the shamanic grove, where you will awaken your sun core." Sol looked at her, his crimson eyes reflecting the glowing blue runes of the great tree above them. "And if I don't have a beast soul? If I can't bind a phantom?" Kira gave a small, weary huff, a flicker of the girl she had been before the massacre. "Then you're just a burden, Sol, regardless of what you're wearing now. And in Vaynar, men without totems, they don't last long. They aren't warriors. They aren't even laborers. They're just mouths to feed." She turned and began to walk away, disappearing into the crowd of dispersing tribesmen. Sol stood in the square for a long time after she left. He looked at the place where the roots had swallowed Korg. He felt the silver liquid in his chest slosh, a heavy, mercury-like tide that felt increasingly out of place in this world of sun cores and totems. "Tomorrow," Sol whispered to the great heartwood. He turned and began the long climb back to the feline spire, his mind already beginning to map out the strategy for the awakening. He wouldn't settle for a common spirit. If he was going to be stuck in this meat grinder, he was going to be the blade, not the meat. As he reached the balcony of the guest house and looked out over the silver forest one last time, he saw a single blue butterfly, one of Zephyr's phantoms, fluttering past his window. It lingered for a second, its wings pulsing with a rhythmic, intelligent light, before diving into the dark canopy below. Sol closed the window and lay down on the soft bed. The drums had stopped, but the forest was still whispering. The night in the feline spire did not bring the restorative rest Sol's body craved. Instead, it was a long, haunting vigil spent staring at the ceiling of the guest house, where the grain of the petrified would seem to writhe into the shapes of screaming faces under the emerald glow of the moss lamps. On a small, hand-carved table near the bed was a bowl of mystical fruits, which must have been left there by a silent attendant while he was at the burial. They were unlike anything he had seen on Earth, or even in the ravines of the Osari. Some were shaped like five-pointed stars, their skins a deep, pulsating violet that felt warm to the touch. Others were translucent spheres filled with a thick, golden liquid that shimmered with a faint internal light. Sol reached out and picked up one of the star-shaped fruits. As he bit into it, a burst of flavor that could only be described as concentrated starlight filled his mouth. It was sweet, yet carried a sharp, electric tang that made the liquid silver in his chest hum in recognition. It was essence-rich food, designed to nourish the soul as much as the body. It was delicious, a taste no earthly laboratory could ever replicate, but it felt like ash in his mouth. He finished the meal mechanically and lay back on a mossy bed. That night, Sol didn't sleep. He lay on the mossy bed, staring up at the ceiling, listening to the silver leaves outside whispering in the wind. Every time his eyelids grew heavy, he saw Korg's golden red heart still beating in the gray monster's fist. He saw the double jaws extending with a sickening hydraulic hiss. And most of all, he saw the looming shadows of the Earth Blood Kings. He realized then that he was no longer a writer playing a survival game. He was a piece on a board where the players were gods and monsters, and he didn't even have a move yet. His only edge was a broken artifact that wouldn't let him go home for months, and a library of Earth knowledge that required an industrial infrastructure he didn't possess. "I have to get stronger," he whispered into the dark. "If I don't, I'm just waiting for my turn to be a bundle of cloth in the roots." The next morning, the silver leaf canopy of the Orith forest filtered the dawn into a soft, ethereal glow. The silver leaves of the Orith clattered together like wind chimes, and the singing moss began a low, upbeat hum that signaled the start of a new day. He didn't know when, but he had finally fell asleep last night. Suddenly a sharp, energetic knock rattled the door of the guest house. "Hey, divine envoy guest person, are you awake? The sun is up, well, mostly up. The leaves are singing." Sol groaned, rubbing his tired eyes. He stood up, adjusted his dark leather vest and silver-bark tunic, and opened the door. Standing, there was a girl who looked like she had been crafted from pure energy and sunshine. She was young, maybe 15 or 16, with her chestnut hair tied into two bouncy pigtails and eyes that sparkled with a terrifying amount of morning cheer. She wore a simple tunic of leaf-green silk, decorated with colorful bird feathers and beads. She looked at Sol, and her jaw dropped. She stood frozen for a second, her eyes traveling from his crimson gaze down to his bare feet and back up. Unlike the other tribe members who looked at Sol with suspicion or awe, she looked at him like he was a rare, exotic insect she had just found in a jar. She was cautious for exactly 3 seconds. Her head tilted as she looked at his new Vaynar clothes. Wow, she breathed, her voice a high-pitched squeak. You really do look cool. I mean, everyone said you were handsome, but you look like a real divine person. Sol couldn't help but crack a small, weary smile. Her energy was infectious, a stark contrast to the grim silence of the night before. Good morning. And please, just Sol is fine. No need for the envoy stuff. And you are? Oh, okay, Sol. She chirped, hopping on the balls of her feet. Lumi. I'm a trainee with the Hawk Watch, but I mostly do errands because my phantom is still just a wisp. See? She pointed to her shoulder, where a tiny translucent bird the size of a thumb flickered in and out of existence. Anyway, the elders sent me. Well, they sent a group, but I ran faster so I could get here first. They said since you're staying, you need to awaken your core today. It's a law, or a rule, or something important. Let us go then, Lumi, before the elders lose their patience. Sol said, stepping out onto the suspension bridge, as he was also curious about the reason for summon. As they began the long walk toward the central heartwood, Lumi's cautious persona vanished instantly. She stayed half a step ahead of him, constantly spinning around to walk backward, so she could keep peeking at him. So, she started, her voice a rapid-fire barrage. Are you really a divine envoy? Like a real one? I saw you coming yesterday. Well, I didn't see you, but my friend was on a gate, and she said you were wearing clothes made of starlight. It was so shiny. Where did it go? Can you make it appear with magic? Why aren't you wearing them now? You look real cool in the Vaynar gear, but I think other one looked way better. So good. Navigating a narrow bridge made of woven vines, the girl's liveliness acting as a temporary shield against the gloom of the city. First, I'm just a human, Lumi. Just like you. I'm not an envoy of anything. Second, the dress is in my room. It's a bit too flashy for a walk in the woods. Don't you think? And those clothes were just a gift from an old friend. A friend who gives out divine clothes? She giggled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. I need friends like that. By the way, my dream is to be a scout. Scouts see everything first. So, tell me about far away. What is it like there? My grandfather told me that in the lands where the gods live, the rivers are made of honey, and the trees grow already cooked meat. Chapter 199. Why destroy what you could share? Chapter 199. Chapter 199. Why destroy what you could share? She asked questions like a barrage, barely giving him time to think. Rivers of honey? Sol shrugged, his crimson eyes reflecting the emerald light of the forest. I didn't see any of those. But there were cities made of glass that reached the clouds, and carriages that moved without beasts. And people could talk to each other from across the world using little black stones. Lumi's jaw dropped. She stopped walking, causing a group of passing warriors to grumble as they navigated around her. Glass cities? Carriages without beasts? Wow, that sounds even better than honey rivers. Was it really cool there? Sol thought of the pollution, the noise, the endless stress of his old life, and then he looked at the breathtaking, living paradise of the great Heartwood. In some ways it was. In others, I think I prefer the singing moss. You're weird. Lumi decided with a decisive nod. But a good weird, like a spirit hare. By the way, and is it true you can walk on the wind? No. Where did you hear that? I can't walk on the wind. I just fall less gracefully than most. Liar. Lumi giggled, skipping ahead and then spinning back to look at him. I have heard from others that you came from Flash of Light. Well, it was kind of true, but I definitely can't walk in air, at least not yet. Lumi laughed, a bright, melodic sound that seemed to make the star-winged birds in the branches chirps in response. I like you. You're easygoing. Most of the other guys are total jerks. They walk around with their phantoms out just to make us step off the path. As they talked, they reached the massive circular building at the base of the Great Heartwood. The guard with the bear phantoms were the same as yesterday. They didn't say a word this time. Their golden phantom eyes lingering on his new Vaynar clothing. But they didn't say anything and let him through with a grunt of acknowledgement. However, instead of heading toward the main throne room, where he met Valara, Mia led him down a wide side corridor lined with murals of ancient hunts. They emerged into a massive side hall, a semicircular chamber with tiered stone seating that looked out over a private grove of the Heartwood. The atmosphere here was the polar opposite of Lumi's cheer. It was thick with tension, the air vibrating with the low-frequency hum of multiple high-tier phantoms. As they approached the heavy doors, the sound of heated voices bled through the wood. Cannot trust their word. The Jarwin have the souls of scavengers. A deep voice roared. Lumi winced, her bubbly demeanor faltering for a second. They're at it again, she whispered. The politics. It's been like this since the war started. I really don't understand those marauder bastards, Lumi said, her voice carrying a kind of naive brightness even as her brow furrowed. Isn't this world big enough? Do they really need to annex others to survive? She spoke half to herself, half to Sol, as though hoping the silence would answer back. Her eyes were wide, and there was no bitterness in her tone. Only confusion, the kind that belonged to someone who still believed the world could be fair if people chose it to be. Sol looked at the closed door and spoke. The world is big, he said slowly, but greed is bigger. For some, survival isn't enough. They want control, they want power, and they take it even if it means burning everything around them. Lumi tilted her head, lips pressing into a small pout. But that's so stupid. Why destroy what you could share? Sol gave a faint, humorless smile. Because sharing means seeing others as equals. Some people take because they are hungry, he said. Some because they are afraid. Some because they were taught to take. He let the words settle, then added, softer, and some take because they think taking will make them larger than they are. Lumi frowned, puzzled by the last part. Larger how? Larger in their heads, Sol said. Larger than the land will allow. Larger than their own sun core can hold. He looked past her, as if his eyes could see the horizon. When a person feels small inside, they try to fill the hollow with other people as things. They bind themselves to violence because it makes them feel full for a moment, but it never lasts. The hollow stays. Lumi blinked, then laughed a little, the sound fragile. Then how do you stop it? Teach everyone to be brave? Teach them to be kind? Her questions were like small torches in the dusk. Sol let out a breath that might have been a smile. You teach what you can, he said. You bind spirits that will not devour you. You grow your sun core, so you can stand when others fall, and you teach the children not to be afraid of the dark. But you also learn that some things are not fixed by kindness alone. Sometimes you must be the wall that keeps the tribe whole, and sometimes you must become someone you hate. You gotta kill, devour, and survive. He looked at her then. Mostly you keep going. That is all anyone can do. Lumi nodded hard, as if he had given her a clear roadmap of the future. She looked at him and gave a bright smile and said, I understand. Now let us go, lest everyone thinks I'm slacking off. Sol smiled and nodded, as Lumi pushed the door open. The room was crowded. In the center, near a large stone table etched with maps of the forest, stood War Chief Valara. She looked as majestic as ever, though there were dark circles under her stormy eyes. High Shaman Zephyra was there too, leaning against a pillar, her silver hair shimmering as she puffed on her blue bone pipe, her eyes half closed as if she were dreaming. Kira was there, standing stiffly behind her mother, her face a mask of iron, and her eyes fixed on a man standing at the center of the floor. And then there were the elders, 6 older men and women dressed in heavy ceremonial furs, their phantoms manifesting as various predators that paced the floor behind them. But the most glaring presence was a man standing at the center. He was older, his skin like wrinkled leather, with a hooked nose that made him look like a bird of prey, wearing a heavy cloak made of vulture feathers. Behind him, a massive, translucent vulture phantom with a 12-foot wingspan circled slowly, its beak snapping in a sound that mimicked dry bone breaking. Beside him sat Karash, the boar warrior Sol had met before. The resemblance was unmistakable. According to Lumi, this was Elder Thorn, Karash's father and the leader of the Council's diplomatic faction. As Sol entered, the room went quiet. A dozen pairs of eyes fixed on him. Thorn took a particularly long, calculating look at Sol, his gaze lingering on Sol's crimson eyes with an intensity that made Sol's skin crawl. Karash simply narrowed his eyes, his boar phantom letting out a low, territorial grunt. Chapter 200, Survival versus Slavery. Chapter 200. Chapter 200, Survival versus Slavery. But Thorn didn't address Sol. He didn't even acknowledge his arrival beyond that first look. He turned back to Valara and continued his speech as if Sol were just a piece of furniture. We don't have the luxury of pride, War Chief. Thorn's voice was smooth, like a salesman trying to convince you that your house was on fire. According to our scouts, Thorn continued, his voice dropping into a grave, urgent tone. The Marauders are planning another massive attack before the full moon. They've joined with the Zereth. We are outnumbered 10-1. We are bleeding warriors every day. Korg's fall has dealt a blow to our morale that we cannot ignore. Valara didn't say anything. She looked like she wasn't even listening, her stormy eyes fixed on the rough marking of the Orith forest laid out on the table. Zephyr was the same, her eyes closed in a trance, blowing smoke rings that hovered in the air like tiny, ghostly halos. Thorn pressed, stepping closer to the table. The Jarroin tribe has sent another envoy. They have heard of our loss and have generously retracted the demand for your marriage. They realize that was a bit forward. They're being absolutely reasonable. They assure us that if we merge, the Vanar will maintain our sovereignty. We will be equal partners. They only want to unite our bloodlines to face the Marauders together. All they ask is that we unite our banners and share our hunting grounds. They have 2 Earthblood Kings. Valara, think of the safety. Think of the children. Sol found a spot near the back wall, Mia hovering beside him, her bubbly demeanor finally suppressed by the gravity of the room. Equal sovereignty? The shout came from the opposite side of the hall. This was Elder Harkan, a veteran warrior. He was tall, with a shock of red hair and a scarred chest, his phantom a massive, 4-armed great ape that pounded its spectral fists against the floor. Thorn, you spent too much time sniffing the Juroness incense. They are bloodthirsty savages. Harkin roared, his voice like gravel in a blender. How can you believe a single word they say? You'd have to be insane to trust a tribe that has already annexed 2 other human clans. Have you seen those clans lately, Thorn? No, because they don't exist anymore. Their men are used as cannon fodder, and their women are treated like cattle. To believe their word is to invite a snake into your bed and hope it only bites your enemies. Harkan slammed his fist on the table. Vanar has always been proud. We have overcome countless tribulations without bowing our heads. We will not bow our heads now. I would rather die fighting a marauder than live as a dog on a Jarroin leash. We will continue to fight for our survival, even if it means dying in the roots of this tree. Sol felt a surge of respect for Harkan. The man's speech was raw, impassioned, and held the true spirit of the warrior's Sol had seen on the ridge. Several other elders and young warriors nodded in agreement, their own phantoms flickering with defiant light. Harkin is right, another female elder added, her hawk phantom shrieking. The heartwood and our blood have kept us. Yet pride alone will not feed the hungry. Sometimes survival demands hands that are willing to do what the heart cannot. Thorn didn't flinch. He turned to Harkan, his expression shifting into one of pity. You are the one who has gone insane, Heron. Survival is the most important law of the forest. You talk about dying in battle. Are you going to be the one to tell the widows that their husbands died because you were too proud to accept help? Are you going to be responsible for the end of our bloodline? Thorn looked around the room, his eyes landing on the younger warriors. We cannot let our people die in vain just to satisfy your archaic sense of pride. When the marauders break the inner gates and start eating our infants, will you be the one to tell the mothers that at least we didn't bow our heads? Thorn stepped closer to Harkin, his voice dropping into a low, deadly whisper. If a temporary merger means the survival of our blood, what is the harm in a little diplomacy? Who knows? After we defeat the marauders together, perhaps we'll find a way to separate again. But you can't separate if you're all rotting in the dirt. The hall went silent. Sol watched from the sidelines, his modern mind analyzing the debate. He had thought Thorn was just a prick, and he clearly was, but he hadn't expected his reasoning to be so grounded in the cold, hard logic of survival. It was the classic peace at any cost versus freedom or death argument. He was using the ultimate shield, the safety of the weak. It was the kind of argument that was almost impossible to beat because it painted the opposition as heartless. On Earth, Thorn would have been a high-ranking bureaucrat selling out a country to save its infrastructure. Survival under others is not survival. Harkin spat, his ape phantom letting out a low, vibrating growl. It's a slow extinction. Thorn ignored him and turned his gaze toward the back of the room. His eyes locked on his soul. A long, uncomfortably silent look passed between them. Thorn's gaze was calculating, stripping Sol down to his marrow. Looking for a weakness, Karash, sitting beside his father, narrowed his eyes, his boar phantom snorting a warning. "And what of our divine guest?" Thorn asked, his tone dripping with mock reverence. He arrives in a flash of light, just as the sky turns red. A lost one with no totem and a fancy tunic. "Tell me, War Chief, is this boy our salvation? Or is he just another mouth to feed while we wait for the Jaruin to save us?" Velara finally spoke. Her voice was like a cool breeze that instantly dropped the room's temperature. Sol is a guest. His presence is a matter for the shamanic grove, not the council table. We Vaynar always treat our guests with respect. Thorn gave a sarcastic, shallow bow. "Of course, War Chief. My apologies. I forgot that we prioritize mysteries over military reality." Sol didn't say anything, as it wasn't his place as an outsider to meddle in matters of survival. Thorn backed down, his vulture phantom spreading its wings to their full, oppressive span. "The Jaruin envoy will return at the high moon tomorrow. They expect an answer. If we refuse, well, the forest is a very dangerous place for a tribe with no allies." "Enough," Velara finally spoke. Her voice didn't rise, but the tigress on her shoulders let out a low, vibrating growl that silenced the room instantly. He didn't know when Kira had walked over to his side, her expression unreadable. "You heard it all, didn't you? I heard a man trying to sell a house while the roof is on fire," Sol replied. Kira let out a hollow laugh. "Elder Thorn is a vulture. He has always been one, but he is right about one thing. Korg's death has changed everything. The warriors are scared, Sol. They've seen the unbeatable fall. They're looking for a sign." She looked at him, her stormy eyes searching his. "The right of the first soul. It's in 2 days. But my mother, she wants you to attempt an early awakening. Today." "Today?" Sol asked, his heart skipping a beat. As the silence finally settled, Vakera turned her stormy gaze to Sol. "That's it. The council will continue this discussion later." Sol walked into the center of the hall, the eyes of the elders burning into his back. Thorn looked at him, a sneer curling his lip. "Ah, the Divine One. Let us see if he can even survive the spark of a sun core. If he fails, perhaps we can offer him to the Jaruin as a jester. They love pretty things and dresses." Karash chuckled, but Sol didn't even look at them. He stood before Velara and Zephyra, his face a mask of calm. "High Shaman," Velara said, gesturing to Zephyra. "Proceed with the guidance. Let us see if the lost one has a soul worth taming." High Shaman Zephyra drifted forward, her spirit smoke curling around her like a living shawl. She blew a long, thin stream of silver vapor toward Sol. The forest is restless. Lately, Zephyra whispered, her voice melodic and haunting. The singing moss is changing its tune. There's a weight in the air that wasn't there before you arrived. We cannot wait for the formal ceremony. And since you're the only one who has awaken his core, we'll help you wake one today. Chapter 201. Sun Core Awakening Chapter 201. Chapter 201. Sun Core Awakening. The side hall of the Heartwood, a chamber typically reserved for the internal debates of the council, had suddenly transformed into a theater of the divine. The air was thick, not just with the scent of Zephyra's silver spirit smoke, but with the suffocating weight of a dozen high-tier phantoms pacing restlessly behind their masters. The debate about the Juruan tribe had been momentarily shelved, but the tension remained, redirected entirely toward the one standing in the center of the obsidian wood floor. In the center of the tiered stone floor, Sol obviously felt the eyes of the Vaynar leadership drilling into him. There was Thorn's bone-deep, vulture-like scrutiny, Karash's simmering envy, and the war chief's stormy, unreadable gaze. Even the bubbly Lumi had retreated into the shadows of the pillars, her hands clasped tight in a silent prayer for the Divine One. High Shaman Zephyra drifted toward him, her feet barely touching the obsidian wood floor. She gestured toward a circular patch of smooth, unadorned stone. "Sit, Sol," she whispered, her voice melodic yet carrying an edge of ancient authority. Her silver hair seemed to ripple as if caught in a breeze that definitely didn't exist in the hall. She gestured to the obsidian floor, where a circular rune had just been etched into the wood. Sol sat, crossing his legs in a meditative pose. He felt the coldness of the petrified would seep into his skin, but his internal focus was already turning inward. He was aware of the eyes on him, Kira's desperate hope, Valara's stoic judgment, and Thorn's predatory skepticism. They all expected something from him, a sign that the divine cloth wasn't a mistake. "Listen to my voice, and only my voice," Zephyra said, her pipe exhaling a thick cloud of silver vapor that began to encircle Sol like a shimmering barrier. The awakening of the Sun Core is not a matter of strength, but of alignment. It is the first dawn of the soul. It is the convergence of three roots: breath, hunger, and focus. When they meet at the solar plexus, the hidden sun within your body will ignite. She began to circle him, her robes of violet silk whispering against the floor. "The first step is emptying," she continued. "Normally, an initiate must fast for a day and a night to clear the hollow within. The stomach must be empty so the awareness can sink deeper. You have eaten the star fruit, which is essence in itself, so your hollow is already primed. Feel the void between your stomach and your lungs. That is the cradle." The hall became silent, just like a tomb. Every elder, every warrior, and even the war chief leaned forward. This was the moment of truth. It would show if he was going to be a warrior or a burden. Sol closed his eyes. In the darkness of his mind, he felt the liquid silver sloshing in the central cavity. He followed the directions and slowly navigated to his solar plexus. His modern understanding of anatomy gave him a mental map, but the ritual demanded he see it through the lens of survival. Now, the breath of fire, Zephyra's voice drifted through the smoke. "Spine straight. Breathe into the belly, not the chest. Slow, heavy inhales. Sharp, forceful exhales. Let the friction of the air stoke the ember. The sun core is a fragment of the primordial sky fire trapped inside you, and breath is the wind that feeds the flame." Sol began the rhythm. Inhale. He imagined pulling the heavy, essence-rich air of the heartwood deep into his diaphragm. Exhale. A sharp, controlled burst through his nose. Inhale. Exhale. He repeated the cycle. Whir. Hiss. Whir. Hiss. The sound of his own breathing began to synchronize with the low-frequency hum of the great tree. Initially, he didn't feel much, but soon, as he inhaled the cool, essence-rich air completely filled his lungs, he felt his internal temperature rising. It wasn't just heat, he felt his whole body vibrating. His sovereign-esque gaze, even with his eyes closed, mapped the flow of energy. He saw the motes of primal essence in the hall reacting to his lungs, swirling faster and faster. Finally, Zephyra whispered, her voice sounding like it was coming from miles away, the focus of will. Within that heat, imagine a spark. A single, tiny ember glowing in that heat. Do not let it flicker out. Feed it with your thought, your desire to survive, your hunger to be more than a prey. As the sun is not born from the world, but from the thought and will of the host. Inside the darkness of his solar plexus, Sol saw it. It wasn't a spark yet. It was a dull, red glow, like the tip of a cigarette in a dark room. He didn't just visualize it. He obsessed over it. He funneled his memory of the slaughter at the ridge, the tragic smile of Korg, and his own desperate need to return to Lyra and the girls into that single point. He used his memory palace to lock out the distractions of the hall, the skeptical glares of the elders, and the jealousy of Karash. He focused the entire weight of his existence onto that red glow. Ignite, he commanded. Through his sovereign-esque gaze, the motes of essence in the hall began to vibrate. They weren't just floating anymore, they were being pulled toward him. Inhale, exhale. In the tiered hall, the silence was absolute. How long has it been? One of the elders whispered, leaning toward Harkan. Barely 3 minutes, Harkan replied, his voice low. He is just sitting there. He hasn't even begun to sweat. Karash sneered, whispering to a warrior beside him. Look at him. He is just sitting there. He doesn't even have a tremor. Most people start sweating blood by now. He is a dud. This boy will be lucky if he smells smoke by midnight. He is probably just falling asleep in that fancy way. Elder Thorn watched with a cold, analytical eye. Patience, Karash. Even the most gifted took hours. Our legendary ancestor, the one who carved Vaynar from the bark, took 5 hours to see the first flicker. Even the war chief's daughter took 8. This boy is Vroom. A low, subsonic vibration suddenly rattled the stone seats of the hall. The silver smoke from Zephyra's pipe, which had been drifting lazily, was suddenly sucked toward Sol's chest, as if he had become a gravitational well. Zephyra's eyes snapped open wide, the milky radiance within them pulsing. She took a half step back, her hand trembling on her pipe. Sol's skin began to shimmer. It wasn't a faint glow. It was a localized distortion of the air. A ripple of heat distorted his silhouette. Beneath the woven silverbark vest, a brilliant point of light erupted in his solar plexus. Even the heat in the room rose by 10 degrees in an instant. What? Kira gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Sol's breath was no longer a heavy struggle. It was a rhythmic, mechanical hum. Inside his body, a literal star was being born. Zephyra's pipe slipped from her fingers, clattering onto the stone. The smoke around her vanished as she stared at Sol in absolute, terrified awe. Impossible, Thorn hissed, standing up so abruptly his chair tumbled backward. For minutes? No. The ancestors took hours. He hasn't even finished the first breath cycle. Valara's tigress phantom stood up on her shoulders, its translucent fur bristling as it let out a low, vibrating growl. Even the war chief's stoic mask had cracked, her stormy eyes wide with a mixture of shock and wariness. Sol opened his eyes. They weren't just crimson anymore. They were radiant, glowing with an internal fire that seemed to pierce through the very souls of those watching. He felt heavy, as if he were no longer a man, but a mountain made of flesh. He let out a long, steaming breath, and the temperature in the hall jumped 10 degrees. Thump! It was a sound everyone felt in their own sun cores. The sound of a heartbeat that wasn't human. I think it's awake, Sol said, his voice carrying a resonance that rattled the bone arches of the hall. Kira stared at the sand-filled hourglass near the war chief's throne. Her jaw was slack. 5 minutes. She whispered, Mother, it's only been 5 minutes. The hall erupted in a stunned, suffocating silence. In the thousands-year history of the Vaynar, the fastest awakening ever recorded was 5 hours. Sol had just shattered that record by a factor of 60. Karash was trembling. his face a mottled purple of jealousy and fear. It's a trick. It's a divine trick. No one awakens that fast. He must have had a core hidden already. He.s. a spy from other tribes. Not even a god can ignite a sun core in 5 minutes. It's impossible. Silence, boy. Harkin barked, his great ape phantom pounding its fists against the floor in agitation. The air is empty. Look, he has drained the primal essence from the entire hall. Feel your own cores. They're starving. It was true. The elders gasped as they realized their own internal flames were flickering. The ambient essence they normally relied on having been violently vacuumed into Sol's chest. Thorn was white-faced, his eyes darting between Sol and his son. The political leverage he had been building, the idea that the Vaynar were a dying breed who needed the Jun, was evaporating in the heat of Sol's aura. If a genius of this magnitude had appeared, the tribe's morale wouldn't just recover, it would skyrocket. Chapter 202. White Dawn. Chapter 202. Chapter 202. White Dawn. A spark is not a sun, Thorn spat, his voice trembling with suppressed malice. Many can light a fire quickly, but the density determines the warrior. Silence. Villara roared. The command was physical, a wave of essence that silenced the room. Villara walked down from the dais, her chitin armor clinking. She looked at Sol with a new, piercing intensity. An awakening in minutes. Such a thing has never been recorded. Not even in the scrolls of any faraway tribe. If this is true, the Vaynar have not just found a guest. We have found a savior. Thorn's eyes narrowed, the greed in them battling with his fear. If Sol was truly a genius of this scale, Thorn's plan to sell the tribe to the Druin was in jeopardy. A genius of this caliber could stabilize the tribe's morale and eventually become a Layer 4 or higher warrior in record time. Test him, Thorn spat, gesturing to a large black stone pedestal in the corner of the room. The Sunstone. If his core is truly as powerful as you say, let the stone prove it. Many can fake a spark, but the Sunstone measures the true density of the inner sun. Zephyra recovered her pipe with a shaky hand, her ethereal calm still shattered. She signaled to a priestess, who brought forward a massive obsidian pedestal. Atop it sat a testing stone, a gem the size of a man's head, carved from a material that looked like frozen lightning. This was the Sunstone, a relic used to measure the purity and volume of a newly awakened core. Coal core was a dull glow. Flame core was a steady light. Sun core was a blinding flash. Sun core hadn't been seen in Vaynar since Vallara's own awakening, and even then, it had only lasted for a few seconds, but it's a pillar of light that reached up the sky. This is the Sunstone. It measures the capacity and purity of the sun core. Place your hand on the stone, Sol, Zephyra said, her voice hushed. She looked at him not as a guest, but as a terrifying anomaly. Push your newly awakened essence into the crystal. Do not hold back. Sol stood up. He felt heavy. The space in his solar plexus that had once felt like a hollow void was now a swirling nebula of heat and light. He walked to the stone. Every step he took felt like it was cracking the floor. He felt the weight of the room's expectations. Korash sneered, crossing his arms. Watch. It won't even reach coal core. Fast ignitions are always shallow. He.s. just a spark of lighting, powerful but short. As for how true his words were, it was clear from his trembling hands, and even though there was sneer on his face, his eyes were wide with terror and disbelief. He reached out and placed his palm on the cold, jagged surface of the obsidian stone. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The stone remained dark. The hall was silent for 3 long, agonizing heartbeats. Korash let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, a small, cruel smile touching his lips. Korash burst into a raucous, mocking laugh. See, I told you. A fake, a hollow puppet. He doesn't even have enough essence to light it up. Thorn let out a long, audible sigh of relief, his posture relaxing. It seems the miracle was just a fluke of the environment. War Chief, I believe we should return to the discussion of the merger. We cannot waste our time on. Kira's face fell, her heart sinking into her stomach. She looked at Sol, hoping for a sign, but he remained stoic, his hand still resting on the stone. Maybe the stone is broken? Lumi whispered from the back, her voice hopeful but small. Vilara's eyes were fixed on the stone. She didn't look relieved. She looked terrified. Wait, Zephyra whispered, her smoke turning a violent, chaotic red. Look at the base. Karak. A hairline fracture appeared on the surface of the sunstone. Sodfoned. He felt the energy he pushed into the stone. It wasn't being rejected. It was being absorbed. The stone was like a dry sponge, but his liquid silver was like an ocean. It was filling the stone, but the stone hadn't reached the saturation point yet. Fine, Sol thought. You want a light? I'll give you a sun. Sol felt the core in his chest roar. It wasn't a gentle push anymore. It was an eruption. The hidden sun didn't just want to light the stone. It wanted to consume it. Who. The black crystal began to vibrate, a high-pitched whine filling the hall that made everything rattle. Sol, stop. Kira shouted, but it was too late. Crack. A spiderweb of white-hot fissures erupted from where Sol's hand touched the obsidian. And then the light hit. It was a glow. It wasn't a flash. A pillar of pure, blinding white light exploded from the crystal, shooting upward with the force of a volcanic eruption. It tore through the spirit smoke, slammed into the ceiling of the hall, and continued upward, piercing the canopy of the great heartwood. Arg! Karash screamed, shielding his eyes as he was thrown backward by the sheer, atmospheric pressure of the light. Thorn stumbled. His vulture phantom was instantly suppressed, forced back into his body by the overwhelming aura. The elders scrambled away from the table, their phantoms whining in terror. The light wasn't orange or yellow. It was a terrifying absolute white. The sunstone had turned into a miniature star. The sapphire runes on the walls of the hall flared in a panicked response, trying to stabilize the sudden surge of power. The obsidian pedestal cracked, long fissures spider-webbing down its length as the material groaned under the weight of the energy. Zephyra stared into the light, her milky eyes reflecting the starfire. The rank, it's passing the flame rank, it's passing the sun rank. Suncore. Harkin stammered, squinting through his fingers. No, that's not Suncore. Suncore is a pillar. The stone is its breaking. The stone began to vibrate violently. The white light turned to searing radiance that no one even knew what was going on. Shatter. With a sound like a thunderclap, the sunstone, a relic that had survived 1,000 years of testing, exploded into 1,000,000 pieces of black dust. Outside the great heartwood, the air in the Vaynar tribe was thick, not with the usual humidity of the jungle, but with a desperate, suffocating hope. The rumors had spread like a wildfire through dry brush the moment Sol had been ushered into the inner sanctum. From the markets to the warrior training grounds, the word was the same: the outsider, the divine one. He awakens today. For a tribe standing on the precipice of extinction, hope was a dangerous drug. The Jaruin loomed like a shadow to the east, and the internal rot of Thorn's faction was no secret to the common folk. They didn't just want a new warrior. They needed a miracle. The daily rhythm of the tribe had ground to a halt. Men and women had abandoned their work. Even the hunters delayed their departures into the dangerous wilds. The children, usually boisterous and loud, were hushed. Everyone intentionally or unintentionally gathered around the circular building, their eyes fixed on the circular structure of the high hall. They say he asked from the stars, an old woman whispered, clutching a prayer bead made of jagged bone. If he hits B rank, maybe the Jaruin will think twice. Flame rank? A young scout scoffed, though his hands were trembling as he sharpened a spear. If he asked the savior, he hits Suncore. A ceiling breaker, a layer 4 titan in the making. That's the only thing that saves our children from the slave collars. Flame rank. The mere thought of it brought a hush over the crowd. In these lands, and Flame Rancor was a myth made flesh, a guarantee of a protector who could stand against hundreds of enemies, a warrior who could reach Layer 4 before their 20th summer. They didn't even dare speak of Suncor. That was a fairy tale told to cubs, a level of power that belonged to the legends and epics. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The birds in the surrounding heartwood went silent all at once. Even the iridescent sundoves that nested in the heartwood suddenly took flight in a panicked, silent cloud. A heavy, physical pressure descended over the clearing, settling on the shoulders of the tribespeople like lead. It wasn't just a feeling, it was a physical weight. In the market square, a merchant dropped a crate of glow fruit. The fruit rolled unheeded as he fell to his knees, gasping. The weaker tribespeople felt their knees buckle, the breath hitching in their lungs as if the very oxygen was being pulled toward the building. Those with weaker cores fell to the dirt, gasping, their inner essence flickering in terror of a predator they couldn't see. Their instincts screaming at them to prostrate themselves before a power they couldn't comprehend. What is this? A warrior gasped, his knees buckling. Then came a sound. Karak. It was the sound of the world splitting open. A small, muffled boom echoed from within the hall, followed by a vibration that turned the very ground into a shivering membrane. The crowd flinched, a collective gasp rippling through the thousands gathered. For a heartbeat, there was a vacuum of silence, and then the world ended in white. And before they could even recover, WHOM, without warning, a pillar of absolute, terrifying radiance erupted through the reinforced roof of the council hall. It didn't just glow, it pierced. It was so bright that the midday sun looked like a flickering candle in comparison. The light shot upward, a solid lance of radiance that pierced through the ancient, reinforced canopy of the great heartwood, as if it were parchment. It didn't stop until it hit the clouds, carving a perfect, circular hole in the sky. My eyes! Someone shrieked, but their voice was drowned out by the ringing silence that followed. The crowd was blinded. Those who had been staring directly at the hall saw nothing but a searing white void. And then the shockwave hit. Boom! The sound was a physical blow. It swept outward in a thunderous ring, flattening tents and knocking the remaining standing warriors off their feet. A high-pitched, crystalline ringing filled the air, drowning out the screams. The shockwave roared outward, a kinetic ripple that shattered clay pots and rattled the teeth in every head for miles. Among the crowd, several people reached up to touch their ears, pulling away fingers stained with dark, warm blood. Their eardrums had surrendered to the sheer magnitude of the resonance. As the dust began to settle and the blinding spots faded from their vision, the tribespeople looked up. The white pillar was gone, replaced by a drifting snow of black obsidian dust and glowing embers of essence. Chapter 203. Savior. Chapter 203. Chapter 203. Savior back inside. The light vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the hall in a disorienting, purple-tinged darkness. Silence returned, even more profound than before. In fact, it was more violent than the explosion. A thick, swirling mist of pulverized obsidian. The remains of a 1,000-year-old relic coated everything in a fine, dark soot. Through the haze, the only thing visible was Soul. He stood exactly where he had been, his hands still outstretched into the empty air where the sunstone had once sat. He looked at his palm. His skin wasn't burned. It was glowing from within, a soft, fading white light pulsing beneath his veins like a dying star. He felt fine. A little hungry, perhaps, but fine. But the hall was in absolute shambles. Chairs were overturned, splinters were scattered, and the air smelled of ozone and burnt wood. High Shaman Zephyra fell to her knees, her silver hair spilling over the floor. Peerless, she whispered, her voice a mix of terror and religious ecstasy. In the annals of the Vaynar, there has never been a core like this. It is not a Sunday. It is something more than that. Sun Core is a pillar of light, Zephyra muttered, sounding like she was losing her mind. A pillar that lasts seconds. That was something never seen before. He didn't just light the stone, war chief. He detonated it. The purity, it was absolute. Valara stared at the shattered obsidian, then at Sol. She saw the fear in Thorn's eyes, the utter defeat in Korash's, and the burgeoning hope in her daughter S. Valara was the first to move. She didn't stand. She lurched forward, her heavy chitin armor scraping against the stone floor. Her face, usually a mask of unshakable command, was pale. She stopped in front of him and looked at the pile of shattered glass that used to be a sacred tribal relic, then at Sol, then back at the ceiling where a hole the size of a wagon had been punched through 3 meters of reinforced heartwood. "You broke the sunstone," she said, her voice barely a whisper. I didn't mean to," Sol said, looking at her and then around at the destruction. "I just follow the instructions. It felt like it wanted more." On the far side of the room, Karash was a pathetic heap. He had been blown back 5 meters, his expensive silk robes scorched and his face smeared with soot. He was hyperventilating, his eyes darting towards Sol with a primal, animalistic terror. Every time Sol shifted his weight, Karash flinched as if a lightning bolt were about to strike him. Thorn was standing, but his hands were buried deep in his sleeves to hide their violent shaking. The greed that had fueled him moments ago had been incinerated. If Sol was this powerful at the moment of awakening, before even learning a single technique, then by the time he reached Layer 2, he would be a walking natural disaster. Thorn's plans with the Jarwin suddenly felt like a child-esque game played in the path of an avalanche. But he also didn't want to give up so easily, as it would mean all his efforts will be gone. "The instructions don't include destroying our history, boy," Thorn hissed, though he didn't dare step closer. He was shaking, his face pale as death. He looked at the dust, then at Sol. "This is an omen, a curse. To break the sunstone is to invite the wrath of the forest." "War Chief," Thorn called out, his voice thin as he tried to regain some semblance of authority. This is an unstable power. Look at the destruction. He is a danger to the heartwood itself." "We must shut up, Thorn," Harkin roared, his great ape phantom standing tall again, though it refused to look Sol in the eye. "An omen? It's a miracle. We have a peerless genius in our midst. Less than 5 minutes to awaken. And a core so dense it shattered the test crystal? The ancestors have sent us a savior." Outside, the silence finally broke. It started as a low murmur, then a shout, then a roar of voices that drifted through the hole in the roof. The sun has descended. The savior. The tribespeople weren't waiting for permission anymore. The sound of hundreds of feet sprinting toward the high hall, the circular building, the center of Tribe's power, echoed through the corridors. The guards at the doors didn't even try to stop them. They were also stunned by the events. They really didn't expect that boy, the so-called divine envoy, to achieve something that even their most respected and revered ancestor hasn't been able to achieve. Thinking about their previous rudeness, they couldn't help tremble, and could only hope that he was magnanimous enough to forget small characters like them. Sol finally turned around. He looked exhausted, his eyes slightly glazed, but the hidden sun in his chest was now a steady, humming warmth. "Did I pass?" Sol asked, his voice rasping. But no one answered the questions and looked at him like he was some sort of deity. Zephyra drifted forward, her silver hair now wildly disheveled. She looked at Sol with a mixture of awe and something that looked suspiciously like fear. She reached out a trembling hand and touched his solar plexus through the vest. She pulled back instantly, as if burned. "Why you? Who are you?" "Me? I'm just a human as you are. I don't even know what is happening." Sol answered, even more confused than they were, taking in the reactions of all of them and realizing that he seemed to have done something crazy. She turned to the elders, her eyes sharp. "Is there anyone here who still thinks he is a burden? Anyone who wants to offer him as a jester to the Jarwin?" Thorn felt the shift in the room like a cold blade against his throat. The political leverage he had spent decades building, the whispers of stability through merger, the fear he had cultivated, was evaporating in the heat of Sol's aura. He looked at elders, high shaman, and chief, and didn't say anything, although he was absolutely white-faced, his hands shaking as he gripped his vulture feather cloak. He looked at Sol, then at his son Karash, who was still groveling on the floor. He knew his power was slipping. In a tribe that valued strength above all else, Sol had just become the most valuable asset in the Great Orth. Thorn's mind raced. If he couldn't discredit the boy, he had to claim him. Or, failing that, he had to ensure the Druid knew exactly how dangerous this guest had become before Sol learned how to actually use that power. A fluke, Thorn muttered, though there was no conviction in his voice. A divin accident, an accident that just lit up the entire forest? Harkin barked, stepping forward. His ape phantom standing tall. Thorn, you're a fool. This is the sign we've been waiting for. The forest has spoken. The Divine One is our salvation. We don't know that yet. Thorn countered, his voice rising in desperation. He has no soul spirit. He is just an empty husk with no power. Until he passes the right tomorrow and get a soul, he is still just a weak boy. Then we will see too tomorrow, Valara said, her voice regaining its mountain-like authority. She looked at Sol, her stormy eyes softening for the first time. Sol, you have proven your inner sun is bright. But Thorn is right about one thing. A sun without a shadow is just a desert. In 2 days, forget that, tomorrow, you will enter the shamanic grove. You will find your beast soul. And then, we will see if you are truly the one to lead the Vaynar through the darkness. Kira walked over to Sol, her eyes wet with tears of relief and pride. She didn't care about the politics or the elders. She just saw the man who had carried her through the meat grinder, now standing as a peerless genius. You did it, she whispered. 5 minutes. Sol, you're going to be a legend. Sol looked at her, then at the shattered stone. He felt the liquid silver in his chest settle into a slow, satisfied swirl. He had the core. He had the attention of the tribe. Now, all he needed was the soul. 5 minutes. Sol muttered to himself, a slow, dangerous grin spreading across his face. Even I didn't expect something like this to happen. But just as they were talking, the heavy, wooden doors of the high hall didn't just open. They were thrown wide by a surge of bodies. The first to burst through were the younger warriors, their faces flushed with a mixture of terror and religious fervor. Behind them came the elders, the weavers, and even the children who had escaped their mother's grips. They stopped dead the moment they crossed the threshold. The air in the hall was ionized, smelling of ozone and burnt wood. But what stopped them wasn't the smell. It was the sight of the obsidian dust drifting through the shaft of light coming from the ceiling. The stone, someone whispered from the back of the crowd. It's gone. The sunstone, the literal bedrock of their spiritual heritage, had been reduced to a pile of soot at Sol's feet. In any other circumstance, this would have been seen as a sacrilege, a disaster of the highest order. But as they looked at Sol, his silhouette framed by the jagged hole in the roof, and a pillar of sunlight falling on him like he was some deity, nobody thought of the loss. Because all they saw was the savior, a young girl, barely 10 years old, her ears still bleeding slightly from the sonic boom, stepped forward. She didn't look at the war chief. She didn't look at the elders. She walked straight to the edge of the dais and knelt, pressing her forehead into the soot-covered floor. The white sun, she murmured. Like a wave hitting the shore, the rest of the crowd followed. Hundreds of tribespeople, from the lowliest laborers to the hardened veterans of the Druid border wars, collapsed into a sea of bowing bodies. The sound of their collective movement was like the rustle of 1,000 leaves. Seeing this, instead of feeling angry, Valara looked up at him. Instead, she hammered her fist against her chest plate in the highest salute of the Vaynar, a gesture reserved only for a war chief or a deity. One by one, the priestesses and the loyalist warriors in the room followed suit. The rhythmic thud-thud-thud of fists on armor echoing the heartbeat of a tribe that had just been reborn. Chapter 204. I am not a hero. Chapter 204. Chapter 204. I am not a hero. The weight of the silence that followed the salute was more oppressive than the boom of the explosion. Hundreds of people, their foreheads pressed against the soot-blackened floor, were waiting for a word from a savior who felt like he was barely holding onto his own skin. The rhythmic thud-thud-thud of fists against chitin armor was a sound that vibrated not just in the air, but in the very marrow of Sol's bones. He stood motionless amidst the soot of the pulverized sunstone, a lone figure of rugged leather and silver bar caught in a shaft of light that felt less like sun and more like special effects from the heavens. The fervor in the room was suffocating. He saw the weeping faces of the elders, the wide-eyed devotion of the children, and even the silent, mountain-like salute from War Chief Velara. Sol looked at his hands. The white light beneath his veins was finally receding, leaving behind a dull, thrumming warmth that made his entire body feel like a forged blade, dense, sharp, and humming with potential. He looked at War Chief Velara. Her fist was still clenched against her chest. Her stormy eyes, once filled with the cold, calculating skepticism of a ruler, were now locked onto his with an intensity that made his skin crawl. It wasn't just respect, it was a frighteningly intense devotion. The kind of look a starving man gives to a feast or a dying soldier gives to a god. For a heartbeat, Sol felt a surge of something intoxicating. A thick, syrupy vanity rose in his throat, threatening to drown his common sense. Who wouldn't he be overwhelmed? He was a guy who, weeks ago, was worrying about word counts and rent. Now, the most powerful beings he had ever encountered, beings who could literally tear trees out of the ground with their ghost pets, were kneeling in the soot of their own history just to catch a glimpse of his shadow. The ego boost was a drug, pure and unfiltered. For a second, he wanted to stand taller, to command them to rise, to play the part of the sovereign they so clearly craved. But then he felt it. The stinging, venomous eyes of Karash were a cold splash of mountain water to his face. Through the haze of his newly awakened core, Sol could feel the boy's hatred like a physical needle pricking his skin. Behind Karash, Elder Thorn's shadow seemed to writhe with a predatory hunger that had nothing to do with worship. It was a stark, brutal reminder. Fame in this world was a double-edged sword, and one edge was already pressed against his throat. I am not a hero, Sol reminded himself, his jaw tightening as he forced the vanity back down into the dark corners of his mind. He knew the tropes. He knew the stories. Heroes were the ones who stood on the walls until they were turned into pincushions. Heroes were the ones who sacrificed their own happiness, their own lives, and most importantly, their own loved ones for the greater good of people who would forget their names in 2 generations. Sol looked at the sea of bowing heads. He didn't feel a shred of the self-sacrificial nobility required to lead them. He didn't care about the Vaynar savior or the sacred heartwood. His world was smaller, fiercer, and infinitely more selfish. His world was the warmth of Lyra's bed, the quiet obedience in Nia's eyes, and the fierce fire in Evra's touch. If it came down to a choice between saving this entire tribe and saving one of his girls, he would even blink before letting the heartwood burn to ash. He wasn't hero material. He was a survivor who had accidentally stumbled into the raiment of a deity. He was a man who had just slept with a goddess and now seemed like he being asked to pay the bill in miracles. I need to get out of here, Sol thought, his pulse beginning a frantic staccato rhythm against his ribs. The air in the hall was too thin, too heavy with the scent of burnt obsidian and desperate hope. If he stayed another minute, the silence would break and the demands would begin. They would ask him to heal the unhealable, to slay the unslayable, to be the shield that broke against the Earth-blood kings. He didn't have those answers. He barely had a sun core that didn't feel like it was going to explode. War Chief, Sol said, his voice rasping, a sound that seemed to make the kneeling crowd shiver in unison. He didn't wait for her to speak. He didn't give them a chance to turn their devotion into a cage. He turned on his heel, his new leather boots crunching loudly on the pulverized remains of the sunstone. He kept his eyes fixed on the massive void oak doors, his posture stiff and unyielding. I need silence, he commanded, the authority in his voice surprising even himself. It was the tone of a man who had been bored of power plays like these. But he could swear that he was just copying what he saw the emperors and kings did in period dramas. Velara blinked, the spell of the moment breaking just enough for her to realize that their savior looked like he was about to collapse from the sheer sensory overload. She lowered her fist and turned toward the crowd, her voice regaining its razor-edged command. "The sun has risen," she roared, her voice echoing out through the hole in the roof. "But the sun needs the sky. Clear the path. Let the Divine One return to the spire to anchor his core. Anyone who touches him without leave will answer to my phantom. The sovereign is weary." Zephyrah's voice also boomed. She was much more gentle than Velara, her voice amplified by the blue bone pipe she still clutched. "The first dawn is a heavy burden. Let him pass. The forest demands his rest before the rite." The crowd didn't need to be told twice. Even though people were a bit reluctant, they didn't just move, they evaporated from his path, pressing themselves against the bone-ribbed walls to create a wide, trembling lane of bodies. Kira stepped to his side, her eyes red-rimmed but shining with a fierce, protective light. She didn't say a word. No congratulations, no questions, and simply guided him out with her. Lumi, who had been hovering near the doorway like a frantic moth, hurriedly tagged along. The bubbly girl was uncharacteristically silent, her mouth hanging slightly open as she stared at Sol with literal stars in her eyes. To her, the weird guest had just become a living legend. Sol followed her, his boots crunching on the obsidian dust. The sound was abrasive in the quiet hall, a reminder of the 1,000-year-old relic he had just reduced to ash. Every step felt heavier than the last. As they passed the rows of kneeling tribespeople, he could hear their whispered prayers. "The white sun has come, ancestors. We are saved," the muffled sobbing of mothers who clutched their children tighter as he passed, and the frantic, rhythmic chanting of the younger warriors who were already looking for a war to fight in his name. It was intoxicating and terrifying all at once. Chapter 205. Emotional Blackmail. Chapter 205. Chapter 205. Emotional blackmail. As they walked out of the side hall, Sol caught one final glimpse of Elder Thorn. The man was like he had seen a ghost. The very man who had been so full of smooth, serpentine logic minutes ago was now drained of all color. His skin, looking like gray parchment, was now staring at the empty pedestal where his political future had just been incinerated. Beside him, Karash was a portrait of absolute, venomous envy. He was still on his knees, his expensive robes tattered and stained with soot. His fists were buried deep in the obsidian dust, his knuckles white, his shoulders shaking with a silent, murderous rage. He didn't look like a warrior. He looked like a predator that had just seen its territory claimed by a superior beast. But it was the world outside the doors that truly changed. As the heavy wooden doors swung open and Sol crossed the threshold, the emerald quiet he had expected from the Greatwood was nowhere to be found. Instead, he was met with a literal wall of sound, a commotion of thousands of voices that cut through the air like a physical blade. The plaza, usually a place of somber mourning or discipline drills, had been transformed into a sea of humanity. Men, women, and children were packed shoulder to shoulder, their faces illuminated by the flickering amber of torches and the steady, pulsating sapphire of the city's ruins. It was a chaotic mosaic of raw, unfiltered emotion, the terror of the recent massacre, the exhaustion of a tribe on the brink of extinction, and now, a desperate, terrifyingly bright thread of hope. Seeing this, he couldn't help flinch, feeling even more overwhelmed, as he knew that he definitely wasn't some hero or savior they wanted him to be, and no matter what, he definitely wouldn't be one. I mean, if he could, he'd definitely help them, as they had been helping him too, but if it involved jumping in a pit of fire, then he'd definitely buck out without hesitation. Being a hero or some savior was good, but his life was supreme. His loyalty belonged to Lyra and the girls back home, not to a group of strangers who saw him as a biological weapon. Being a hero was a death sentence, and Sol intended to live forever. He looked at the thousands of eyes fixed on him and felt a crushing weight settle on his shoulders. Savior, hero, divine envoy. For a moment, Sol considered getting back inside. He felt the muscles in his jaw tighten as he fought the urge, but he didn't want to come out as some coward and ruin his importance in their eyes. So he gritted his teeth, forcing his features into a mask of unbothered, stoic obsidian. He channeled every overlord trope he had ever written, straightening his spine until he felt the leather of his Vaynar vest strain against his chest. He made sure his face remained as dignified as possible, maintaining a hollow, regal distance as if this level of worship was a regular, somewhat tedious occurrence in his daily life. The moment Sol took his first step forward, a sudden, suffocating silence swept across the plaza. It was a silence so absolute it felt violent, the kind of stillness that precedes a landslide or a tectonic shift. One by one, the people began to buckle. It wasn't the forced pressure of an Earth Blood King. It was a spontaneous collapse of the spirit. They saw the man who had walked into the hall as a lost one emerge with eyes that still carried the afterglow of a white-hot star. The dawn. The shriek came from an old woman near the front, her voice cracking with a lifetime of buried grief. She threw herself forward, her fingers clawing at the air as if trying to catch a spark of his light. The dawn has returned to the Vaynar. The ancestors have not abandoned us. The cry was like a spark in a dry forest. The white sun, another roared. The savior. The cry was taken up by others. A low, rhythmic chanting began to vibrate through the crowd, a sound so primal it made Sol's new sun core pulse erratically. To these people, Sol was no longer a guest, a stranger, or a divine one. He was a miracle. He was a living weapon forged by the gods to answer the blood cries of their fallen brothers. Sol didn't stop. He didn't smile, and he certainly didn't wave. He knew that any acknowledgement would be seen as an invitation for further devotion, a way for them to tie their survival to his neck. He kept his face a mask of stoic, unbothered obsidian, his crimson eyes scanning the horizon, as if he were looking at a world they couldn't even perceive. As he walked, the sea of people parted before him like water before the prow of a battleship. He could hear the sobbing of people who had lost everything in the breach, now weeping with a frantic, delirious joy because they thought his coming here meant their suffering was over. Emotional blackmail, Sol thought, his eyes narrowing. They're trying to guilt me into being their savior with their tears. I see what you're doing, world. You want me to care. You want me to feel responsible for the kid whose dad died at the ridge. He pushed the thought away, hardening his heart against the raw desperation of the crowd. He could understand their emotions. He really could. But he wasn't going to let them consume him. He wasn't going to be the savior who died so they could live in peace. Kira hurried after him, her feline phantom flickering in and out of existence as she struggled to push through the kneeling crowd. The news of Sol's 5-minute awakening didn't just walk through Vaynar. It roared through the great heartwood like a gale. By the time Sol had pushed through the crowd, the story had been told 1,000 times, each iteration adding a new layer of impossible myth. In the lower weaving sheds, women who couldn't make out in time to witness all of this paused their looms to whisper about the boy who had turned the high hall into a star. In the armories, hunters sharpening their bone spears spoke of how the atmospheric pressure had made the very sap of the heartwood boil. Even the scouts perched on the outermost branches, hardened men and women who usually only cared about wind direction and predator tracks, were looking back at the tribe with eyes full of a new, terrifying hope. The atmosphere of the city underwent a violent chemical shift. The heavy, suffocating numbness of grief that had settled over the tribe since the massacre at the ridge was being burned away by a frantic, almost delirious optimism. If a divine one had truly descended, if he carried a core so dense that 1,000-year-old Tess stone had surrendered to his touch, then perhaps the laws of the world were being rewritten. Perhaps the marauders could be driven back into their damn hellhole. Perhaps, most importantly, The Jurin merger was T the only path to survival. The ancestors' haven T left us, a young weaver murmured, her fingers trembling as she worked a thread of white silk into a pattern of a rising sun. They sent us a savior. But while the upper spires hummed with the fever of a new religion, a different kind of energy was gathering in the damp, shadow-drenched roots of the lower city. Chapter 206. Vulture S. Sanctum Dark Conspiracy Chapter 206. Chapter 206. Vulture S. Sanctum Dark Conspiracy. Deep beneath the vibrant, emerald life of the upper city, the great heartwood had its scars. Here, in the deep roots, the air was stagnant and cold, smelling of ancient decay, damp earth, and the acrid, stale scent of Juruan incense, something that can make one forget all their worries and enter a state of absolute bliss. This was a place for the things the Vaynar preferred to forget: rotting wood, discarded history, and people who had given up on themselves and now thrived in the dark. Elder Thorn had managed to slip out during the chaos of the Crowd-S entry. He was currently in a private sanctuary, a room hollowed out of a massive oak that the Heartwood had long ago abandoned and allowed to rot, a place where the light of the sun couldn't reach. The walls here were weeping with black fungus, and the only light came from a single, sputtering wooden stake. His vulture phantom was no longer the arrogant, shrieking predator it had been in the hall. It had retreated entirely into Thorn-S shadow, manifesting only as a faint, shivering outline of translucent feathers. The phantom had felt the white sun more acutely than Thorn had. It had felt the absolute suppression of the sun core higher than S-tier S aura, and it was currently paralyzed by a primal, spiritual fear. Thorn was not shivering, but his face was ashen, the hooked nose casting a skeletal shadow against the wall. He stared at a map of the Orith Forest, his fingers twitching over the territories already marked as Juruan Annex. The door to the sanctum slammed open, rattling the rotting timber. Korash stumbled in, looking like a ghost of the arrogant warrior he had been that morning. His soot-smeared face was twisted into a mask of pure, murderous envy. His boar phantom was gone, suppressed back into his core, leaving him looking smaller, weaker, and pathetically weak. "We have to kill him," Korash hissed, his voice cracking with the strain of his rage. "Father, did you hear them? They're singing for him in the plaza. They're calling him the savior, even though he is nothing but a freak, a cheating freak." Thorn didn't look up. "Sit down, Korash. Did you see them?" Korash didn't seem to have heard and hissed, his voice cracking. "They knelt. Even the war chief. They knelt to a stranger. To a boy who has been here for 3 days." He stopped and slammed his fist into the wooden wall, the impact cracking the grain. "I've trained for 10 years, Father. I've bled for this tribe. I awakened in 8 hours. A genius. And he does it in 5 minutes? He breaks the sunstone?" "Silence, Korash." Thorn spoke louder this time. The elder was sitting at a stone table, his hands finally still, though his face remained ashen. He was staring at a small, semi-translucent vial on the table. Inside, a thick, violet-black liquid swirled, looking like a trapped storm of shadow. "His power is problematic," Thorn admitted, his voice a low, toxic rasp. "If he survives the rite of the first soul, Valara will have the mandate she needs to execute us both. She will call for a cleansing of the council to prepare for next expedition. The Jaruan alliance will die, and the Vaynar will march to their own extinction under a boy who doesn't even know how to hold a spear." Thorn leaned forward, the vulture phantom on his shoulder appearing for a brief, flickering second, its spectral eyes reflecting the dark vial. Thorn finally looked up. His eyes were cold, calculating, and entirely devoid of the fear his son was radiating. "You think I don't know the stakes? I promised the Juruan chief that the Heartwood would be his by the next full moon. I told him the Vaynar were a broken beast waiting for a new master. And now this divine boy has given the beast a new set of teeth. So what should we do? Do we just watch?" "No, absolutely not," Korash hissed. "Otherwise, he'll take everything, even Kira. And without getting Kira, I want to be able to become the next chief." "Patience, my son," Thorn said, his voice a cold, dry rustle. As he leaned forward, the light reflecting in his pupils like two tiny, dying stars. Strength is not just about the size of the fire, Karash. It is about the control of the flame. That boy is a wild star. He has the core, yes, but he has no anchor, no soul to channel that energy. We cannot let him bind a soul. Thorn said, a sun core of that density needs an anchor. Without a soul spirit to channel that essence, his core will eventually burn his physical body to ash. It's like putting a lightning bolt in a wooden box. The right is his only way to stabilize. That's why he needs the right, Karash said, his eyes narrowing as the gears began to turn. Exactly, he cannot be allowed to pass the right. Thorn hissed, his voice a low, toxic rasp. If he binds a high-tier spirit, Velara will never agree to the merger. The Jaro-in-Chief, Vayne, is a man of limited patience. He sent the Marauders to soften the Vaynar, because I promised him the Heartwood would be his by the next full moon. If this Divine One stabilizes the tribe's spirit, Velara will find her spine again. The Jaro-in-Chief will have my head for failing to deliver the Heartwood. Then we kill him tonight, Karash said, his hand reaching for the bone knife at his belt, his eyes bloodshot with hate. No, Thorn said, his voice dropping into a register so low it was barely a vibration in the stagnant air of the room. His eyes narrowed, the pupils constricting until they were nothing but sharp, black needles. You absolutely can't do that. Karash froze, his hand still white-knuckled around the hilt of his bone blade. But father, the longer he breathes, the more they worship him. Didn't you say we need to get rid of him before the ritual? Let them worship, Thorn hissed, leaning across the stone table until his hooked nose was inches from his son's face. Everyone's eyes are on us right now. Do you think everyone in the tribe is a fool? Others may be the fool, but not the Velara. She seems to have sensed something. Thorn warned, his voice taking on a tone of genuine, deep-seated dread. If that boy so much as chokes on a starfruit tonight, Velara will have our heads on the ritual poles before the sun even thinks about rising. She doesn't even need proof. She only needs a reason. Karash froze. He looked at his father, his breath hitching. In his mind, Thorn had always been a titan. Fearless, arrogant, the man who dared to question the war chief openly in the council and mock her traditions. He had spent his whole life watching his father manipulate the elders like puppets. But seeing him now, with his hands trembling slightly and his eyes darting toward the shadows, that image of the fearless elder shattered. All of his father's bravado suddenly seemed like a hoax, a mask worn to hide a man who was utterly terrified of the woman sitting on the Heartwood throne. Chapter 207, Black Sun Venom. Chapter 207. Chapter 207, Black Sun Venom. Seeing his son's shock, Thorn realized he had shielded the boy too much from the jagged edges of reality. He had allowed Karash to believe their influence was untouchable. He let out a long, weary sigh and leaned in even closer, his gaze darting toward the door as if he expected the tigress phantom to come through the wood. It was time to tell him the inner workings of the tribe, lest the boy's arrogance lead them both to the doom. Do not underestimate her for a single heartbeat, Thorn warned, his voice a dry rasp. She is more dangerous than you can even fathom, with a mind like a serrated blade and a heart made of cold, petrified stone. Thorn paused, a shadow of genuine unease crossing his weathered face as he reached back into a memory he clearly wished to stay buried. When the previous chief, her father, unexpectedly passed, the path was clear, Thorn whispered, his eyes distant. Her brother, Vayer, was the chosen heir. He was the golden son of the Vaynar, a warrior who had mastered the ravaging storm by his 20th winter. He was strong, capable, and surrounded by guards. We all chose him, and were all ready to bow to him. Thorn turned back to Karash, a grimace twisting his features. And then, he unexpectedly died. A hunting accident in the deep Orith, they said. He shook his head slowly. Then, through a series of strange, bloody events that no one dares to speak of aloud anymore. Karash swallowed hard, the bone knife in his hand suddenly feeling very small. A series of convenient accidents for her remaining rivals. Thorn continued, his voice dropping to a toxic whisper. A sudden plague that only seemed to target the loyalist ranks of the old regime. A whisper campaign that turned the council against each other until they were too busy fighting amongst themselves to notice her tightening the noose. Through that chaos, she didn't just survive, she ascended. She stepped over the bodies of the rightful heirs to take the mantle of war chief. And she did it without breaking her stride or chipping a nail. The forest didn't choose her, Karash. She held the forest at knife point until it gave her what she wanted. Thorn gripped Karash's wrist, his fingers like iron claws. If you think you're playing her, kid, you've already lost the game. She has the instincts of a great white tigress, his eyes showing deep terror. She knows we are vultures. She is letting us stay because she is keeping us as backup. In the unlikely event that our tribe is on the verge of destruction, she will need the Jeruan spears for the Marauder and Zerith. He paused and then slowly spoke again. But the moment she feels that White Sun boy is stable enough to replace us, she will strike, all without any warning, and she will erase our bloodline from the memory of the trees. The air in the lower sanctum felt as though were thickening with every word Thorn spoke. The revelation of Valara's blood-soaked rise to power had acted like a gravitational force, pulling the vanity and bravado right out of Karash's chest. He looked down at his father, his eyes hollowed by a cold, leaden fear. The bone knife in his hand felt like a toy, a pathetic piece of scavenged ivory compared to the serrated mind of the woman who held their lives in her palm. Feeling satisfied with his son's reaction, Thorn continued. That is exactly why we cannot stay under her shadow forever. Thorn continued, his voice regaining its smooth, manipulative edge. She is too dangerous, Karash. She isn't a leader we can manage, and she isn't a mother we can appease. She is a predator that has already marked us for the cull. That is why the Jeruan are our only hope. They're the only ones with the strength to break her iron grip on the heartwood. Thorn's eyes glinted with a feverish greed. We need to show them that we are useful. We are the key that unlocks the Vaynar gates. Once they succeed, we will not be the vulture she mocks. We will receive enormous glory, and the Jeruan chief has promised that this entire tribe, the heartwood, the spires, the very soil, will be left for us to control. We will be the new masters of the Orith. He paused, his gaze dropping to the stone table. But the divine boy is a wall in our path. He represents a hope that Valara can use to rally the warriors. So, we must ensure that the beast he finds is one he absolutely cannot tame. Thorn reached onto that small, obsidian vial. It was cold to the touch, and inside, a thick, violet-black liquid swirled with a restless, rhythmic life of its own. It looked like a trapped storm of pure shadow, hungry and suffocating. Karash flinched, only now noticing that ominous vial. What is this? This is Black Sun venom, given to me by the Jeruan High Shaman as a final resort, Thorn said, stroking the vial with religious reverence. It doesn't kill the body, my son. It is more sophisticated than that. It kills the resonance. If this toxin touches the beast's soul during the moment of subjugation, the bond will turn toxic. Instead of subjugation, there will be a feralization. Karash's breath caught. Feralization? In front of the whole tribe? The word was a death knell. Feralization was the ultimate horror of the totem path. A nightmare whispered to initiates to keep them from overreaching. It was the moment the beast's raw, primal instincts overthrew the human mind, turning the warrior into a mindless, shadow-corrupted monster. There was no recovery from it, only a merciful execution. Precisely. The White Sun will turn into a mindless, shadow-corrupted monster in front of the entire tribe. Thorn smiled, a cold, skeletal expression that didn't reach his eyes. He will tear apart the priestesses. He will try to kill the war chief. The people's hope will turn to absolute, skin-crawling horror. Their savior will become a curse that must be put down. And when he is dead, Valara's authority will be buried with him. Thorn handed the vial to Karash. His son's hand trembled as he took it. "He is arrogant," Thorn predicted, his voice a low, knowing rasp. "All geniuses are arrogant." He awoke his core in 5 minutes. He will think the forest belongs to him. He'll probably bypass the common bears and wolves. He'll go for the highest tier beast he can find. A raptor, a shadow stalker, maybe even a sun lion. And that is where he will die. Thorn's eyes snapped to the door. "You will go into the grove tonight. I will make the arrangements, distract the outer guards, and dampen the sensing runes. You go there and secretly poison the high-ranking phantoms. Let the toxins settle into their essence. Tomorrow, when he reaches for his prize, the trap will spring. Let the forest do the rest." Korash looked at the black liquid, the jealousy in his heart finally finding a weapon. A dark, jagged resolve settled over him. "I'll do it. I'll make sure he screams, 'Father.' I'll make sure they all see what their God really is." "Do not fail me, Korash," Thorn whispered, the candle flickering and finally dying out, leaving the room in a thick, suffocating darkness. "The Jarwin do not forgive failures, and neither do I." Chapter 208. The Shadow of the Sun. Chapter 208. Chapter 208. The shadow of the sun. Thorn stood by the narrow, vertical slit of a window that served as his only connection to the world above. Outside, the silver leaves of the great heartwood were whispering in the wind, a frantic, rhythmic rustling that sounded like 1,000 voices pleading for a reprieve they wouldn't receive. "Let him enjoy his 5 minutes of glory," Thorn whispered, his voice barely audible over the gale. "The people are fickle, Korash. They love a light that blinds them, but they always crawl back to the shade when their eyes begin to sting." But as he spoke, the memory of that blinding white pillar of light, the way it had effortlessly pulverized the sunstone, made the hollow of his stomach ache. He was a man of logic, but even he knew that some miracles were too heavy to be ignored. "But we can't just pin all our hope on the venom," Thorn said, turning away from the window. His eyes moved toward the northern horizon, visible through the gaps in the lower canopy. Far beyond the silver-green ocean of the Orith, the sky was tinged with a harsh, flickering orange. "Hope is a poor substitute for a well-placed blade. We need a contingency," Thorn muttered, his gaze hardening. He walked back to the stone table and grabbed a small scrap of dried skin. "A messenger's parchment. Send word to Malphas. Use the Shadowhawk. Tell him the Divine One has awakened. Tell him the stone was shattered. Tell him, if he wants the Vaynar intact, he must strike before the boy finds his wings. Once he binds a soul, his core will have a focus. And a focus like that, it will be a wall we cannot climb." Thorn picked up a quill made of a vulture's primary feather and dipped it into an inkwell of dark, thick fluid. He wrote some rune-like words with predatory hand, his movements efficient and cold. "Malphas is a hunter of geniuses," Thorn said, a wicked smile touching his lips. "He hates nothing more than a star that shines brighter than his own. When he hears of a 5-minute awakening, maybe he won't wait for the high moon. He will come to see the miracle for himself, and he will bring the Jarwin vanguard with him." He finished the note and held it over the single flame. The firelight caught the sharp, skeletal curve of his hooked nose, casting a shadow against the wall that looked like a bird of prey descending on a nest. "The Vaynar think they have seen the dawn," Thorn whispered, his voice a dry, papery rasp that seemed to harmonize with the rotting wood of his sanctum. "But they forget that the first dawn is often followed by a very short day." He handed the parchment to a shadow that detached itself from the corner of the room, a silent, cowl-clad messenger bird who vanished into the roots without a sound. Thorn looked back at the window, at the distant emerald spire, and blew out the fire. The walk back to the feline spire felt like a funeral procession in reverse. Instead of the somber, heavy silence of the morning rites, the tribe was celebrating a birth, the birth of a savior they had prayed for but never truly expected to see. It was a terrifyingly loud jubilation. Thousands of Vaynar, tribespeople, lined the bridges and spiral stairs, their faces illuminated by the flickering amber of thousands of torches. Some were weeping openly, their tears carving clean tracks through the soot on their cheeks. Others were shouting names of fallen brothers, as if telling the dead that their blood had finally bought a miracle. Kira's grip on Sol's arm never wavered. Her fingers, calloused and scarred from years of gripping a bone sword, dug into his skin with a desperation that was more about anchoring herself than him. She was a shield, a wall of focused aggression that moved him through the corridors of the great Heartwood with a speed that discouraged the bolder tribespeople from reaching out to touch his clothes. Every time a hand strayed too close to his dark cloak, Kira's feline phantom would flicker into existence, a warning hiss vibrating in her throat that sent the worshippers scrambling back. Lumi trailed behind them like a lost spirit, her usual bubbly energy transformed into a frantic, wide-eyed devotion. She looked like she was walking through a dream, her hands clasped tightly to her chest, as if her heart might actually leap out of her ribs and roll across the moss. Every few seconds, she would peek at Sol's profile, her eyes wide as saucers, her lips moving in a silent prayer that matched the cadence of the crowd. As they stepped onto the open-air suspension bridges, the cool night wind of the Orith forest finally hit Sol's face. It was a violent, refreshing contrast to the humid, incense-choked air of the hall, but it helped only slightly. The sun core in his solar plexus was no longer just a spark. It was a roaring furnace. He could feel the primal essence of the surrounding trees, the ancient, deep energy of the Heartwood itself, being drawn toward him in a frantic, invisible vortex. The silver leaves of the nearby branches were chiming with a persistent, melodic ring as they were drained of their excess vitality, their light flickering in rhythm with Sol's pulse. Sol, wait, you were amazing, Lumi finally gasped out, her voice breaking the heavy silence as they crested the first suspension bridge. She was panting, her face flushed, struggling to keep pace with Sol's unnaturally long, predatory strides. The light, the boom, everyone is saying you're the savior. Are you going to lead us to the Jarwan border? Are you going to summon a legendary phantom? I've only heard about those in the shaman-esque scrolls. Sol didn't answer. He couldn't find words through the thick, metallic taste of ozone that filled his mouth. He took the winding bridges at a pace that left Lumi struggling to keep up, her shorter legs working double time to maintain the distance. Kira, Sol said. His voice didn't sound like his own. It was a low-frequency rumble, a vibration that seemed to bypass the ears and resonate directly in the bones of anyone nearby. I need to be alone. Now. Kira stopped abruptly at the entrance to the feline spire, the massive, vine-wrapped archway that marked the beginning of his private quarters. She turned him around, her stormy eyes searching his crimson ones. In the dim emerald light, she saw the silver afterglow still swirling in his pupils like a captured storm. She saw the way the air around his skin was distorting, warping into shimmering heat waves that made him look like a mirage. "You're burning up," she whispered, her hands hovering over his chest but not quite touching him, as if she were afraid the contact would cause an explosion. "Sol, your core. I can feel the heat from here. It's not supposed to be this intense. Even an A-rank awakening only produces a mild fever. You're radiating like a volcano." Fine, Sol rasped. His throat felt like he had swallowed a handful of crushed glass. Every breath was a struggle against the sheer density of the air his body was trying to consume. Just hungry and tired. So damn tired. Kira looked at him for a long heartbeat. The suspicion she had carried since she first found him at the ridge, the wariness of a divine one with no totem, was entirely gone. It had been replaced by something much more complicated and heavy, a mixture of profound awe, a debt of life, and a budding, terrifying responsibility. "I know," she whispered. Her voice was soft, devoid of the warrior's jagged edge for the first time. "The first dawn it's a lot for any soul. And yours wasn't a dawn. It was a supernova. You've punched a hole in the sky, Sol. The forest is going to be screaming your name for a long time. Go, rest, Do not try to move the essence tonight. She stepped back, gesturing toward the spiral stairs that led to the guest house at the peak of the spire. Go. Rest. I'll bring the star fruits and the essence meat myself. Lumi and I will stay here at the base of the spire. No one gets up without my leave. Not the elders, not the priestesses, not even my mother. Sol nodded, a brief, genuine flash of gratitude crossing his face. He didn't wait for Lumi to launch into another barrage of questions. He turned and began to climb. His footsteps echoed like drum beats in the hollow silence of the spire, a sound that seemed to mock the frantic celebration happening in the plaza below. The moment he entered his room and slammed the void oak door, the stoic mask shattered. Sol leaned his back against the petrified wood, his hands flying to his chest as if he could physically hold the energy inside. He slid down the door until his rear hit the floor, his knees drawn up to his chin. He was shaking, not with fear but with a violent neurological overload. He tried to stand, to make it to the bed, but his knees buckled. He hit the mossy floor with a heavy thud, his breath coming in ragged, steaming gasps. The internal heat was no longer just a sensation. It was becoming unbearable. It felt as if his blood had been replaced with molten lead, a heavy, searing tide that was eroding the very walls of his veins. His marrow felt like it was being etched with the blueprints of a power he didn't yet understand. HHH. Chapter 209. The Golden Ocean. Chapter 209. Chapter 209. The Golden Ocean. HHH. The sound tore from Sol's throat, ragged and wet. He reached inward with his mind, desperately trying to navigate the terrifying new landscape of his own body. Now, the sun core wasn't just a spark. It was a roaring, cataclysmic furnace. It made him feel like he could shatter the petrified void oak beneath his boots and jump to the very canopy of the great heartwood in a single, explosive bound. But that raw, terrifying power came with a price. It was pulling primal essence, the shimmering, golden motes he had seen bleeding from the trees, directly from the atmosphere. And it wasn't a gentle absorption by any means. It was a violent passive suction. The very air in his room felt charged, swirling into his chest like water spiraling down a drain. He squeezed his eyes shut, his fingernails digging into the mossy floorboards until blood welled beneath them. He expected the heat to incinerate him. He expected the sheer volume of energy to crack his ribs open. But strangely his body held firm. The absorbed essence was being consumed as it turned hyperregenerative mode. As his flesh was torn on a microscopic level, it healed a millisecond later, locked in a brutal, invisible war of expansion and containment. He didn't know how long he stayed curled against the door, drowning in the torrential flood of his own awakening. Hours bled into one another. The roaring in his ears slowly shifted from the sound of a raging wildfire to the rhythmic, oceanic crashing of heavy tides. Eventually, the exhaustion of the transmutation overtook the pain. His consciousness slipped away, pulling him down into a deep, dreamless dark. Next day, when Sol opened his eyes again, the violent fever had broken. He didn't wake up feeling tired. Instead, consciousness returned to him with absolute, crystalline clarity. He was lying flat on the mossy floor, the cool, damp texture of the plant life a soothing balm against his skin. He blinked, turning his head toward the narrow slit of his window. The sun was rising over Vanar. The morning light pierced the gloom of the forest, turning the millions of silver leaves on the great heartwood into sheets of hammered platinum. The wind carried the scent of wet soil, crushed pine, and a faint, sweet floral note that belonged entirely to this alien world. I survived, he thought, the realization ringing clearly in his quiet mind. He didn't feel the unbearable, melting heat of the previous night. Cautiously, holding his breath, he turned his inner eye toward his solar plexus to examine the damage. He expected to find a scarred, volatile mess of energy barely contained within his flesh. Instead, he found absolute, terrifying stillness. His core had calmed down entirely. It was filled to the brim, humming with a quiet, suppressed resonance. But what truly paralyzed Soul's mind was the scale of it. Kira had described the sun core as a container, a specialized organ of the soul where hunters stored their essence and housed their phantom beasts. Soul had naturally assumed it was like a fuel tank. A normal hunter might have a tank the size of a barrel. A genius might have one the size of a lake. He had assumed his would just be a slightly bigger lake. He looked deeper into the space beneath his ribs. It wasn't a lake. It wasn't a cavern. It was an endless sky. The internal space expanded infinitely in all directions, an absolute void painted in hues of twilight and gold. At the bottom of this boundless horizon rested an ocean. It wasn't made of water, but of thick, viscous liquid that shimmered with a heavy, metallic luster. It was like an ocean of gold. He didn't know the specific mechanics of what made this core so different or so inherently dangerous. But his earthbound logic screamed that this was an anomaly. It was infinitely more powerful than the standard S-grade Sun core he had heard the elders whisper about. As for what primitive rank it truly belonged to, he knew the upcoming Rite of Soul would test its limits. A sharp, rhythmic knocking on the heavy oak door pulled him from his internal abyss. Soul pushed himself off the floor. The movement was effortless. He felt light, yet impossibly dense, like a coiled spring made of titanium. He crossed the room and pulled the heavy door open. Kira stood in the threshold. She looked entirely out of place against the backdrop of the serene morning. Her normally immaculate bone armor was scuffed and dark. Heavy bags hung beneath her stormy eyes. She was leaning slightly against the doorframe, her posture betraying a bone-deep fatigue that her stubborn expression tried to hide. It was immediately clear she hadn't moved from this spot since she left him last night. Despite her exhaustion, the moment the door opened, a bright, cheerful smile broke across her face. "You woke up," she said, her voice carrying a forced lightness. "It's time to go to the shamanic grove to get your phantom." Soul stared at her, ignoring her prompt. His crimson-tinted eyes scanned her rigid posture, the way her hand hovered near her bone sword despite her smile. "Did you stand guard all night?" he asked quietly. "Yes," she replied, her tone perfectly matter-of-fact, as if he had asked if the sky was blue. A pang of genuine guilt hit Soul's chest. In his past life, people didn't inconvenience themselves for strangers. They certainly didn't sacrifice a night of sleep to stand in a cold, damp corridor just to ensure someone else has peace of mind. "You didn't have to do that, Kira," Soul said, his voice softening into the deep, resonant rumble that had become his natural timbre. "I'm sorry. I don't even know when I fell asleep. I could have been out for hours." "It's okay." She brushed off his concern with a wave of her calloused hand. "That's what I should do. You are the tribe's hope now. Besides, it's not like I was alone." She motioned her chin toward the distant end of the suspension bridge. Soul leaned out of the doorway and followed her gaze. Standing like twin statues of muscle and fur at the archway were two massive warriors. Soul recognized them instantly. The bear totem warriors he had seen earlier during his chaotic march to the High Hall. Their faces were painted in harsh geometric lines of red and black, and their eyes were locked on his Soul with a reverent intensity. When they saw Soul looking, the two giants immediately slammed their fists over their hearts in a unified, resounding thud, bowing their heads in deep greeting. Soul, slightly taken aback by the sheer respect, hurriedly nodded his head in return. He looked back down the corridor, his enhanced hearing picking up the ambient sounds of the waking spire, but noticing a distinct lack of high-pitched, rapid-fire questioning. "Where's Lumi?" he asked curiously. Kira let out a fond, exasperated sigh. "I had to send her back. That silly girl insisted on waiting out here with me. But after a few hours, the adrenaline wore off. She started nodding off, falling against the walls, tripping over her own feet, but she still insisted on staying. Ultimately, she just collapsed into a pile of limbs and fell asleep right there on the moss. I had to send one of the night watchers to carry her back to her mother's hut." Soul couldn't help but chuckle. the sound vibrating warmly in his chest. It was a stark contrast to the divine pressure and tribal politics that were currently suffocating him. Anyway, Kira said, clapping her hands together to dispel the fatigue settling over her. It's time for the rite of soul. You need to claim your first beast. The other awakened youths should have already reached the grove. Sol no dead. Give me a minute. He retreated into the room. He walked over to the carved stone basin in the corner, splashing the ice cold, crystal clear spring water over his face and neck. The taste was explosive, sweet, tangy, and almost electric on his tongue. But this time, unlike his previous meals, he could feel exactly what the fruit was doing. With his newly mutated core and crimson sight, he could intuitively sense the raw, untamed primal essence contained within the juice. As the fruit hit his stomach, his body didn't just digest it. It devoured the energy, tearing the essence from the physical matter and routing it directly into his heavy, golden-silver ocean. So, Soul thought, wiping a stray drop of glowing juice from his chin. This is what made me feel so instantly refreshed before. My body is a literal sponge for this world-esque energy. The walk down the winding roots of the feline spire was quieter than the night before. The chaotic jubilation had died down into a tense, thrumming anticipation. The tribe was holding its collective breath, waiting to see what kind of phantom the Divine One would pull from the shamanic grove. As they walked side by side, Soul's mind was not on the spiritual weight of the rite. It was indexing the political landscape he had witnessed in the High Hall, and something that had been bugging him since yesterday. Chapter 210. Shamanic Grove, Chapter 210. Chapter 210. Shamanic Grove. The walk down the winding roots of the feline spire was quieter than the night before. The chaotic jubilation had died down into a tense, thrumming anticipation. The tribe was holding its collective breath, waiting to see what kind of phantom the Divine One would pull from the shamanic grove. As they walked side by side, Soul's mind was not on the spiritual weight of the rite. It was indexing the political landscape he had witnessed in the High Hall. He had seen the way Elder Thorn looked at him, like a man calculating the exact weight of a threat and determining the sharpest knife needed to cut it out. He had seen the naked, entitled greed in Karash's eyes. Soul wasn't a politician, but in his past life on Earth, he had been a voracious reader and a failed writer of risque fantasy web novels. Before he decided to pivot into writing clickbait articles, because they paid better, he had literally engineered plots exactly like this for a living. He recognized the tropes playing out in front of him with mathematical precision. Soul analyzed silently, his eyes tracking the shadows between the giant roots. He is a pragmatist, a survivor, and furious that an outsider is taking his spotlight and his perceived claim on the chief's daughter. He wants to sell the tribe to the Jaru, his voice low enough that the ambient rustle of the silver leaves masked his words from any hidden listeners. Kira didn't look back, her pace remaining steady and militant, but her shoulders stiffened noticeably beneath her armor. I hate him, she stated, the venom in her voice unmasked and absolute. I hate Thorn. He was Korg's friend once. They fought back-to-back in the southern swamps. But now he is just a vulture waiting for the tribe's body to stop twitching so he can pick the bones. He is dangerous, Kira, Soul warned, closing the distance between them. His logic is sound. He speaks to the fear in the room. People will follow him because starvation and the Jaruin are tangible threats. Miracles are abstract. I know, she whispered, her stormy eyes reflecting the dappled morning light. That's why this awakening is so incredibly important. If our youth can get strong phantoms today, if we can show the elders and the people that the ancestors still favor us with power, my mother can use that momentum to keep the council in line. She finally turned her head to look at him, the weight of a tribal princess resting heavily on her young shoulders. But if they fail, she didn't finish the sentence. Soul didn't need her to. If the youths failed, the morale would break, Thorn would strike, and the Vaynar would be enslaved or slaughtered by the next full moon. They walked in silence for another few minutes, the massive, moss-draped archway of the shamanic grove coming into view in the distance. Sol decided to pivot. He needed tactical data. He needed to understand his own cheat. Kira, Sol began, carefully choosing his words. You told me a little bit about the Sun core system yesterday. But what is it really like? What does it feel like for a genius? Kira blinked, surprised by the sudden shift to magical theory. But she answered readily. I don't know everything, she admitted, ducking under a low-hanging fluorescent vine. Only the high shaman or the chief fully comprehends the mysteries of the totem path. But from what I have heard, and what my mother has taught me, for a true genius with a high-grade sun core, their essence flows through their veins like a warm summer breeze. She gestured with her hand, mimicking a flowing river. It is described as completely effortless. The essence is light, pure, and incredibly fast. Ever since their awakening, a genius' core capacity is vastly larger than an average warrior-s. And with each progression through the 9 layers, that internal space expands further, allowing them to house more spirits and project more aura without straining their physical flesh. Sol nodded on the outside, maintaining a mask of thoughtful curiosity. Internally, alarms were blaring. Light, effortless, a warm breeze. Sol looked inward again, focusing his mind on the massive anomaly sitting in his solar plexus. Yes, his core was undeniably massive, an endless sky spanning over a horizon. But the energy pooling at the bottom of it, it was the exact opposite of a warm breeze. The golden ocean was terrifyingly heavy. It was viscous, dense, and radiated a pressure that felt like it could crush iron. Just to test Kira's words, Sol tried to manually move a single drop of his golden essence from his core up through his chest and into his right arm. NGH, Sol had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop from grunting. The effort required was immense. It felt like trying to pump liquid mercury through a garden hose. His newly evolved heart had to beat with the force of a war drum just to circulate that single drop. When the essence finally reached his bicep, the muscle swelled visibly, heavy with blunt, devastating physical power, but it was anything but effortless. It was laborious. It was violent. It was an engine of war that demanded absolute physical supremacy just to operate. Didn't he know what was going on? Was it a side effect of his transmigration? Was it the interaction between his domination power and the tribal magic system? Or was it the residual effect of his encounter with the goddess, mutating the primitive container into something entirely new? Whatever the truth was, Sol made an immediate, ironclad decision. He looked at Kira, who was watching him expectantly. That makes sense, Sol lied smoothly, offering a confident smile. I guess I have a lot to learn about circulating the breeze. He wasn't going to tell her, considering his bizarre arrival. The literal encounter with the goddess who had reconstructed his cells and the terrifying weight of the power he now carried. It was infinitely better to explore this anomaly in the dark. If he revealed that his core operated on fundamentally different laws of physics than the rest of the world, he wouldn't be treated as a savior. He would be treated as a monster, a guinea pig, or a threat to be studied and dissected. The transition from the winding roots of the feline spire to the valley floor was a descent into an older, heavier kind of magic. Kira stopped abruptly at the entrance to a natural ravine shrouded in thick, silver mist. The trees here were different from the rest of the gray heartwood. They were gnarled, ancient, and covered in pulsing, blue-glowing runes carved directly into their iron-hard bark. This is the shamanic grove, Kira said. Turning to him, the stoic mask of the warrior princess had slipped completely. Her stormy eyes were wide, filled with a desperate, flickering hope that placed an immense, invisible weight on Sol's shoulders. The other initiates are inside. Someone will give you a refined stone, she instructed, her voice a tight whisper. Take a strong one, Sol. A wolf, a hawk, even a bear. Something that proves you are who we say you are. Just don't fail. Sol looked at the fog. Deep within his chest, the heavy, mercury-like tide of his liquid silver essence sloshed. It wasn't he, just reacting to the dense primal essence hanging in the valley air. It was salivating. His newly awakened sun core felt like a starved predator smelling fresh blood on the wind. He offered Kira a single, reassuring nod and stepped into the mist. The interior of the grove was a place of surreal, suffocating beauty. The singing moss carpeting the valley floor didn't play the ancestral melodies he had heard before. Instead, it emitted a low, continuous vibration, a heavy hum that felt like the earth itself was breathing beneath his sandals. Massive, broken crystals glowing with a soft blue luminescence were embedded in the trunks of the ancient trees, casting long, dramatic shadows that seemed to dance through the fog. In the center of the clearing, surrounded by a ring of monolithic stones, sat a massive stone altar. A dozen teenagers were already there, standing in a loose semicircle around the altar. They were the tribe's finest youths, warriors in training, but right now, they just looked nervous. The moment Soul's heavy boots crunched onto the gravel of the clearing, every single head snapped toward him. The expressions painted across their young, war-painted faces were a chaotic spectrum of human emotion. He saw raw envy. He saw bitter jealousy from a few boys standing at the front. He saw awe, profound respect, a desperate kind of hope, lust, wait, lust. Sol paused. He blinked, refocusing his crimson-tinted vision on a girl standing near the middle of the pack. She was a few years younger than his 22 years, but the primitive tribal diet and rigorous physical training had clearly done wonders. She was voluptuous, draped in form-fitting leathers, and she was currently staring at him like he was a perfectly cooked slab of essence meat. She looked like she couldn't wait to swallow him whole. If this were any other time, I would have absolutely loved to have a heart-to-heart, negative distance conversation with her. But right now, tribal politics and his own survival took precedence. He steeled his heart, locking his expression into an unreadable mask of divine indifference, and looked away, albeit not before taking one last, respectful glance at her impressive assets. Focus, Soul. He cleared his throat, his deep voice traveling through the humming moss. Hello. The youths blinked. They didn't understand the bizarre earth greeting, but the confident, rumbling tone translated perfectly. A chorus of awkward, hurried tribal salutes and mumbled greetings echoed back at him. Before the silence could stretch into something uncomfortable, a priestess draped in heavy orange robes stepped out from the shadows of the altar. Welcome, Divine One, the priestess said, bowing her head deeply. Please, stand here in the center of the circle before the altar. Sol nodded solemnly. As he walked forward, the teenagers hastily scrambled to make way, parting like the Red Sea to let him pass. He took his place at the absolute front, the most prominent position in the grove, feeling the heat of a dozen stairs burning into his back. A moment later, the fog parted at the far end of the clearing. High Shaman Zephyra emerged, moving with a gliding, spectral grace. Behind her trailed a procession of younger priestesses, each carrying a woven basket made of dark vines. Even from 20 feet away, Soul's mutated core reacted. The baskets were practically vibrating with suppressed, chaotic energy. The soul stones. Zephyr stopped before the altar. Her ancient, milky eyes found Soul instantly, and her mouth deepened into a warm, knowing smile. But when she turned to address the circle of initiates, her demeanor shifted from welcoming women to a hardened survivor of the wilds. Welcome, children of the Vaynar. Zephyr's voice echoed, surprisingly strong for a woman. In a moment, the priestesses will present the stones. You will step forward and choose a soul to anchor your newly awakened cores. She raised a gnarled finger, her tone dropping into a dire warning. But remember this. It is not just you who are choosing. They are also choosing you. These spirits have been drained of their vitality, battered by our hunters, and trapped within the stones to break their will. But the soul of a beast is a proud, violent thing. Zephyra paced slowly in front of the baskets. The risk remains absolute. Some spirits are cunning. They pretend to be coy, hiding their remaining strength, waiting for the exact moment you open your core to accept them. When you're most vulnerable, They will strike, attempting to shatter your mind and take your flesh for their own. We have lost strong youths to this arrogance before. She stopped, looking directly at the boys who had been glaring at Sol earlier. Do not try to force your way, the high shaman warned. If the stone burns your hand, if the spirit rejects your pull, let it go. Choose a weaker soul and live to hunt another day. A living warrior with a rat phantom is worth 100 dead geniuses who reach too far. Zephyra turned back to the altar, gesturing to the priestesses. We begin. May the ancestors guide your hands. Chapter 211. Beast Bloodline Hierarchy. Chapter 211. Chapter 211. Beast Bloodline Hierarchy. The heavy, suffocating silence of the shamanic grove seemed to press inward as High Shaman Zephyra's warning hung in the silver mist. The dozen youths standing in the semicircle around the monolithic altar shifted uncomfortably, their eyes darting between the ancient, withered woman and the woven baskets resting at her feet. Zephyra did not immediately call them forward. Instead, she let the silence stretch, allowing the gravity of the moment to settle into their bones. She slowly raised her gnarled wooden staff, its polished surface reflecting the faint, pulsing blue luminescence of the runic trees surrounding them. She motioned toward the different baskets. They were distinctly crafted, one woven from pale, dried river reeds, another from thick, dark roots, and a third, smaller basket bound in thorny, crimson-stained vines. Look closely, children, Zephyra instructed, her voice losing its edge of warning and adopting the rhythmic, hypnotic cadence of a storyteller. The souls trapped within these stones are not the same. You look upon them and see only power, but power is a river with many depths. Just as human warriors are born with different sun cores, some the size of a fist, others the size of a cavern, the beasts of the Orth Forest are born with different ceilings. Sol stood at the forefront, his crimson-tinted eyes locked onto the High Shaman. His posture was rigid, his mind instantly shifting from cautious observer to absolute focus. This was it, the lore dump. The tutorial he'd been desperately lacking since waking up in this brutal, primitive world. We call it the Beast Bloodline Hierarchy, Zephyra continued, pacing slowly across the singing moss. It is the measure of a creature's innate quality, its rarity, and its evolution ceiling. Understanding this is not a luxury. It is the absolute foundation of survival for a phantom warrior. She stopped by the first, largest basket made of pale reeds. Many fools believe that a strong core is all that matters. They believe that if they just gather enough primal essence, they can force any spirit to become a god. They are wrong, she said, her milky eyes sweeping over the youths. You can feed a common beast all the essence in the world. You can drown it in golden light. And in the end, it will just become a very fat, very bright common beast. It will never truly evolve. It will never break its bloodline chains, nor will it ever be able to beat a beast of a higher grade, even if their raw strength appears to be of the same level. That's just how the world is. Sol nodded almost imperceptibly. Stat multipliers and level caps, he translated in his head. A bad base stat ruins the whole build. The core is the engine, but the beast is the chassis. Put a jet engine in a wooden cart, and the cart just breaks. Zephyra's gaze landed squarely on Sol for a brief moment. Seeing the intense, analytical seriousness on his face, she seemed to stand a little taller, projecting her voice deeper into the foggy ravine. In this world, beasts are categorized by how deeply their blood is connected to the primal essence of the earth, she explained, raising a single finger. At the absolute bottom, beneath even our consideration today, are the fleshbound. A few of the youths scoffed lightly, familiar with the term. Do not mock them, for they feed us, Zephyra reprimanded gently. The fleshbound are the unranked, normal animals of the world. Normal deer, river fish, common wolves. By their very nature, they're completely essenceless. They rely entirely on physical muscles, bone, and blind instinct to survive. Their potential is absolute zero. They cannot evolve, they cannot absorb essence, and their souls are so incredibly light that a sun core cannot even bind them. They possess no spiritual weight. They are simply the foundation of the food chain, sustenance for the tribe, and for the true monsters of the forest. She moved her staff, tapping the rim of the pale reed basket. The stones inside were dull, gray, and rough-hewn. Here, we find the true beginning of the phantom path. The essence-born, also known as the common grade. The youths leaned in, their eyes fixed on the gray stones. These are beasts that have naturally absorbed ambient essence over countless generations, Zephyra lectured, her voice echoing off the monolithic altar. They are bigger, faster, and infinitely more aggressive than flesh-bound animals. They possess a faint essence aura, a spark of earth, a whisper of wind. You know them well. The mud boars that tear up our lower farms, the forest hounds that hunt in the twilight, the rock bears that sleep in the northern caves. She reached in and picked up a dull gray stone, holding it up. Even from a distance, Soul could see the faint, struggling silhouette of a heavy, tusked boar trapped within the mineral. But you must understand their tragedy, Zephyra warned, her tone somber. Their potential is incredibly low. They hit an evolutionary wall very quickly. An essence-born beast can usually only evolve and grow alongside its human host up to Layer 3, the realm of the ravaging storm. Once you reach that threshold, their soul simply cannot hold any more power. The vessel is full. If you push more essence into them, they will fracture, and you will bleed. That's why most warriors get another beast at that level. But this world, as merciless as it is, it also has its moment of mercy. If you continue to persist, and with the help of some rare herbs or techniques, there's also a rare chance of it breaking its innate limitation and evolving. But that is very rare, so rare that it would be better to just honestly get another one with a higher limit. Soul felt a chill run down his spine. Layer 3. That was a hard cap. If he chose one of these stones, no matter how massive his mutated, endless sky core was, the beast would eventually bottleneck his entire progression. He would be stuck with a fragile weapon that couldn't handle his own strength. Furthermore, Zephyra added, crushing the dreams of any youth hoping for an easy path. They also offer a base-level strength multiplier. A Layer 2 warrior who anchors an essence-born beast possesses exactly Layer 2 strength. Nothing more, nothing less. It is a reliable path, a safe path, but it is not the path of legends. She dropped the gray stone back into the basket and moved to the next one. The basket woven from dark roots. The stones inside this one were smooth, polished, and glowed with a faint, inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Next, we speak of the Omen Bloods, the rare grade. The voluptuous girl, visibly straightened up, her eyes locking onto the glowing stones with a predatory hunger. A few of the older, more arrogant boys, standing near the front, mirrored her expression, their breathing growing shallow. These are beasts born with an anomaly, a mutation, or a naturally condensed core of their own, Zephyra said, her voice dropping into a tone of deep reverence. To see one in the wild is considered an omen by the tribes, a sign of impending disaster or great fortune. They do not just use essence to hit harder or run faster. They manipulate it. They weave it to create true magical effects, commanding other beasts, using living shadows, spitting corrosive venom, or breathing unnatural fire. She pointed her staff at the dark basket, the blood ape that can boil its own blood for terrifying bursts of speed, the shadow viper that can turn invisible in the moonlight. These are Omen Bloods. Soul-S heavy, mercury-like essence sloshed inside his chest. It reacted to the names. A faint ripple of interest moving across his internal golden ocean. Their potential is high, Zephyra continued, her eyes sweeping the greedy faces of the teenagers. They are not bound by the low walls of the common beasts. An Omen Blood can grow alongside a genius warrior deep into the totem path, safely reaching Layer 6, the realm of the Calamity Tyrant. But of course, only if you can subjugate it young, or your core will not be able to handle it, Zephyra slammed the base of her staff into the moss. Thud! The sound silenced the whispers that had begun to break out among the youths. But heed the rarity rule, she commanded, her voice cracking like a whip. This is where the brutal reality of the world shows itself. The gap between grades is an abyss. If a Layer 3 warrior anchored with a common mudboar steps onto the battlefield to fight a Layer 3 warrior anchored with an omen blood ape, the warrior with the blood ape wins in seconds. The skinny, nervous boys at the back of the pack swallowed hard, their faces paling. It is not a matter of skill, Zephyra explained without an ounce of pity. It is the law of nature. The omen blood's essence is naturally denser, heavier, and comes with innate magical traits that the common beast simply lacks. To choose a common beast is to accept that you will always bow to a rare one. She left the dark basket and walked to the final, smallest basket, the one wrapped in thorny, crimson-stained vines. There were only 3 stones inside. They did not glow. Instead, they seemed to absorb the ambient blue light of the grove, radiating a chilling, suffocating pressure that made the air hard to breathe. And then Zephyra whispered, her voice barely carrying over the humming moss. We reached the pinnacle of the known wilds. The Lord Beasts, the apex grade. Every youth in the clearing, regardless of their arrogance or fear, held their breath. Even Soul felt a strange, involuntary tightening in his chest. The endless sky within him seemed to darken slightly, the golden liquid bubbling with a sudden, violent hunger. Chapter 212. The Primordials. Chapter 212. Chapter 212. The Primordials. Every youth in the clearing, regardless of their arrogance or fear, held their breath. The damp, mist-heavy air of the shamanic grove suddenly felt as though it had been pulled thin, replaced by a crushing, invisible gravity. Even Soul felt a strange, involuntary tightening in his chest. The endless sky within him seemed to darken slightly, the golden liquid bubbling with a sudden, violent hunger. These are the undisputed kings of their respective territories, Zephyr said, not looking at the youths, but staring down at the 3 blood jades with a mixture of awe and terror. They do not run in packs, they lead them. They do not scavenge, they conquer. Even if an Essence-born do manage to get strong, much stronger than others, other beasts will still not follow him, but an Omen one can easily command them. They are highly intelligent, ancient, and their bloodlines are incredibly pure. Like a 4-winged razor griffin that claims the highest peaks. A magma drake that sleeps in the boiling earth. A silverback behemoth that can flatten a forest by walking through it. She looked up, her milky eyes finding Soul's crimson gaze. And even though they are unranked right now, their potential is vast. A Lord Beast can reach Layer 8. They can anchor a warrior into the realm of the sky itself. Zephyra's voice trembled slightly with the weight of the lore she was imparting. The rarity rule here is even more absolute. A warrior who binds a Lord Beast defies the natural order. They can cross layers to fight. A Layer 3 warrior anchored with a Lord Beast could easily, effortlessly slaughter a Layer 4 warrior who possesses an Omen Beast. Zephyra paused, letting the brutal mathematics of survival sink into the teenagers' minds. As for common Essence-born, even Layer 1 warriors anchored with a Lord Beast can defeat a Layer 3 commoner. The Lord Beast provides a massive, overwhelming multiplier to all physical and spiritual stats. It is the path of a chief, the path of a conqueror. She was about to stop. That was the end of the standard tribal lecture. Flesh-bound, Essence-born, Omen bloods, Lord Beasts. It was a clean, 4-tiered system that every Vaynar child learned before they could hold a spear. But as Zephyra looked at Soul, she hesitated. She saw the way he was standing. He wasn't looking at the Lord Beast stones with the naked, desperate greed of the other youths, nor was he trembling with the fearful reverence of the uninitiated. He was looking at the blood jades with a terrifying, cold calculation. It was the look of a master craftsman evaluating a set of tools, weighing their specific usefulness against an internal scale she couldn't possibly comprehend. Driven by a sudden, inexplicable instinct she didn't fully understand, Zephyra gripped her staff tighter. The ancient, forbidden teachings of the high shamans, secrets usually reserved for the ears of the chief and elders, whispered only in the deepest crypts of the high hall, rose unbidden to her tongue. In fact, Zephyra began, her voice dropping so low the youths had to strain perfectly to hear her. There's one more grade. A grade mentioned only in the most ancient, crumbling stone tablets hidden beneath the high hall. A wave of visible confusion swept through the circle. The voluptuous girl frowned deeply, the predatory smirk finally vanishing from her lips. The arrogant boys, who had been puffing out their chests moments before, exchanged bewildered, nervous glances. Even Kira, who had been watching silently from the edge of the misty ravine, stepped forward, her stormy gray eyes widening in genuine surprise. She was the chief's daughter, yet even she had never heard this. Sol, however, didn't move a muscle. His crimson eyes simply darkened, the silver rings around his irises flashing with a sudden, intense brightness in the fog that mirrored the sudden spike in his heart rate. Even I don't know if they really exist, Zephyra whispered, the word itself seeming to lower the temperature of the shamanic grove by 10 degrees. But in the writings of one of our greatest high shamans, who had ventured far out into the wider world beyond the Orth Forest, there was the record of a final grade. They are known as the primordials, the mythic grade, the legendary bloodlines. The humming of the moss beneath their feet seemed to stop entirely. It was as if the earth itself was holding its breath, listening out of profound respect, or perhaps deep-seated terror. They are beasts of pure legend, Zephyra continued, her milky eyes locked entirely on Sol, as if she were speaking to him and him alone. They are practically walking forces of nature, born when this world was young and the sky was still a sea of fire. They do not have territories like the Lord beasts. They are the environment. Where they walk, the world changes to suit them. Sol's heart, recently evolved and pounding with the force of a war drum, skipped a single beat. Deep within the endless sky of his sun core, the viscous, heavy ocean of liquid gold erupted. It crashed against the metaphysical shores of his soul, roaring with a deafening, violent demand. It wasn't salivating anymore. It was demanding a sacrifice worthy of its weight. Their potential, Zephyra's voice was barely a breath now. Their ceiling is limitless. The ancient tablets say a primordial can reach layer 9, the eternal sun, and perhaps even beyond, piercing the veil of the gods. She closed her eyes, reciting the names like a prayer to stave off the dark. The world's serpent, whose shedding scales create mountain ranges, and whose coils crack the continents. The thunderbird, whose wings blot out the sky with eternal, raging storms, its heartbeat the sound of the thunder. The sun-eating wolf, the shadow between the stars, who heralds the end of days. Zephyra opened her eyes, looking at the stunned, pale, and utterly terrified faces of the tribal youths, and then finally back to Sol. The warning in her gaze was clear. But hear me well, lest you dream too high, and remember it's all just theoretical. As this world is a magical place, who knows what will happen? She said, her voice rising to break the spell she had cast over the clearing. Let us suppose, just what if you find a primordial ranked beast? Do not ever try to bind them. To bind a primordial is to invite death. Their souls are so unimaginably heavy, so dense with the wrath of the world, that attempting to pull one into a mortal core is suicide. The core shatters. The mind snaps into 1,000 fractured pieces. The physical body simply explodes into a fine mist of blood and ash, unable to contain the sheer mass of the spirit. She slammed her staff into the moss. They are not meant to be anchored by the flesh of men. They are meant to be worshipped. Silence reclaimed the shamanic grove. The initiates stared at the baskets, the reality of their choices, their limits, and their fragile mortality crashing down upon them. They were no longer just looking at glowing stones. They were looking at their absolute destinies, bound by the unforgiving laws of the beast bloodline hierarchy. Zephyra took a deep breath, leaning her weight back on her staff, visibly exhausted from the heavy exposition. The lore had been spoken. The paths had been laid bare for the new generation. The history is told. The limits are set, the High Shaman declared, stepping back into the shadows of the monolithic altar. Now, who steps first into the fire? The High Shaman turned her gaze back to Sol, gesturing with a smooth hand toward the primary basket of glowing stones. You are the Divine One, blessed by the white light. It is only fitting that you claim the first right of choice. Step forward, Sol. The dozen tribal youths stiffened. The arrogant ones scowled, their pride wounded by the preferential treatment, while the more timid ones looked relieved to have someone else test the waters. Sol looked at the baskets. His new, mutated crimson sight flared to life without him consciously commanding it, bleeding the color from the world and replacing it with a stark, thermal landscape of spiritual density. To the naked eye, they were just polished rocks, cloudy quartz, speckled starstones, and deep crimson bloodjade, pulsing with a faint, rhythmic inner light. But to Sol, the world shifted into a monochromatic spectrum of heat and energy. He didn't see just sea stones, he saw prisons. Trapped inside each rock was a violently compressed ball of spiritual energy. He could see the faint, ghostly outlines of the beast thrashing against the mineral walls, the frantic pacing of a shadow cat, the heavy, sluggish rage of a mud boar, the sharp, erratic fluttering of a razor hawk. As he looked at the quartz and starstones, his internal ocean of golden liquid sloshed. It was too excited. It was bored. The energy radiating from those common and rare stones felt like a light, unsatisfying snack to a starving titan. Only the bloodjade, holding the vaunted lord beasts, elicited a ripple of interest from his core. Sol's mind raced, processing the variables. If I step up now, he calculated, and casually absorb a beast, even a lord beast, I will learn absolutely nothing about the baseline limits of this world's magic system. I don't know the friction of the soul meld. I don't know what a rejection looks like. He needed data. He needed to see how normal people did it to understand the exact scale of his own anomaly. He couldn't risk exposing the unnatural weight of his golden liquid without first establishing a baseline. Sol made a split-second tactical decision. He raised a hand, taking a deliberate step backward, melting slightly into the outer ring of the fog. I appreciate the honor, High Shaman, Sol said, his deep, resonant voice projecting effortless authority. But I'm a guest of the Great Heartwood. These are the children of your forest. They have bled for this tribe, trained in its shadows, suffered its hardships, and waited their entire lives for this dawn. He swept his gaze over the stunned youths, locking eyes briefly with a voluptuous girl and a terrified young man. Let them claim their birthright first, Sol declared, his tone magnanimous, perfectly playing the role of the benevolent, humble savior. I will wait my turn. A ripple of surprise washed over the clearing. The arrogant boys blinked, their hostility momentarily derailed by the display of unexpected humility. They had expected him to snatch the finest bloodjade without a second thought. The voluptuous girl's eyes practically sparkled with renewed, intense interest, her gaze tracing the broad line of his shoulders. Zephyra studied him for a long moment. Her ancient eyes searched his face, looking for the arrogance of youth or the deceit of a politician, but found only a calm, impenetrable stillness. A hint of a smile touched her lips, warming her stern features. A leader who knows how to yield the path, she murmured, tapping her wooden staff against the moss. Very well. The ancestors favor patience. And so do I. She turned her gaze back to the tense, waiting youths, her voice regaining its sharp, commanding edge. Who steps first into the fire? Chapter 213. First Soul Ceremony. Chapter 213. Chapter 213. First Soul Ceremony. The heavy silence of the shamanic grove was finally broken by the shuffling of feet against the singing moss. A skinny boy with prominent cheekbones and nervous, darting eyes swallowed hard and stepped forward. Soul recognized the look instantly. It was the face of a background character desperately hoping to survive the inciting incident. "I will, High Shaman," the boy Kor stammered, his voice cracking slightly in the mist. Zephyra offered a slow, encouraging nod. "Step to the altar, Kor. Clear your mind. Breathe the dawn." Kor walked past the terrifying bloodjade and the pulsing starstones, kneeling directly before the pale reed basket, even though really wanted to try others. But he knew his worth, so he didn't humiliate himself and knelt directly in front of the reed basket. His hand was shaking as he reached in and pulled out a cloudy, gray quartz stone. It was the size of a plum. Analysis, Soul commanded his mind, leaning forward slightly. His mutated crimson sight flared. To Soul's altered vision, the physical world faded, replaced by the vivid, thermal signatures of souls and essence. As Kor pressed the cold quartz stone against his bare chest, the boy's solar plexus illuminated with a faint, flickering orange glow. A low-grade cold core, Soul categorized instantly. Small capacity. The walls of his soul look thin. Let us see how much pressure it can take. Kor gritted his teeth, his eyes squeezing shut. "Submit," the boy whispered, channeling his meager willpower into the stone. The quartz flared, with a silent, violent tearing sensation that vibrated the air, a spectral, translucent projection of a massive, tusked mud boar erupted from the rock. The beast towered over the kneeling boy, letting out a phantom squeal of pure rage, thrashing wildly as an invisible tether tried to pull it downward into Kor's chest. It was a brutal, ugly battle of attrition. Kor's face turned a deep, bruised purple, the veins bulging on his forehead and neck like thick cords. He was sweating profusely, his physical body straining to anchor the spiritual mass. Soul could literally see the boy's internal core straining, the internal walls of his soul expanding uncomfortably, stretching like a balloon filled with too much water. For 10 agonizing seconds, the boar dug its spectral hooves into the air, refusing to sink. Kor let out a strangled cry, his knees buckling. He.s. hitting his limit, Soul noted, his eyes narrowing. The beast was beaten near death by hunters, locked in a stone to break its ego, and it's still almost too heavy for him. The bottleneck isn't just internal capacity, it's the mental friction. But Kor possessed the stubborn survival instinct of the weak. With a final, desperate gasp, he pulled. The beast's battered will finally gave out, and his last-ditch efforts failed. The phantom collapsed into a stream of dull gray light and was violently sucked into Kor's solar plexus. The boy collapsed onto his hands and knees, panting violently, coughing up a small string of saliva, but a triumphant, exhausted grin stretched across his face. An essence-born mud boar, Zephyra nodded approvingly, her voice ringing over the heavy breathing. Thick skin, relentless charge, a solid anchor for a long life. Well done, Kor. Next, Soul mentally cataloged the data, establishing a baseline. Next up was a boy named Varntal, heavily muscled, and radiating the kind of arrogant entitlement that usually got characters killed in the second act. Varn sneered at Kor as the skinny boy crawled back to the circle, deliberately wiping his boots on the moss where Kor had knelt. "I'm the son of a warrior," Varn declared loudly, his chest puffed out, making sure Soul was watching him. "I do not settle for prey, and I do not settle for mere predators. I will anchor a lord beast. Just wait and see." He walked straight past the pale reed basket of quartz. He didn't even glance at the dark roots holding the starstones. Instead, with a swagger born of absolute, blind confidence, he marched directly to the smallest basket wrapped in crimson-stained vines. He reached in and grabbed a bloodjade. Varn stood before the altar, holding the smooth, freezing cold crimson stone against his muscular chest. He closed his eyes, struck a dramatic, dominant stance, and channeled his aura, fully expecting the heavens to shake and a lord beast to manifest in a storm of glory. He gritted his teeth. "Submit," he commanded loudly. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. Absolute, deafening silence hung over the shamanic grove. The singing moss continued its low hum. The fog drifted lazily. The blood jade in Varn's hand remained completely, utterly inert. It didn't glow. It didn't pulse. It completely ignored him, as if he were nothing more than a passing breeze trying to move a mountain. Varn's confident expression faltered. He squeezed his eyes shut tighter, his face scrunching in exertion. He pushed his aura harder, his muscles trembling. Puffed, someone in the semicircle. It sounded suspiciously like a beauty. Couldn't he hold back a muffled snort of laughter? Varn's eyes snapped open, his entire face flushing a violent, embarrassed red. He gripped the blood jade so hard his knuckles turned white, furiously trying to force a reaction from the mythic stone, desperate to salvage his pride. Put it back. Varn, Zephyr's voice cut through his desperate straining, calm but laced with heavy authority. Varn whipped his head around, his chest heaving. Hi, shaman, I just need a moment to... I said, put it back, Zephyr interrupted, her milky eyes narrowing into a stern, icy glare that tolerated zero insubordination. The vessel does not even acknowledge your presence. It rejects your spiritual weight entirely. You are not destined for a lord beast. Do not test the patience of the ancestors. Step down to the starstones. Humiliation warred with rage on Varn's face. He opened his mouth to argue, but the sheer, crushing weight of Zephyr's stare made his throat click shut. Humiliated, he meekly lowered his head, placed the blood jade back into its thorny basket, and trudged over to the dark roots. Furious and desperate to prove he wasn't a joke, he violently snatched a speckled starstone. And this time he succeeded. Instantly, the grove echoed with a visceral, phantom roar that made the blue-glowing crystals in the trees flicker. A massive, four-armed blood ape materialized above Varn. Unlike the boar, this spirit wasn't fully broken. It was an omen blood. It was furious, its spectral form practically dripping with the promise of violence. Varn's chest ignited with a bright, blazing red light. A mid-tier ember core, Soul observed, analyzing the glow with his crimson sight. A decent talent, much larger capacity than core, but with his pride wounded. He is biting off more than he can chew. The absorption was the spiritual equivalent of a car crash. The blood ape phantom didn't just resist, it fought back. It plunged its massive spectral claws directly into Varn's glowing chest, trying to rip the boy's core out of his body. Varn screamed, a horrifying, what sound of genuine agony. Blood immediately began to leak from his nose and the corners of his eyes, trailing down his war-painted cheeks. Zephyr raised her wooden staff, her eyes narrowing sharply again. The younger priestesses behind her tensed, preparing to intervene and shatter the stone to save the boy's life. He fracturing, Soul analyzed coldly, tracking the microscopic, jagged cracks appearing in the glowing walls of Varn's internal core. The ape is too heavy. The spiritual cost is exceeding his structural limits. If he forces this, it will permanently damage his ceiling for future growth. But Varn was stubborn, fueled by sheer, toxic pride and the stinging humiliation of his earlier failure. He refused to look weak a second time in front of the tribe, and more importantly, in front of the so-called Divine One. With a blood-curdling roar of his own, Varn slammed both hands over the starstone, forcing his aura outward and physically crushing the ape's projection down into his chest. The light snapped off. Varn fell backward, coughing up a mouthful of dark, almost black blood onto the pristine singing moss. He was shaking uncontrollably, his hands clutching his chest as if trying to hold his ribs together. But he was alive. His aura, previously a steady red, now flickered erratically. An omen blood ape, Zephyr said. Her voice was entirely devoid of praise, laced instead with a stern, cold warning. You have anchored a violent storm, Varn. You forced the door instead of unlocking it. If your discipline falters for even a moment, that beast will hollow you out and wear your skin. Sit down and meditate immediately. Varn glared at Sol through bloodshot eyes, a bloody, defiant grin plastered on his pale face, trying to pretend it was a total victory before dragging himself to the edge of the circle. Sol didn't react, maintaining his mask of divine indifference. Congratulations, idiot, Sol thought. You carved a spear too heavy to lift, and you shattered its shaft just to bind a larger stone head. The brutal reality of Varn's struggle sent a wave of icy fear through the remaining youths. The next boy, a burly youth named Jero, stepped up. His hands were trembling, but his eyes were wide, driven by the exact same intoxicating greed that had just mutilated Varn. He couldn't let himself be outdone. He hungrily looked at the blood jade and hurriedly grabbed one, but unfortunately, just like before, it didn't budge. So before the High Shaman could say something, he focused his attention on the dark roots holding the starstones. His hand hovered over them, fingers twitching, before he grabbed one pulsing with the trapped essence of a. Chapter 214, Zera, the Seductress. Chapter 214. Chapter 214, Zera, the Seductress. Before the High Shaman could say something, he focused his attention on the dark roots holding the starstones. His hand hovered over them, fingers twitching, before he grabbed one pulsing with the trapped essence of a razorhawk. And man, it was an absolute disaster. The moment the razorhawk's spectral form manifested, the grove was bathed in a sharp, tearing wind. Jero's chest ignited, but his core only flared a weak, sickly pale yellow. It was far too small, the metaphysical walls of his soul thin and fragile. The hawk didn't even bother to struggle or roar. It simply expanded its massive, razor-sharp spectral wings inside him. Crack! The sound was entirely metaphysical, echoing not in the air, but in the minds of everyone present. Sol heard it clear as day, the sickening shatter of spiritual glass. Jero's eyes rolled completely back into his head, showing only the whites. He shrieked, a sound of absolute, mind-breaking terror that tore at the vocal cords, as a fine mist of blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. Zephyra moved with a sudden, explosive speed that completely defied her slender body. In a blur of motion, she crossed the space before the altar and slammed the blunt, heavy end of her wooden staff directly into Jero's solar plexus. The strike was perfectly calculated. It didn't break a single physical bone, but it hit the fracturing core directly. The razorhawk was violently expelled from his chest, screaming in frustration as it was sucked forcefully back into the starstone, which Zephyra snatched away with her free hand. Jero collapsed into the singing moss, his heavy body twitching in violent spasms. A dark pool of blood quickly formed beneath his mouth. The pale yellow glow in his chest was gone. It was completely, utterly dark. His core is coal rank, Zephyra announced to the terrified, dead silent clearing. She didn't sound angry, only profoundly, heavily sad. The vessel has shattered. He will live, but he will never wield essence again. Priestesses, take him to the healers. Two women in orange robes hurried forward, hooking their arms under Jero's shoulders and dragging the unconscious, crippled boy away into the silver fog. The lesson was absolute, written in blood on the pristine moss. The beast bloodline hierarchy did not care about a warrior's ambition. It did not care about bravery or pride. It only cared about structural capacity. The line moved on, completely sobered. The next four youths didn't even dare to look at the starstones. Their greed had been entirely extinguished by Jero's shrieks. They humbly reached into the pale reed basket, accepting the grueling but survivable friction of the quartz stones. A river lizard, a forest hound, a stone badger, a mud snake. They suffered, they bled from the nose, and they panted like dying men. But they survived, securing their baseline futures. Then, it was the voluptuous girl's turn. She stood up, casually brushing a speck of damp moss off her tight, leather skirt-like dress. The tension in the grove was thick enough to cut with an obsidian dagger, a heavy miasma of fear and hope, But Zara walked to the altar as if she were strolling through a sunlit, peaceful back garden. The pendulum sway of her hips was deliberate, a hypnotic, confident rhythm designed to draw the eye and project absolute control. Passing by Sol, she paused. The heavy atmosphere of the shamanic grove didn't seem to touch her. She looked up through her thick lashes, locked her dark, heavy eyes onto his crimson ones, and flashed a slow, wicked smirk. "Name es Zara, by the way," she purred, her voice a sultry, velvet contrast to the solemnity and recent screams of the grove. Sol's internal monologue stuttered. Is she seriously flirting with me while standing in a puddle of the last guy's blood? He thought, a mix of bewilderment and profound respect washing over him. I love this world. Maintaining eye contact with him for a second longer than was appropriate, she turned to the baskets. She gracefully reached into the dark roots and pulled out a deep green starstone. Without a hint of hesitation, and completely lacking the dramatic, muscle-tearing straining the boys had displayed, she pressed the speckled stone directly to the deep valley between her massive breasts, which were already straining against her leather top, barely contained by the primitive stitching. A sleek, enormous green viper materialized in the mist. It didn't roar like the ape or squeal like the boar. It hissed, a low, vibrating, bass-heavy sound that seemed to chill the blood and raise the hairs on the back of every neck in the clearing. Its massive, spectral coils slithered out of the stone, wrapping around Zara's lush curves in a fluid motion that looked terrifyingly intimate. Seeing the phantom serpent glide over her waist and coil around her shoulders, Sol couldn't help but be jealous of that bastard serpent, and shouting internally, "That should have been me." But Zara didn't fight it. She didn't flex her muscles like a Hulk, nor did she scream commands of absolute submission like Kalen or Varn. She simply closed her eyes, tilted her head back, exposing her throat to the phantom predator, and let out a soft, breathy sigh that echoed entirely too loudly in the quiet grove. Her chest glowed with a steady, deep, incredibly stable orange light. The viper's aggressive hissing immediately quieted. Its spectral head hovered near her neck, its forked tongue flicking out as if tasting her aura. Finding it welcoming, finding a host that matched its own cold, calculating, and seductive wavelength. The massive snake melted. It slid seamlessly into her core without a single ounce of struggle. It was a perfect, frictionless absorption. Everyone's jaws dropped in sync. Varn, who was still clutching his bleeding chest and panting from his brutal wrestling match with the blood ape, stared at her with a mixture of absolute outrage and undeniable lust. His brain seemed to be short-circuiting at the fact that she had just achieved a higher tier binding than him by simply moaning. Kor and the other surviving boys looked like they had forgotten how to breathe, their eyes glued to Zara's glowing chest. Even Kira, standing at the edge of the clearing, blinked in sheer disbelief, her stoic warrior facade cracking as she muttered something under her breath about shameless exhibitionism. High Shaman Zephyra just sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose with a withered hand, as if Zara was a recurring headache she was simply too tired to deal with today. Impressive, Sol admitted, his analytical mind evaluating the data with professional respect, because he wasn't the type to sway easily. Even as he was forced to thoroughly appreciate the view for professional reason. High-tier flame core, highly stable. But her willpower is completely different from Varn's brute force. She didn't fight the snake. She, as strange as it sounded, seemed to simply seduce it. Didn't he know something like this was possible? But well, here we are. He looked at her straining deep valleys, and couldn't help nodding, of course professionally. She aligned her metaphysical wavelength with the beast, so it felt like a warm nest instead of cage. Incredibly high combat intelligence and emotional control. Zara opened her eyes. For a fraction of a second, her irises flashed with a vertical, reptilian slit, glowing with a toxic green light before returning to a deep, human dark brown. She turned and walked back to her spot, making sure her path brought her just inches away from Soul again. The heady scent of crushed jasmine, sweat, and the sharp, ozone tang of raw essence washed over him. "Your turn, Divine One," she whispered as she passed, her bare arm brushing deliberately against his body. "Let us see how big your capacity really is." Chapter 215. Soul's Turn Warnings. Chapter 215. Chapter 215. Soul South Turn Warnings. The grove fell dead silent. The remaining youths stepped forward one by one, their previous ambitions entirely crushed under the weight of mortality. They finished with mixed results. Thankfully, they knew their limits and didn't try to overreach. All of them bypassing the blood jades. A few did try, subjugating star stone ones, failed miserably, so with their eyes strictly averted for the temptation of the rare omen bloods. They chose the pale reed basket of quartz. There were no more fractured cores, no more blood spraying onto the pristine singing moss. There was just the heavy, exhausting, muscle-tearing friction of common binding. A river lizard that made a boy vomit river water. A forest hound that left a girl gasping on her hands and knees. A scorpion. A mud snake. They suffered. They bled from the nose. And they panted like dying men. But they survived, securing their baseline futures in the tribe. They would be the foot soldiers, the shield bearers, the reliable backbone of the Vaynar. As for heights above that, it would depend on their fate and second spirit they managed to get. Finally, the last of the initiates, a young girl, also claimed a common stone. The initiates sat slumped in a loose circle around the altar, clutching their glowing chests, nursing their physical and spiritual exhaustion. Zephyra leaned heavily on her wooden staff, her milky eyes finally settling on the man who had started this entire shift in the tribe's destiny. "The path is cleared," the high shaman said, her voice echoing softly into the mist, carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. "The baskets await you, Soul." Soul nodded and finally stepped forward. The heavy, measured crunch of his footsteps against the singing moss sounded uncomfortably loud in the hushed clear. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The exhausted youths lifted their heads, fighting through their pain to watch. Even Zaira, still basking in the flawless, seductive absorption of her shadow viper, leaned forward, her dark eyes tracking the broad lines of his shoulders. He walked past voluptuous Zaira, past the bleeding and humiliated Varn, who was still clutching his chest and glaring with toxic envy, and stopped before the monolithic stone altar. He looked down at the remaining soul stones. There were still a dozen left scattered in the baskets. Wolves, rock bears, stags. Elite beasts that had taken teams of hardened Vaynar warriors months, sometimes years, to track, weaken, break, and trap. The blood, sweat, and lives of the tribe's greatest hunters were distilled into these glowing, pulsing minerals. To a normal Vaynar warrior, this was a treasure trove beyond imagination. It was an armory of legendary weapons waiting to be claimed, a guaranteed ticket to the upper echelons of the tribal hierarchy. To Soul, the golden liquid essence inside his stomach was practically rolling its eyes. Soul looked at the stones, specifically the cloudy quartz and the speckled starstones. And honestly, despite his initial excitement when he had first entered the grove, they felt cold, dead. To his newly evolved senses, they were nothing more than pre-packaged souls, violently broken, tortured, and drained of their primal will, designed specifically to provide a fast and safe path for fragile human cores. They were nothing less than the training wheels. He reached out with his senses, letting the gravity of his endless sky core brush against the stones in the baskets. It wasn't a deliberate flex of power, just a careless, passive sweep of his internal ocean. Instantly, every single stone in the quartz and starstone baskets dimmed. The blue and orange lights flickered and died down to a dull, pathetic glow. The spectral beasts trapped inside didn't roar in challenge. They whimpered. The sheer, crushing density of Soul's unmasked essence terrified them into absolute, groveling submission. He could feel their metaphysical forms cowering against the mineral walls of their prisons, desperate to escape his gravitational pull. He knew, with absolute mathematical certainty, that he could even take all of them right now, simultaneously, and his mutated core wouldn't even feel the strain. But seeing this pathetic display, Soul frowned, a deep crease forming between his brows. If I anchor these weak souls, they'll just dilute my essence. They're simply too weak for my core. My golden liquid won't even have to work to suppress them. It will just crush them into a fine, useless paste instead of mutating them into something stronger. I'd be wasting my capacity. He needed something heavier, something that could actually survive the crushing pressure of his internal ocean without disintegrating, something that could fight back just enough to ignite the forge of his core. Every pair of eyes in the clearing was glued to him, painting the foggy ravine with varying expressions of envy, awe, and desperate curiosity, waiting to see what mythic soul the divine savior would claim. Soul ignored the common baskets entirely and turned his attention to the smallest basket sitting at the very center of the altar. The blood jades. There were exactly 7 of them, resting on a bed of thorny, crimson-stained vines. Unlike the other stones, these didn't dim or submit to the ambient pressure of his core. Instead, they pulsed with a stubborn, violent crimson light, fighting back against his gravity, maintaining their ferocious, untamed dignity. They felt heavy, ancient, and deeply dangerous. Finally, Soul thought, a spark of genuine excitement igniting in his chest. Some actual loot. He lifted his hand, his long fingers reaching for the smooth, freezing surface of the nearest blood jade. But just as his fingertips were a millimeter away from brushing the crimson stone, his previously heightened intuition, a primal survival instinct sharpened to a razor-edge edge of the previous adventures, screamed. Intense warning bells rang in his skull, sharp and agonizing as ice picks driven through his temples. His hand stopped dead in midair. His heart skipped a beat, the adrenaline spiking so fast it left a metallic taste in his mouth. He frowned heavily, his eyes narrowing at the stone. He slowly pulled his hand back an inch, and the piercing sense of danger instantly receded, fading back into a dull, manageable hum. Coincidence? Soul thought. He was not a man who believed in arbitrary evil or random bad luck. He shifted his stance and reached for a different blood jade on the opposite side of the basket. Immediately, the alarm in his head blared again. A cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck, the hair on his arms standing straight up. He subsequently hovered his hand over the 3rd stone, then the 4th, then the 5th. He passed his palm over all 7 of the blood jades. Without exception, every single one triggered a visceral, biological warning to back away. It was the same instinct that tells a human to pull their hand from a burning fire or to freeze when a venomous snake rattles in the brush. His frown etched even deeper, carving harsh lines into his face. This wasn't the natural danger of a powerful, angry beast. A lord beast would radiate pride, rage, or violent intent. This felt different. Deciding to stop guessing, he activated his crimson sight. Instantly, the physical world in front of him washed away into a monochromatic spectrum of heat and spiritual density. When he focused his enhanced vision strictly on the blood jades, applying a bit of mental effort to bypass the incredibly dense, warded mineral shells, he finally peeked inside the prisons. What he saw made his breath hitch violently in his throat. Chapter 216. Corrupted Blood Jades. Chapter 216. Chapter 216. Corrupted blood jades. There were indeed beast souls inside. But instead of the brightly colored, wildly thrashing spectral forms he had seen in the other stones, the souls inside the blood jades were pitch black. It wasn't just an absence of light. It was a sickening, oily void. They weren't just angry at being trapped. They were thrashing around madly, tearing at their own metaphysical flesh with spectral jaws, completely and utterly insane. It looked like a spiritual cancer, a black rot that had eaten away the pride and sanity of the Lord Beasts, leaving only a rabid, infectious madness. He thought there was something uniquely wrong with that specific stone and hurriedly shifted his focus to the next one. But again, all of them were the exact same. Pitch black, violently corrupted, and radiating a mindless, feral madness that made his stomach churn. If he had anchored one of these into his core, the oily black rot would have flooded his endless sky. On the other side of the altar, High Shaman Zephyra had been watching him closely, seeing the constantly changing colors flash through his eyes, the sudden halting of his hand, and the deeply darkening expression on Sol's face. She couldn't help but speak, breaking the tense, breathless silence of the grove. "So, is there something wrong?" Sol dropped his hand, his jaw clenching. He deactivated his crimson sight, the colorful, foggy world rushing back into view. "I think something is very wrong with these blood jades." "Impossible," Zephyr snapped, speaking without a second of hesitation. "There is no way something could be wrong with these vessels. They have been with us for countless generations. Even though no one has possessed the capacity to claim them in these past few hundred years, they are our most precious ancestral heritage. They are guarded specially by an elder at all times." A shocked murmur rippled through the grove. The initiates looked at the exchange with bewildered, wide-eyed expressions. To question the integrity of the blood jades was not just an insult. It was akin to spitting directly on the graves of the warriors who had died bleeding to trap those beasts. "I understand their history," Sol insisted, his voice low and unyielding, refusing to be cowed by her outrage. "But I'm telling you, there is something definitely wrong with the souls inside these stones." Kia, who had been watching from the edge of the clearing, was unable to stand back any longer. Seeing the rising hostility, she stepped forward, her armor clinking softly. After greeting the High Shaman with a hasty, respectful bow, she moved directly to Sol's side, nudging his arm. "What happened?" Kira whispered, her stormy eyes wide with concern. "I was just about to touch them," Sol murmured back, keeping his eyes locked on the crimson stones. "But my instincts went crazy. I think there is some kind of deep corruption inside. You may not feel it, but my sense of danger is screaming right now. If someone anchors those, they 1T gain a phantom. They LL just go insane." Kira frowned deeply, her eyes scanning the basket of seemingly pristine crimson stones. This was unprecedented. It was the first time something like this had happened in the recorded history of the Rite of Sol. She didn't know what to do. Her lifelong loyalty to the tribe and its sacred traditions was warring violently with her absolute, battle-forged trust in the man who had pulled her from the jaws of death just yesterday. Zephyra stepped up to the altar. With trembling hands, she carefully picked up one of the blood jades. She examined the intricate runic carvings, traced the smooth surface, and felt the ambient temperature. She closed her milky eyes, extending her shamanic senses, feeling the stone's resonance. But she found absolutely nothing amiss. If it were anyone else, Varn, Jero, or even Kira, she would have simply dismissed them as being cowardly or alarmist, ordering them to choose a weaker stone and be done with it. But the problem was the young man standing in front of her. He wasn't someone normal. He was wearing the divine envoy-esque clothes. He had seemingly materialized from thin air in the middle of the battlefield. He had effortlessly pulverized a sacred relic with his bare hands. And most importantly, he possessed a core that completely dwarfed the legendary Sun Core. If the Divine One said the stones were poisoned, she could not simply dismiss it. But Zephyra also knew her own limits. Because she was a high shaman, her path was one of spiritual communion. She was not a phantom warrior. She didn't possess a beast soul herself, nor did she have the internal core to directly interface with them. She carefully, reverently lowered the crimson stone back into the thorny basket. "Go and bring Chief Alara," Zephyra ordered, turning to a young priestess standing nearby. Her voice was strained, betraying her rising panic. "Now," the priestess bowed deeply and hurried away, her orange robes snapping in the wind as she vanished into the silver fog toward the upper levels of the great Heartwood. In this situation, the only person who could definitively resolve the matter was the war chief. Velara was the most knowledgeable about the violent, unpredictable ways of beast souls. And most importantly, as a Layer 4 warrior, a true powerhouse of the region, she possessed a deeper, more visceral understanding of essence than anyone else alive in the tribe. Hearing the order, Kira nudged him again, her voice tight with anxiety. "Are you sure about this?" Sol looked down at her and nodded with absolute, unshakable confidence. Seeing the iron certainty in his crimson eyes, Kira didn't say another word. She crossed her arms and waited patiently by his side, forming a silent, protective wall. Below the altar, the other initiates looked even more bewildered, muttering nervously among themselves. Meanwhile, Zaira, standing just a few paces away, watched Kira and Sol with a glint in her dark eyes. Her hands clenched into involuntary fists at her sides, her nails digging into her palms. But a moment later, she smoothed her features, perfectly controlling her expression, and slipped seamlessly back into the charming, seductive persona she wore like armor. They didn't have to wait long. The heavy, rhythmic thud of armored boots announced the arrival. The majestic war chief Velara entered the grove, parting the silver mist with her sheer physical presence. But she wasn't alone. Flanking her were several senior figures of the tribe, including Elder Thorn and Elder Harkan. The initiates immediately dropped to one knee, greeting Velara with deep, respectful salutes. Velara nodded curtly, her piercing gaze locked onto the altar. Reaching the stones, she looked between the pale Zephyra and the unervingly calm Sol. "What has happened here?" The messenger said the rite was halted. Kira stepped up, standing tall before her mother, and quickly reiterated the whole matter. She explained Sol's sudden hesitation, the intense warning of his instincts, and his incredible claim that the ancestral bloodjades were completely corrupted from the inside out. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the war chief's entourage shifted drastically. Shock, outrage, and deep confusion painted the scarred faces of the elders. But the expression on Elder Thorn's face was entirely different from the others. While the other elders looked genuinely horrified at the prospect of their heritage being tainted, Thorn's eyes widened not in shock, but in alarm. And for a fraction of a second, before it was expertly masked by feigned, righteous outrage. Chapter 217. Chief's Arrival. Chapter 217. Chapter 217. Chief's arrival. Before the chief could examine the stones, Thorn stepped forward, his hook nose casting a sharp shadow over his face. "With all due respect to our guest, I think this is nothing but a frightened boy making up nonsense," Thorn spat, his voice laced with venomous condescension that echoed loudly in the ravine. "There is no physical way something could be wrong with the Bloodjades. They are impenetrable. I think the truth is much simpler and much more pathetic." Thorn turned to address the crowd, gesturing dramatically at Sol. He approached the altar. He felt the terrifying, crushing weight of the apex beasts inside. He realized that he simply doesn't have the willpower or the capacity to subjugate a lord beast, but his massive pride wouldn't let him admit defeat in front of the tribe. So, he fabricated this ridiculous story of corruption to save face in front of others. A tense ripple spread instantly through the grove. To the highly pragmatic, martial minds of the Vaynar warriors, Thorn's logic seemed far more plausible. It was incredibly common for warriors to overestimate themselves and back down in fear. It was infinitely easier to believe a mysterious young man was a coward trying to protect his ego than to believe their most sacred, impenetrable ancestral heritage had somehow magically rotted from the inside out without anyone noticing. Two elders, longtime political allies standing faithfully by Thorn's side, immediately chimed in to support the narrative. "Elder Thorn speaks reason," the first elder sneered, glaring at Sol with open disdain. It seems highly probable. The boy is just overwhelmed by the true power of the Vanar. I didn't think this divine one could be such a cowardly, deceitful person, the second elder added, shaking his head with exaggerated disappointment, making up tall tales to avoid hardship and save his fragile ego. TCH. What a waste of a brilliant core, ruined by the weak spirit of a liar. Through the barrage of insults, Sol didn't say a single word in his own defense. He didn't yell, he didn't argue, and he didn't draw his weapon. He simply stood there, his arms casually crossed over his broad chest, a cold, intensely knowing sneer playing on his lips as he looked past Thorn, directly at Chief Velara. Because since she had arrived at the altar, Velara hadn't looked at him, and she hadn't looked at Thorn. Her eyes had been fixed intensely on the blood jades. It seemed she, too, had sensed something foul in the air. Sol remained utterly silent, letting his silence project confidence. But Kira couldn't hold back her fury. Sol isn't that type of person. She retorted. He pulverized the sunstone. He doesn't need to lie about capacity. If he says there is something wrong with the stones, there is something wrong. What should a naive, love-struck child like you know of the deep spiritual arts? The first elder snapped back dismissively, waving a hand at her. Kira looked outraged, wanted to speak further, but someone was faster than her. Can't you old fools shut your mouths for a few damn moments? Elder Harkan suddenly roared, stepping forward, his massive, scarred frame dwarfing the other elders, his voice booming like thunder. Can't you see the chief hasn't spoken yet? Hold your venomous tongues, and let us wait to see what she has to say. Thorn flinched internally at the rebuke, but his dark heart was racing with triumph. Let them look, he thought, his pulse drumming. Examine them all you want, Velara. It is the Jarwin's special poison, a highly classified liquid shadow designed specifically to bypass physical wards and target beast souls, rotting their minds, ensuring that the moment a warrior anchors them, the beast will tear the host's sanity to shreds, making them feral. Confident in the undetectable nature of the Jarwin, Thorn regained his calm, composed expression. He nonchalantly raised a hand in a magnanimous gesture of peace. Of course, Harkan, my apologies for my passion, Thorn said smoothly. We should all wait for the chief's absolute wisdom. Let her prove the boy wrong. On the other side of the altar, Chief Velara ignored the bickering. She kept her intense gaze locked on the blood jades. Initially just standing there, she and T felt anything unusual. But out of an abundance of precaution and a growing trust in the strange young man who had saved her daughter, she pushed her own essence outward, blanketing the 3 crimson stones. The moment her aura touched the jade, a violent, involuntary shudder ran down her spine. As a Layer 4 warrior, her senses were extremely sharp. The feeling was completely, horrifyingly wrong. It didn't feel like the proud, suppressed rage of a lord beast. It felt like dragging her bare hand through a pile of rotting, maggot-infested meat. It was a sensation of pure, spiritual decay. Velara's eyes widened in sheer horror. She stepped back, her boots scraping against the stone, and without a word of warning, she immediately manifested her phantom. This was the first time Sol had seen the fully manifested phantom of the chief. In the high hall, she had only partially manifested its aura to exert pressure. But this was the real deal, and he had to admit it was genuinely, terrifyingly majestic. The air pressure in the grove plummeted instantly, making ears pop. The silver fog was violently blown away. Ozone crackled violently in the air, raising the hairs on Sol's arms. A beast materialized above Velara, casting a massive shadow over the altar, perfectly suiting the war chief of the Vanar. As Sol took a closer look, he realized it wasn't just a standard, oversized white tiger. It was something far more ancient. Its frame was towering, significantly larger than any normal tiger, its massive shoulders sitting as high as a war beast's back. Its hide was as pale as bleached bone, streaked not with stripes, but with jagged, Glowing golden scars that looked like lightning strikes burned directly into its fur. Its fangs didn't look feline at all. They curved long, uneven, and brutal, resembling the tusks of a mammoth more than teeth, and thick, electrified essence mist dripped constantly from their razor-sharp tips, sizzling as it hit the moss. But it was the eyes that truly made everyone feel deep fear. They were not the eyes of an animal. They were deep, swirling pits of a blue lightning storm, devoid of pupils or irises. Its mane was ragged and wild, bristling like dark storm clouds, and its massive paws ended in black, obsidian stone shard that literally gouged deep trenches into the earth beneath it just by existing. Unlike the phantom Soul had seen Korg use in his final, disparate moments, or the golden lion beast from the battlefield, this creature was infinitely more ferocious. It felt tangible. It felt real. The moment the storm tiger fully appeared, it didn't look at the crowd. It immediately snapped its massive head downward, locking its storm cloud eyes onto the basket of blood jades. And with a fury that physically shook the silver leaves from the ancient trees, the majestic beast bared its dripping, electrified tusks, reared its head back, and unleashed a deafening, earth-shattering roar of pure, unadulterated hatred at the corrupted stones. Chapter 218. Nothing left? Chapter 218. Chapter 218. Nothing left? The roar was not merely a sound. It was a kinetic metaphysical force. It hit the clearing like a physical shockwave. The silver mist was violently blown back, clearing the grove in an instant. The blue glowing moss on the ancient trees flared blindingly bright, struggling to withstand the sudden spike in atmospheric pressure. Several of the weaker initiates, already exhausted from their bindings, were literally lifted off their feet and thrown flat onto their backs. Even the stoic Kira had to plant her boots firmly, throwing an arm over her face to shield herself from the sheer gale-force wind generated by the storm tiger's lungs. Other elders were much better and weren't thrown out or anything, but were still struggling due to intense pressure. In the baskets behind the altar, the quartz and starstones rattled against each other in sheer, unadulterated terror. The spirits inside were trying to dig themselves deeper into the mineral out of fear. Only the ones inside thrashed around in agitation, desperately attacking the mineral, as if to come out and swallow it too. Only Sol, Velara, and Zephyr stood completely unmoved. Zephyr did that thanks to her mysterious powers. Velara, for obvious reason, as it was her summon, it would have been a joke if she was thrown away. As for Sol, while the world around him was caught in a hurricane of spiritual pressure, the heavy, golden liquid inside his chest acted as a flawless, gravitational anchor. He didn't even flinch. He just stood there, his dark cloak snapping wildly in the wind, watching the storm tiger with deep, appreciative awe. Now that, he thought, a slow smirk touching his lips is a proper boss-level summon. The particle effects alone are a 10 out of 10. Chief Velara raised her hand, her expression twisted into a mixture of grief and pure, unadulterated rage. The storm tiger snapped its massive, tusk-like jaws shut, its lightning-filled eyes glaring at the blood jades one last time with absolute disgust before it dissolved back into the chief's aura. It left nothing but the sharp, biting smell of scorched ozone in its wake. Velara didn't speak immediately. The silence that followed the roar was deafening. She reached out, her hand trembling slightly, and hovered her palm inches over the crimson stones. "They're dead," she whispered. Her voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone. The absolute despair in her voice was somehow heavier than the tiger's roar. "Chief." Elder Harkin stepped forward, his scarred face paling. "What do you mean, dead? They are ancestral jades. They cannot simply die. The wards, the spirits inside, they are gone." Velara cut him off, her voice rising, thick with a volatile mixture of sorrow and burning, murderous rage. "No, worse than gone. They have been hollowed out, rotted. There is a vile, creeping shadow infused into the jade, a poison of the soul. If any warrior had attempted to anchor these, the corrupted essence would have instantly flooded their mind. They wouldn't have just failed. The Blackroot would have shattered their sanity. They would have been turned into feral, rabid husks. Right here in the grove, a collective, horrified gasp echoed through the clearing. The initiates stared at the blood jades, as if they were venomous serpents waiting to strike. Varn, who was still clutching his bleeding chest at the edge of the circle, suddenly looked as pale as a fresh corpse. He fell to his knees, his breath catching in his throat as he stared at the crimson stones. He realized just how agonizingly close his arrogant, blind pride had brought him to a fate infinitely worse than death. If he had managed to trigger that stone, he would have slaughtered everyone here before his own body tore itself apart. Elder Thorn's face went entirely rigid, the blood draining from his sharp features until he looked sculpted from wax. His heart slammed against his ribs like a trapped bird beating itself to death against a cage. How? His mind screamed, panic threatening to claw its way up his throat and shatter his composure. The Jarrowan bastard swore the liquid shadow was utterly undetectable. It leaves no physical trace, no scent, no thermal footprint. How in the names of the ancestors did this outsider sense it? Thorn's dark eyes darted frantically towards Sol. He didn't know if it was his guilty conscience playing tricks on him or if it was real, but the boy was just standing there, arms casually crossed over his broad chest, watching him with a calm, piercing, intensely knowing gaze that made his skin crawl. It was the exact look of a seasoned hunter who had already seen the trap, bypassed it, and was now just waiting to see what the panicked prey would do next. At a moment like this, he knew he had to act, and act flawlessly, or he would be executed before the sun fully rose. He forced his facial muscles into a mask of horrified outrage. He stepped forward, raising his hands to the heavens. "Sacrilege!" Thorn bellowed, his voice trembling with perfectly feigned fury. He even managed to summon a look of tearful devastation to his eyes. Absolute sacrilege! Who could have done this? The Bloodjades are the very soul of the Vaynar. What monster would poison our most sacred heritage? Sol's internal monologue practically gave a standing ovation. Oh, beautiful pivot, Thorn. A solid 9 out of 10 for the quick recovery. Give the man an Oscar already. He didn't know for an absolute, verifiable fact who did this yet, but rule number 1 of the classical betrayal arc was universal. The loudest voice demanding justice in a room is almost always the guy desperately trying to hide the bloody knife. But Sol kept his mouth shut. It was time to spring the trap on Thorn yet. If it was really him, he needed concrete proof, not just suspicion and gut feeling to take down a senior elder of the tribe. This is a catastrophe, the first elder stammered, the man who had insulted Sol moments ago, now looking entirely deflated. He dropped to his knees. His previous arrogance had evaporated like mist. He looked at the ruined stones, as if looking at the corpses of his own children. Without the Lord Beasts, we will have no apex beast in our next generations. Other elders weren't much better. These battle-hardened veterans who didn't even flinch upon countless deaths looked as if their souls had left the bodies. We are defenseless at the top, Harkin muttered, his massive fists clenching helplessly. Zephyra leaned against the altar, looking suddenly 10 years older. The crushing weight of the tribe's lost history seemed to crush her thin shoulders. Generations of blood spilled to claim those beasts gone. The high shaman slowly turned her milky, sorrowful eyes toward Sol. "You have saved the lives of our finest, Sol," Zephyra said, her voice thick with genuine, overwhelming emotion. Slowly, painfully, she bowed her head to him, a gesture of profound, unprecedented respect from a high shaman that made the grieving initiates and other elders widen their eyes in shock. Chief Velara immediately followed suit. She turned fully to Sol, standing tall, and slammed her armored fist over her heart in the highest tribal salute. The heavy thud of bone on bone echoed in the quiet grove. "The Vaynar owe you a debt we cannot easily repay," Velara stated, her piercing eyes meeting his with absolute sincerity. If you had not spoken, if some genius of our tribe had talent and attempted the binding, the resulting feral explosion would have definitely killed the initiates in this grove, even greatly damaging the whole tribe. But the tragedy remains, Zephyra continued, gesturing weakly to the baskets with a trembling hand. Our heritage is ruined. The blood jades are now poison. And for a warrior with a core as vast as yours, the remaining stone will definitely not suffice. I am deeply, profoundly sorry. We have nothing better left to offer you. The grove descended into a heavy, mourning silence. The initiates looked down at the moss in despair. The Great Awakening, which was supposed to herald their salvation and turn the tide of the encroaching war, had just revealed a crippling, fatal vulnerability. The Savior had arrived, but the armory was empty. He had no weapon, nothing left. Soul, deep, rumbling voice broke the silence. It didn't hold a single trace of disappointment. It didn't hold sorrow or pity. In fact, to the absolute bewilderment of the grieving elders and the weeping youths, it sounded almost amused. Honestly, it would have been an absolute lie if he said that he wasn't disappointed. But he knew that it would be useless to just mope around, and it's not like he really had no way. He uncrossed his arms. The heavy, golden liquid in his chest surged, a tidal wave of anticipation crashing against the metaphysical walls of his sun core. He stepped forward. He walked right past the morning war chief, who looked up at him in confusion. He stepped past the sputtering, sweating Thorn, who flinched as shadow fell over him. He walked right past the ruined basket of blood jades without a second glance. He stopped at the very edge of the monolithic stone altar, planting his boots firmly, and looked out into the deepest, darkest corner of the ravine. "You're wrong, High Shaman," Soul said, a feral, confident grin slowly spreading across his face. He raised his hand and pointed a single finger directly into the unnatural darkness. To normalize, there was nothing there but shadows and gnarled roots. Chapter 219 I Gatego. Chapter 219. Chapter 219 I Gatego. Where does that path lead? Soul asked. His long, steady finger was aimed straight past the monolithic altar, past the glowing runic boundaries of Shamanic Grove, directly into the churning, impenetrable wall of dark fog that marked the edge of the known tribal territory. Kira flinched violently. The sound of her bone armor rattling in the quiet clearing was stark. She followed his gaze into the swirling darkness, and her stormy gray eyes widened in absolute, unadulterated horror. Seemingly realizing his insane intentions, Kira hurriedly stepped directly into his line of sight, planting her hands on his chest to physically block his view, lest the Divine One get a crazy idea that would get him slaughtered before the sun rose. "Don't," Kira breathed, her voice a frantic, desperate whisper. "Don't even think about going there, Soul. That is the true, deep woods. The Great Orth." She swallowed hard, looking over her shoulder at the fog as if it might reach out and grab her. "That's the domain of the savage beasts. No one goes there for their first awakening. The spirits in that darkness are completely untamed. They aren't just feral. They are ancient. They are sovereigns of their own domains, ruling over hundreds of lesser beasts. To enter that fog with an empty, unanchored core is to invite instant feralization. The ambient essence alone is so thick and violent it will make you go crazy before a beast even finds you." Soul looked down at her terrified face. He slowly lowered his pointing hand. He met her panicked gaze and gave a slow, serious nod of comprehension. Seeing this, Kira's rigid shoulders finally slumped. She let out a long, shaky sigh of profound relief, dropping her hands from his chest. She stepped back, genuinely believing she had managed to convince him of the sheer, suicidal lunacy of the idea. But behind Soul's calm, serious expression, his mind was operating on a completely different frequency. A high-level zone. Soul's internal monologue deduced instantly. Uncapped spawns. High-tier bosses. No safety nets. Mean higher level of bloodlines. He looked back at the fog. As Kira and Zephyra had explained, a warrior's first soul was the foundational bedrock of their entire progression. It dictated their absolute ceiling. If he compromised now and picked a broken, half-dead spirit from a common quartz stone, his massive, endless sky core would be permanently bottlenecked by a weak chassis. Furthermore, the ticking clock was deafening in his ears. He couldn't just cower inside the relative safety of the Vaynar tribe forever, grinding low-level boars while playing politics with old men. He had to face the true threats of this savage world eventually. And honestly, the tribe wasn't even safe. The Jarrowan vanguard was coming. War was actively looming on the horizon. He still had to survive in this primitive, brutal place for an entire month, or possibly the rest of his natural life, depending on how Orpho's rules actually worked. If he ventured into the Great Orith and found a Lord Beast bloodline, it would be the perfect, overpowered anchor his golden liquid demanded. If he failed, or if the risk proved genuinely fatal, well, Soul reasoned pragmatically. I have the hyper-regenerated body and a frankly ridiculous speed stat. I can always just run away screaming, come back here, and settle for a depleted starstone as a backup. It was basic gamer logic. Always check the high-level dungeon first before settling for the starter gear. Soul took a deep breath, letting the heavy, ozone-scented air fill his lungs. He rolled his broad shoulders, looking past Kira to address the entire gathered council and the terrified initiates. I have decided, Soul declared, his voice a casual, nonchalant rumble that carried effortlessly across the singing moss. I will go into the Great Orith to try my luck. Instantly, the shamanic grove erupted. The sheer shock of the statement hit the tribe. Are you insane? Chief Villara snapped. Her stoic, impenetrable war chief composure finally, completely broke. She closed the distance between them in 3 massive, predatory strides, her cape of silver leaves snapping behind her. She stepped directly into his path, her imposing, armored frame blocking his way to the fog. That is the deep Great Orith, Villara roared, her voice echoing with the authority of a woman who had bled for every inch of her territory. You cannot simply decide to go there on a whim. Even my most skilled, battle-hardened Layer 3 warrior cannot guarantee their own survival in that darkness, let alone a newly awakened youth with absolutely no combat experience and an empty core. To walk in there alone is not bravery, Soul. It is suicide. You will die. Zephyra pleaded, her voice cracking with terror. The beautiful woman hobbled forward as fast as her legs could carry her, her wooden staff clicking frantically against the stones to stand beside the chief. Tears were literally pooling in the high shaman's milky eyes. So, please, you saved our youth today. You saved our heritage from massacre. Do not throw your own precious life away for a moment of youthful arrogance. The ancestors have blessed you with a vast core. Do not insult them by shattering it in the jaws of a beast. Soul looked at the 2 most powerful women in the tribe, recognizing the genuine, desperate care in their eyes. He didn't mock them. He gently, but firmly, placed a hand on the high shaman's frail shoulder and carefully moved her aside. I gotta go. High shaman, Soul said, his tones softening slightly, though his resolve remained absolute steel. He pointed dismissively back over his shoulder at the monolithic altar and the ruined basket of crimson stones. And those are already ruined. A poison well. I need a clean source, and I need a strong one. I have to go out there and try my luck. He took another step toward the boundary of the fog. Before Villara could physically draw her blade to restrain him, which she looked entirely ready to do, a smooth, oily voice cut through the damp air. Wait, Chief. Elder Thorn stepped forward. His dark cloak swirled around his ankles, and his dark eyes were gleaming with a sudden, intense, barely concealed malice. Perhaps, Thorn purred, his hook nose casting a sharp shadow over his thin smile. We are being far too cautious. Kira whipped her head around, her stormy gray eyes blazing with pure, unrestrained hatred. He will die, Elder Thorn. Kira screamed, abandoning all tribal decorum and respect for his rank. You know exactly how dangerous the deep forest is. You sent 3 scouting parties there last winter, and they came back as pieces of meat in a sack. Doi? Thorn asked smoothly, completely ignoring Kira's anger. He opened his hands wide, palms up, in a theatrical gesture of absolute innocence. He turned his gaze to the chief, and then, slowly, to Sol. "He is the Divine One, is he not?" Thorn asked, his voice dripping with weaponized reverence. He materialized from thin air delivered by the light. He pulverized the sacred sunstone with his bare, unanchored hands. Just moments ago, he saw through a catastrophic poison that our own revered high shaman and our mighty war chief could not detect. Thorn took a slow step closer, looking directly into Sol's crimson eyes. A poisonous, triumphant smile played on the elder's lips. If the goddess truly walks with him, if he is as vast and powerful as his core suggests, who are we, mere mortals of the dirt, to deny him his destiny? Let him enter the Orith. Let him try. Sol stared back at Thorn. His face was an unreadable mask of calm indifference. But internally, Sol's inner monologue was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Beautiful, Sol thought, mentally applauding the sheer, unadulterated audacity of the man. Absolutely beautiful. He knows he can't assassinate me openly now that I've saved the youths and earned the chief's favor. So, what does he do? He uses my own divine status to push me into a meat grinder. He wants the sovereign beasts of the forest to do his dirty work for him. It is a textbook, flawless villain maneuver. Sol knew exactly how to play this game. You don't argue with the villainous trap. You confidently step right onto the trapdoor and smile at them. Elder Thorn makes an excellent point, Sol said loudly, his deep voice startling everyone in the grove, especially Thorn. Chapter 220, Dreadwing's Chapter 220. Chapter 220, Dreadwing's Sol shot Thorn a knowing, razor-sharp, absolutely terrifying smirk. It was a look that said, I know exactly what you are doing and I don't care. Thorn's poisonous smile faltered instantly. The elder took a subconscious half-step back, suddenly feeling like he was the prey. It would be incredibly rude of me to refuse my birthright, Sol continued smoothly, turning away from the sweating elder to face the chief. I can't just stay here to hide behind wooden walls. Or you could just wait. Velara suggested frantically, her tactical mind racing for a compromise, seeing that his insistence was unbreakable. Stay in the village. We will mobilize the hunting parties. I will personally lead our strongest, most elite warriors into the deep Orith. We will track a high-level beast, weaken it, and bring it back to the grove for you to anchor safely. Kira immediately nodded heavily, her armor clattering. Yes. Yeah, that seems like a perfectly good option. We can hunt for you, Sol. Just give us a week. Sol shook his head slowly, rejecting the offer outright. That 1T work, Chief, and you know it, Sol said, his tone shifting from casual to the grim reality of a military commander. We are at war right now. The Jaroan vanguard is massing on your borders. If you take your strongest warriors, your layer 3 elites, and vanish into the deep woods for a week to hunt a single beast, it will leave the great Heartwood completely exposed. It will give the enemy the perfect chance to invade, breach the walls, and slaughter your people wantonly while you are out playing errand boy for me. Velara's jaw clicked shut. She hated it, but his tactical logic was absolutely flawless. She couldn't abandon the defense of the tribe. No need for more persuasion, Sol said, offering Kira and Velara a bright, surprisingly gentle smile. I can understand your fear, and I appreciate your concern. Truly. But I'm not as weak or as fragile as you might think. I have some unique abilities, and my physical body is vastly stronger than it looks. He tapped his chest, right over where his heavy, golden liquid core resided. It won't be easy for something to just snap me in half, Sol assured them, projecting absolute, unwavering confidence. And if there really is a fatal risk, if I run into something I absolutely cannot handle, I promise you, I will just turn around and run back. I'm pretty confident in my speed. I want to throw my life away. seeing the unyielding, iron resolve burning in his crimson eyes. Chief Valara knew that it would be utterly useless to attempt to persuade him any further. He was a force of nature, and you couldn't command the tide. She let out a long, heavy, incredibly weary sigh. She gave a slow, reluctant nod, her face settling back into the stern, hardened expression of a war chief who had seen her fair share of the world as brutality. Okay, Valara conceded, her voice gravelly. I understand. Kira opened her mouth to protest again, but Valara silenced her daughter with a sharp, raised hand. But the chief continued, pointing astern, gauntlet finger directly at Sol's chest. You must keep your pride in check. Do not wander too deeply into the dark. The periphery of the Great Orth is still somewhat safer than the depth eye. If you encounter a beast and you realize you cannot fight it out, do not try to brave through it. Do not let your ego trap you. You have a blindingly bright future ahead of you, Sol. There is absolutely no need to waste it in some brief, foolish burst of heroism. Understood, Chief, Sol nodded respectfully. Yeah, Zephyra croaked, hobbling forward again, her trembling hands clutching her staff. Listen to her, boy, and remember this above all else. No matter what happens, no matter what tracks you find, do not go into the eastern swamps. The High Shaman pointed a finger toward a specific, sickeningly dark patch of fog in the distance. That is where the Dreadwings nest, Zephyra warned, her voice dropping to a terrified whisper. They are one of the absolute most fearsome, unnatural beasts in the entirety of the Great Orth vicinity. Sol paused. He was arrogant in his physical cheats, but he wasn't stupid. Information was the currency of survival in a fantasy world. If he was going into a high-level zone, he needed the monster manual. Sol hummed thoughtfully, crossing his arms. What type of beast is it? I want to go in and take a calculated risk, High Shaman, but that doesn't mean I'm going to blindly throw my life away. Getting specific information on dangerous areas and apex predators would be extremely helpful. Zephyra closed her milky eyes, shivering as if a cold wind had just blown through her bones. The mere memory of the creatures seemed to physically drain her. They are an abomination of the sky, Zephyra began, her voice taking on the rhythmic, haunting cadence of a tribal storyteller reciting a nightmare. Picture a beast with a wingspan wider than 3 or 4 fully grown, armored men standing shoulder to shoulder, she described, her hands outlining a massive shape in the air. Their wings are not made of feathers or leathery skin. They are entirely translucent, like thin, stretched crystal, but they are deeply streaked with thick, pulsing black veins that glow with a sickening, faint light when the storm clouds gather. Sol visualized it, his mind rendering the creature in high definition. A giant, corrupted insectoid. Their bodies are incredibly long, Zephyra continued, her voice trembling. Segmented and heavily armored like overlapping plates of jagged gray stone. They possess massive, wicked spines jutting aggressively from their thorax, designed to impale anything that tries to drop on them from above. Chief Valara stepped in, taking over the description with the grim, clinical accuracy of a warrior who had fought them and lost good men to their jaws. Their mandibles curve outward and inward like paired, hooked executioner S-blades. Valara stated, her eyes dark with terrible memories, and they are constantly dripping with a highly corrosive venom. It is a foul liquid that literally smokes and burns the grass when it touches the earth. It melts bone in seconds. And their eyes? She couldn't help pause remembering them. They are vast, bulging, faceted like thousands of shattered, cursed gems. They glow a sickly, toxic green, or sometimes a burning amber, depending on the phase of the high moon. But the true horror is not how they look, Sol, Zephyra interrupted, slamming her staff into the moss for emphasis. It is how they sound. Their flight is utterly deafening. It is a thrumming, vibrating, mechanical roar that literally shakes the branches of the ancient trees and makes the blood vessels in your own head hum until they feel like bursting. The High Shaman stepped closer to him. Listen to me carefully, Sol, Zephyra pleaded, staring up into his face. If you're walking in the deep woods and you hear a sound like 1,000 war drums vibrating in the sky, just run. Drop your weapons, abandon your pride, and do not stop. Do not even look back over your shoulder. Just run as fast as your legs can possibly carry you. They do not hunt alone like proud Lord Blood beasts, Valara added grimly. They hunt in massive, coordinated packs. They swoop down from the canopy like diving skyhawks, but they strike with the terrifying mathematical precision of an insect swarm. Their crystal wings slice through the air with enough sheer physical force to knock smaller beasts and heavily armored men completely off balance before the mandibles even reach them. Zephyra nodded slowly, her blind eyes staring into the dark fog of the eastern swamps. And they are ravenous, the old woman finished, her voice a papery rasp. They feed on both the physical flesh and the spiritual essence of their prey. When a pack of dreadwings descends upon a herd, they do not leave bones to be scavenged. They drain the meat, the marrow, and the soul, until only dry, hollow, crumbling husks remain scattered in the mud. The shamanic grove was dead silent, the terrifying lore hanging over the initiates like a shroud. The ancient legends of the ancestors carry a specific warning. Zephyra whispered to the wind. To see a single dreadwing circling in the sky above your village is the ultimate omen of famine, of massacre, or of war. For they devour not only the weak prey of the earth, but they devour the very spirits that give the world life. Soul stood in the silence, processing the horrifying description. Translucent, veined wings, stone armor, bone-melting venom, faceted gem eyes, pack-hunting essence drainers. He uncrossed his arms. A slow, terrifying, and completely inappropriate grin spread across his face, his crimson eyes burning with absolute, unrestrained excitement. Chapter 221, Preparations for Adventure. Chapter 221. Chapter 221, Preparations for Adventure. Soul stood in the silence, processing the horrifying description. Translucent, veined wings, stone armor, bone-melting venom, faceted gem eyes, pack-hunting essence drainers. He uncrossed his arms. A slow, terrifying, and completely inappropriate grin spread across his face, his crimson eyes burning with absolute, unrestrained excitement. But a second later, the sharp instincts hammered into his newly forged cells kicked in, dumping a bucket of cold water over his rising adrenaline. Damn, Soul thought, violently reeling in his runaway imagination. He quickly composed his features, wiping the feral grin from his face. I need to get a grip. My seeking death brain is taking over. Yes, a Lord-rank beast spirit is the ultimate loot drop, but my actual life is infinitely more important. Plot armor doesn't exist in reality, and I'm only a weak kid in this brutal world. If I die, there are no respawns, no checkpoints. Still, he couldn't completely discard the idea. Let us keep the Dreadwing as a main focus. If I happen to see a weak, lone straggler separated from the pack, it wouldn't hurt to try and gank it. Otherwise, I'll just explore the other areas and try my luck looking for other Omen blood beasts. Seeing Soul's expression stabilize back into calm determination, Chief Valara turned her imposing frame toward the High Shaman. Someone, Valara commanded, her voice ringing with the absolute authority of a war chief preparing a soldier for the front lines. Take him to the armory. Give him all the necessary equipment, the finest hardened bone armor we have that fits his frame, and fetch our highest grade beast repellent powder. Give him a full pouch. Before anyone could even nod her head, Elder Thorn stepped forward, his face twisting into an ugly scowl. Impossible, Thorn interrupted, his voice echoing sharply in the damp clearing. Chief, that repellent powder is incredibly rare. It requires a dozen different toxic flora from the deep swamps, and takes months to refine a single batch. We need that for our border patrols against the Jerwin Vanguard. There is absolutely no need to waste it on him. Valara didn't yell or argue. She simply turned her head slowly, fixing Thorn with a stare so cold and heavy it felt like the gaze of a hungry predator. The lightning-scarred storm tiger might have vanished back into her core, but the sheer predatory pressure of a Layer 4 warrior radiated from her eyes. "That," Velara said, her voice dropping to a dangerously quiet rumble, "is my order." Thorn's jaw instantly clicked shut. He swallowed hard, all his bravado vanishing as his face paled slightly under his hood, and he smartly took a half-step back, lowering his head in submission. Because no matter what, Velara was a Layer 4 warrior, and normally as a war chief, she is pretty tolerant. But when she get angry, they all have to obediently bow their heads if they don't want their heads to roll on the ground. And yes, it is not just a hypothetical situation. She had literally done something like this when she just came to power, and many were still opposing. She didn't care about seniority or traditions and went on a killing spree. Velara turned her attention back to Sol. The harshness in her eyes faded slightly, replaced by the calculating gaze of a military commander. "Take a few of my warriors with you," the chief offered, gesturing to the silent, heavily muscled guards standing at the perimeter of the grove. They are experienced pathfinders. They know the terrain, they know the warning signs of the deep woods, and they can help you manage the situation if you stumble into a dangerous beast-s territory. Sol looked at the hardened warriors. Having a vanguard to draw aggro while he analyzed the beast would be tactically sound. But then he remembered the ace up his sleeve, his domination power. The free use absolute command he had awakened. It was a terrifying, deeply invasive cheat that allowed him to shatter the will of a target. He had no idea what it would look like when used on the feral beasts here, but he absolutely could not risk using it with an audience. If the tribe saw him overriding a monster-s free will without fighting it, they wouldn't see a divine savior. They see a dark sorcerer. "I appreciate the offer, Chief," Sol declined politely, offering a respectful nod. "But I would like to give it a try myself. Alone, a pack of warriors will only draw more attention and scent. If I am alone, I can move faster and stay hidden." Velara studied him for a long moment. To her, this sounded exactly like the stubborn eccentricity of a peerless genius. She was a genius of her own generation. She understood the deep, instinctual need to forge one's own path without the crutch of elders holding your hand. She let out a heavy sigh, the sound rustling the silver leaves on her cape. "Very well," Velara conceded. "Do as you wish, Sol. Just don't die. I'll be back before you know it," Sol replied with a bright, confident smile. The grove shifted instantly into preparation mode. The terrified initiates watched from the sidelines with a chaotic mix of expressions: awe, lingering jealousy from Varn, and an intense, burning curiosity from Zara, who tracked Sol's every movement with her dark, predatory eyes. The priestesses moved quickly. They brought him a set of proper, tribal warrior clothes. Gone was his previous neat, casual attire, replaced by dark, supple leather treated with tree sap to resist moisture. Over his chest and shoulders, they strapped plates of hardened, polished bone, the remains of some massive, unnamed beast. Surprisingly light, but incredibly sturdy. Next came the weapons. They handed him a heavy, beautifully balanced spear. The shaft was made of petrified void oak, dark as the night sky, and the spearhead was a jagged, foot-long piece of chipped obsidian that gleamed with a lethal sharpness. Finally, they strapped a thick leather belt around his waist, equipping him with 3 short knives, one carved from dense bone, one chipped from flint, and one made of a strange, iridescent metallic where he couldn't identify. They handed him a thick water skin and a woven pouch packed tightly with dried, heavily salted essence meat and a handful of glowing star fruits. Lastly, Zephyra personally tied a small, tightly sealed leather sack to his belt, the rare beast repellent powder. Use this only when in danger. It will help you hide from the beasts. If you just want them to avoid you, just a bit of it would be enough, but if you happen to be in a dangerous situation and need to avoid their perception, use all of it at once. She instructed carefully. Sol nodded with utmost respect. Finally, she reached into a small, heavily warded pouch at her waist and held out her pale, soft hand. Resting in her palm were two smooth, freezing cold crimson stones. Blood jades. I refined these personally, Zephyr said, her voice dropping to a low, serious murmur meant only for him. They are completely pure, free from the rot that claimed the ancestral jades. Listen to me, soul. When you find your target and fell it, do not attempt the binding in the wild. Chapter 222. Entering the Orith Forest. Chapter 222. Chapter 222. Entering the Orith Forest the moment the beast dies, place the jade directly onto its corpse. The runes will draw the fleeing spirit in and trap it. She pressed the precious stones into his hand, her grip firm. Then just bring it back to the tribe. Once you are safe behind our walls, the entire council will stand with you and help you subdue it. Understood, Soul said, nodding thankfully. He took the blood jades, examining them carefully. To his crimson sight, they were pristine. They didn't have the oily, black void of the poisoned stones. They were beautifully empty vessels, practically humming with a clean, hungry resonance. He carefully tucked them into a secure, inner pocket of his leather tunic, right over his heart. As he finished adjusting the straps on his bone armor, Kira stepped up to him. The stoic warrior princess looked incredibly conflicted, her hands fidgeting near the hilt of her sword. Soul, Kira began, her voice tight. I know you said you want to go alone, but let me come with you. I know the outskirts of the great Orith better than anyone my age. I can at least watch your back. Soul looked at her. He genuinely liked Kira. She was straightforward, fierce, and fiercely loyal. But having her there would ruin his entire strategy. He needed to be alone to test the limits of his golden liquid core and his domination cheat. He had to decline, but he needed to do it smoothly. Fortunately, years of writing fantasy tropes gave him the perfect dialogue tree. I need you to stay here, Kira, Soul said, his voice dropping into a solemn, heroic register. He placed a hand gently on her armored shoulder. This is my trial. But more importantly, the Zhuruan vanguard is out there. If there's a traitor or spies lurking, the tribe needs its best warriors guarding the walls. I can only venture into that darkness because I know you are here, protecting my back from afar. Kira's breath hitched. A faint dusting of pink crossed her scarred cheeks. Her posture straightened, the heavy burden of duty overriding her anxiety. I understand, Kira said, her voice firming up with renewed resolve. She stepped back and slammed her fist over her heart. May the ancestors shield your path, Soul. We will hold the line here. See you soon, Soul nodded. He turned his back on the altar, the elders, and the safety of the singing moss. Gripping his heavy obsidian spear, he walked directly into the churning, impenetrable wall of dark fog. The transition was immediate and visceral. The moment the silver mist of the shamanic grove closed behind him, the ambient temperature plummeted. The comforting, low hum of the singing moss vanished entirely, replaced by a profound, oppressive silence that felt thick enough to choke on. This was the Great Orith, the massive, endless jungle that dominated the world, a place where primitive tribes clung to the edges of survival and ancient, intelligent races waged brutal wars in the shadows. There were no grand cities here, no sprawling kingdoms of stone and steel. There was only the canopy, the roots, and the blood spilled in between. Soul oriented himself. The chief had warned him about the eastern swamps where the dreadwings nested. He didn't want to walk directly into the jaws of a Lord Beast-esque pack right out of the gate, but he also didn't want to head directly opposite to the absolute safest areas, as it would be meaningless for his goal. For a moment, he couldn't decide which path to go, so he closed his eyes and used a tried and tested method found on Earth. He took a breath and, extending the index finger of his right hand, he spun on the spot, eeny, meeny, may moo, which way should I go? When he stopped, he found that his finger was pointing towards the northeast. Okay, north by northeast, I knew this method was reliable. Now, let us go. Soul spoke with a grin, adjusting his path. In fact, it was pure luck or fate that it happened to be a tangent. Close enough to the danger zone to catch a stray high-level spawn. Far enough away to avoid the main aggro radius. Maybe I'll get lucky. He pushed deeper into the jungle, leaving the temporary safety of the outskirts behind. Once again, the sheer scale of the environment was utterly alien, a brutal reminder that humanity was nowhere near the top of the food chain in this world. The trees here were simply gigantic, making the massive trees back at the tribe look like a potted sapling. Their trunks were as wide as modern skyscrapers, stretching up into an impenetrable ceiling of silver-green leaves that blotted out the sun entirely. Their bark wasn't tea-brown, but a sickly, bruised purple color that felt strangely warm and fleshy to the touch. From deep fissures in the wood, the trees wept thick, heavy drops of glowing amber sap. Where the sap pooled on the ground, it hissed faintly, slowly dissolving the moss and dirt beneath it. The root systems above ground were as thick as paved roads, creating a treacherous, multi-layered maze. They were covered in slick, bioluminescent fungi, clusters of glowing cyan mushrooms, and throbbing violet lichen that provided the only illumination in the perpetual twilight beneath the canopy. As Sol walked, he noticed the fungi weren't just glowing, they were breathing. They puffed microscopic clouds of shimmering spores into the heavy, ozone-rich air, forcing him to breathe shallowly, his instincts warning him that the dust could be a hallucinogen or a paralyzing agent. So, he obediently avoided them as much as he could. Every single step here required absolute, razor-sharp focus. Because the flora here wasn't just weird, it felt actively, maliciously hostile. He bypassed a grove of massive, bulbous flowers that smelled intoxicatingly like roasted meat. As he watched, a falling, heavy leaf brushed one of their crimson petals. The flower snapped shut with the mechanical, bone-crushing violence of a steel bear trap, the sound echoing sharply in the gloom. He stepped carefully over thick, thorny vines that seemed to slowly, almost imperceptibly, slither away from the heat of his boots like lazy, overfed snakes. Chapter 223. Orith Forest Chapter 223. Chapter 223. Orith Forest, and it wasn't just the plants. The deeper he went, the more he noticed the small inhabitants of the great Orith, creatures that would have been apex predators back on Earth, relegated to mere background hazards here. A harsh, rhythmic scraping sound made him freeze mid-stride. Swarming around a pool of the acidic tree sap was a pack of pests that vaguely resembled armored rodents, except they were the size of a big house cat. Their thick carapaces were a rusted blood-iron red, bristling with jagged spikes that gouged the damp moss with every heavy step. They were busy dismantling the carcass of a massive wolf. Instead of merely biting, their blade-like teeth snapped like heavy iron shears, effortlessly crushing through bone while they spat a smoking, corrosive fluid onto the meat. They reduced the creature to a dissolving slurry that they greedily slurped up, stripping the carcass clean in a matter of seconds. Further down the path, Sol almost stepped on what he thought was a fallen purple branch. But as his boot hovered over it, his newly evolved survival instincts flared. The branch suddenly uncoiled, revealing itself to be a heavily armored centipede as thick as a man's thigh and at least 10 feet long. It possessed dozens of barbed, scythe-like legs and a pair of dripping, venomous pincers. It hissed a warning, clicking its mandibles violently, before seemingly deciding Sol's heavy golden liquid essence-filled body was too dense a meal. It slithered rapidly up the side of a skyscraper-sized tree, defying gravity and disappearing into the canopy. It didn't just end here. Even the seemingly harmless things were lethal traps. Hanging from the low branches were clusters of bright, plump blue berries that looked deliciously refreshing. But being as cautious as possible, as he deliberately tossed a pebble at a cluster to test them, as his intuition was warning him, the berries instantly uncurled dozens of tiny, needle-sharp legs. They were massive, blood-sucking ticks waiting to drop onto the neck of anything foolish enough to walk underneath. Deprived of a meal, they scrambled back up the branches in a chaotic swarm, seeking a new vantage point. Everything in this zone is designed to kill you, Sol analyzed, a cold sweat pricking his skin despite his formidable physical buffs. It's an entire ecosystem built on active malice. He tightened his grip on the heavy void oak spear. The ambient essence hanging in the air was so thick it felt like wading through water, constantly interacting with his core. As the air was heavy, practically saturated with raw, untamed primal essence, Soul could feel his mutated core reacting. The golden liquid in his chest rippled constantly, acting like a magnet, passively drawing in the violent ambient energy and purifying it with brutal efficiency. He kept his eyes peeled, moving with the silent, predatory caution of a man who knew that one wrong step meant becoming fertilizer for a bear trap flower. He had been walking in absolute silence for perhaps an hour, entirely reliant on the physical enhancements to move without snapping twigs, when suddenly his heightened intuition flared. He felt a sharp, microscopic shift in the air pressure above and behind him. Soul didn't think. He didn't even turn a look. Trusting his newly evolved reflexes entirely, he violently pivoted on his heel and lunged sideways, throwing his body into a rapid sidestep. Thwack! Something heavy, sharp, and incredibly fast slammed into the exact patch of moss where he had been standing a fraction of a second ago. Soul spun around, lowering his center of gravity, his hand flying to the bone knife at his belt instead of the long spear, anticipating close-quarters combat. He looked at his attacker carefully. It had dropped from the purple canopy above. It looked vaguely like an ant, but that was where the similarities to Earth biology ended. It was the size of a fully grown, muscular house dog. Its exoskeleton was a matte, obsidian black covered in fine, bristling red hairs that seemed to crackle with faint static electricity. Its mandibles were disproportionately massive, serrated, jagged shears that had just effortlessly cleaved through a thick, petrified tree root as if it were warm butter. The beast chittered a horrifying metallic clicking sound, and its multifaceted black eyes locked onto Soul. It didn't hesitate. It immediately lunged again, its 6 legs propelling it forward with the speed of a fired arrow, its serrated jaws aiming directly for his kneecap. Fast, Soul's mind analyzed in bullet time, but too linear. He didn't panic. The golden liquid in his chest pulsed, flooding his limbs with heavy, devastating physical power. To the giant ant, it was moving at blinding speed. To Soul, with newly buffed perception, the creature was moving in slow motion. Soul didn't retreat. He stepped into the lunge. As the ant soared through the air, Soul's left hand shot out, his reinforced fingers clamping down with the grip of a hydraulic press onto the back of the insect's armored thorax, halting its momentum entirely in midair. The creature shrieked, its legs flailing wildly, trying to twist its deadly mandibles toward his wrist. Before it could even turn its head, Soul brought his right hand down in a brutal arc. The short bone knife, infused with just a sliver of his dense, heavy essence, sheared cleanly through the gap in the creature's armored neck. SCHHHK. The giant ant was decapitated in a single, fluid motion. The clicking instantly stopped. Soul tossed the twitching, headless body to the side. A thick, foul-smelling, green, slimy blood spewed from the stump, hissing faintly as it hit the moss, dissolving the plant life upon contact. Acidic blood, of course. Soul looked down at the blade of his bone knife. It was completely unblemished, the heavy golden essence having protected the fragile edge from the creature's dense armor and acidic fluids. Not bad for a tutorial mob, Soul thought, wiping the green slime off the blade onto a nearby leaf. He sheathed the knife. The creature didn't possess a condensed soul or a core, confirming it was just a high-end flesh-bound, as according to newly acquired knowledge, all the beasts from Essence born forward have a core inside their body. So, this super ant was useless for binding, but a good test of his new powers. He didn't stay to examine the corpse. The smell of acidic blood would undoubtedly attract larger, hungrier things in this massive, untamed jungle. Adjusting his grip on his spear, Soul turned his gaze back toward the north. The deep woods were calling, and he was just getting started. Chapter 224. Hostile Ecosystem Chapter 224. Chapter 224. hostile ecosystem, the deeper Soul ventured into the great Orith. The more he realized that human imagination was a woefully inadequate tool for grasping true scale. In his past life on Earth, when he sat behind a glowing monitor reading and watching epic fantasy novels and movies, he had spent countless hours reading and watching descriptions of primitive, unbroken wildernesses. He had read a world in his mind where there were no sprawling kingdoms of stone, no civilized cities with cobbled streets, and kings on velvet thrones. There was only the massive, endless jungle and the independent, intelligent humanoid races that formed warring tribes beneath its canopy. But reading about a massive jungle was one thing. Actively trying not to be eaten by it was another. The great Orith was terrifyingly alive. As he moved north by northeast, the bruised purple trunks of the ancient trees grew so wide that he doubted whether they could even be classified as trees anymore. The canopy above became an impenetrable ceiling of overlapping silver-green leaves, completely blocking out the sun. The only illumination came from the ground up, clusters of bioluminescent fungi that clung to the massive, coiled roots, casting eerie, shifting pools of cyan and violet light across the forest floor. It was a hostile, primal ecosystem that operated on a single, brutal law: eat or be eaten. He spent the next few hours fully immersed in stealth mode. His muscles moved with predatory silence, his boots gliding over the damp moss without breaking a single twig. He was like a ghost walking through a graveyard of giants. He saw things that made his brain spin with inspiration and sheer terror. He bypassed a grove of weeping willows whose drooping branches were actually thousands of thin, carnivorous tentacles, currently slowly digesting the suspended corpse of a massive boar. He hid behind a root system as a herd of six-legged, deer-like creatures thundered past, their antlers sparking with raw, untamed lightning. They were clearly essence-born, but they were herd animals. So let them pass. He wasn't here to farm low-level herbivores. He still didn't fully understand the complete rules of his transmigration, or the true nature of the artifact that had been responsible for his arrival. Orphos. But he knew that in a primitive world, power was the only absolute truth. If he wanted to survive, build his own foundation, and maybe even thrive among these warring tribes, he needed an anchor that could handle the sheer, crushing weight of his golden liquid core. By the fourth hour of his expedition, the ambient environment began to change. The low, constant hum of the jungle, the clicking of insects, the distant roars of predators, the rustling of leaves started to fade. It didn't taper off naturally. It dropped dead, as if a thick, invisible blanket had been thrown over the area. Soul stopped. His boots sank slightly into the moss. The classic apex predator radius. Soul sighed helplessly, his grip tightening on the heavy void oak shaft of his spear. When the ambient mobs go quiet, you've crossed into a boss room. He activated his crimson sight, the colorful, bioluminescent world washing away into a stark,